Chapter 641 Killing the Mummy. Seeing the mummy flying towards him, Yisha quickly dodged to the side. But he didn't expect that the mummy was more flexible than he thought. At the moment when Yisha was distracted, the raised arm suddenly swept to the side and hit Yisha's chest. This was a move that he had never seen on the previous mummies. Those mummies would use their arms to stab people, and their nails were sharp and could pierce people's bodies, or they would just reach out and strangle their necks. In general, the previous mummies' attacks were always in a straight line. Bang! Yisha's chest made a muffled sound, and then the whole person flew backwards and hit the ground hard. At the same time, the mummy jumped and came to Yisha, leaning forward, and stabbed at Yisha with both hands. Yisha quickly raised his leg and stepped directly on the opponent's waist. The arms of the mummy kept waving in front of Yisha's eyes, but the arms were stretched straight, and they were always a little bit away from Yisha's head. The dark nails kept waving in front of Yisha's eyes. Yisha gritted his teeth, raised his other leg, and stepped towards the tail of the piercing arrow. With a puff, the piercing arrow was sent into the body of the mummy again, and finally penetrated the body of the mummy, directly piercing the heart of the mummy. With a plop, the mummy instantly lost its voice, and then fell on Yisha. You killed the secret mummy. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, corpse fragrance pill. Yisha stretched back and pushed the mummy away, ran towards Wang Likuan, looked at the endless bow in his hand, and Yisha swung it casually, and the endless bow turned into colorful light and disappeared. Then Yisha opened and closed his palms, imagining 2 piercing arrows. The power of the infinite bow was obviously not enough to pierce the corpses. In this case, Yisha simply did not need the bow and directly took the piercing arrow. When he came to Wang Likuan had a ferocious face and was forcibly pressing down the 2 mummies. Although he could still hold them down, it looked quite strenuous. Hurry! Wang Likuan saw Yisha coming and hurriedly shouted, "These 2 guys are so powerful. My ability can only last for 10 minutes. Yisha, let one out." Wang Likuan nodded and moved the tower shield away. A mummy immediately reached out and grabbed Wang Likuan's neck. It opened its mouth, showing a mouthful of black teeth, and was about to bite Wang Likuan's neck. Wang Likuan quickly smashed the mummy with a shield strike, and then the tower shield pushed forward again to suppress another mummy. Yisha also suddenly made a move at this time, blocking the mummy that was about to pounce on Wang Likuan again, and directly raised his foot to sweep the mummy's head. With a bang, the mummy shook its body, and Yisha also felt a tingling in his calf. The bodies of these guys were really hard to imagine, probably much harder than alloy armor plates. However, Yisha's movements were not slow. After kicking the mummy and making it stagger, he immediately raised his leg and kicked it in the chest, sending it flying away from Wang Likuan. Then he held a piercing arrow and rushed towards the mummy. Roar! The mummy opened its mouth and roared at Yisha, emitting a foul smell. But at this moment, Yisha directly thrust the piercing arrow into the mummy's mouth, and then leaned over. Explosive force. Yisha punched the corpse in the abdomen, and with a push of his hidden power, the corpse was blown away. When the corpse got up from the ground, black blood kept flowing out of its mouth. Yisha's eyes lit up. It would be enough to destroy the heart. In this case, there was no need to use the piercing arrow. The hidden power of the explosive power could directly attack the inside of the body and shatter the heart. Thinking of this, Yisha immediately threw away the piercing arrow. It was really awkward to use 2 arrows as weapons. Bang! Yisha took a quick step forward and punched the mummy, then leaned in close and punched the chest of the mummy with his shoulder, pushing the mummy out. Yisha had discovered some of the mummy's weaknesses, which was the stiffness of the body. The attacks of these guys were very simple: stabbing with both hands, pinching the neck, sweeping, and then biting. Because of the body being straight, the mummy could not make very agile movements, and it was difficult to dodge the attack, so it could only move in a large range. In that case, Yisha dodged the attack of the mummy, then jumped up, and suddenly clamped the arms of the mummy with his legs, and then pressed the mummy to the ground. Locking technique? This is a fighting technique in the mixed martial arts mastery. Yisha didn't use it very often, but it was very effective when he used it now. After Yisha forcibly restrained the mummy, he directly hit the mummy's heart with an elbow strike. Explosive force. After the blow, the mummy's body trembled, and then black blood continued to ooze out of its eyes, ears, mouth and nose. and gradually it became silent. You have killed 2 secret mummy. The cumulative number, apocalypse reward, corpse fragrance pill. Yishaw's eyes lit up. It really worked. Release the last one too. Yishaw shouted at Wang Likuan, then flipped up from the ground. And Wang Likuan immediately loosened his shield and released the last zombie. The mummy opened its mouth, roared continuously, and flew forward. Yishaw immediately dodged, blocked in front of Wang Likuan, raised his foot, and swept the mummy, and then wanted to repeat the old trick to lock the mummy first. But at this moment, the mummy suddenly opened its mouth and blew out a black gas. Yishaw had seen this black gas before, and Yi called it corpse poison. However, this corpse poison had no effect on Yishaw. Seeing the black gas floating towards him, Yishaw waved his palm and used nitrogen to control and change the airflow to blow away the black gas. But at this moment, a puff of dark green liquid suddenly appeared in the black gas and fell directly on the back of Yishaw's left hand. The liquid exuded a foul smell, which made Yishaw stunned. Then he shook his hand violently to get rid of the liquid and looked at the back of his hand. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. At this time, the mummy howled again and flew towards Yishaw. Yishaw no longer looked at the back of his hand, faced the mummy, ducked suddenly, avoided the stab, and raised his hand suddenly, hit the opponent's chest with a palm print, and knocked the mummy back. The next moment, Yishaw suddenly jumped forward, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its food, and took advantage of the mummy's instability to punch it hard in the heart. Puff! The next moment, the mummy spit out a mouthful of black blood, and its body fell backwards. You have killed the secret mummy. Cumulative number, 3. Apocalypse reward, corpse fragrance pill. 3 mummies were killed. Yishaw breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked back at Yu. Chapter 642 Corpse Poison. Yu was still struggling in the air, with a ferocious look on her face. Yishaw whispered, "This place has brain power attacks. It has nothing to do with zombies?" Yu gritted her teeth, "Don't make a fuss. It's the rattle." Yishaw and Wang Likuan looked at each other, and then stood aside. They really couldn't say anything about brain power, and Yu was an expert in this area. About an hour later, Yu fell back to the ground sweating, then stepped forward, grabbed the rattle from the stone platform, and said excitedly, "It's done." Yishaw wondered, "Is this thing that powerful?" Yu excited, "It is. Do you know the effect of this thing?" Yishaw was surprised. "It has an effect?" Yu, "It can exert all types of brain abilities, with an amplification effect of 15%, can restore mental fatigue, and can be used for 48 hours each time, and can control 3 zombies or mutant zombies below the star diamond level." Yishaw's eyes widened. The effect of this spell is indeed very good, and this level is infinitely close to the level of the treasure list. However, Yishaw is not concerned about this. "Yishaw, isn't this something produced on the Doomsday train?" Yu, "Nonsense. Otherwise why are we here?" "Yishaw, why is it that something that is not produced on the Doomsday train will have an effect?" Wang Likuan, "Some things do. Don't you know?" "Yishaw, what do you mean?" Wang Likuan, "I can't explain this clearly, but some things from a long time have magical powers. And then when they are taken to the Doomsday train, these magical powers will be presented in the form of text. That is, the effect of use. Yu, it's normal that you don't know. This kind of thing is very, very, very rare. People who have never encountered it don't know about it, and those who know about it keep it secret. However, I thought you knew about it. Don't you have something similar?" Yishaw was puzzled. "What do I have?" Yu, "The Sword of Glory. It's an ancient sword from the Middle Ages. Xia Yuren found it in a museum." Yishaw suddenly realized that there was indeed a similar introduction on the Sword of Glory. But Yishaw always thought it was just written casually. Yishaw, "So, did the apostles find all the things they used this way?" Yu, "I'm not sure about that, but I don't think so. Many of the things the apostles used are very modern. Some of the technological items were not made by the technological power before the end of the world. For example, the Gauss gun was just made before the end of the world, and was far from being that powerful." Yishaw nodded. This was a very important piece of news. Yishaw had never heard of it in his previous life, and this was the first time he heard of it in this life. However, Yu also said that few people know about it, because there are very few such things, and those who know about it deliberately keep it secret, which is understandable. If everyone knows about it, They will naturally fight for it when they encounter such things in the future. Yisha, no wonder you came here. Since there is this rattle, there may be other things in this place. Yi nodded. I think this rattle is most likely used to drive away corpses. Otherwise, how can it have the effect of controlling zombies? Yisha, it is indeed possible. According to the information I have, the corpse driver uses a bell to guide. And this bell is also called a guide bell. Yisha finished speaking. And suddenly a look of pain appeared on his face. Suddenly, he half knelt on the ground. And his muscles were tense. Wang Likuan was surprised. What's wrong? Yisha gritted his teeth. Hand. My hand? On Yisha's left arm. Veins jumped. And black lines appeared one after another, wrapping around his arm. And then Yisha's entire arm slowly turned blue-black. Yi was surprised. Corpse poison. Wang Likuan, I have an antidote. Use it quickly. While Wang Likuan was speaking, he took out a bottle of antidote and put it into the needle gun, then stabbed it into Yisha's arm. But after the antidote was injected, it was useless. Yisha seemed to be in even more pain. His entire arm turned purple and black and began to die. Ah! Yisha roared in pain, suddenly raised his arm, and smashed it towards the ground. The intense pain made Yisha's body tremble involuntarily. Yi was anxious. This is the corpse poison of the zombies. The antidote for the zombies won't work. Wang Likuan was dumbfounded. What should we do now? Yisha gritted his teeth. Glutinous rice. Yi was stunned. What? Yisha, it's written in the information that glutinous rice can be used to cure it. Wang Likuan was anxious. The question is, where can we get glutinous rice? Yi and Wang Likuan were also anxious. If the corpse poison was not dissolved, Yisha might die here. The best outcome would be to become a corpse. Yisha was sweating profusely, partly because of the pain, and partly because he had no way to deal with the corpse poison. He was not worried about death, but it was not worth it to sacrifice a chance of resurrection for this. But at this moment, you activated the artificial macrophages, and the macrophages began to devour. The macrophages successfully devoured the ancient virus, and the fusion virus was successful. Your physical fitness increased by 1 point, and you gained the ability. The primary self-regeneration ability was upgraded, and you gained the ability to Indestructible. Indestructible reduces physical attack damage to oneself, permanently reduces pain by 5%. A mysterious voice suddenly sounded in Yisha's ears, and that voice was like heavenly music to Yisha at the moment. What luck! Yisha sighed in his heart. Great! The probability of macrophage activation is extremely low. So far, it has been activated twice, and both times were critical moments, saving Yisha's life. Moreover, this virus is really unusual. The last time the macrophage was activated, although it brought him primary regeneration ability, it only improved his physical fitness by only 0.15 points. But now it is a full 1 point. You know, with Yisha's current physical fitness, even if he drinks a lot of physical fitness potions, the improvement is only 2 zeros after the decimal point, and sometimes even 3 zeros. Now his physical fitness has been directly improved by 1 point, which is definitely a piece of news that can make Yisha ecstatic, if it is converted into physical fitness enhancement potions. I'm afraid it will take hundreds of bottles. Just this 1 point of physical fitness improvement is worth a trip to the gates of hell. As for the indestructible, the 4 passive abilities can reduce physical damage. The amount is unknown and it is difficult to judge, but reducing pain is very useful. In this damn era, who can survive without getting hurt? Reducing pain? Reducing pain? I'm afraid no one would be stupid enough to refuse. Chapter 643 Peachwood Sword. You? At this time, Yi suddenly shouted, Are you okay? As the macrophages devoured the corpse poison, the black on Yisha's arm immediately receded, and soon returned to normal. Yi and Wang Likuan also saw it. Yisha took a long breath. Lucky. Yisha's words were not perfunctory. He was really lucky. This was another lesson for Yisha. To survive in this world, you really can't take it lightly. But it was just the level of a general mutant zombie, between the peak gold and platinum levels. With Yisha's strength, even if it was a little troublesome to deal with, it was far from being impossible to deal with. But it was this level that almost made Yisha lose his life. This is the end of the world. One wrong step will lead to eternal damnation. Yisha took a deep breath. Let's go. Yisha didn't want to explain too much. Anyway, it was enough to survive. He waved his hand and signaled to continue forward. Wang Likuan said. Then we don't need glutinous rice? Yi Sha, if you have a place to find it, you might as well find some to avoid any more trouble. Yi Sha is not panicking now. He has been devoured by macrophages and can no longer infect himself. But this is indeed a lesson, although he is not afraid. What about Yi Yu and Wang Likuan? Yi Yu waved her hand. Where can we find glutinous rice? Unless we run back to the city. Let's go. Be careful. As they talked, the three of them walked around the stone platform and continued to walk towards the passage behind. Yi Sha said as he walked, You walked here before, right? You probably didn't go there later. Yi Yu nodded, Yes. But I think there should be something else here. Don't worry. If it's just the bell, I'll compensate you. Yi Sha didn't say anything. He really didn't care about Yi Yu's compensation. He came here mainly to find things from ancient civilization. If he couldn't find them, then this trip would be almost in vain. The cave passage at the back was still not long. About 5 or 6 meters. And then it reached the exit. There is still a stone hall here, as big as before, without a stone platform or a coffin. Wang Likuan looked around. There seems to be nothing here. Yi Sha, yes. Look above your head. Yi Yu and Wang Likuan looked up and saw a peachwood sword hanging on the top, wrapped with a red scarf, tied to a stone pillar. Yi Sha nodded. Take it? Yi Yu smiled. You have to ask me. I have already got what I want. Yi Sha shook his head. This is not what I want. Yi Sha said this and asked Wang Likuan. Wang Likuan scratched his head and smiled. I really want to take it. But if it's too dangerous, forget it. Yi Yu, then take it. It's agreed that each person will get one. I always keep my word. As Yi Yu said this, she stretched out her hand and grasped the empty space, and then directly grabbed the peachwood sword, and then threw it to Wang Likuan without even looking at it. Yi Sha glanced at it. Yi Yu's move was quite generous. Even if she couldn't use it herself, she could sell it. She didn't even look at the effect of the sword, which surprised Yi Sha a little. On the other side, Wang Likuan was very happy. It seemed that the peachwood sword was not bad. Yi Sha did not ask. Yi Yu could be so generous, so Yi Sha could naturally resist his curiosity. Besides, he did not have time to think about the peachwood sword. Yi Sha, you guys hold it back. I'll finish it. Yi Yu nodded, and threw out the 7-dust sword without saying a word. The 7 small swords flew directly forward, making clanging sounds. Wang Likuan seemed to have figured out some tricks in the previous battle, and he directly charged. However, Wang Likuan failed this time. With a bang, Wang Likuan felt a huge force coming, and the whole person was thrown out and fell on the ground. Come one by one. Yi Sha, triangle stance. Wang Likuan was puzzled. What does triangle stance mean? Yi Sha was speechless. And then, you push forward. Wang Likuan understood now, and immediately raised his shield to the front. Yi Sha and Yi Yu, one on the left and one on the right, immediately formed a triangle stance and protected their backs, standing in different positions, slowly approaching. Yi Sha winked at the arbitrator, and the arbitrator immediately took out the grenade launcher. The arbitrator has gradually shown some characteristics of alien creatures, such as wisdom, just like a child growing up, slowly growing up and becoming smarter. Now when they are face to face, Yi Sha no longer needs to give rigid orders, and the arbitrator can still understand the meaning with some simple eyes. Yi Sha feels that this change is very good. Hey! Yi reminded, don't blow this place down. Yi Sha, how can it collapse so easily? I'm not blowing up the wall. While speaking, the arbiter had already fired the grenade, and after the grenade hit the ground, it exploded. The grenade did not cause much damage, and there were only some broken flesh on the body, which was at most a superficial injury, and he was directly blown away by the impact of the explosion. Yi Sha, follow me. You hold the others back and cover me. Yi Yu nodded and said to Wang Likuan, move sideways. Follow my steps. Wang Likuan was indeed a bit stupid, and it was too difficult for him to react to the situation. But with someone instructing him, Wang Likuan did a good job. The three of them formed a formation and quickly moved to the side, kicking the opponent before he could get up. However, this kick made Yi Sha's feet numb again, and his body became much stiffer. Chapter 644 Ancient Stone Coffin. However, if it was just a change in strength and body, Yi Sha would not care too much, as long as the weakness remained unchanged. At the same time, Yi Sha also understood to some extent why which was much stronger than ordinary zombies, was not considered a mutant zombie, whose body had not undergone any mutations at all, and whose strength and weakness were purely physical improvements. Without mutations, it was naturally not a mutant zombie. Moreover, Yisha knew all the characteristics of, without looking up information. After all, there were many folk legends about, such as great strength, jumping, and blood-sucking, which were all original characteristics. While thinking, Yisha kicked the corpse down and punched him in the chest. Explosive force. After the punch, the corpse sprayed out all the glutinous rice in his mouth. After the heart meridian was shattered by Yisha's punch, black blood kept pouring out of his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. And then, he was motionless. You killed the secret silver zombie. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward. Corpse fragrance pill. This corpse fragrance pill is held in the mouth. Light pink. Without the unique smell of the body, but with a faint fragrance, like the fragrance of camphor balls. But I don't know what it is used for. Yisha had killed 3 before, and had obtained 3 corpse fragrance pills. Now that he had killed one, another one came. Yisha estimated that probably every one of them had one. But the purpose could only be figured out when he returned to Doomsday train. After killing one in the blink of an eye, Yisha immediately said, "Switch positions." Yi floated, commanding the 7 dust sword to block the rest, and quickly switched positions with Yisha. After switching positions, Yisha directly raised his arm to block the stab of one. Puff! The one opened his mouth and spit out a breath of black air. But Yisha didn't care at all, and punched through the black air and hit the face. Macrophages have played a role, and Yisha is not afraid of the virus at all. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to break the arm and pushed it away, and then punched the chest again. Bang! Yisha hit the chest with a punch, shattering the heart of the body, and the body immediately fell down and hit the ground directly. Knowing the weakness of the body, and after killing more, he naturally became more and more skillful. Yisha felt that this was not too difficult to deal with. Change position. However, even if he thought about it, Yisha's movements were still not slow. He shouted again immediately, and Yi quickly pulled Wang Likuan, and Yisha pushed forward, facing the third body, avoiding the attack, and suddenly lowered his body and punched the heart. In the blink of an eye, all 5 were dealt with by Yisha. After falling to the ground, their bodies were completely broken apart. This time, they really turned into mummies. Yi curled her lips, after understanding the characteristics of these guys. It is actually easier to deal with them than imagined. Yisha smiled and didn't say anything. No matter how strong they become, they are all strong and strong. But it is not necessarily easy to deal with them. After all, it is not so easy to break the heart with ordinary attacks, especially when the body is getting harder and harder. Yisha can only say that these people are unlucky to encounter him. The dark power of the collapse can directly enter the body and destroy organs, which is just restrained. No matter how hard the body becomes, the inside of the body is always fragile. After dealing with 5 bodies, the 3 of them walked around again to make sure there was nothing left, and then continued to walk towards the passage ahead. The passage in the cave was still not long, only about 7 or 8 meters. At the back of the cave, there was still a stone hall, smaller than the previous ones. In the stone hall, there was a stone coffin. The magical thing was that there was a lamp above the coffin. The lamp looked a bit old. It was a bronze oil lamp, but there was no oil in the lamp, and the wick had long gone. The magical thing was that the bronze oil lamp was not placed on the stone coffin, but floated above the stone coffin. The specific coffin was about half a meter high. Yi, it seems that the good thing here is this lamp. Moreover, this is the end. There is no passage around. You don't want the lamp? Before Yi finished speaking, Yisha reached out to stop her, and then took 2 steps and ran to the side of the stone coffin. Yisha had no interest in the bronze oil lamp at all, and stared at the stone coffin, because there were words written on the edge of the stone coffin, just around the edge of the cover. Yisha didn't recognize most of the words, but there were only 2 words that Yisha had seen on the nose steel. Yes, it's definitely right this time, Yisha excitedly said. If the characters match, they must be from the same ancient civilization. Yi, what are you doing? You're talking nonsense. Yisha, I want the things here. Oh! Remember to copy the words on the top of the cave in front. Yi smiled. It was originally agreed that each person would get one. The things here are naturally yours. I said it long ago. I always keep my word. Wang Likuan walked to the side of the stone coffin. This bronze oil lamp looks good. But I guess I'll have to fight again if I take it. But there's only one here. So it should be easier than the previous ones. Right? As Wang Likuan spoke, he reached out and pulled the bronze oil lamp. Wang Likuan didn't want to take it. Since it belonged to Yisha, it should be Yisha's turn. He wanted to see why the bronze oil lamp could float. But as soon as he pulled it, the bronze oil lamp suddenly fell down. With a clang, the bronze oil lamp first hit the stone coffin and then fell to the ground. Wang Likuan was embarrassed. I didn't mean to do that. Before Yisha and Yi could answer, the sound of stone rubbing against each other suddenly sounded. And the cover of the stone coffin suddenly opened. There was a corpse lying in the coffin. But it was different from the previous ones. The previous ones were all wearing white linen shrouds. But the one in front of him was wearing official uniforms. Yisha naturally didn't know which dynasty the official uniforms were from. His historical knowledge barely knew the order of Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing. But he could still recognize ancient official uniforms. At the same time, the others all looked like mummies. Withered bodies, like withered tree trunks, and covered with corpse ashes. But the one in front of him was different. If he wasn't lying in a coffin, if he wasn't bloodless, I'm afraid if I didn't smell his breath, I would think he was a person. Because the skin was white, even crystal clear, like jade, as if everything in front of him was completely preserved. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with a small mustache and his hair tied behind his head. Be careful. Yisha felt something was wrong, and quickly stretched out his hand, signaling Yi and Wang Likuan to quickly retreat. Chapter 645. No one can stop him if he knows martial arts. Yisha was also retreating, about 3 to 5 meters away. And at this moment, the body in the sarcophagus suddenly stood up. Be careful. Yisha warned again, then took 2 steps back and carefully got ready. At this moment, the eyes of the body suddenly opened, emitting a faint red light. And there was a pair of blood pupils in the eyes. Yi's face changed drastically. Be careful. Brain attack. As soon as Yi finished speaking, Yisha and Wang Likuan immediately felt an invisible force coming. But it did not push their bodies, but drilled into their brains. Ugh! Yisha immediately groaned and knelt on one knee. Wang Likuan was even more unbearable, lying directly on the ground, holding his head and rolling. The impact of the brain power was several times stronger than the previous brain attack of the bell. In Yisha's impression, only the brain attack of the disc monster would be so terrifying. Yi gritted her teeth, then raised her hand and pressed it, then released her brain power, forming a mutual impact with the other party. Yisha and Wang Likuan immediately felt much better. But at this moment, the body raised his hands. The body showed no signs of stiffness at all, and raised his hands to both sides, like a normal person, making a gesture of support. Qianyan. Yi gritted her teeth. Qianyan's body will not be stiff. And this guy is stronger than the Qianyan I met last time. The Qianyan was still a mummy. As Yi was talking, there were sudden noises in the cave. And then the surrounding stone walls cracked, and the stone pillars on the top broke, all floating in the air, and crashed towards the 3 people. Hold on. Yi gritted her teeth. I can't separate my hands. Yisha's head was still stabbing. But with Yi's resistance, it was much better. And he could move freely. Imagination materialized the infinite bow. And Yisha immediately put on an explosive arrow and shot it forward. Boom! 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 The explosions continued, and the surrounding stones were shattered into pieces, turning into countless pieces of rubble that scattered all around. Yisha waved his hand and shouted, Kill! The arbitrator raised the grenade launcher and fired it in the direction of the millennium, landing directly on the side of the sarcophagus and then exploding. After a round of explosions, the smoke and dust dispersed, but the millennium was fine. Instead, the cracked ground provided the millennium with a lot of stones to drive. In the blink of an eye, those stones floated into the air. However, the arbitrator's bombardment gave Yisha an opportunity. Taking advantage of the dust, Yisha quietly came to Qianyan and punched Qianyan in the heart without hesitation. However, Yisha's expression froze in the next moment. The fist was about 5 centimeters away from Qianyan's heart. And then Yisha couldn't move. The Qianyan suddenly stretched out his hand and directly pinched Yisha's wrist. Yisha gritted his teeth and struggled, and then found that with his physical fitness and strength, he was completely unable to shake the power of Qinyan. Yisha didn't intend to compete with Qinyan in terms of strength. The characteristic of the mummy is that it is strong, and the opponent is Qinyan, so it is normal that he can't win. So, seeing that his wrist couldn't be freed, Yisha didn't struggle, but immediately raised his leg and swept towards Qinyan. But what Yisha didn't expect was that Qinyan's speed was faster than him. He pulled Yisha's arm violently, causing Yisha to stagger, and then supported Yisha's waist and sent Yisha to the side. Bang! Yisha hadn't reacted at all, and the whole person flew out, hit the rock wall hard, and then rolled to the ground. Wang Likuan saw it and ran up from behind, holding up the tower shield to block Yu. But the 1,000-year-old only punched, and Wang Likuan felt a huge force coming through the shield. And then Wang Likuan's body flew straight out. On the other side, Yisha sat up from the ground and looked at the 1,000-year-old in astonishment. Ancient martial arts? They can fight. Is it time for the old Sao to climb a tree? Yisha was really frightened. If the tugging and pulling threw Yisha out, Yisha was still half believing and half doubting whether Qinyan was using ancient martial arts. Then when he saw the opponent hitting Wang Likuan, Yisha was completely convinced. Qinyan not only knew ancient martial arts, but also used Ming Jin. Yisha was a martial arts supreme. After using it for a long time, he was naturally very familiar with every move of ancient martial arts. He was even more clear about the use of Ming and in dual force. He saw the trick when he saw Qinyan's posture. At the same time, after the Qinyan forced Wang Likuan back, he naturally stepped forward and rushed directly towards Yu. Yu gritted her teeth and watched Qinyan coming, but she didn't dare to move. From the beginning to the end, the Qinyan never stopped attacking Yisha and Wang Likuan. And Yu was also fighting with Qinyan invisibly. Since Yisha and Wang Likuan were forced back, it was natural for him to attack Yu. In terms of brain ability, Qinyan was also terrifying. But Yu could barely hold on. So Qinyan chose to attack directly. The right hand slowly raised up. Its jade-like complexion was flawless, but the dark nails were extremely sharp, emitting a faint light, and looked extremely ferocious. Just as the nail was about to reach Yu's throat, suddenly, with a bang, the ground suddenly cracked, and then the corpse flower vines drilled out from the ground and blocked Yu. The 1,000-year-old nail lightly scratched, and the corpse flower vines that required 2 people to hug were cut into 2 pieces. Yu turned her head and questioned Yisha with her eyes. Yisha, this is the last place. Do you care if this place collapses or not? Kill him! Boom! Boom! The cave trembled rapidly, and then the vines of the corpse flower broke out of the ground one after another, and quickly rushed towards Qinyan. Qinyan's skills were just as Yisha thought. They were not as stiff as the others. Instead, they were like the skills of ancient martial artists. He raised his palm and swung it out, constantly cutting off the vines of the corpse flower that surged around. On the other side, Yisha commanded the main flower of the corpse flower to drill out from the ground. The petals around it opened, and a big hole opened in the stamen. It opened its mouth and swallowed the sarcophagus directly. Roar! When the corpse flower swallowed the sarcophagus, Qinyan suddenly opened his mouth and roared. On his stiff face, the muscles squirmed, showing an extremely angry expression. Then he ignored Yu and rushed directly towards Yisha. Chapter 646 Collapse. Seeing the 1,000-year-old zombie rushing towards him, Yisha raised his hand without saying anything and launched a nitrogen slash. Bang! The nitrogen slash cut into the 1,000-year-old zombie's body, but it was like cutting into hard steel, making a metal collision sound, only cutting the clothes of the 1,000-year-old zombie, but not hurting the body. Yisha took a deep breath, and then his momentum suddenly changed. The supreme martial arts in heaven and earth, Yisha shouted in a low voice, and then rushed towards the 1,000-year-old zombie. 3 punches, 2 palms, and 1 kick. Yisha was extremely fast, and he attacked the 1,000-year-old zombie continuously. The 3 punches, 2 palms, and 1 kick seemed to be launched in an instant. However, the 1,000-year-old zombie was more flexible than Yisha had imagined. It actually kept up with Yisha's speed, took all of Yisha's punches and kicks, and then twisted his wrist and threw Yisha away again. Yisha curled his lips, not caring at all, because Yisha had bought enough time. The corpse flower swallowed the stone coffin and then sank into the ground. Roar! The 1,000-year-old zombie looked at this scene and was extremely angry. He opened his mouth and roared at Yisha angrily. Hey! Yisha licked the corner of his mouth and got up from the ground. I got the things in my hand. And you still want me to spit them out? Dream on! The 1,000-year-old zombie tapped the ground with his feet, rushed towards Yisha fiercely, raised his hand and punched. Bang! Yisha raised his arms and caught the punch, and immediately felt bad. Sure enough, a huge force suddenly came from the 1,000-year-old zombie's fist, directly knocking Yisha back. Ming Jin! Yisha cursed himself in his heart, but he could do nothing. His back hit the wall hard, shaking off countless stone chips. The 1,000-year-old zombie seemed extremely angry. After knocking Yisha away with a punch, he raised his fist and smashed it towards the ground. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and then the ground cracked inch by inch, and countless broken stones rolled back. Obviously, the sarcophagus seemed very important to the 1,000-year-old zombie. Moreover, even if the corpse flower drilled into the ground, the 1,000-year-old zombie was unwilling to give up and wanted to force the corpse flower out again. The corpse flower vines around immediately rushed over at a high speed, constantly crashing into the 1,000-year-old zombie. The 1,000-year-old zombie used its hands and feet to continuously attack the corpse flower vines, and its sharp nails swept past and immediately cut the corpse flower vines. At this moment, Yisha took advantage of the moment when the corpse flower vines and the 1,000-year-old zombie were entangled, went around behind the 1,000-year-old zombie, and suddenly attacked. Leaping out, Yisha clenched his fists, leaned his body, and blasted the back of the 1,000-year-old zombie. Cannon fist! Yisha punched with both fists, one of which was aimed at the heart of the 1,000-year-old zombie. But the 1,000-year-old zombie was extremely alert and twisted his body violently to avoid the vital point. Bang! Bang! Yisha's fists hit the body of the 1,000-year-old zombie, knocking it back several steps, and then blood flowed from the corner of its mouth. You can use the bright force, right? Yisha sneered. Then what about my dark force? As Yisha spoke, he pounced on the 1,000-year-old zombie again, crossing his fists and attacking the 1,000-year-old zombie continuously. The 1,000-year-old zombie raised his arms to meet Yisha's attack, and even started to fight with Yisha. Both sides exchanged more than 10 moves, but neither of them got the upper hand. However, a layer of fine sweat was obviously oozing out of Yisha's forehead. This was the first time Yisha used the supreme martial arts, but he was not at an advantage in close combat. However, although the supreme martial arts included 108 ancient martial arts, the punches and kicks were more powerful than the 1,000-year-old zombies. At the same time, the 1,000-year-old zombies only knew the open force, while Yisha could use both the open force and the hidden force. But the 1,000-year-old zombies were more powerful. Secondly, Yisha would get tired and his moves would become slower, but the 1,000-year-old zombies would not. After 30 or 40 moves, Yisha's speed slowed down significantly. The 1,000-year-old zombie suddenly attacked and punched Yisha's arm and hit Yisha's chest. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and raised his fist to meet the attack. Bang! Bang! The 1,000-year-old zombie's fist hit Yisha's body first, and then Yisha's fist also hit the 1,000-year-old zombie's chest. However, Yisha was a beat slower and flew backwards, while the 1,000-year-old zombie just staggered back a few steps. Puff! Falling to the ground, Yisha tilted his head and spit out a mouthful of blood. Wang Likuan had been holding the line, and the two of them were fighting in close combat. It was really inconvenient for him to intervene. Seeing Yisha being knocked away, Wang Likuan immediately raised his tower shield and charged forward. Bang! Wang Likuan's shield hit the 1,000-year-old zombie directly, and then the tower shield was horizontal, followed by a shield strike on the 1,000-year-old zombie's head. Roar! The 1,000-year-old zombie tilted its head, and then opened its mouth and spit out a mouthful of black air. Wang Likuan was frightened and turned around and ran. But at this moment, the 7 dust swords suddenly flew over, forming a line and piercing the back of the 1,000-year-old zombie. The 1,000-year-old zombie turned his head suddenly, and the sound of rocks cracking kept coming from the top of the cave. Countless rocks fell and collided with the 7 dust swords. As the 7 dust sword was knocked away, Yiyu groaned and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yiyu was helpless. The 1,000-year zombie's brain power attack had never stopped, and her energy consumption was also extremely high. The The 7-dust sword had a certain degree of recovery on the brain, and the effect was similar to the Alaskan whale harpoon. That's why she thought of using the 7-dust sword to attack. However, Yi Yu was self-defeating this time. At the same time, the sound of the rock cracking never stopped. Cracks continued to appear on the top of the cave, spreading to the surroundings, and stone chips continued to slide down. It can't hold. Yisha glanced at the cave ceiling. Retreat. This cave is going to collapse. Yisha had not used the corpse flower and liquid monster before because he was afraid of collapsing this place. But seeing that he had reached the end and had obtained the sarcophagus, Yisha didn't care whether it would collapse or not. At most, the words engraved on the cave ceiling could not be copied. But with the sarcophagus, who would care about that? And now, because of the impact of the corpse flower vines and the use of the brain power of the 1,000-year-old zombie, the cave finally couldn't hold. Yi Yu gritted her teeth. You go first. I'll hold on for a while. If you don't block the guy's brain attack, you can't run away at all. Yisha, no. Let's go together. I'll lead the way. As Yisha spoke, he snapped his fingers, and the corpse flower vine surged, quickly entangled the bodies of the 3 people. And then a corpse flower vine hit the top of the cave. Boom! With a loud bang, the cave roof, which was already overwhelmed, finally collapsed completely, with a continuous falling of rubble. 3 corpse flower vines rose directly, and after hitting the rubble, they directly sent the 3 people back to the ground. The ground around them was shaking and collapsing. Yisha immediately waved his hand. Let's go. Run down the mountain. Yi Yu and Wan Likuan nodded, and the 3 of them immediately ran away. But at this moment, boom! A roar sounded again behind the 3 of them, and the 1,000-year-old zombie also broke out of the ground. Chapter 647 Storm. The 1,000-year-old zombie didn't know whether it was jumping or flying. It jumped up nearly 20 meters, directly broke through the ground, flew into the air, and then fell in the direction of the 3 people. Of course, it was mainly Yisha's position. The 1,000-year-old zombie was now determined to take back the sarcophagus. If it couldn't find the corpse flower, it would naturally look for Yisha. Boom! Yisha and the other 2 quickly dodged in different directions. And then the 1,000-year-old zombie fell to the ground and hit the ground, like a meteorite falling, and actually smashed a deep pit in the ground. Mud and stone were flying all around, and Yisha raised his arm to block it. When his arm fell, the 1,000-year-old zombie had already rushed to him, and suddenly stretched out his 2 arms to directly grab Yisha's neck. Bang! 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 The 1,000-year-old zombie raised Yisha and kept smashing it towards the ground, and the ground cracked and collapsed directly downwards. Wan Likuan immediately stopped and ran back, holding the tower shield and smashing it on the back of the 1,000-year-old zombie, knocking it aside. Cough! Cough! Yisha coughed and got up from the ground, then pushed Wan Likuan away fiercely. Boom! The moment Wan Likuan retreated, the 1,000-year-old zombie rushed over and punched the ground, making a big hole in the ground. Yisha raised his foot and kicked the 1,000-year-old zombie in the waist. But the 1,000-year-old zombie did not move at all, and directly grabbed Yisha's ankle, threw Yisha out, and then pounced and fell into Yisha's hands again. Shock wave. At the moment when the Millennium Zombie was about to fall, Yisha directly stretched out his palm and pressed the void, and an invisible force appeared, pushing the Millennium Zombie away. Bang! The Millennium Zombie was blown away by a blow, and Yisha quickly raised the destroyer, railgun form. The inside of the destroyer sounded the unique sound of mechanical operation, and then it turned into the shape of a gun barrel. Yisha raised his arm and fired pulse bombs continuously, landing next to the Millennium Zombie. With a rumble, accompanied by the explosion of the pulse bomb, blue light appeared, and the ground collapsed, and the Millennium Zombie was buried underground again. Yisha showed no joy, but quickly ran to the side. The pulse bomb was quite powerful, and Yisha was lucky just now, throwing 2 overlapping ones. However, Yisha knew very well that this level was not enough to kill the 1,000-year-old zombie. Or in other words, the 1,000-year-old zombie would not die unless its heart was shattered. Sure enough, as Yisha ran to the side, the ground rumbled again. A huge crack appeared, and the 1,000-year-old zombie jumped out from the ground again. This was a result that Yisha had expected. Seeing the 1,000-year-old zombie popping out from the ground again, Yisha immediately jumped up to meet it and kicked it with a flying kick. But his hands were hiding a killing move. Bang! Yisha kicked the 1,000-year-old zombie. And the 1,000-year-old zombie stretched out his hand and immediately grabbed Yisha's ankle. Yisha's eyes lit up. He had guessed that the 1,000-year-old zombie had this move because he had used it many times. Every time he resisted his attack, the 1,000-year-old zombie would grab his wrists and ankles and throw him out directly. And now, Yisha was luring the 1,000-year-old zombie to attack. When the 1,000-year-old zombie grabbed Yisha's ankles with both hands, Yisha immediately used his hidden trick, which was to attack with the Pai Gua palm and Bajiquan. One palm hit the 1,000-year-old zombie's forehead, and one punch went straight to the 1,000-year-old zombie's heart. This was a sure kill move. No matter how strong the 1,000-year-old zombie was, Yisha believed that if he could destroy the opponent's heart with one punch, the 1,000-year-old zombie would be finished. The 1,000-year-old zombie's hands were pulling his ankles, and he couldn't use his hands to defend himself. But, at this moment, puff, puff, the clothes on the back of the 1,000-year-old zombie suddenly tore. And then the body split apart, and two arms suddenly drilled out of the body, bleeding, and then stretched forward to receive Yisha's fist. Yisha was stunned, and then cursed in his heart. I can't be so unlucky? Mutation at this time? Bang! The next moment, Yisha was kicked in the chest, and his body flew backwards and hit a big tree. And the big tree broke with a sound. Wang Likuan quickly took the opportunity to come forward and held up the shield to resist the 1,000-year-old zombie. But the 1,000-year-old zombie was obviously more powerful. And with just one blow, Wang Likuan was knocked away. Wang Likuan rolled on the ground. But he was not injured. This guy not only had amazing defense, but also amazing resistance to blows. However, Wang Likuan had a helpless expression on his face. He found that he could not defend against the 1,000-year-old zombie at all. Apart from defense, Wang Likuan can't do anything. Yi Yu gritted her teeth and shouted at Yisha, use any tricks you have. Let's fight together. As Yi Yu spoke, her pupils flashed with light. The original 3-color light turned into 5 colors. At the same time, the double pupils slowly closed and changed back to normal. However, except for the white of the eyes, the pupils could not be seen. The pair of black pupils with a lot of spirit turned into pure white. And then new pupils appeared. One for lightning and the other for wind. The next moment, Yi Yu's black hair turned snow white. Yisha took a breath of cold air. Yisha had seen Yi Yu use this move in the City of Destruction. It should be Yi Yu's last resort. At that time, Yi Yu relied on this state to withstand the attack of 20 or 30 apostles. Yisha, are you crazy? Do you want to destroy this mountain? Yi Yu said fiercely, or let this damn zombie destroy me? Yi Yu's pressure was no less than that of Yisha and Wang Likuan. The 1,000-year-old zombie's brain attack never stopped. Yi Yu had been struggling to resist, and the consumption of brain was also huge. The next moment, thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. The sky, which was originally clear, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Then lightning flashed one after another, and tornadoes rose from the ground one after another. Yi Yu roared, go to hell. The rain suddenly began to fall. The raindrops fell and hit the leaves, making crackling sounds, with a clear rhythm and extremely crisp. There were 3 tornadoes in total, whirling and pushing in all directions. They were only 3 or 4 meters high at first, and then they became bigger and thicker. Crack! A big tree was swept by the tornado and immediately broke apart. And this was just the beginning. As the tornado swept, the surrounding trees continued to break off one by one, and then went towards the 1,000-year-old zombie. Yi Yu roared with a fierce look on her face, go to hell. 3 tornadoes mixed with those broken tree trunks, and directly smashed towards the 1,000-year-old zombie. Roar! The 1,000-year-old zombie had no expression on his face, and suddenly opened his mouth and roared at a tornado. Almost in an instant, those fallen tree trunks were annihilated into ashes and directly crushed into fine powder. At the same time, the tornado was also shattered by the 1,000-year-old zombie's roar. Chapter 648 Playing with Life. Poof! Yi Yu opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The biggest disadvantage of brain power is that it will bear the impact during the collision. The stronger the brain power, the stronger the impact. Of course, if you hit someone with your fist, the fist will hurt. But the brain power is more obvious in this regard. That is, the effect of force is mutual, and everyone naturally understands this principle. However, Yi Yu is overdrawing the brain power. But the 1,000-year-old zombie doesn't care. This guy is immortal. Come again! Yi growled. Her face became more ferocious. She knew she had to fight. If she didn't fight, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long with just the impact on her brain. So she might as well give it a try. Come on! Yisha cursed. I'll do it! Yisha rushed directly towards the 1,000-year-old zombie. But just as he rushed into the storm circle, he was swept out by the wind brought by a tornado, and hit the ground hard. Yisha looked at Yiyu. Yiyu gritted her teeth. I can't hold on. I don't have the extra energy to control it. Yiyu could control the wind, rain, thunder and lightning. But Yiyu had consumed too much energy, and was no longer able to control it. She could only let the remaining 2 tornadoes run rampant. Yisha sighed, and then shouted, Dragonization. Yisha roared, feeling pain all over his body, with blood oozing from the surface of his skin and scales growing out one by one. When a dragon encounters wind and rain, it soars, and the effect of dragonization ability is increased by 25%. At this time, a mysterious voice suddenly appeared, which made Yisha stunned. Yisha had never encountered this situation before. It sounded quite magical. It probably meant that using the dragon transformation ability on a rainy day would increase the power, but it was not mentioned in the introduction of the dragon transformation ability. However, Yisha's daze was only for a short moment. It was meaningless to worry about it now. The important thing was to improve his strength, which was always a good thing. After Yisha came to his senses, he immediately rushed into the storm circle. Strangely enough, the tornado created by Yiyu was obviously an indiscriminate attack, not distinguishing between people at all. Yisha was blown away before, but Yiyu could have controlled it, and could target the enemy. At this moment, Yisha rushed into the storm again, but he felt that the wind around him seemed to be deliberately avoiding him, and swept to both sides. Is it nitrogen control? Yisha murmured, but I can't use it. After Yisha muttered, he shook his head, and didn't think about it. The most important thing now was to deal with the 1,000-year-old zombie. The next moment, Yisha stepped hard, and the ground under his feet cracked. Then Yisha rushed forward and came directly to the front of the 1,000-year-old zombie. Die! Yisha growled and punched out. Bang! The Millennium Zombie raised his palm to meet it. The Millennium Zombie took Yisha's punch, but this time he couldn't throw Yisha out. In the dragon state, Yisha's physical fitness was greatly improved, and because of the wind and rain, it was 25% more, making Yisha's strength no less than that of the Millennium Zombie. The fists and palms intersected and pushed each other. A low roar. The sound of wind and rain. Suddenly, Yisha roared to the sky. How Long Yenpa. At a close distance, the fire of dragon breath appeared around How Long Yenpa, but it did not extinguish because of the wind and rain. On the contrary, the flames actually rose against the wind, quickly condensed, and turned into a huge fireball. Bang! The moment the fireball appeared, it directly hit the 1,000-year-old zombie, and directly blasted the 1,000-year-old zombie away. The next moment, Yisha's body swayed left and right, his hands dangling, and then his figure completely disappeared without a trace. Dragon Realm. Yisha hid in the forest. This forest is the best battlefield for the Dragon Realm. Concealing his breath, using the forest, and the swaying wind and rain, the 1,000-year-old zombie could not find Yisha at all when he stood up, and could only roar angrily. The rain in the sky suddenly rolled back into the air, and flew directly into the sky, under the roar and pressure of the 1,000-year-old zombie. It seemed that nature was afraid. Suddenly, Yisha appeared behind the 1,000-year-old zombie, punched forward fiercely, and blasted the 1,000-year-old zombie away. Bang! 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 The body of the 1,000-year-old zombie flew along the ground, breaking several trees before falling to the ground. However, the 1,000-year-old zombie was not dead. Yisha's punch was extremely powerful. There was a dent on the back of the 1,000-year-old zombie. It was obvious that the bones were shattered by Yisha's punch. However, the 1,000-year-old zombie was indeed not dead. The broken bones protected the heart, allowing the 1,000-year-old zombie to stand up from the ground. Yisha gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, and roared. Dragon roar. What came from Yisha's throat was not a human voice, but a dragon roar. The rain that rolled back from the sky fell again, and the surrounding trees broke one by one and fell to the ground. The rocks collapsed, and the mud flowed down the mountain. Puff! Yiyu spurted blood and flew backwards. Wan Likuan was quick and quickly hugged Yiyu. Yiyu looked at Yisha in horror. Her 2 tornadoes were actually taken away by Yi Sha. The 2 tornadoes were no longer under Yi Yu's control. No. It should be said that they were completely disconnected. Yi Yu felt that her brain area ability could not sense the existence of the 2 tornadoes at all. The next moment, with Yi Sha's roar, 2 tornadoes rushed towards the Millennium Zombie. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The Millennium Zombie got up from the ground, looked up at Yi Sha, and looked at the 2 tornadoes. A red light flashed in the eyes of the Millennium Zombie. The 2 tornadoes suddenly stopped. Brain power. Without Yi Yu's restraint, the Millennium Zombie used his brain power to forcibly resist the sweep of the 2 tornadoes. At the same time, Yi Sha felt a severe stinging pain in his head. The Millennium Zombie not only withstood the tornado, but also used his brain power to continuously impact Yi Sha's brain. Yi Sha raised his head, looking extremely painful, and kept roaring. But he did not relax because of this. He still used the power of the dragon roar to push the tornado madly. The next moment, Yi Sha's eyes turned blood red due to congestion, and blood flowed from both sides of his eyes. Yi Sha felt a sweetness in his throat, and then he spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. Crazy. Crazy. Wang Likuan fell to the ground holding Yi Yu, looking at the mountain forest collapsing bit by bit. This time it's really a matter of life and death. Boom! The next moment, a loud noise appeared, and the 2 tornadoes suddenly collapsed. The wind rolled and turned into a hurricane that pushed in all directions. Countless broken trees were swept into the air and then fell heavily. Wang Likuan quickly raised the tower shield to his head and hugged Yi Yu and huddled under the shield. At this moment, Yi Sha and the 1,000-year-old zombie were completely blown away by the wind and then buried by trees and mud. Chapter 649 The Last Laugh. I don't know how long it took. Wang Likuan slowly moved the tower shield away. The heavy clouds in the sky had dispersed, and the surroundings were in a mess. All the trees within a kilometer radius were broken, and the ground became bumpy, with towering rubble everywhere, as if it had been hit by a giant meteorite. Gulp! Wang Likuan swallowed his saliva. Is it over? Boom! As soon as Wang Likuan finished speaking, a loud noise sounded in the mud on the side, and the mud exploded. The clothes on his body were torn, and the white jade skin turned gray at this moment. The next moment, a broken tree suddenly flew out, and cut it in two. Die! Yi Sha was swept to a higher place by the wind, and at this moment, he jumped up and jumped down a collapsed mud slope. Bang! The man and the corpse collided into a ball, and then kept rolling until they hit a boulder, which shattered with a bang. Yi Sha felt a severe pain in his abdomen, and when he looked down, he saw that his nails were completely inserted into his lower abdomen, leaving a bloody hole in his lower abdomen. Yi Sha's face was ferocious, and he suddenly twisted his hands. You brought this upon yourself, Yi Sha said fiercely. Come. Die! Puff. 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 The remaining 3 arms were raised, and the nails flashed with a faint light. And then, they stabbed down fiercely, and 3 more blood holes appeared on Yi Sha's body. Feeling the severe pain, Yi Sha couldn't help but howl, and bumped his head upwards. A line of blood quickly flowed down from Yi Sha's forehead, dyeing his face red, making Yi Sha look even more ferocious, like an evil ghost. Go to the king of hell! Yi Sha growled and raised his hand to punch out. This time, crack! The sound of bone fractures suddenly appeared, and black blood continued to flow out. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward. At this time, a mysterious voice sounded, which made Yi Sha stunned. Yi Sha really didn't expect that. Then Yi Sha couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and the whole person went limp. Because, finally killed it. Yi Sha spread his hands and legs, spread them into a big letter, gasping for breath, and the dragon horns and dragon scales quickly turned into light and disappeared. It feels so good to be alive. After a while, Wang Likuan ran to Yi Sha with Yi Yu in his arms and patted Yi Sha's face. How are you? Are you okay? Yi Sha said helplessly. If you pat the key points again, something will happen. Wang Likuan quickly retracted his arm. Yi Sha reluctantly raised his head and looked at the bloody hole on his body. Although such injuries did not meet the resurrection standard for launching the 12 trials of the undead, they were also on the verge of death. Not much lighter than when he was in the Divine Mountain. However, Yi Sha didn't feel that bad. The edge of the wound was itchy, and such a blood hole should have been bleeding. But not much blood was flowing out at the moment. especially since Yisha hadn't injected any treatment drugs yet. Yisha quickly thought of the reason and upgraded his primary regeneration ability to the intermediate level. Obviously, all this was due to the intermediate regeneration ability, because the regeneration speed was accelerated, which naturally effectively curbed the injury. However, Yisha was still dying. The intermediate regeneration ability would not make a person's bones grow flesh. That level of regeneration ability is probably impossible even for the master level regeneration ability, unless it is a different species like the liquid monster. Wang Likuan got busy and first put Yiyu aside. Her problem was not serious, but her brain was overconsumed, and her brain ability could not be restored by any medicine. But she was not in danger of death. She just needed to rest. Therefore, Yisha looked obviously more miserable, and much more miserable. Wang Likuan naturally took care of Yisha first, took out the needle gun, loaded it with cell repair medicine and cell activation medicine, and injected Yisha. Enough. Yisha looked at Wang Likuan, who had injected him 2 rounds and wanted to inject a 3rd round. Helplessly, if you inject too much of this thing, you will die. Oh! Wang Likuan quickly put down the needle gun. What should we do now? Yisha, you are not injured. Are you? Wang Likuan nodded and smiled. They are all hard injuries. It hurts only for a while. Not as much as you two. Yisha, then take us down the mountain. Find a car. And go back to the Doomsday train. As long as someone tells Wang Likuan what to do. Wang Likuan's ability is not a problem. He immediately took out gauze and bandaged Yisha briefly, then carried Yisha on his back, and then held Yiyu in both hands and started to go down the mountain. Yisha, just hand me over to the arbitrator. Wang Likuan glanced at the arbitrator. Let me do it. He is armed like an arsenal. You won't feel uncomfortable lying on him. Besides, it's not good to get hurt. Don't worry. I can carry you. As Wang Likuan spoke, he stepped on the muddy soil and started to go down the mountain. Yisha nodded. I'll sleep for a while. Perhaps because of excessive blood loss. Yisha felt tired. His eyelids fought wildly, and he couldn't open them at all. Finally, he fell into a deep sleep. Intermediate regeneration ability is still very useful. Yisha's self-healing ability is obviously much stronger. The most important thing is that Yisha is lucky. Although a blood hole was opened on Yisha's body, neither the bones nor the internal organs were injured. Such injuries are the easiest to be healed by regeneration ability. When Yisha opened his eyes, he obviously felt that the injury was much better. Looking around, Yisha found that he should be in the back seat of a car. There were some things on the side to prevent himself from falling down. The seatbelt was also removed to stabilize Yisha's body. Yisha sat up reluctantly. Where is this? Ring Expressway. Yiyu's voice came faintly. It will take about half an hour to enter the city, and we can return to the Doomsday train tonight. While Yiyu was speaking, he half-sticked his head out of the passenger seat and looked back, although his face was pale and bloodless, and even his lips had turned gray. He was at least no longer unconscious, proving that Yiyu had recovered. Chapter 650. I have no money. Yisha barely managed to stand up and breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Likuan drove the car into the city. There were zombies in the city, but not many. After all, the Doomsday train had been to the mountain city before, and many zombies in this city had been hunted down. Wang Likuan simply rushed all the way, and those ordinary zombies flew away after being hit. He did not encounter any powerful mutant zombies, but they returned to the Doomsday train smoothly. Pharmacy. Yiyu shouted as soon as she entered the dining car, "Give me the healing potion." The lady boss smiled as usual, and then placed 3 bottles of healing potions on the table. Lady boss, thank you for your hard work. You are out on vacation. Did you get anything? Yiyu shook her head. I don't have anything to sell. I use it for myself. Lady boss nodded, not caring. Yisha hesitated for a moment. Then, I don't have anything to sell, but I have some questions. Lady boss, tell me about it. What Yisha was puzzled about was the dragon transformation ability. Why can the effect be improved in the wind and rain? Is it only for Yiyu's ability? Or can it be improved as long as it is windy and rainy? Yisha felt that he had to figure this out, which would be a great help to improve his combat power. The lady boss thought for a while. Has your dragon transformation ability been improved? Or has it mutated? Yisha was stunned. Then, yes. If the ability of fantasy enhancement does not count, then this should be attributed to the white dragon. Bathing in dragon blood has improved the dragon transformation ability. But as for mutation, it seems that there is no such thing. The lady boss nodded. That's not strange. Yisha showed a puzzled look. The boss lady, dragonization is a combination of the genetic ability of the race and the ability of cell reconstruction. It is not a pure fantasy ability. Or it should be said that in order to achieve the fantasy effect, your gene sequence will be changed first, and the cells will be regenerated, although it is only temporary. At that moment, your race is indeed not human, but the genetic sequence of the dragon race. Yisha nodded and made a gesture to continue. The boss lady, so, if you have gene mutations or new cell reconstruction in the dragon state, it can indeed produce some unknown special effects, which are very random, and appear randomly according to the situation of gene mutation. Because of uncertainty, you can only explore it yourself. Yisha, that means that the current dragon transformation ability can be improved as long as you fight in the wind and rain? The lady boss nodded. That's probably the case. But the effect may be determined by the size of the wind and rain. Or it may be necessary to reach a certain level of wind and rain to trigger the effect. For example, it must be a rainstorm. Yisha nodded. I understand. And please refine it. As Yisha spoke, he took out 2 tubes of zombie blood and placed them on the bar. The boss lady's eyes lit up. Do you want to sell this bottle? The bottle the boss lady was holding was naturally the black blood of the zombie king. Yisha shook his head. I need to know first what the effect of the extracted virus is. The boss lady continued to tempt. I can offer 70 gold skull coins. Yisha smiled. This is the price of the items in the treasure list. Yisha's words were just a joke, because he knew that the blood provided by the zombie king to exchange for the zombie virus must be the value of the items in the treasure list, because it was already marked with the word only. The number of zombies is definitely not as large as that of zombies. After all, the legend of zombies is only circulated in the Chinese region and is limited to certain regions. The zombie king is of course even rarer. Moreover, even if a second one can be found, can it mutate? Is the direction of mutation the same? These are all uncertain things. So the naturally synthesized zombie virus of this zombie king is probably unique. The proprietress said nothing more, but left with 2 tubes of blood. After a while, she placed the 2 viruses on the bar. There is nothing much to say about the zombie virus. It is a new type of virus produced by zombies, and it mainly strengthens physical fitness. Yisha also guessed this point. After all, compared with ordinary zombies, the physical fitness of zombies is indeed abnormal. The physical fitness of ordinary zombies is 3 or 4 times stronger than that of zombies. Therefore, the effect of the zombie virus is to strengthen physical fitness, and it is greatly strengthened, and there is a small probability of obtaining primary regeneration ability. But the disadvantage is also obvious. Injecting the zombie virus will greatly reduce agility and mental attributes, weakening agility. Yisha understands. It fits the characteristics of zombies. What does weakening spirit mean? The zombie king obviously has all the brain abilities, which means that the spirit strength is very strong. However, it is written like this, and it is useless for Yisha to worry about it. Anyway, Yisha will not inject it. His speed is very good, because he has the ability of the Son of Wind. He will definitely not weaken agility. It doesn't matter about the spirit. Anyway, Yisha is not a superhuman. As for the natural synthetic zombie virus from the Zombie King, this thing is powerful, and it deserves to be included in the treasure list. First of all, there is the effect of zombie virus. All natural synthetic zombie viruses have it. In addition, after using natural synthetic zombie virus, it will inevitably activate cells, produce a physical ability, and produce body mutation to a certain extent. Finally, it will produce pressure on all zombies. The weakening strength varies according to the level of the target zombie. This is a good thing, but Yisha is entangled again. Agility and mental attributes must be weakened. Sell it. Yisha is unwilling. The purchase price is 70 gold skull coins, which means that the value itself must be more than that. The items in the treasure list will not be as black as ordinary items when they are purchased. Usually only 1/4 of the price. After all, unique things are too rare. However, the price of this naturally synthesized zombie virus is at least 120 gold skull coins, or even 140 gold skull coins, which means that the purchase price accounts for at most half. Yisha kept scratching his head. If he sold it, his destroyer would be settled. But if he didn't sell it, he seemed to get more. That? Wang Likuan suddenly said embarrassedly. Can you sell it to me? Yisha glanced at Wang Likuan from the side. Do you want it? Wang Likuan nodded. Yes. I don't run fast. And I'm not a superhuman. Yisha suddenly realized that after thinking carefully, this zombie virus is really suitable for Wang Likuan. This guy is good at defense. His agility and spirit values are originally low, and they are not important to him. As for meat shields, they have always been on the front line. Who has ever seen meat shields running around the world? Moreover, the injection of natural synthetic zombie virus also increases strength, which can also improve Wang Likuan's weak attack. However, Wang Likuan immediately hesitated, but I don't have money. Chapter 651 Next stop. Yisha almost wanted to curse, but he held it back. Wang Likuan waved his hand. Of course there is still a little bit, but not that much. Yisha thought for a while. It was agreed that the things in the cave would be divided into one for each person, and the zombie virus was obtained by killing zombies. We didn't agree in advance on how to divide it. Logically, you should also have a share. So tell me what you think. Wang Likuan was at a loss as to what to do. It was obvious that he really wanted the naturally synthesized zombie virus. For Yisha, this thing had both advantages and disadvantages. Anyway, Yisha would probably not inject it, but it was really useful to Wang Likuan. Wang Likuan, I only have 60 gold skull coins, which is all my wealth. However, I can also give you a dog, which is an alien creature. Yisha became interested. Dog? What kind of dog? Wang Likuan was embarrassed. I don't have one yet. Yisha was puzzled. Huh? Wang Likuan explained. I found a seriously injured and unconscious dog, not a zombie dog, and brought it back to the Doomsday train. It is said to be an alien creature produced by the hybridization of ancient species. By the way, the boss lady can testify. The lady boss smiled. It is true, but it is not a dog. It is a small ancient cat. Wang Likuan muttered. It does look like a dog. Yisha knew that the small ancient cat, the correct name is the ancient cat beast, or the fine-toothed beast, is a mammal 50 million years ago. Naturally it has long been extinct. Its body shape is a combination of canines and cats, and it is considered to be the ancestor of canines and cats. So, it is not wrong to say that it looks like a dog. Dogs are canines, and small ancient cats can be regarded as the ancestors of dogs. Yisha, isn't that an ancient species? Why is it an alien species? The boss lady, that little ancient cat has the blood of other ancient species, and has undergone some mutations. As for why it can't be given to you now, it's because the little ancient cat is seriously injured and is currently recovering in the sterile room. Wang Likuan nodded. That's it. The boss lady, an additional reminder. In terms of value, the little ancient cat is enough to directly exchange for the natural synthetic zombie virus. In fact, its value is even higher than the natural synthetic zombie virus. However, the little ancient cat is young. From the perspective of practical value, even if it recovers, it will take a certain amount of time to raise it before it can have combat power. The value issue is to remind Wang Likuan, while the practical value is to remind Yisha that from different perspectives, one party is losing money in this deal. I don't care. I don't have any use for that thing anyway. Wang Likuan looked at Yisha. Aren't you raising these anyway? Corpse flowers, liquid monsters, arbitrators, and now there are steel armor evil centipedes. If Yisha's own strength is not weak, he can easily be mistaken for a puppeteer. Yiyu interrupted. According to what you said just now, I still have a share of the zombie virus. So let's give him my share. Yisha thought for a moment, and pushed both the zombie virus and the natural synthetic zombie virus in front of Wang Likuan. In that case, I'll give them to you. You can inject them repeatedly. Wang Likuan immediately showed excitement. Thank you. Thank you. While Wang Likuan was talking, he put a bag of gold skull coins on the table. And then he remembered something and took out a bronze oil lamp from his backpack. This is also yours. I picked it up. Yisha, give it to you. I don't need it. And besides, I got the advantage in this deal. Wang Likuan wanted to say something, but Yiyu interrupted. Take it if you want it. Give it to me if you don't want it. Wang Likuan scratched his head, then said to the lady boss, Lady boss? If that dog? Oh, no. It's the little cat. Just tell him directly. The lady boss smiled and nodded. Yiyu waved her hand. Then let's go. I'm so tired. I need to take a rest. Yi Yu ran away. And Yisha asked the lady boss, how long will it take to reach the next stop? The boss lady, 7 days. Strictly speaking, 6 days and 18 hours. Yisha was stunned. Is the time for this stop so tight? The boss lady smiled and nodded again. Yisha thought about it. The time was too short. It seemed not suitable to go to the Dareen Desert again. Strictly speaking, even if he went, he probably wouldn't gain anything. And it would probably be impossible to find a capsule machine. Boss lady, do you want to go back and rest too? Yisha, the time is too short. There is nowhere to go. The boss lady, then get ready. There will be a task assigned by the conductor at the next stop. Of course, you can send someone else to do it for you, since you are the chief purser anyway. Yisha rolled his eyes immediately. Was he mocking himself? Or was he mocking himself? He was the chief purser. But he was just a figurehead. If it wasn't for the huge task, Yisha would really like to send someone else. But did he have anyone to send? The boss lady immediately chuckled. In that case, wait for the attendant to be assigned to you. Of course, it is limited to the task at the next stop. Yisha, since you want me to prepare in advance, you have to tell me the content of the task in advance. Right? The boss lady, the details depend on the train conductor's opinion. It has not been decided yet. However, it is not something that cannot be discussed. It is just to find someone. Yisha, find someone. Yisha is not unfamiliar with finding someone. He has done it many times. Anyway, if he can find someone, he will find him. If he can't find someone, he will kidnap him. Anyway, as long as he brings the person back to the Doomsday train, it is done. Other things have nothing to do with Yisha. The lady boss suddenly laughed. I'm afraid this person is not that easy to find. Even if you are alone, you are still the chief train attendant. Why do you need to take action for ordinary things? Yisha thought for a while. Comp? The lady boss, don't guess blindly. Wait for the conductor to make a decision. You will know it at the next stop. Yisha nodded. Okay. Then help me upgrade the destroyer first. The lady boss nodded. Wait a minute. Half an hour. Yisha did not leave the dining car, but called the waiter directly, ordered some food, and waited patiently. About half an hour later, the proprietress put the destroyer on the table. The destroyer's appearance did not change much, but the color changed. The destroyer was now azure blue, covered with a very light streamer. Moreover, the destroyer's gloves, which originally had only one, now had two, one for each hand. Yisha was somewhat impatient. This was a thing worth 325 gold skull coins, and it was also a high-end item in the treasure list. Chapter 652 Your Bed. Destroyer, basic form. After wearing the destroyer, the effects of all abilities are increased by 5%, and the interval between the use of all abilities is shortened by 10%. Destroyer, railgun form. It can launch special pulse bombs within a range of 200 meters. The number of pulse bombs loaded each time is 50, 25 in each hand, and multiple pulse bombs can be stacked within a diameter of 1 meter to increase the explosive power. Positioning demolition. Designate a location for guidance, and let up to 6 pulse bombs overlap in one area for detonation. Destroyer, gun form. 150 rounds of ammunition capacity. Requires special machine gun bullets. 15% chance to trigger penetration effect. Can be switched to sniper rifle form. 10 rounds of ammunition capacity. Requires special sniper bullets. Maximum range 2,500 meters. Bullet power increased by 150%. 100% triggering tearing effect. Weakening the target's defense equipment, defensibility, and defense skills by 50%. Dimension gate. Fires special bullets to create a dimensional gate at the target point. Bullets can travel between dimensional gates and shoot. The dimensional gate lasts for 15 minutes, and the use interval is 120 minutes. Destroyer, melee form. It can strengthen the arm of the equipment by 35, and use electromagnetic propulsion to increase the punching speed and power by 15%. When using the destroyer for defense, the strength of the destroyer is increased by 100%. Superpower punch. Use hydraulic and electromagnetic dual propulsion to blast out a powerful punch. The power depends on the user's own punching power. It can enter the destruction mode and be used against non-biological targets. It can cause extremely large-scale damage. After each use, it needs to be charged for 15 minutes. Yisha looked at the effect of the destroyer after entering the ultimate state, blinked his eyes, and finally felt extremely satisfied this time. To be honest, at first glance, the destroyer still didn't have anything that was eye-catching, and it didn't have the earth-shattering effect of the Tragedy King or the Demon Sword. But the characteristics of the destroyer mean that the destroyer can't be the bottom of the box. The destroyer is a conventional weapon that can greatly improve conventional combat power. Admittedly, there are no very scary things, but after entering the ultimate form, there are 3 more skills, and the restrictions on use are also very small. This is the characteristic of the destroyer. In fact, just the 5% increase in the effects of all abilities, and the 10% reduction in the intervals between the use of all abilities are worth the money. Although the increase is not large, the more abilities Yisha possesses, the stronger the abilities he possesses, the better the effect. As for the remaining 3 forms, while the attributes have been strengthened, each form has an exclusive skill. Among them, the superpowered Heavy Punch has also been strengthened because the destroyer originally had a Heavy Punch skill. Secondly, the gun form. The increase in bullet capacity is not very useful, but it adds a sniper rifle gun form, which has a good range and power. And the melee form adds a stronger defense state to prevent the destruction of the world destroyer. Anyway, Yisha felt that the money was well spent, especially after the world destroyer was strengthened and upgraded to the ultimate form. The level that Yisha had not moved for a long time finally moved a little bit and reached the King 2-star. If the Platinum level is the first threshold for level upgrade, the King level is the second threshold for level upgrade. After entering the King level, the evaluation of strength will become extremely high, and each star upgrade will be extremely difficult. Of course, every star upgrade also means a significant increase in strength. After wearing the destroyer on his hand with satisfaction, Yisha stood up and said, "I'll take my leave first." The lady boss smiled and watched Yisha leave. The sarcophagus had already been vomited out by the corpse flower. He dragged it all the way back to his personal carriage and sent it into the workshop. Yisha opened it directly. This thing is different from Noah's steel and the stone ball. Even if he got those 2 things, Yisha didn't know what they were for, and he didn't even know how to study them. But the sarcophagus is similar to the ancient stone box and can be opened. Yisha thinks this may be a breakthrough point. However, after Yisha pushed the stone cover open, the sarcophagus did not react at all. Yisha couldn't help but hold his chin. Maybe some way to touch the power of ancient civilization is needed. In Yisha's opinion, the zombies came back to life because of the zombie virus. But what about the cave? The layout in the cave is obviously used to suppress zombies. Before the end of the world, there was no zombie virus. Zombies were just legends and non-existent things. In this case, why suppress them? Yisha felt that it must be related to the sarcophagus. Just like the stone bead, which could actually create a white dragon and was worshipped as a divine object by the ancient emperor. To put it bluntly, what the emperor saw was just an illusion. But in ancient times it was a miracle. Yisha guessed whether this sarcophagus also had similar magical abilities, such as creating a zombie king? The skin of the zombie king itself was as white as jade, which was strange enough. The information Yisha got also had records about the zombie king, but it never said that the zombie king would become like a human. Why was the one in the sarcophagus different? Why did it mutate? But the question is how to trigger the magical power of this sarcophagus? Or, if there is a power like the stone ball and the stone box of ancient civilization, how to use it? Yisha pondered for a long time. And suddenly, he jumped directly into the coffin. Since it is a coffin, it is naturally used to hold people, although it is dead. Yisha thought, this may be an idea. And the moment Yisha lay in the coffin, the sarcophagus was like fully automatic, and the stone coffin lid closed all of a sudden. Yisha's eyes were suddenly dark, which frightened him. He quickly reached out to push the coffin lid. Then, there was a sound of stone friction, and the coffin lid opened directly again. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief and sat up from the sarcophagus. At that moment, Yisha thought he would be trapped to death in the sarcophagus. Is this also a magical ability? Yisha murmured, fully automatic coffin? Yisha felt that if this thing really had only this ability, he would definitely smash it to pieces. After fighting to death and returning from serious injuries, he made a fully automatic coffin? He couldn't even cry. However, Yisha thought that the lid of the coffin could close by itself. It seemed that this sarcophagus was only useful if he lay inside it. Did he have to sleep in it as a bed every day just to think about it? Wouldn't that be a vampire? Besides, the coffin was for the dead after all. I didn't know if it would be useful if I lay inside it as a living person. Should I find a zombie to put inside it? Yisha was not afraid. It was easy to catch a zombie. The question was whether he could take it on the Doomsday train? However, Yisha suddenly had an idea and pointed at the arbitrator. This will be your bed from now on. Chapter 653 M78 Nebula ends the Doomsday. Is the arbiter considered a corpse? Anyway, it was definitely considered a corpse in the past. But Yisha is not sure whether it is considered a corpse now. After all, the arbiter has evolved into a different species. However, even if the arbiter evolves into a different species, it should be more like a zombie. After all, the arbiter was originally a mutant zombie body combined with mechanical transformation. And it is definitely a dead thing. Later, it evolved into a different species through the zombie virus. However, the arbitrator's body was originally auxiliary, and the mechanical operation was the main core. Now the mechanical part has become auxiliary, and the body part has become the core. The arbitrator didn't say much nonsense. Although the arbitrator has become smarter recently, and it seems that his thinking and IQ have grown, he is still quite dull. He just lies in the stone coffin according to what Yisha says. As soon as the arbitrator lay in the stone coffin, the cover of the stone coffin was immediately closed. Yisha thought that nothing should happen to the arbitrator if he just slept inside. No matter what. Let the arbitrator sleep for a while, and see if there is any change in the arbitrator. If there is no change, then think about it. If there is a change, it would be the best. In the following days, Yisha finally ushered in a real vacation period. No need to worry. No need to hold the knife when sleeping. Completely relax the nerves. This is considered a rest. Such days can obviously only be enjoyed on the Doomsday train. But unfortunately they are still short. And 7 days passed in a flash. The Doomsday train is about to start again, which means that it will arrive at the next stop. The Doomsday train will arrive at the Western Highway in 5 hours. Release Mission 1. Find the surviving human camp of Mackenzie and get the Y-type zombie specimen. Release Mission 2. Kill 2 ancient species. Release Mission 3. Kill the armed team of Comp Corporation, who also wants to get the Y-type zombie specimen. You must kill at least 5 members of the Comp Corporation armed team to return to the Doomsday train. Complete 2 of the 3 tasks, and you will receive a special reward. Complete 3 of the 3 tasks, and you will receive a special reward and 8 random items. Team Attendant Task 1. Find the virus source that produces Y-type zombies, and bring it back to the Doomsday train. Team Attendant Task 2. Find the cause of the mutation of the virus source, and record the data. The carriages entering the Western Highway this time are Carriage Number 9, Death Carriage Number 5, Carriage Number 166, and Death Carriage Number 8. A mysterious voice sounded, announcing the next stop of the Doomsday train. At the same time, the proprietress also found Yisha at this time. She did not go to the dining car, but came directly to Yisha's personal compartment, with Niepa behind her. Proprietor's wife, let me introduce. No need. Yisha smiled, we know each other. Niepa nodded. Proprietor's wife also smiled, that saves trouble. No need to introduce. He will carry out the additional mission issued by the train conductor with you. And as the chief purser, you will naturally be in charge of the command. Yisha, it's just 2 people. Why talk about command or not? Let's talk about the mission first. The lady boss nodded, but did not speak. Instead, she took out a tablet, called up a video, and put it directly in front of Yisha and Niepa. The video was not very clear. It was a picture taken by a supermarket surveillance camera. A little boy, about 3 or 4 years old, was shopping with his mother, staggering away slowly. But at this moment, a cart full of things suddenly slid over from the side aisle, and was about to hit the little boy. A black shadow suddenly passed by and pushed the cart aside. The boy's mother heard the sound and ran over shouting. Niepa wanted to speak, but was stopped by the proprietress, who motioned him to continue watching. This time, the video's screen turned into a crossroads on the highway. Late at night, there were almost no vehicles at the intersection, and a man in a black sweater was walking on the street. In front of the intersection, a truck suddenly rushed out, and on the side of the intersection, a tricycle also happened to appear at this time, and the truck was about to hit the tricycle. Suddenly, the screen shook, and the tricycle suddenly disappeared, directly jumped over the truck, and appeared on the other side of the intersection. The man in the black sweater was still standing next to the tricycle. And then the man left quickly without stopping and disappeared. The owner of the tricycle seemed frightened and kept checking the surroundings of the tricycle. The truck driver also got off the car in shock. The two seemed to exchange some words and then left. The proprietress stopped the two people who wanted to ask questions and continued, "There is one last part. Please be patient." The third short video seemed to be in the parking lot. A black shadow suddenly passed through the surveillance screen. And then the alarms of a row of cars rang frantically. So far, the video has completely ended. Yisha was puzzled. What does this video mean? The lady boss, strictly speaking, it is 3 videos, all of which were shot before the end of the world. Yisha and Yepa were stunned for a moment. And then Yepa said, "Are you kidding?" Yisha and Yepa were not surprised at all by everything in the video, because they could easily do such a thing. So what was there to be surprised about? However, the video was from before the end of the world, which was another matter. At that time, everyone was just an ordinary person. The things in the video were miracles to them. Yepa, special effects? The lady boss smiled and took out a cigarette and lit it. Unfortunately, the 3 videos were all taken from surveillance cameras. After several verifications, there is no sign of editing. Yisha was not sure. Isn't this unlikely? The lady boss smiled. In fact, I think you shouldn't be so curious. There are so many things in the world. Let me ask you. Before the end of the world, were there few things that could not be explained? Yisha was stunned for a moment. This is really hard to answer. Crop circles, ball lightning, earthquake lights, spontaneous human combustion, Pisces jade pendant, Bermuda Triangle, not to mention after the end of the world. Even before the end of the world, there are countless phenomena and events in this world that cannot be explained by science. Of course, many of them are believed to be man-made. But there are also many unsolvable situations that have never been answered, but still exist. The boss lady pointed to the screen. So, this really doesn't need to be too surprising. Yisha, are you trying to tell us that superpowers really exist? Yepa still looked disdainful. Why don't you say that Iron Man and Superman still exist? Or contact the cosmic people in the M78 Nebula and ask them when they will come to Earth to end this damn end of the world. Chapter 654 Talking about a deal. The boss lady ignored Yepa's teasing and continued, "Do you know about deformed babies?" Yisha nodded. Boss lady, deformed babies are caused by abnormal or damaged genetic genes in the patient's individual. Some parts of the organism develop abnormally, resulting in a hyperplastic shape different from the normal shape. Yisha and Yepa nodded in confusion. Boss lady, this can actually be understood as a genetic mutation. But this mutation is incomplete and weakened. It cannot make people strong, but can only cause tragedy. So, what about the other way around? The lady boss said as she put out her cigarette. Lady boss, what if the genes are not damaged or defective, but are stronger than normal and the gene arrangement is more complex? Yisha and Yepa were thinking about it. This question is really hard to answer. The human body has 2 mysterious areas. The first is the brain area, and the second is the gene. These 2 directions have been studied along with the development of human science and technology civilization. There are some results, but they are far from being thoroughly studied. No one dares to say that they fully understand and can answer all the questions in these 2 directions. For example, some people agree with the development of brain capabilities, while others disagree. However, those who agree can only make assumptions, and those who disagree also make assumptions. They have been trying to prove it. But until the end of the world, no one can give a 100% complete explanation with direct evidence. Gene research has also always existed, such as cloning. Of course, it has been banned by most countries before the end of the world. On the one hand, it is inhumane, and on the other hand, it is due to fear of technology. Some people believe that cloning technology will bring disaster, but it is undeniable that before the ban, cloning technology had reached a certain level, and some imperfect animal clones existed. But can a person really be cloned? Can a flawless, completely identical person be cloned? No one knows. And genetic research is as mysterious as the brain. The lady boss continued, I can tell you with certainty that a simple life requires at least 265 to 350 genes. If there are really people whose genes can far exceed the number of normal people, such humans are indeed likely to appear. The lady boss lit another cigarette. This is a rare individual human evolution. Like superhuman existence, it existed before the end of the world. But the number was very small. Just like deformed babies are not common. Even so, it is easier to be imperfect than perfect. So this kind of people are even fewer and rarer. But not non-existent. Okay. Even if there are. Yisha thought about it, and didn't intend to dwell on it. He smiled and said, anyway. The surviving humans on the Doomsday train can all be considered superpowers. What's the big deal? Now is not before the end of the world. Yisha nodded at the table, licked the corner of his mouth, and revealed a fierce look. This is the end of the world. This is the Doomsday train. This is the battlefield of life and death. Nyapa, so. Be direct and talk about the mission. The lady boss smiled. The man in the video is called Mackenzie Dolan. Your mission is to find him and bring him back. Yisha, in fact. It is enough to just talk about the mission. We don't care what kind of guy the other party is. Anyway, he will definitely come to the Doomsday train. Lady boss, a friendly reminder. This mission is not that easy. Dolan built new rules and social order. He is now the master of the Iron Fortress. Yisha was puzzled. Huh? Lady boss, after the end of the world, all the rules of the world are overturned. The end of the world is coming, which can also be said to be the beginning of a new era. Resources, civilization, and force have become the reliance of human survival and the foundation for rebuilding civilization. Yisha thought for a while. To put it bluntly, he built a human camp for survivors? The lady boss smiled and shook her head. It's not that simple. Most of the survivors' human camps are just a group of people who are lucky enough to be alive gathered together to keep each other warm and survive. The Iron Fortress is another matter. Yisha, for example? Lady boss, for example. Dolan has formulated new social rules. Although civilization has been destroyed and needs to be reshaped, the Iron Fortress already has a new civilization. The people there are no longer just surviving, but rebuilding society. Although it is still limited to the Iron Fortress. You will know the details when you go there. Nyapa, I don't quite understand. But it sounds like a good thing. And that guy seems to have done something extraordinary. The boss lady, this is normal. When the end of the world comes, people like Dolan have a high starting point. He can do too many things that ordinary people can't do. Naturally, he is more courageous than ordinary people. I admire him. But this has nothing to do with us. Yisha concluded, as long as the conductor needs him. He must come to the Doomsday train. If he resists, he is the enemy. It doesn't matter whether he is a good person, a bad person, or a great person. After saying that, Yisha stood up. Yisha raised his head. We won't give him a chance to choose, because he has no right to choose. The lady boss smiled. I think the train conductor will like you to help him. This is the map from the Western Highway to the Steel Fortress. The platform mission and the crew mission this time have nothing to do with you. You just need to bring Dolan back. Nyapa, if you pay, you will get a reward. The lady boss spread her hands. The train conductor didn't say it, but you should believe that the train conductor will not let you work for nothing. Yisha spread his hands. Okay. In this regard, both the conductor and the Doomsday train are trustworthy. This was Yisha's test, deliberately separating the conductor from the Doomsday train. But the proprietress seemed to have not understood at all, and stood up directly. I wish you all a successful mission. I will go back to the dining car first. Watching the proprietress leave, Yisha smiled and looked at Nyapa. Are we going to cooperate again? Nyapa, just cooperation. Don't think of me. I will not be your crew member. I didn't mean that. Yisha spread his hands. By the way, how about we discuss a deal? Nyapa was puzzled. Yisha, I want to customize a set of firearms that you made. Yisha wanted to change the equipment of the arbitrator. He already had a good sniper rifle. And now seeing Nyapa, Yisha suddenly had an idea. Instead of buying it from the dining car, why not let Nyapa make it? The two sets of firearms made by Nyapa, Eagle Strike the Sky and Tiger Roaring in the Forest, are both top-notch firearms. According to Yisha's memory in his previous life, Nyapa should have another set of firearms called Wolf Travels the World. It's just not clear whether Nyapa didn't use it last time, or Wolf Travels the World is still being made in this life. Chapter 655 Western Highway. In general, the quality of the firearms made by Nyapa is guaranteed, and they are directly in sets. So Yisha does not need to spend time to choose from the dining car. If Yisha wants to arm the arbitrator, it is obviously a good idea to let Nyapa make a set of firearms for the arbitrator. Oh! Nyapa raised his eyebrows. What price do you plan to pay? Yi Sha, you name the price. Nyapa, tell me your requirements first. Yi Sha thought for a while. Except for the sniper rifle. The specific equipment is up to you. I will not interfere. Just like the firearms you use. A set of 4 pieces will do. Nyapa, there is one thing I must make clear in advance. The bullets used in my homemade guns cannot be purchased on the dining car. Which means that you must come to me to buy bullets in the future. Yi Sha nodded. Okay. Nyapa smiled. Aren't you afraid that I will use this to raise the price? Yi Sha took a breath. My principle in life is that if you don't provoke me, we will live in peace. If you provoke me, I will kill you. Nyapa, are you threatening me? Yi Sha, no. I'm just telling you that I'm strong. If you're a smart person, you should know that it's wrong to make me your enemy. Nyapa thought for a while. The production cost will increase by 20%. Yi Sha nodded. No problem. I'll pay you the labor cost. Nyapa pondered for a while. Then, the cost of making a set of firearms is 350 gold skull coins. Yi Sha bowed his head and pondered. This price is actually quite fair. According to Yi Sha's memory of his previous life, none of the 3 sets of firearms made by Nyapa cost less than 200 gold skull coins. However, this price is the price of the dining car purchase. That is to say, the value of these 3 sets of firearms is definitely more than 200 gold skull coins. And it should be able to reach 300 gold skull coins. Or even 400 gold skull coins. After all, the complete sets of firearms made by Nyapa are eligible to enter the treasure list. And although the purchase of items in the treasure list is not so shady, most of them are purchased at half price. And a few can increase by 20% at most. So, the problem is, Yi Sha wants someone to make a set of firearms. He can't buy it at the purchase price of the dining car. Otherwise, why would Nyapa sell it to Yi Sha? Wouldn't it be better to sell it directly to the dining car? Secondly, this is a custom made, which is different from going to the dining car to choose. Although Yi Sha's requirements are not high, the labor cost must be added. After deducting the material cost, the price of 350 gold skulls is not cheap. Nyapa should make a lot. But it is not expensive. Yi Sha thought for a while. Okay. My requirement is that it can't be worse than the 2 sets of firearms you use. In addition, how long will it take to get the goods? Nyapa, I can guarantee that at worst it will be of the same level as Eagle Strike the Sky and Tiger Roar in the forest. But it's hard to say how long it will take to make it. It depends on the material collection. Moreover, to make a set of firearms of this level, some very rare materials are needed. And there is a possibility of failure. Yi Sha nodded. Anyway, I don't have that many gold skull coins. I need to find an opportunity to slowly accumulate them. I can wait. Nyapa nodded to indicate that it was okay. And the deal was considered a verbal agreement. 5 hours is not a long time. The 2 of them gathered their strength until the Doomsday train slowed down and slowly entered the platform. The 2 did not rush to leave, but waited until the others had almost gotten off the train before leaving the Doomsday train and walking out of the platform. The Western Highway, as the name suggests. When Yi Sha and Nyapa left the Doomsday train platform, they saw a winding road with no end in sight. Both sides of the road are desolate. Looking towards the horizon, you can see rocky mountains, some cacti and weeds. This place can't be considered a desert, but it's like the place where cowboys gallop in Western movies. It's not uninhabited, but it's also quite desolate and sparsely populated. Along with the extension of the highway, there are some towns and ranches. Of course, it's completely desolate now. This kind of place is extremely in need of care. After the end of the world, it will soon become deserted. Nyapa took out the map and looked at it, then spread his hands. I have no idea where the Steel City is. Yi Sha nodded. He didn't know where the Doomsday train platform led to, nor where people would be left. If it was in the city, it wouldn't be a big problem. However, places like this are more troublesome. There are no obvious signs to help them confirm their location. Therefore, the only thing they can do is to move forward and find some obvious signs until they confirm their location. Yi Sha, but at least we should confirm the direction. Nyapa, it's not a big problem. We can go forward or backward. Both are fine. There are road signs on the road. With road signs, we can confirm the approximate direction and route. Yi Sha stopped talking nonsense. Nyapa was also experienced. These basic knowledge needed to survive in the end times, and complete tasks were as smooth as Yi Sha. The 2 walked along the road and did not see other surviving humans. It was probably because their mission this time had nothing to do with the platform mission. So Yi Sha and Niepa strayed from each other. About half an hour later, Niepa pointed to a blue road sign. The road ahead leads to Xiong Town. Well, according to the map, this direction leads to the Steel Fortress. Our direction is correct. But as for the current specific location, it is hard to say. Yi Sha, that's easy. We can go directly to Xiong Town pointed by the road sign. Is the location of Xiong Town marked on the map? Niepa nodded. There are signs. Once we get there, we can determine the distance and direction to the Steel Fortress. So let's keep going. With a clear goal, the two of them sped up again. Fortunately, they found an abandoned gas station after only a quarter of an hour. There was a pickup truck and several motorcycles parked in the gas station. Yi Sha, I'll check the gas station. And you check the car. Niepa, no problem. This gas station is quite large. In addition to the supermarket, there is also a rest stop where drivers can eat and rest. However, after entering the supermarket, Yi Sha couldn't help but frown. Because the things here were emptied. Yi Sha had enough food and didn't care about the things in the supermarket. But the absence of things in the supermarket meant that someone had been here and emptied the things here. At this time, Niepa shouted at the door, the pickup truck is scrapped. And the motorcycle doesn't seem to be damaged. But the fuel tank is empty. Chapter 656 broadcast. Yi Sha walked out of the supermarket. The supermarket was emptied. Niepa nodded, not seeming surprised, and said directly, don't forget the mission on the Western Highway, which is aimed at the survivors' human camp. There should be a lot of living humans here, so it's not surprising that it was emptied. Yi Sha nodded. Food is not a problem, but oil is more troublesome. Don't worry. Niepa, I have it. Oh! Yi Sha, prepared in advance? Of course. Niepa, gasoline is also a precious resource and can be easily taken away by others. On the contrary, cars are easy to find. So it is always a good idea to buy 2 barrels of gasoline on the Doomsday train to be prepared. Yi Sha nodded. Using transportation can be much more convenient. The two walked back to the house together. Niepa filled the 2 motorcycles with gas. After trying them, they were still rideable. Let's go! Yi Sha, if we arrive in Bear Town, how far is it from the Steel Fortress? Niepa, 15 kilometers. It's definitely too late today. Let's try to reach Xiong Town before nightfall. At least we don't have to sleep outdoors. Yi Sha naturally had no objection. After waving his hand, he started the motorcycle and drove onto the road. The Western Highway was originally sparsely populated, although it was not deserted. It could be called desolate. The main source of income here was animal husbandry, and there were fast food restaurants that catered to passing truck drivers. So, apart from occasionally seeing some zombies wandering on both sides of the road and some dried bones of cattle and sheep from time to time, I didn't see anything else along the way. Around dusk, a small town appeared in front of the 2 people. There was a huge arched sign with English words, Welcome to Milala Town. Milala Town is Bear Town. This town is a relatively important highway transit station. The largest fast food restaurant and hotel in the town are integrated. The sign is a little bear wearing cowboy clothes. So everyone calls this place Bear Town. Niepa took out his gun. You left and I right? Yi Sha nodded. It was a typical Western-style town. The houses on both sides extended forward side by side, with a walkway in the middle. After Yi Sha asked the arbitrator to wait on the street, he and Niepa entered the house on the left and right. As soon as Yi Sha opened the door, he heard a low roar. A zombie in denim clothes suddenly jumped out from behind the door and bared its teeth and claws at Yi Sha. Yi Sha was not surprised. He had been in the apocalypse for a long time and was used to this situation. There might be zombies behind any entrance or exit. Bang! Seeing that the zombie's nails were about to scratch him, Yi Sha suddenly reached out and grabbed the zombie's head and pressed it against the wall. With a bang, the zombie's head hit the wall with a muffled sound. And then Yi Sha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it into the back of the zombie's neck. Ordinary zombies are already difficult to pose a threat to Yi Sha. And Yi Sha doesn't care what he gets from the zombies. Anyway, it's useless. After walking around the house, Yi Sha didn't find anything useful. So he turned to the next room. There were no zombies in this room. But he also got nothing. After walking around a few rooms, Yi Sha returned to the street and waited for Niepa to come out, looking at the situation. Xiong Town should have been cleaned up. But it was only a rough cleanup. There are still some zombies here, but those that can be taken away have been taken away, and the rest are useless. Yepa nodded. My situation is similar. Anyway, we have enough food. Let's find a room to sleep first, and rush to the Steel Fortress tomorrow. Yisha nodded. At this moment, Yisha suddenly felt a vibration in his pocket. It was the arbitrator who sent him a signal. Yisha looked at the arbitrator. The arbitrator walked forward with big strides. Yisha immediately signaled Yepa to follow. After about 5 minutes, the arbitrator went directly into a room and stared at an old radio. Yisha guessed that the owner of this room was probably a truck driver, because this kind of radio is used in the car, can receive radio signals, and also has signal reception, can be connected to nearby signals, and can talk to each other using a communicator. This is very popular among truck drivers, because long-distance driving is boring. With this thing, you can listen to the radio, chat with each other, and sometimes you can meet a few people with the same temperament, and become friends with each other. But Yisha didn't understand why the arbitrator was staring at this thing. And then, this is the Iron Fortress. I am the mayor of this place, Mackenzie Dolan. There are a lot of humans in the Iron Fortress. We are building this place together. As long as you are willing to work and give. There is water and food here. It is your best shelter. If anyone is willing to come here, we will welcome them with open arms. The address of the Iron Fortress is the former town of Isa. If you want to come here and join our big family, and you encounter difficulties, please try to track this radio wave and send out a distress signal. If we can accurately locate it, we will go over to help you. Finally, I believe that this place will become a paradise for everyone. Welcome everyone to come and work together for this paradise. This is the Iron Fortress. I am the city lord here, Mackenzie Dolan. The man's voice kept coming from the radio, repeating over and over again. But the signal here was not good. About the 6th time, there was a shah sound. And then the sound suddenly cut off and turned into a noisy sound. Yepa, he is using this method to gather the surviving humans nearby. Yisha nodded. Should we just send out a distress signal and ask them to pick us up? Yepa, it's not very convenient. The signal here is very poor. I guess many signal towers are destroyed. After all, the area near the Western Highway is still quite desolate. Do we need help? Yisha smiled. Yes. We can go by ourselves. But this broadcast is very useful to us. We can pretend to be surviving humans and enter the Steel Fortress. Yepa, that's a solution. Yisha, besides, depending on the situation, we can show some skills or get some important intelligence. Judging from the current situation, the Iron Fortress is developing well. Even if we can get in, we may not be able to find Dolan. To bring people back to the Doomsday train, whether it is to invite them back or to kidnap them, the prerequisite is to see the person first. As for killing people in the Iron Fortress and forcibly taking people away, such a rough and childish method, Yisha and Yepa would certainly not consider it, and would not even think about it. Yepa suddenly laughed and pointed at himself. I can repair weapons. What do you think of this skill? If they need weapons, I am the talent they need most. Chapter 657 Steel Fortress. Yisha nodded. I said I was your brother. And then you strongly requested to take me with you. Yepa rolled his eyes. Do you have any shame? Yisha smiled. It was just a joke. Anyway, Yisha didn't believe it. With the two people's abilities, it would be difficult to attract Wolan's attention. The two of them stayed in the house directly, and planned to go to the Steel Fortress after a night's rest. Dolan's voice could be heard from the radio from time to time. Yisha guessed that it was a recording, which was probably played 24 hours a day. But because the signal in this area was indeed not good, it was always intermittent. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Yisha and Yepa were on the road again, heading for the Steel Fortress along the road. On the way, Yepa remembered something and said to Yisha, that thing sitting behind you is not suitable to be brought into the Steel Fortress. Right? Yisha was stunned for a moment, then realized that Yepa was talking about the Arbiter. Corpse flowers can be hidden underground. Liquid monsters can be put in jars. And steel armor evil things are the most convenient, shrinking in Yisha's sleeves, or as a belt. But there is really no place to hide the Arbiter. As for the appearance of the Arbitrator, he was actually quite human-like. But since he evolved using the plant virus of the corpse flower, one of his arms has become a vine. Anyone can see that he is not human-like. Yisha, pretending to be a different species of human? Yepa, Many crew members know about this term and have seen it before. But do you think ordinary people in the Iron Fortress know about it? Yisha was speechless. This was the truth. Let alone these humans who survived by chance. Most of the surviving humans on the Doomsday train had never seen the so-called different species of human. This was intelligence information in the crew circle. And it was not something they could access. Yisha, then there is no other way. Let him stay outside the Iron Fortress. With his ability, ordinary zombies can't do anything to him. Just the two of us will enter the Iron Fortress. Yepa nodded. That was what he meant. Yisha was of course unwilling. What if something happened to the arbitrator? That's why he struggled for a while. But after thinking about it, it was indeed inconvenient to bring the arbitrator with him. Yisha could only give up. The road of more than 10 kilometers was not far. There was no one on the road. Yisha and Yepa could also increase the speed of the motorcycle to the fastest. They set off in the morning and saw the so-called Iron Fortress in the afternoon. The Iron Fortress is certainly not a real city, but it still surprised the two of them. Yisha checked the situation of the Iron Fortress. Before the end of the world, it was a small town, and it was also the best developed town in the area. The town is backed by mountains and forests, with countless streams. The valley fishing is very famous, and there are a large number of farms and ranches. It is a town that combines tourism and animal husbandry. It is the largest town in the local economic conditions. Of course, these are all things before the end of the world. After the end of the world, some things are inevitable. Then Dolan chose this place and built the Iron Fortress. When they got closer, they saw a circle of magnificent steel walls surrounding the entire town. This is also the origin of the name of the Iron Fortress. There are many weapons on the top of the wall, pointing in all directions. Under the wall, some corpses can be vaguely seen. Yisha said to the arbitrator, "You should move outside the Iron Fortress. Don't get close to here, but don't go too far away. I will call you if there is anything." The arbitrator nodded and left without saying a word. After watching the arbitrator leave, Yisha and Yepa walked towards the main gate. When they arrived at the door, a screen embedded in the door suddenly lit up, and a middle-aged man appeared on the screen. The loudspeaker on the wall made a voice. "Who?" Yisha stepped forward. "We heard about the Iron Fortress from the broadcast, so we rushed here." The middle-aged man nodded. "Wait a moment." After a while, several men appeared on the wall, one of whom was holding a hanging basket tied with a rope and lowered from the top of the wall. Middle-aged man, "Sorry. Before letting you in, we must first make sure that you are not infected with the zombie virus. Otherwise, we can't let you in. I have to consider the people in the fortress." Yisha nodded. "How to do it?" Middle-aged man, "Please take off your clothes. If you want pants, just lift them up." Yisha and Yepa shrugged their shoulders and did as they were told. Yepa had no problem. But after Yisha took off his clothes, the dense scars scared him, and his eyes showed obvious vigilance and fear. Having wounds means fighting zombies and being attacked. Naturally, there is a possibility of infection. Yepa whispered, "What the hell are you doing? When you treat your injuries, why don't you get rid of these as well? A bottle of scar-removing potion on the Doomsday train is only 30 coppers. Yisha smiled. "Leave it as a souvenir." Yepa rolled his eyes immediately. Yisha took a step forward and lied to the middle-aged man. "Don't get me wrong. I was a soldier before the end of the world. These are left during training and missions. They have nothing to do with zombies. You can take a closer look. They are all old scars." The middle-aged man shook his head. "This kind of explanation without evidence is useless. Did you see the basket just distributed? There are 2 bottles of spray in it." Yisha took out 2 bottles from the basket. They were metal bottles without labels. They were made very roughly, as if they were handmade by himself. "Middle-aged man, spray it on yourself. All over your body." Yisha threw a bottle to Yepa and then sprayed it. At the same time, the middle-aged man was sitting in a small room behind the wall, looking at the computer in front of him. There were 2 human figures. As Yisha and Yepa sprayed the spray on their bodies, the 2 human figures turned green. It didn't turn red. The middle-aged man said to a woman on the side, "He didn't lie. Those scars have nothing to do with zombies. Neither of them was infected with the zombie virus." "Woman, in that case, let them in." Yisha and Yepa were still wondering at the door. What the hell was going on? Did they have to complete the mission by causing a river of blood? But at this moment, the huge steel door suddenly creaked and slowly opened to the inside. The middle-aged man who had been seen on the screen before walked out. opened his arms and smiled. Welcome to the Steel Fortress. I am the goalkeeper Sergato Montmartre. Yisha nodded. Mr. Montmartre, can we put on our clothes? Of course. Montmartre shouted to the inside of the door. Quickly bring out 2 towels, and let someone wipe them. Someone inside the door agreed. And then a young man quickly brought 2 towels. Montmartre patted Yisha and Yep on the shoulders. Come on. Let's talk inside. The door can't be left open all the time. Chapter 658 Review. Montmartre led the 2 to the back of the door. And after entering, the huge steel door closed again. Yisha and Yep were about to move forward, but were stopped by Montmartre. Don't worry. According to the rules, I have to tell you something. And you also have to fill out a form. And I have to give you proof of identity. Yisha and Yep nodded. And then secretly said good luck in their hearts. What exactly is this steel fortress? Yisha and Yep are completely in the dark. Now someone wants to talk to them, which is naturally the best. Montmartre led the 2 into a room near the door and said, Put your things down first. Yisha shook his head. I always carry my sword with me. Yep added. I always carry my gun with me. Montmartre laughed dryly, and then said, You 2 are so vigilant. No wonder you can survive. Then just sit down. Let me ask you. Do you know the situation of the steel fortress? Yisha licked the corner of his mouth and pretended to be thirsty. The broadcast said there was water and food. So we came. Don't tell me now that it was a lie. Don't worry. I'm not lying. Montmartre smiled. But it won't work if you give it for free. You have to pay something. At the very least. You have to work to get food and water. Yisha patted his chest. This is not a problem. Look at our bodies. They are strong. Besides, as long as we are given water and food, we can kill zombies. Montmartre, don't worry. This is the most basic rule. We won't accept lazy people here. First, fill out the forms. Montmartre waved his hand, and a woman quickly brought 2 forms. Yisha looked at it. Nothing special. Name, age, previous region, previous occupation, things he was good at. Because Yisha lied before and said that he was a soldier. There was nothing to think about. So he just filled in soldier. After thinking about it, he filled in combat, field battle, firearms, and filled in the region randomly. Yep took a look and followed suit, and also filled in soldier, but filled in logistics, firearms repair, and mechanical repair as his areas of expertise. Montmartre took the form and looked at it, and seemed quite satisfied. Then he asked, Are you immigrants? Yisha nodded, Yes. Although the region is filled in randomly, it cannot be too far away from this place. Yisha wanted to fill in China, but he heard the radio in China and ran here. Will people believe it? So he filled in a nearby city. Montmartre put away the form. These will be filed. From today on, you are residents of the Steel Fortress. This is your identity certificate. I think you should feel very familiar with this identity certificate, because the identification turned out to be 2 dog tags. The official name is Military Identification Tags. Silver, with their names on one side and a string of numbers on the other side. Yisha's is 18,901. Yepo's is 18,902. Yisha was surprised. Are there so many people here? Almost 20,000 people? Montima smiled. Yes. The development of the Steel Fortress is very good. Believe me, this place will definitely become a paradise for humans to find peace in the end times. Yisha nodded. Can we go in now? Montmartre, be patient. Take these 2 things, Montmartre said, as he handed over a cloth bag and a card. The cloth bag contained a bag of iron coins, a bit like the coins needed to play video games in an amusement park. The card was an ordinary cardboard card with the Star Moon Hotel written on the front and a simple map on the back. Montmartre, we call this kind of iron coin heart coin, which is a currency unique to the Steel Fortress. Each coin has a face value of 10 yuan. Higher denominations are still under development and are not available yet, so it is a little inconvenient to carry. Yisha nodded. Montmartre continued, You will live here in the future, so you must find a way to earn heart coins. But since you have just arrived, you cannot do it with nothing. It takes time to find a suitable job, so each person will receive 30 heart coins. Nyapa, what about the card? Montmartre, you have a place to stay since you have just arrived. Take this card to the Xingyue Hotel, and you can stay for free for 3 days, with 2 meals a day. Of course, You will need hard coins after 3 days. Yisha smiled. It's mainly to give newcomers an adaptation period. Right? Montmartre smiled. Yes. Yes. You need hard coins for food, drink, and accommodation. But you are not familiar with this place in the early stage. So I'm afraid you can't make money right away. So we provide free accommodation and food, and give you some hard coins, just to let you adapt to this place. Yisha, is there anything else you need to pay attention to? Montmartre, the biggest rule is that everything is exchanged for labor. By the way, don't fight. At the least, you will be fined, and you may be detained. At the worst, you may be directly expelled from the Steel Fortress. At this time, a woman came over with 2 maps. Montmartre handed the map to the 2 people. This is a simple map of the Steel Fortress. The 2 districts in the southeast are mainly residential areas. The west is the industrial area, and the north is the recruitment area. Of course, the Steel Fortress is still under expansion, and it is just a simple plan at present. Yisha pointed at the map. I understand everything else. What does this recruitment area mean? Montmartre smiled. It's a place to find a job. You will know when you go there. Yisha nodded, and then asked with his eyes. Montmartre smiled again. You can go in. Finally. Welcome to the Steel Fortress again. Yisha and Niepa stood up, left the house, and walked into the fortress. The structure of the fortress is generally still the same as the original town, but it has been renovated and reinforced. And there are quite a lot of people coming and going on the streets. There are clothing stores and restaurants on the street, which looks like the town before the end of the world. Of course, many weapon stores are also reminding everyone that it is indeed the end of the world. Yisha, I now understand a little bit what the boss lady meant. Yep, nodded. Me too. There are actually quite a few surviving human camps, some of which are large scale, with tens of thousands of people. It is hard to say whether there are more people than this iron fortress. But Yisha is sure that the scene of this iron fortress is absolutely unique. First of all, there is an unavoidable topic in the end times. That is, survival. Almost all surviving human camps are also built around the word survival. There is still some truth in the saying that there is strength in numbers. Of course, sometimes there are troubles when there are too many people. But in short, the theme remains unchanged. That is, survival. But the Iron Fortress is obviously not just that. On the basis of survival, civilization and order are also established here. Chapter 659 Adventurer. What is order? This topic is very deep, and it is difficult to explain it in a few words. But without order, there will be chaos, disputes, and riots. Law is the key to maintaining order. Although there is no law in the Iron Fortress, there are rules, such as prohibiting fighting and punishment, and the effect is the same as legal constraints. Yisha and Niepa are both characters who have fought their way out of the zombie group. They have survived in the end times for a long time. How could they not know that this is an era of moral decline and rampant evil? For their own survival, they can do anything. How difficult it is to maintain laws and establish rules in such an era. However, McGee Dolan did it. Although the people here are afraid, scared, and worried, they live in peace and act according to the rules. The order here has been fully established. As for civilization, from the other side's formulation of rules, planning of urban areas, work in exchange for rewards, and especially the existence of industrial areas, it can be seen that Dolan is not satisfied with the current situation of the Iron Fortress and is seeking development. Civilization is built in the process of development. Just like the first people ate raw meat and drank blood, then slowly developed, began to hunt, tribes appeared, and little by little, civilization was built. Frankly speaking, Mackenzie Dolan is indeed an admirable person. But so what? Niepa lit a cigarette. He helped many people survive in this era. And in order to survive, we must ask him to go with us. Yisha nodded. Without Dolan, it is hard to say what this Steel Fortress will become. But this is not a reason to stop the two. Yisha admitted that he was selfish and did not think he was a good person. If they don't take Dolan back to Doomsday Train, they will never be able to go back. Everything is just for survival. Yisha, there's nothing to see in the residential area. I'll go to the recruitment area, and you go to the industrial area? Niepa, okay. Yisha took out the car to the Star Moon Hotel. That's it. See you here tonight? Niepa waved his hand. And then the two of them went their separate ways and walked in different directions. The Iron Fortress is actually not very big. After all, it is just a reconstruction of the town. Although it is said that it will be expanded, it is still expanding. After arriving at the North District, Yi Sha found that it was really lively here. There were people coming and going on the streets. There were no shops or anything like that. But many people were going in and out of the surrounding buildings. Yi Sha looked around and saw signs on the buildings. Construction Recruitment Office. Those with relevant professional experience are preferred. Agriculture and Animal Husbandry Recruitment Office. Those with relevant professional experience are preferred. City Defense Guard Recruitment Office. Those who can endure hardships and are physically strong are preferred. Just by looking at those signs, Yi Sha understood most of it. And then he entered several of the buildings to ask. And he understood it completely. Here, all kinds of jobs needed are classified, registered, and then allocated, so that everyone can work. And then, they can earn the so-called heart coin. Only with heart coin can you buy things and live here. Yi Sha nodded thoughtfully. In fact, this heart coin is also very interesting. The meaning of currency is to buy goods and accumulate wealth. It is also a contract between property owners and the market on the right of exchange. But it is not just that. Only with a clear currency can a complete and safe market order be established, which is also the basis for establishing an emergency civilization. Why did they create heart coin instead of using the currency before the apocalypse? It's very simple. For economic regulation, if the previous currency is used, if some people still have it, or go to the city to find a bank, and bring a large amount of currency to the steel fortress, the economic order here will probably collapse in an instant. Yi Sha touched his chin and thought that the steel fortress was very interesting. In fact, these things were taken for granted before the apocalypse. But after the apocalypse, it was extremely difficult to rebuild. How did Dolan do it? Yi Sha continued to walk forward while thinking. And then he saw a building with a sign hanging at the door. However, unlike other recruitment points which were very lively, this one was very deserted. Looking inside the door, there were only 20 to 30 people. Yi Sha looked at the sign and saw, Adventurers Recruitment. Yi Sha was confused. What kind of profession is an adventurer? When Yi Sha entered the building, a woman in a business suit came up to him and said enthusiastically, "This gentleman has a good figure. Not thin at all. For the development of Steel Fortress. Are you willing to become an adventurer?" That? Yi Sha scratched his head. I just came today. What is an adventurer? The woman immediately showed disappointment and shook her head. Newly joined Steel Fortress staff cannot become adventurers. It's too dangerous. Why? Yi Sha patted his chest. You also said that I am very strong. And I was a soldier before the end of the world. I am very strong and proficient in fighting and firearms. I don't think any danger can stump me. The woman still shook her head. You haven't injected the hope potion? Yi Sha, what is that? Woman, so? You can't become an adventurer. If you are really interested, then go and register. Then go through the review. Inject the hope potion. And then come here. Yi Sha was confused. I am getting more and more confused. Can you tell me in detail? What is the hope potion? What do adventurers do? The woman looked around. It was indeed quite deserted here. There were only 20 or 30 people. All veterans. They didn't need her guidance. She didn't have anything to do. She simply nodded and pointed to the side. Let's talk in the rest area. The two came to the rest area. And the woman smiled. My name is Maria. And I'm the guide here. Yi Sha nodded, indicating that he was listening. Maria, Hope Potion is a kind of potion researched and developed by Mr. Dolan. It is said to be improved from the zombie virus. After injection, the body will become stronger and not much worse than zombies. At the same time, there are no side effects. And you will not become a zombie due to virus infection. Yi Sha was stunned. Isn't this a physical fitness enhancement potion? I thought it was something strange. Maria, as for the adventurers you asked, they are specially formed into teams to go out to find resources. Food, water, hunt zombies, obtain zombie brain hormones, and so on. Yi Sha, what is zombie brain hormone? Maria, it is the most important raw material for making hope potions. In addition, Mr. Dolan has been studying zombies in order to make everyone stronger. And he also needs zombie samples. Yi Sha, no wonder it's so deserted here. Maria sighed. I understand them. After all, this job is too dangerous. Even though adventurers have the highest salary. Chapter 660 Fighting. Yi Sha pondered for a moment. It is not too difficult to find where Dolan is. Just ask around in the Iron Fortress, and you should know where Dolan lives. However, if we only know the location, we can only take Dolan away by force. First of all, Dolan is not easy to deal with. Secondly, with so many people in the Iron Fortress, it will not be easy for Yi Sha and Yepa to escape unscathed, even if they are all ordinary people. If everyone has a weapon, it is not easy to break through the siege. Besides, we don't know if the Iron Fortress has any powerful armed forces. Yi Sha, I still want to be an adventurer. As I said just now, I used to be a soldier. I am proficient in fighting and firearms, and I have no problem dealing with ordinary zombies. Maria shook her head. This is against the rules. Yi Sha, if you don't believe me, I can show my strength. Frankly speaking, I don't mean to belittle you, but I think that even if I don't inject the hope potion, I am stronger than those who have injected the hope potion. Maria still shook her head. Sorry. This? Yi Sha, Yi Sha. Maria, Mr. Yi Sha. This is really against the rules. And it is irresponsible for your safety. Yi Sha, after injecting the hope potion, is it safe to fight zombies? Let's put it this way. You find someone I can beat 2, or even 3, to prove that I can do it without the hope potion. Maria still shook her head. Mr. Yi Sha. Maria. At this time, a voice came from outside the rest area, and a tall man came over. I heard your conversation. Since this kid insists on trying, let me play with him. I will teach him not to be too arrogant. Yi Sha looked back. The man had a typical Eastern European physique, over 1.9 meters tall, with bulging muscles, and walked with the wind. He was very burly. Maria frowned. Ayakichi. Don't make trouble. Don't provoke. You should know what kind of punishment you will suffer for private fights. Ayakichi covered Yi Sha's head with his palm disdainfully. It was this little guy who provoked first. I was just teaching him how to speak. Yi Sha looked at Maria. I think his actions contain insults. In this case, if I resist, will it violate the rules here? Maria smacked her lips. Let's talk it over nicely. Yi Sha smiled. It seems that counterattacks in this situation are still tacitly allowed, or the punishment is relatively small. Suddenly, with a bang, before Maria could react, a huge figure fell on the table, and the wooden table shattered, and Ayakichi's huge body fell directly to the ground. Maria didn't see how Yi Sha attacked, and Ayakichi didn't see it clearly either, so he was a little stunned. And then he got up from the ground in anger, and shouted at Yi Sha, I'm going to break your neck. Stop it. Maria was anxious. Ayakichi. He is new here, and doesn't know the rules. He can still defend himself after being arrested. Do you dare to say that you don't know the rules? Ayakichi squeezed his raised fist, and then let it go. The movement here attracted a lot of people, and many people gathered around. A middle-aged man walked through the crowd and said to Maria, Maria, what's going on? Maria could only step forward to explain helplessly. After a while, the middle-aged man walked up to Yi Sha and said, Were you a soldier? Yi Sha, yes. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, I am Davis, the supervisor here. To be honest, we are short of adventurers. We really need people like you who know how to fight. So, I can give you a test. If your physical fitness is indeed up to the task, I can make the decision and give you an adventurer certificate. Of course, you still need to inject the hope potion later. Yi Sha, I think it's better to find someone to fight. I am not only physically excellent, but my fighting skills are my best weapon. That's how I fought my way here. What a joke. Asking someone to check my body? Yi Sha knew very well what his physical condition was. Compared with ordinary people, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a monster. After the injection of the so-called hope potion, could he smash a wall with one punch? I can do it myself. So, if I were to go for a checkup, either the instrument would show an astonishing value, or the instrument would explode directly, and nothing would be found. Both results were very unfavorable to me, because I could not make a reasonable explanation. Ayakichi started to make a noise. That's right. Let me fight him. No. I'll test him, and see if he's bragging. Davis thought for a moment. Then let's go to a more empty place. Try it a little. Don't mess around. Maria whispered. Is this okay? Davis sighed. We are really short of people. Mr. Dolan is kind and doesn't force everyone. But if he doesn't hunt zombies, how can he make the hope potion? Now the number of people in the fortress who have been injected with the hope potion is less than 1%. How can we develop like this? How can we fight against zombies? Maria showed hesitation. Davis said, "Don't worry. The security team is here. I will talk to him. If he really wants to, I will register him in person." Marion sighed and said nothing. On the other side, Yisha and Ayakich had already walked to an open space. Yisha smiled and hooked his finger provocatively. Ayakich was furious and swung his fist at Yisha. Bang! Yisha didn't dodge and was hit directly. He didn't feel anything. He probably knew the effect of the hope potion. It was probably stronger than the general physical fitness enhancement potion. But the strength was limited. It was about 2 or 3 points of physical fitness. The next moment, Yisha immediately tilted his body and staggered a few steps. Ayakichi sneered and punched Yisha again. Yisha hooked his lips, suddenly dodged, grabbed Ayakichi's wrist, and threw Ayakichi to the ground with a back throw. This time everyone finally saw it clearly. Then, Yisha twisted Ayakichi's arm, and Ayakichi screamed and tried to break free. But Yisha's hands were like iron clamps, and Ayakichi couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled. "Yisha, are there any companions? Call 2 more. You are a kind of scum. 1 is not enough." Ayakichi was furious, but he really couldn't break free, and then shouted to the 2 men on the side, "Have you seen enough? Help!" The 2 men spread their hands, and could only rush towards Yisha. Chapter 661 Intelligence. Yisha chuckled, suddenly raised his leg, and tapped one of the men on the chest. And the man flew out. Of course, it was only 1 or 2 meters. Yisha controlled his strength, and did not check in order not to expose his true strength. Naturally, he tried to save as much strength as possible. At this time, the 3rd man rushed towards Yisha. This man was a little bit unusual. Ayakichi and the previous man were just injected with hope potion, and their physical fitness was strong and their strength was great. But the 3rd man's posture was completely different. He actually used a grappling technique. It seemed that he was directly rushing towards Yisha. But Yisha saw that the other party's hands were open, and he obviously wanted to hug and throw him. Yisha curled his lips and let the other party hug him. And then, the man's expression suddenly froze, and Yisha just stood there. But he couldn't pick Yisha up. Yisha directly stretched out his foot and hooked the other party's collar, and knocked him to the ground. Ayakichi gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Yisha's head. "You are good at fighting, right?" Maria and Davis were immediately anxious. "Ayakichi, are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing?" Yisha's eyes also turned cold. And then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Ayakichi's pistol. Ayakichi almost instinctively pulled the trigger. However, the gun did not fire. Yisha spread his hands, and a pile of parts fell to the ground. Ayakichi stared at the pistol in his hand. There was only the handle left. The gun body was actually dismantled by Yisha in an instant. "Yisha, you are far from being good at guns." Davis rushed up and pushed Ayakichi. "Ayakichi, if you don't want me to call the security team, get out of here immediately." Ayakichi gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and walked out directly. Davis turned around and smiled at Yisha. "Mr. Yisha, I think you are fully qualified to be an adventurer." Yisha nodded. "Are there any other procedures?" "Davis, I will give you an adventurer certificate. You can enter and exit the steel fortress at will with the certificate. As for the wages, the adventurer's wages are calculated according to what you bring back. But the price is very high. You can get 300 hard coins for a zombie corpse." Davis was a little embarrassed, but Yisha could understand. What if he didn't go out to work after becoming an adventurer with a fixed salary? "Yisha, no problem. Give me the certificate." Davis nodded and asked Maria to get the certificate. Then, adventurers are provided with the best guns and weapons. "I will apply for them for you tonight, and you can come and get them tomorrow." Yisha nodded and left immediately. Yisha naturally had his own calculations. To get in touch with Dolan, becoming an adventurer was a good way. Obviously, Hope Potion was an important material for the development of Steel Fortress. Only when the humans here become stronger can they fight against the zombies. Otherwise, even the strongest walls may be breached. At the same time, only when the humans here become stronger can they go to farther and more dangerous places to find supplies. Therefore, adventurers will definitely be valued by Dolan. So, what if I become the best among adventurers? I hunted a lot of zombies, and even brought back mutant zombies. If Dolan heard about it, I believe Dolan would be interested in me. As for the future plan, Yisha has no plan yet. But he thinks it is not a problem. He will try to get in close contact with Dolan first. While thinking, Yisha found the Star Moon Hotel according to the simple map on the card. This is actually a non-operating hotel. It mainly provides free accommodation for newcomers. Some people who have not found a place to stay after 3 days will continue to live here. The price is not high. Only 2 hard coins per day. It seems that there should be a lot of people in the Star Moon Inn. But in fact there are not many. Because there have been no new people in the Steel Fortress for a long time. Obviously, the development of the Steel Fortress has reached a bottleneck. All the people who can come from the surrounding area have come. If they want to develop, they must expand their scope. Yisha asked for a portion of food, which was bread and porridge. However, Yisha knew that the Steel Fortress grew its own food and raised cattle and sheep. Although there were not many types of food, and it was currently limited to simple food preparation. This was a virtuous cycle. Not long after, Nyep also came back, winked at Yisha, and the two returned to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Yisha, did you find out anything? Nyep, a lot of useful information. What about you? Yisha directly told him what he knew, and also told him about his adventurer. Nyep nodded. Your judgment is right. It is not easy to forcefully kidnap Dolan. The armed forces here are still very good. The most important thing is that after we kidnap someone, we still have to go a long way back to the Doomsday train. And how to leave is also a big problem. Yisha, it's mainly about the weapons. The armed forces here are good? How good are they? Nyep, basic firearms are not in short supply here. Before the end of the world, this was a country that did not ban guns. There were many gun stores. There are many ranches here. The place is remote. And there are even more gun stores. Dolan has already led people to raid these gun stores. Yisha, ordinary firearms are no longer of much use to us. Nyep, the problem is that there are some unusual ones. I saw 2 tanks and more than a dozen boxes of RPG grenades. Moreover, they even have FE. Yisha took a breath. Fuel air bomb? Are you kidding? Fuel air bomb is a fuel air ammunition, abbreviated as FAE, also known as air bomb. Fuel air bomb. In fact, it is not equipped with explosives but fuel. The explosive power is very good. The power is several times that of TNT explosives. The ammonium perchlorate strong oxidizer that Yisha got in the City of Destruction is actually of this type. Nyep, am I that boring? It's true. Not only that thing, but also armed helicopters and white phosphorus bombs. This is just what I saw. I guess there are some more advanced things I haven't seen. Yisha, are you kidding me? There are higher-end ones. Where did Dolan get these things? Can he go to Doomsday Train to make large purchases? Nyep, of course he has never been to Doomsday Train. Otherwise why are we here? But he can go to Comp. Yisha was stunned. Huh? Nyep, it is said that they were all found from an abandoned Comp military base. The so-called industrial zone manufactures a lot of things. But the main focus is still weapons. Only with weapons can you survive in the end times. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. I discovered these from a distance using a sniper rifle. And then asked a little. Chapter 662 Invitation. Yisha gritted his teeth. Why is there something about Compu everywhere? Nyep, so? It's definitely not possible to force it. I think the best way is to trick Dolan out of the Steel Fortress. And then it doesn't matter whether he agrees or not. If he doesn't agree, just take him away by force. Yisha, this is a way. But to do this, we must first find a way to get close to Dolan. Nyep, I decided to find a way to work in the industrial zone. And then find an opportunity to show off my skills. Especially in the industrial zone. There is also a person who needs attention. Yisha was puzzled. Huh? Nyep, I only know that everyone calls him Mr. Mo. And he is of Chinese descent. I don't know much about him. But I heard that he is a good friend of Dolan. Strictly speaking, the Iron Fortress was built by the two of them. And he is currently in charge of the industrial zone. Yisha thought for a while. Although it cannot be said that being a friend of Dolan means that he must have the same ability as Dolan. But being trusted by Dolan to be in charge of the industrial zone, he is most likely not a simple person. Nyep, so I plan to give it a try. If I can get in touch with Mr. Mo, maybe I can get close to Dolan. Yisha nodded. Okay. Do as you think. We will go our separate ways. Also, remember to hurry up. No one knows how long this stop will last. Nyep, Well, I know. Generally speaking, the Doomsday train stays for about 20 to 30 days. Of course, there are shorter or longer ones, but they are generally maintained at this number of days. Let's do our best according to this standard. Yisha nodded. Okay. Let's do this for today. No words all night. The next morning, Yisha came to the adventurer recruitment point again, and Davis smiled and gave Yisha some equipment. A stab-proof vest, a pair of tactical gloves, an N94 assault rifle, an M1014 shotgun, a Colt Python revolver, 2 grenades, and some magazines and box bullets. This equipment looks very messy, but thinking that these guns are probably bought in gun stores, Yisha is relieved, because gun stores have all kinds of guns. Yisha didn't need any guns, but considering that his own things were not suitable to be taken out, he still collected these guns as a disguise. Davis, Mr. Yisha. Adventurers' jobs are generally divided into 2 categories. One is that you go out to hunt zombies on your own, and you can also exchange the supplies you find for money, such as gasoline, fuel, and some important tools, such as generators. Yisha nodded to show that he understood. Davis pointed to the side. The other type of work is written on the notice board, and you can choose to accept it. These jobs have a basic salary. If you have new discoveries on the basis of your fixed job, you can also add money. Yisha, in short. It's about finding everything that can be used? Davis was stunned for a moment, then smiled. You summarized it correctly. Yisha, okay. I roughly understand. Davis, in that case, I won't disturb you from working. Watching Davis leave, Yisha walked towards the notice board while thinking, how can I attract Dolan's attention? The best way is to do something big. But to what extent you should do it? You must also think carefully. For example, if Yisha went to headhunt the ancient species of the head of the king level, or the mutant zombies, Yisha believed that this must be a big event in the Iron City, and Dolan must be interested in him. However, Yisha felt that the reason why Dolan was interested was mostly because he doubted himself. The Hope Potion is indeed similar to the Physical Fitness Enhancement Potion, and the effect is stronger, but it is good enough to hunt down a silver-level mutant zombie. If it is a team collaboration, maybe it can challenge the gold level. But if it was just this level, Yisha felt that it might not attract Dolan's attention. It's really a bit troublesome. Yisha held his chin and pondered, then looked at the notice board. The so-called notice board is a designated job. For example, the first job is to go to the power tower to collect the distribution machine. The second job is to go to Nevada City and find any usable energy. And then different energy sources are also marked with prices. These jobs are obviously more difficult and dangerous. But as Davis said, there is a basic salary, and good performance will increase the salary. Working once is equivalent to working for a month or even 2 months in other jobs. Hello? At this time, a voice came from behind Yisha. Yisha looked back and saw a petite girl standing behind him, only about 1.6 meters tall, but with a good figure, curvy figure, beautiful blonde hair, and a pair of clear green eyes. Yisha nodded politely, and then said, "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" Girl, hello. I'm Emma Kraus. Yisha smiled. Hello, Miss Kraus. Girl, just call me Emma. I saw you here yesterday. You seem to be very capable. Yisha, not bad. Emma, well, we are going to the Army military base. Do you want to go with us? While Emma was talking, there were 2 men not far behind her. They were in their 30s or 40s and were very strong. When they saw Yisha, they raised their hands in a friendly manner. Yisha glanced at the notice board and pointed to one of the jobs. Is this the job? Go to the Army military base and transport as many military supplies as possible. The basic salary is 500 heart coins. Military supplies are purchased by category? Emma nodded, yes. Yisha thought about it. Even if he wanted to complete the adventurer's work, he didn't need to cooperate with others. Moreover, this work didn't seem to have any highlights. Not enough to attract Dolan's attention. But after thinking about it, Yisha still agreed. Some information can't be found out on the street, and it's also abrupt to ask directly. So, Yisha looked at Emma. Maybe he could cooperate with the other party, establish simple trust, and maybe dig out some information. Sure, Yisha, if the rewards are distributed fairly. I have no reason to refuse. Besides, I just came to Steel Fortress, and it's my first time to work as an adventurer. Some basic guidance is still necessary. Emma smiled. No problem. Then let me introduce these two people who will go with us. This is Senna Xiaohua, and this is Demis Moyers. Yisha smiled and walked over to extend his hand and shook hands with the two people. Yisha. Nice to meet you. Emma, we have prepared the car. Let's go now. Yisha nodded. And the four of them left the hall. When they walked out of the door, Yisha suddenly looked at the alley on the side, and a figure quickly disappeared into the alley. Chapter 663 Military Base. The car that Emma and the other two prepared was a large truck for transporting military supplies. Since they were going to the military base to transport military supplies, they couldn't just rely on their hands. A car was necessary, and it had to be a large truck like this. Senna was in charge of driving, and the others sat in the back. Emma looked at Yisha with some curiosity. Were you a soldier before? Yisha nodded. Emma, you are very powerful. My brother is also a soldier, but he is not as powerful as you. Are you from the special forces? I guess so, Yisha said casually, not wanting to continue this topic. The more lies you tell, the more mistakes you make. Yisha changed the subject directly. Have you been in Steel Fortress for a long time? Emma, not too long for me. Maybe 7 or 8 months. Demis smiled. Longer for me. About a year. Senna laughed in the driver's seat and turned his head. I am the real old man. I came here when Mr. Dolan just built Steel Fortress. I also helped when the steel wall was built. Shut up. Emma, look ahead when driving. Senna, okay. Okay. Yisha, Mr. Dolan is great. Have you seen him? Emma and Demis shook their heads together. Emma, Mr. Dolan is very busy. He has to take care of the entire Iron Fortress. How can we have the opportunity to see him? Senna's voice came. I have seen him before. But after the Iron Fortress developed, I basically haven't seen him. Mr. Dolan is very busy, running around, and often not staying in the Iron Fortress. Yisha's eyes lit up. Not in the Iron City? Yes. Senna, the Iron City is already on track. There are people responsible for daily maintenance of order and work arrangements. Moreover, Mr. Mo never leaves the Iron City, so it's no big deal if Mr. Dolan is not there. Yisha, do you know where Mr. Dolan goes? Hey. Senna, how should I know? In general, we should find something that can be used, or explore some places we can't go to. Looking for resources. Yisha originally thought that since Duolan often went out, it would be convenient for him to act. He could just take him away when he went out. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, Yisha was dumbfounded. This person had no fixed place to stay and was wandering around. It seemed that it would not be easy to find Duolan. Yisha thought to himself that some questions were not convenient to ask. For example, if he asked directly how he could see Duolan, he was afraid that the three people would only be suspicious. It seems that this matter needs to be planned carefully. Yisha thought about it. This mission was not as simple as he thought. The difficulty was not in the battle. After thinking for a while, Yisha felt a headache. Sometimes, it was good to solve problems with fists. Solving problems with the brain was too stressful. At this time, the speed of the truck suddenly slowed down. Senna shouted, "Get ready. We are about to reach the destination." Yisha poked his head out from the side, and saw a large piece of barbed wire in the distance. Yisha, have you been here before? Emma, I've been here before. But this military base is not small. Finding military supplies is a long-term job. Many people are doing this. There are many zombies inside. So far, only a small area has been cleared. The truck slowly stopped. In front of it was a large area of barbed wire and a large open space. Probably for training. Looking deeper, there were houses. Senna drew his gun. Let's clear the zombies first. In front of the barbed wire, there were several zombies, mindlessly crashing into the wire. Yisha reached out and held Senna's rifle. It's just a few zombies. Don't use guns? It will attract more zombies. Senna, what do you mean? Yisha, just go over there. Demis was puzzled. Go over there? Yisha, come with me. Yisha walked directly towards the barbed wire. Emma and the other two shrugged and followed behind. But they didn't put down their guns. They were in the place where zombies appeared. Yisha walked to the edge of the barbed wire. Several zombies seemed to be attracted by the footsteps. They no longer hit the barbed wire mindlessly, but turned to pounce on Yisha. The next moment, Yisha suddenly pressed down the head of a zombie. and the Alaskan whale harpoon suddenly came out of its sheath, slashing across the zombie's neck. And then he kicked another zombie to the ground with a fierce kick. There were 4 zombies in total, and under the stunned gaze of Emma and the other 2, their necks were cut off or their heads were pierced in almost an instant. Yisha turned around and shrugged. In fact, zombies are easier to kill than humans. You just need to master the skills. Emma rolled her eyes immediately. Yisha was actually telling the truth. Of course, he was not targeting ordinary people, but people like Emma who had been injected with the hope potion. Their physical fitness would not be much worse than that of ordinary zombies, as long as they mastered the skills. Killing zombies was indeed much easier than killing people. However, all the surviving humans were afraid of zombies. Yisha did not explain much, and smiled. Keep going? Emma, wait! Emma came to the corpses of several zombies, pressed on their heads a few times, and then took out an awl from her waist bag and poked it, and white liquid flowed out. Yisha came closer. Is this the brain of the zombie? Yisha has killed many zombies, but he didn't know this thing was useful. Yeah. Emma filled the liquid and handed it to Yisha. What you kill is naturally yours. Senna, let's go. Get ready to go in. Senna and Demis quickly took out the pliers, clamped the wire mesh open, and drove into it. Emma took out the notebook. Area A is empty, and Area B and Area C are the transfer points. Hurry up and try to finish the work in an hour. Yisha looked at Emma's notes. There was a simple hand-drawn map recording the material warehouses in the base. Some were emptied, while others were not. The car drove to the door of a warehouse, and the 3 began to move into the warehouse. There were boxes of guns. And of course, more importantly, bullets. The Iron Fortress was not short of guns. The nearby gun stores were emptied, and the military base was looted. Although not everyone had one, it was not a problem to arm more than half of the people. Bullets are consumables, and you can never have too many of them. Yisha moved 2 boxes of bullets and shrugged. This place is not dangerous at all. Dimisil, this is the first time I've encountered a place that is not dangerous enough. Yisha, I'm just wondering. This level is not dangerous at all. Just clearing a few zombies at the entrance. Why don't people want to be adventurers? Chapter 664 Weird Warehouse. Emma, if you are lucky, there will be no danger. But what if you are unlucky? For example, if there are zombies around, or mutant zombies are hiding, it is still very dangerous. It's just that we are lucky today. Let's move quickly. Yisha sighed in his heart. He really didn't want to do such a boring thing. It was a waste of time, and there was no meaning. Suddenly, Yisha pointed to the distance. There are many zombies around those buildings. Has no one been there yet? Demis nodded. That's Area D and Area E. When Area B and Area C are almost empty, we will organize a large number of people to clean up the zombies there, and then continue to move the supplies. Yisha, why not do it all at once? It's too troublesome to clean them up separately. Right? Senna smiled bitterly. It's not that easy to clean up. There are hundreds of zombies entrenched outside, and there are probably more in the warehouse. Last time we cleaned up Area A and Area B, 2 crawlers appeared. 40 people came. 7 or 8 died, and more than 20 were injured. If we clean them all up at once, how many people will die? Yisha, then you don't know what's in those warehouses? Emma, how do I know if I haven't been there? Yisha's eyes turned. I'll go take a look and help find out what's inside. Maybe I can bring something out, Yisha said as he ran away. Emma hurried. Hey, don't go. It's dangerous. Before Emma finished speaking, Yisha ran away. Yisha didn't want to stay and move bullets. It was a complete waste of time. It would be better to explore the military base. At least if he was lucky, he could find some things to bring back to the Doomsday train to exchange for money. Emma stamped her feet. Why is that? Demis, skill makes one brave. That zombie killing technique is really neat. And I heard that he is not from nearby. He came all the way from far away. Those zombies may not be difficult for him. Emma hesitated. No. I have to go over and see. You guys move first. Senna stopped him. Don't go. It's dangerous. Senna wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Emma had already caught up with him with a gun drawn. Denis looked confused. What should we do? Should we move or not? Senna, do they have walkie-talkies? Denis, Emma must have. Senna, let's move first. Move quickly. Then contact them on the walkie-talkie, and we'll rush over. If we don't go into the warehouse, It shouldn't be too dangerous. The zombies outside are scattered and not dangerous. On the other side, Yisha approached the warehouse at the back. There was an open space in front of him. There were some zombies. Not many. About 10 or so. And there were more in the distance. But the battle here should not attract the zombies there. Yisha drew his gun and shot at the zombies' heads. One by one. And then walked forward. I didn't expect you to be such a good shooter. Yisha looked back and found Emma following him. He couldn't help but ask. How did you get here? Emma, help. 2 people are better than 1. Yisha, I'll just take a look. There's no danger. You go back first. Emma pulled out a pair of pistols. We came out together. How can I leave you alone? Yisha was speechless. It was inconvenient for Yisha to have this woman following him. He couldn't use many things and had to suppress his strength. But for a while, Yisha really had no excuse to drive her back. Yisha had no choice but to say, Let's go! Emma nodded and then fired. Her marksmanship was not bad. Basically, within 3 shots, she could hit the zombie's head after adjusting according to the deviation of the previous shot. More than a dozen zombies were killed before they could get close. Walking all the way to the warehouse, Yisha patted the iron door and then tried to pick the lock. Emma, are you really going in? Yisha, then what are we doing here? Emma, based on past experience, there must be zombies inside. If we are unlucky and they block the door, we will be in trouble. Even if there are no zombies, there are usually a lot of zombies lurking inside. And there may be mutations. Emma didn't finish her words. And then she stopped abruptly. She was too lazy to say anything because Yisha had already pried the lock. After opening the iron door a little, Yisha saw a lot of feet. And then, there was a sudden sound of banging behind the iron door. Obviously, there were zombies behind the door. And they gathered around after hearing the sound. Yisha said to Emma, Go away. Emma immediately stepped back. And Yisha pulled out a grenade and stuffed it into the gap. Then ran away. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. And the iron door twisted instantly. And a big crack appeared. Emma walked back and said angrily, Are you crazy? Throwing grenades into the warehouse where munitions are stored. What if there are explosives? Yisha, who would pile munitions at the door? Emma was speechless. And there was really no way to refute this. Yisha smiled, Don't worry. Don't forget what my previous job was. I know this better than you do. While speaking, Yisha opened the iron door and walked in. There were about 8 or 9 zombies by the door, all of which were blown to pieces. There were still some who were alive. And Yisha drew his gun and pointed at their heads to kill them. Emma was delighted. There are not many zombies here. It was dark inside the warehouse, so it was not far away. But apart from the zombies at the door, there were indeed not many zombies within the field of vision. Only a few wandering around sporadically. Emma raised her gun and killed the zombies. Then ran to the pile of ammunition boxes and pried them open. Hey, come and see, Emma excitedly said. I found something good. Yisha leaned over to take a look. And it turned out to be a box of neatly arranged grenades. This is indeed a good thing. It should be said that any consumable munitions are good things. Especially grenades. Emma's eyes are still on the level of dealing with ordinary zombies. Grenades are still very good for dealing with ordinary zombies. However, Yisha was not happy. First, he didn't care what he found. What kind of weapons the people in the Iron City could find had nothing to do with him. Second, Yisha felt that this place was a bit strange because he smelled some unusual smells, which seemed to be the smell of disinfectant. You stay here. Yisha, don't run around. Or go back quickly. Emma followed Yisha. What's wrong? Stay here. Yisha raised his voice. Don't follow me. Emma saw that Yisha suddenly became serious. After being frightened, she dared not move forward. Yisha took out the shotgun, slowly moved forward, and quietly put on the eagle pattern pupil. Chapter 665 Biochemicals. After putting on the eagle pattern eyes, even though it was pitch black in front of him, Yisha's vision was obviously much better, and he could see farther away. Why is there disinfectant in an ammunition warehouse? This doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. It's impossible that ammunition needs to be disinfected. Right? Moreover, Yisha felt that the smell of the disinfectant was not ordinary. The smell of the disinfectant used in the hospital was not just irritating. And Yisha felt very familiar with it. Then, Yisha understood. Because he often smelled a similar smell. In the research base of Compu. This was the smell of the disinfectant used by the Research Institute. It was not so strong because the munitions warehouse had not been open for a long time, and it was mixed with some musty smell. Going forward, Yi Sha did not find anything. There were munitions boxes all around, and no zombies were seen. But soon, when he walked to the deepest part of the warehouse, Yi Sha finally found something. Yi Sha found some boxes, but they were not ammunition boxes, but some silver boxes made of alloy plates with biochemical symbols painted on them. This, Yi Sha was stunned for a moment. Biochemical items were placed in the ammunition warehouse? Biochemical items are usually very dangerous and have very high requirements for the environment in which they are placed. They cannot be piled together with ordinary ammunition. Why are there biochemical boxes here? Yi Sha immediately took out the Alaskan whale harpoon and pried the biochemical box open along the edge of the box. As a result, a set of white biochemical suits appeared in front of Yi Sha. Biochemical suit? Yi Sha tilted his head. It was not dangerous to put the biochemical suit together with the munitions. But from the perspective of common sense, it was still unreasonable. They were not the same thing at all. They should be classified separately. Snap. Snap. At this time, a faint sound suddenly came from the ceiling. Yi Sha raised his gun and looked at the ceiling, only to find that the lights in the warehouse were on. Oh! I was scared to death. Emma's voice came. I thought it was something else? Yi Sha shouted. What's going on? Emma poked her head out from behind a pile of ammunition boxes. Nothing. I found a row of switches on the side. It turned out to be the light switches. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Yi Sha lowered his voice. And don't touch anything here. Emma, I don't think this place is anything. Why are you suddenly so nervous? Seeing that Emma had come over, Yi Sha didn't say much. Just, come and see for yourself. Emma walked to Yi Sha's side and was surprised. Biochemical suit? Why is there a biochemical suit here? Good stuff. Emma was surprised at first, and then became extremely happy. If she could bring the biochemical suit back to the Steel Fortress, it would definitely be a great achievement. In the end times, zombies are undoubtedly the most terrifying thing. But it is definitely not just zombies that are terrifying, such as contaminated areas. In the end times, many places are polluted, such as the nuclear pollution caused by the explosion of nuclear power plants. To enter and exit such places, you must have a biochemical suit. In addition, there are some core areas where the zombie virus is broken out. There is no doubt that the zombie virus is everywhere in such places. Even without the bite of zombies, you may be infected with the zombie virus just by touching the wall. Therefore, biochemical suits are undoubtedly very important things in the end times. Cough. Yi Sha coughed lightly. Don't forget the focus. Why are there biochemical suits here? This is an ammunition warehouse, and these things should not be placed there. Yeah. So strange. Emma, where are the other boxes? Yi Sha pried open the biochemical box next to him, and it was still a biochemical suit. Then he walked to the side and pried open the box. It turned out to be the oxygen system of the biochemical suit, and then the sterile clothes. All biochemical related things. Emma, there are still some piled over there. I'll go and take a look. Yi Sha nodded. Be careful around. Yi Sha used the Star Glory goggles to check the surroundings, but he didn't see any zombies moving around, so he didn't care about letting Emma move around freely. Emma walked to the other side, where the biochemical boxes were stacked, and then started to pry them open. And then, crack, crack, Yi Sha suddenly looked up and looked around, and then showed a look of surprise. On the ceiling, countless steel plates were moving around, spreading along the walls, and finally, boom, the steel plates fell heavily to the ground, sealing the entire arsenal. Yi Sha was stunned. What's going on? That? Emma walked out from behind the pile of biochemical boxes. Timidly, I seem to be in trouble. Yi Sha frowned. What happened? Emma, it's a little dark here. I saw a switch on the wall and thought it was a light switch, so I flipped it. Yi Sha immediately walked to Emma's side and took a look at the switch she was talking about. It did look like a light switch, but Yi Sha flipped it and it didn't move. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. This is not an ordinary switch. Emma looked sad. Of course it's not an ordinary switch. I flipped it, and the steel plates suddenly fell down. Yi Sha, that's not what I meant. There is a built-in mechanism in this switch. It is locked directly. I can't turn it back. Ah? Emma was stunned. Then we can't get out? Yisha touched the wall. Those steel plates were not ordinary. They were at least 1 fist thick. Of course, Yisha could break them. But it would obviously expose his abnormal strength in front of Emma. Not everyone can punch open such a steel plate. Yisha, this switch is a one-way switch, so it will be locked after it is turned. But there will also be a switch that can be turned on. Otherwise, it will really be impossible to get out. This is not a prison, Emma, so we need to find another switch that can raise the steel plate. Yisha nodded. Emma, can it be destroyed violently? Yisha, of course it can be destroyed. But this design is to lure illegal intruders to destroy it violently. What should we do if we can't turn on the switch? Instinctively, we will destroy it violently. And then it will just trigger the alarm system, which is not a big problem. If it directly triggers the defense system. Don't say it. Emma was ashamed. It's all my fault. Let's find the switch. Yisha nodded. You go find it. I have to go check the munitions. Emma was stunned for a moment, feeling that she couldn't keep up with Yisha's train of thought. She looked at the munitions herself. Yisha ran deeper and found more valuable biochemical boxes. Now we should pay more attention to those biochemical boxes instead of finding the switch. Yisha was going to check the munitions. At the same time, Yisha had retreated to the side of the munitions box, picked up a grenade from the box, and suddenly pulled the safety bolt open. Chapter 666 Hidden Passage. No! Emma shouted anxiously. Are you crazy? At this time, the grenade fell to the ground and rolled twice. But it didn't explode. Ugh! Emma was stunned again. Yisha flipped through several more ammunition boxes, almost all of which were guns. And there were more than a dozen boxes of howitzers used by RPGs. 3 in each box. Yisha knocked with the Alaskan whale harpoon, and then smashed it on the ground with a bang. Emma was terrified and watched Yisha dig out a piece of the grenade shell. Emma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm timid. Can you please stop scaring me like this? Yisha, what are you scaring me about? These are all empty shells. Fake. Emma was surprised. Huh? Yisha, let's not talk about the guns. They are just iron shell toys without bullets. The grenades and shells are empty inside. Just empty shells. Without any fillings. To put it bluntly, there is nothing flammable or explosive here. Emma was stunned. How could this be? Yisha sighed. This woman's IQ really needs to be recharged. So he had to say directly, don't you understand? This is not an ammunition warehouse at all. These piles of ammunition are used to cover up. Emma, what is this place used for? To hide the biological suits? Those things are valuable. But they don't seem to be anything special. Right? It doesn't seem to matter if they are just left here. Yisha, I don't know. Anyway, this place seems to have a secret. Let's find the switch. Oh! Emma agreed and went to find the switch. A bunch of fake munitions. Of course Emma was a little disappointed. But the biological suits were more useful than munitions. And now it was indeed more important to think about how to leave this place. Yisha and Emma walked in opposite directions along the wall. After a while, Emma saw the new switch again and flipped it. Suddenly, there was a boom. Boom sound in the warehouse. And then a piece of floor in the middle sank down, revealing a metal staircase. Yisha walked over and smiled. You didn't find the way out. But you did find the way deeper. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the secret hidden in this arsenal. Emma's eyes lit up. Let's go down and take a look. Yisha stretched out his hand to stop her. I advise you not to go down. I can go down by myself. Emma took out her 2 guns dissatisfiedly. I admit that I am not as good as you. But I am confident that I will not be a drag and can help. Yisha shrugged his shoulders, not knowing how to explain, and knowing that the explanation would not make sense. But Yisha knew that if Emma went down alone, she would most likely die. For Emma, the world under the stairs in the secret passage should be another world. However, since he was there, Yisha was not too worried. Moreover, if Emma died, it was the woman's own choice. Anyone who makes any choice should bear the corresponding responsibility. Yisha, then I will go ahead. Remember to follow closely. As Yisha spoke, he took out a flashlight and slowly walked down the stairs. The stairs were not very long, about 20 or 30 steps, and they soon reached the bottom. A metal door appeared in front of the 2. Yisha showed a look of surprise on his face and said to Emma, Is this the army base? Emma, yes. Everyone in the surrounding towns knows that when the end of the world came, The soldiers here helped to annihilate the zombies. Of course, they all died in the end. Yisha cursed, "Bullshit army base." "Emma, what's wrong?" Yisha shone the flashlight at the gate. "Look for yourself." "What is this sign?" Emma took a look and wondered, "This sign looks familiar?" "I see. It looks a bit like the logo of Computech." "Yisha, this is the logo of Compu. Strictly speaking, it is the emblem of Tianlong's squad, one of Compu's 3 major armed forces. This is Compu's armed base." "Compu?" "Emma, although I was still young at that time, I heard that when this place was built, the official announcement was that it was an army military base for soldiers to train and serve." Yisha snorted coldly and did not reply. Obviously, the army military base was a cover. As for how Compu did it, of course, it was because it had money. Money can do a lot of things. It is not difficult to guess why they did this. The 3 armed forces of Compu were certainly not what they are now before the end of the world. At that time, there were no mechanically modified people and no biochemical people injected with drugs. However, at that time, the 3 armed forces of Compu were also armed forces far beyond the normal security specifications. Having such armed forces in peacetime would cause criticism and sanctions. But as the saying goes, money can solve many problems. In order to reasonably place these armed forces, Compu also established several large security companies and cooperated with foreign mercenary groups, borrowing the name of foreign mercenary groups to cultivate armed forces. Another example is this kind of cover. With money, even the government is willing to help to build this so-called army military base. Yisha said to Emma, "I advise you again. If you don't want to die, you better go back to the ground now and find the switch quickly. If there is something behind this door, it must be something special." "Emma, go back together?" "No. Yisha, I want to go in and take a look." Emma was stubborn. "Then I'll go too." Yisha shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, he had reminded her. Since Emma was determined to die, Yisha couldn't do anything. Not to mention that there was something inside that could easily kill her. If the things inside forced Yisha to use some power that he couldn't show to Emma, Yisha would kill Emma. Yisha came to the door. It was a triple lock, namely an electronic password lock, a pupil pattern lock, and a fingerprint lock. It was not easy to deal with this thing without an arbitrator. However, Yisha tried to push the iron door, but found that the iron door retreated a little. It turned out that the door lock was broken and the door could be pushed open without decoding. Yisha took a deep breath, immediately pushed both hands on the door, and slowly pushed the door open. Slowly, the door was pushed open a crack, and then an arm suddenly stretched out. Yisha was grabbed by the clothes, and then Yisha raised the Alaskan whale harpoon and chopped it hard, chopping the arm to the ground. The roar of zombies immediately appeared in the crack of the door. Emma held the 2 guns tightly. "There are zombies, and there are quite a few of them. Let's go back." Before Emma finished speaking, the door had been completely pushed open by Yisha. The next moment, Yisha, with a knife in his left hand and a gun in his right hand, directly faced a group of zombies. Chapter 667 Underground Research Institute. Bang! Bang! The Python revolver fired continuously, blowing up the heads of 2 zombies. But the zombies rushed over too fast. After Yisha fired 2 shots, the zombies behind rushed to the front, opened their mouths wide, and bit Yisha's arm. Bang! Yisha punched the zombie on the head without hesitation, then raised his leg and kicked the zombie on the side away with a sweep. The next moment, Yisha pulled out the Alaskan harpoon, pressed a zombie against the wall, and stabbed the Alaskan harpoon directly into the back of the zombie's head. Puff! A stream of black blood spurted out and spread all over the ground. Emma finally came to her senses at this time, ran behind Yisha, raised her hands, and held up 2 guns to shoot forward. With Emma's help, many zombies that rushed over were pushed back, and Yisha took out the shotgun. Crack! Bang! The power of the shotgun is quite good. A zombie was shot in the front and was blown away directly, falling heavily to the ground. Crack! Bang! Yisha immediately pulled the bolt again and fired to the side. At this time, Emma suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Yisha turned around suddenly, raised the shotgun, and smashed the butt of the gun on the head of a zombie, making the zombie's head dented. Then Yisha fired to the other side and blew away another zombie. After a while, the zombies blocking the door were finally wiped out. leaving corpses on the ground. Yisha signaled Emma to follow closely, and then walked forward. This was an empty hall, surrounded by some training equipment, and there were also 2 large instruments that were specially used to test physical data. Emma was a little excited. If these things can be transported back to the Steel Fortress, we can make a lot of money. Yisha didn't say anything. He felt that this place was not right. After entering here, the smell similar to disinfectant became stronger. After walking around the hall, there was no other passage, but there was an elevator. After entering, you could only choose to go up and down. Yisha pressed the switch. The elevator slowly fell, and then the door opened. What you see is actually a huge swimming pool. Emma smiled. It's really interesting that the swimming pool is built underground. Yisha, this is also used for training. Look at the instruments on the side. Emma looked sideways and saw several large instruments. She was curious. What are these used for? Yisha, creating reverse water flow. The resistance of water can restrict people's movements. And then using instruments to create reverse water flow, the resistance will be stronger. In such an environment, any exercise in the water will be twice the result with half the effort. While talking, Yisha reached into the pool and shook it, then picked it up and smelled it, then shook his head. The pool water also needs to be sprayed with disinfectant, but it is obvious that the smell of disinfectant does not come from the pool. Yisha, there is nothing to see here. Let's look for the entrance and exit. Although the swimming pool is large, you can see everything at a glance. There is nothing at all. After walking around the swimming pool, Yisha finally found another elevator on the side. Yisha and Emma took the elevator down again. And then, when the door opened, Yisha knew that he had finally found the right place. A strong and pungent smell immediately spread into the elevator. Looking up, there was a long and narrow corridor with compartments on both sides. There were glass windows on the walls. Looking through the glass windows, one could see workbenches one by one. There were bloodstains on the walls and workbenches. After a while, when I walked to the third workbench, there was a corpse lying there, with its face turned to the side of the window, and its hands and legs hanging down. The chest of the corpse was cut open, and its internal organs were scattered around. It died with its eyes wide open. Ah! Emma was frightened by the miserable death, almost screaming, and quickly covered her mouth. How could this happen? Yisha had guessed a little bit. This place is probably used to transform Tianlong warriors. Human body transformation has always been despised and considered an inhumane science. The most important point is the mortality rate. There are many successful transformation examples, and there are also many deaths during the transformation process. And they are all tragic deaths. Emma pulled Yisha's sleeve. This place is a bit scary, and it doesn't seem to have anything useful. Let's go back. Crash! Emma had just finished speaking when a sound of glass breaking suddenly came from the side. And then the glass window on the side turned into countless fragments and scattered outward. Yisha raised his hand fiercely, swung his coat, swept away the broken glass, and then saw a zombie rushing out. Yisha immediately raised his foot and kicked the zombie in the chest, kicking the zombie back. Bang! With a muffled sound, the zombie fell back into the house, but his body bounced and stood up again. Yisha raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be a mutant zombie, and it was a special mutant zombie. The mutant zombie was in human form, with a huge tentacle-like tail behind it. There was a crack from the chest to the waist, and there were fine teeth on the edge of the crack, like a big mouth. Obviously, such a body had obviously mutated. But what made Yisha more concerned was that the zombie's left arm was actually mechanical, without a metal shell, and the cables and mechanical brackets were directly exposed in the air. Halfway through the body transformation, the body was infected by the zombie virus? Yisha murmured in his heart, and then looked at the other party's mechanical arm, which was actually able to move. But from the appearance, the mechanical arm was obviously not fully assembled. Then, Yisha saw that the joints of the mechanical arm were covered with a very light flesh membrane, and the mechanical arm moved by stretching the flesh membrane. At the same time, the zombie opened his mouth and roared, suddenly jumped up, jumped directly over the window, and pounced on the two again. Emma instinctively raised her 2 guns. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots continued, and the bullets kept hitting the zombie. However, although the bullets made holes in the zombie's body, they had no effect on the zombie at all. After the zombie landed, the mechanical arm swung, And then Emma's body flew out, hitting the ground, and slid for a long distance before stopping. When Emma barely sat up from the ground, she was in pain. The left arm that was swept by the zombie had been completely twisted and reversed, and it was obvious that the bone was completely broken. Roar! The zombie roared again, raised his fist, and rushed towards Yisha. Then, bang! Yisha's fist suddenly blasted out, but it was faster than the zombie's speed, and hit the zombie's nose with one punch, knocking the zombie down with one punch. Chapter 668. Close your eyes. The zombie was very durable. Or rather, all zombies were durable, and fists were not a good weapon against zombies. After being punched, the zombie flipped over, got up again, and pounced madly towards Yisha. Yisha glanced at Emma, who was sitting on the ground, and quickly retreated, but he did not take out any special weapons, only pulled out the Alaskan harpoon and held it in his hand. The next moment, the zombie pounced, and Yisha suddenly lowered his body, and then sent the Alaskan harpoon forward. Puff! The zombie's neck was cut open, and blood was flowing. Yisha curled his lips and stabbed slightly off-center. He wanted to stab this guy to death with a knife. Then, Yisha pulled the zombie's collar, and then with a knee, he threw the zombie backwards. After throwing the zombie out, Yisha turned over suddenly, lying on the ground, bent his legs, and did not stand up, but kicked his legs and rushed out. Bang! The moment the zombie stood up, Yisha bumped into the zombie's arms and knocked the zombie out. Roar! The zombie roared, raised its mechanical arm, and rushed towards Yisha. But at this moment, Yisha also made a sudden move, and the Alaskan whale harpoon was stabbed into the gap of the mechanical arm. Break it for me! Yisha shouted, pulled the Alaskan whale harpoon that was stabbed into the mechanical arm horizontally, cut the meat membrane covering the joint, and then cut the cable in the mechanical arm. As the cable broke, sparks immediately appeared on the mechanical arm, and the 5 fingers were bent and loosened unnaturally, obviously becoming uncontrollable. Yisha sneered, then half bit his body, using his back to block Emma's sight, and then stretched out his hand. Snake bite. The shadow of the purple-scaled python quickly surrounded Yisha's arm, and then Yisha grabbed the zombie's neck and pressed it to the ground. Bang! The zombie's back hit the ground, and Yisha deliberately controlled the force and did not smash the ground, but his left palm was like an iron clamp, tightly pinching the zombie's neck, preventing the zombie from moving. Have a good journey. Yisha raised the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it hard at the center of the zombie's forehead, piercing through the head. Blood mixed with brain matter immediately flowed out of the wound. Huh? Yisha took a deep breath, then pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, wiped it, and put it back into the sheath. This zombie is not that powerful. Even a Tianlong warrior is not good enough in front of Yisha, let alone some mutant zombies that have failed to transform Tianlong warriors. However, because Emma was beside him, Yisha couldn't act recklessly, which made it a little dangerous. Walking back to Emma, Yisha asked, "How is it? Is it serious?" Emma gritted her teeth, sweat dripping from her forehead. "It's broken. But fortunately it's only the hand that's broken, not the foot. It's okay as long as I can walk. It's not a big problem." Yisha nodded. "Then go out first. Don't go any deeper. It's too dangerous in your current state." Yisha was overjoyed at the moment, and found that this place was really useful to him, because he had a plan in mind. This place is not for everyone to explore. Yisha believes that there are definitely more than one mutant zombies transformed from the corpses of Tianlong warriors. Yisha estimated that although it was not difficult for him to deal with those zombies, their strength was not bad, and they were still at the peak of the gold level. If there was only one, more people could still deal with it. But if there were more than one, it would definitely not be something that a group of adventurers who had been injected with hope potions could deal with. So, what should we do? Yisha's mouth curled up. If Mr. Dolan wants to explore this place, he can only do it himself. Right? The territory of Compu is still very tempting. There are many good things in this place. Then as the only 2 people who have entered this place, they must lead the way. Emma was injured, so this task naturally could not fall on her. So it was only Yisha. During the time fighting with the zombies, Yisha thought a lot, and had a simple plan in his mind. If it was handled properly, this base could be used to lure Dolan. Emma naturally didn't know what Yisha was thinking, looking at the arm that was in great pain. She gritted her teeth and nodded. Okay. Let's leave here first. Emma stretched out her other arm. And Yisha grabbed it and pulled Emma up from the ground. But in the next moment, Yisha's expression became extremely solemn. And he suddenly stretched out his hand to protect Emma behind him. Emma, what's wrong? Yisha, I think even if we want to leave, it may not be so easy. Bang! As Yisha finished speaking, a metal collision sound suddenly rang out from the side. And then a metal door was knocked open. And the zombies transformed from the bodies of the two Tianlong warriors staggered out. Bang! At this time, the second metal knocking sound rang out. And a piece of the alloy plate embedded in the ceiling fell off. Yisha took a breath of cold air. It turned out to be a huge crawler. Or, strictly speaking, the evolution of the crawler. The blood liquor. Yisha's face became serious. Although he was not unable to deal with these three mutant zombies, it was obvious that this time he was not an opponent that could be dealt with by just fooling around. Yisha said in a deep voice, "Close your eyes." Emma was already frightened by the three new zombies, especially the huge blood liquor. The size alone made people feel that they could not fight against it. After Yisha said it several times, Emma came back to her senses. "Ah?" Yisha said again, "If you don't want to die, close your eyes, step back, and open your eyes when I call you." Emma was puzzled. "Why?" "No reason." Yisha interrupted rudely. "I'll say it again. If you don't want to die, do what I say immediately." Emma still had doubts in her heart, but she took a few steps back and closed her eyes. However, after the eyes fell into darkness, Emma's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she was obviously more frightened. Closing her eyes, and not being able to see the zombies made her even more uneasy. Yisha didn't care so much. Seeing Emma close her eyes, he took out the World Destroyer gloves and put them on his hands. Yisha sneered, looked at the three zombies rushing towards him, and immediately stretched out his hand. Gun form. The destroyer quickly changed his form. His fingers turned into gun barrels, and then the bullets poured forward. Thump, thump, thump. As the gunshots rang out, blood flowers continued to bloom on the bloodlicker's body. Chapter 669. Remember to listen to other people's advice. Yisha ran forward quickly, approaching the three zombies. A zombie formed by the corpse of a Tianlong warrior suddenly jumped forward, a distance of 5 or 6 meters. And its jumping ability was extremely terrifying, because the right leg was made of metal. But just as it pounced in front of Yisha, Yisha sneered and clenched his fist. Melee form. Accompanied by Yisha's low shout, the form of the destroyer changed, and the sound of mechanical operation continued. And then Yisha raised his fist. Super-powered punch. There was a sudden crackling sound on both sides of the destroyer, and countless electric currents surged out, flashing continuously. The hydraulic system on the back of his hand also started to operate. And then Yisha felt a boosting force and sent his fist forward. Just as the zombie came in front of him, Yisha's fist struck forward and hit the zombie's face hard again. The zombie was not knocked away by Yisha's punch, but, bang, there was a loud noise. And then the zombie's head exploded like a smashed watermelon, and the head turned into pieces of meat and bones, and blood mixed with brain matter scattered all over the ground. Plop! Then the headless body fell directly to the ground. You killed mechanical zombies. Cumulative number 2. After killing a zombie with one punch, Yisha took another step forward without any pause. Void Snake Spear. Yisha reached out and grabbed the gun, then threw it forward. The Void Snake gun suddenly disappeared the moment it flew out, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of the mutant zombie. Then the zombie didn't even have a chance to react, and its head was pierced by the Void Snake gun. It fell to its knees and lay directly on the ground. You killed 3 mechanical zombies. The cumulative number, Apocalypse Reward, TA Alloy Steel. Yisha raised his head and glanced at the blood liquor coldly. Compared with the zombies that were mutated from the bodies of the 2 Tianlong warriors, the blood liquor was the big trouble. Of course, the blood liquor is indeed much stronger than the 2 mutant zombies. After bending his waist slightly, Yisha bent his legs and kicked hard. His body rushed forward like a cheetah. Almost in an instant, he crossed a distance of 7 or 8 meters and came to the front of the blood liquor, then jumped up. Roar! The blood liquor roared with his mouth open, and smelly saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. He watched Yisha jump up, and suddenly raised his huge palm and swept towards Yisha. Bang! Yisha's body hit the huge claws of the blood liquor, and was directly slapped against the wall. Then, as the blood liquor continued to exert force, the wall inlaid with alloy steel plates made a creaking sound, and then twisted. But, at this moment, suddenly, the 5 fingers of the blood liquor broke off, and then blood spurted out from the wounds, and a golden sword light overflowed from the gaps between the blood liquor's fingers. The next moment, the blood liquor loosened his palm, and Yisha fell to the ground. The king's holy sword shone with brilliant golden light. Because of the pain, the blood liquor opened his mouth and roared again, and then his tongue stretched out like a whip and rolled towards Yisha. Yisha suddenly turned his body to the side, met the tongue, raised the king's holy sword and chopped it again. Puff! The king's holy sword pierced directly into the blood liquor's tongue, nailing the tongue directly to the ground. Releasing the king's holy sword, Yisha jumped up again, met the blood liquor's claws, raised his hand, and swept forward. Nitrogen slash. Puff! Puff! As Yisha attacked, the blood liquor's palms were cut off, and then Yisha landed directly on the blood liquor's back. Snake bite! Yisha shouted softly, raised his hand, and pressed towards the head of the blood liquor. With his 5 fingers together, he tore a piece of blood from the head of the blood liquor. The whole arm was stained red with blood. The blood liquor roared madly, and a piece of flesh was torn off from his head, and the bone was visible. However, the blood liquor did not roar for too long, because Yisha raised the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it down. The Alaskan whale harpoon pierced the skull of the blood liquor, and then Yisha twisted it hard, and the brain of the blood liquor was crushed by Yisha, and the huge body fell to the ground. You killed 2 blood liquors. The total number is 2. And the apocalypse reward is blood brain. Listening to the mysterious voice, Yisha jumped off the back of the blood liquor, and then looked up, and Yisha's pupils shrank. Emma fell to the ground, her eyes wide open, looking at Yisha in horror. Hey! Yisha sighed in his heart, and then walked towards Emma. Emma looked at Yisha coming, and instinctively shrank her body, moved back, and then said in horror, "You?" The moment Emma opened her mouth, Yisha suddenly bent down, grabbed Emma's neck, and lifted her up. Cough! Cough! Emma struggled violently, coughing continuously, and her face turned purple. Yisha, did I tell you to close your eyes? Emma gritted her teeth and nodded with difficulty. Yisha again, did I tell you not to open your eyes without my order? Emma was terrified, but the only thing she could do was to nod again reluctantly. Yisha, I don't like meaningless killing. Although my hands are bloody, I don't intend to let myself become a madman who gets pleasure from killing. Emma struggled, please. Let me go. Poof! Yisha suddenly raised the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it into Emma's lower abdomen. Sorry. Killing you is meaningful. Yisha, in the next life, please remember that when others give you advice, you must follow it obediently. Otherwise, you will die. Puff! Yisha pulled the Alaskan whale harpoon out of Emma's body, bringing out a trace of blood, and then wiped it on Emma's body to wipe off the blood. Since she saw her true ability, Emma must die. Yisha's mission has not been completed yet. He must return to the Iron Fortress, must find a way to get close to Dolan, and must find a way to lure Dolan out of the Iron Fortress. If Emma goes back and shouts, everyone will know that Yisha is weird. So, what is the best way to make someone shut up? The dead can never speak. Emma struggled for a while, before slowly losing her life. Yisha reached out to feel Emma's breath. After confirming that Emma was dead, he carried the body on his back and left quickly. After returning to the ground, Yisha found the switch and raised the steel plate that sealed the wall. Then he took a deep breath, pretended to be anxious, and ran towards the direction of the military truck. Chapter 670 Trouble. Oh no! Oh no! Something went wrong. After pretending to be anxious, Yisha ran back to the military supply truck, yelling. He had to put on a good show. Since he had killed Emma, he needed a reasonable excuse, and zombies were a good choice. Anyway, there was a ready-made excuse. A hidden base was found, and there were mutant zombies inside. They were very powerful, and could not be defeated. Unfortunately, Emma died in the battle. Yisha even beheaded the zombie whose head was pierced by the Void Snake spear, and brought the head back as evidence. However, When he ran back to the military truck, Yisha was dumbfounded. Where are the people? Why are they gone? Senna and Demies are not here. Don't move. At this time, several men suddenly stood up on the truck, pointing their guns at Yisha. And at the same time, Ayakich and another man in the warehouse came out with guns pointed at Senna and Demies' heads. Ayakich said fiercely, Boy, you are good at fighting, right? Come on. Fight. If you dare to fight, I will blow their heads off. Yisha frowned, and then said, The man who followed us in the Iron Fortress was sent by you. It was me. Ayakichi sneered, Boy, I can't deal with you in the Iron Fortress. But you can't do anything about it outside the Iron Fortress. Senna said in a low voice, Ayakichi, if this gets to Mr. Dolan's ears, what do you think will happen to you? Ayakichi laughed. Then he will know how terrible this world is. How dangerous the adventurer's job is. And if he accidentally encounters a mutant zombie, he will die. Senna's eyes twitched. Ayakichi meant that he didn't want to let anyone go. He wanted to kill them without any evidence. Even if someone found out that they didn't return to the Iron Fortress, they would probably think they were killed. Yisha was very calm. These people couldn't kill him. But the trouble was not here. First of all, Senna and Demies couldn't die. At least one of them had to survive. Otherwise, if he carried the corpse back, as a newcomer, it was hard to say whether anyone would believe what he said or whether they would doubt him. Secondly, it was easy to save the two, but I couldn't show my true strength. Otherwise it would be similar to Emma's situation. However, it would be very troublesome to deal with the current situation without trying my best. I couldn't use too much strength. Nor could I use weapons and props beyond Senna and Demies' cognition. And I couldn't show my abilities. It was obviously too difficult to deal with 7 fully armed strong men with the strength of a normal person's cognition level. Hey! At this time, Ayakichi shouted again, Put down all the weapons you are equipped with. Yisha licked his lips and looked at Ayakichi. Since you don't plan to let any of us go, why should I listen to you? Before you kill the 3 of us, I still have the confidence to shoot you and bury you with me. The muscles on Ayakichi's face stiffened. And then he turned his body to the side and hid behind Demies. It's useless. Yisha, no matter how you hide, I can hit you. I am very confident in my shooting skills. Just like I said, I can beat you. I can beat you if I say I can beat you. And I can definitely hit you if I say I can hit you. Ayakichi swallowed his saliva and recalled the time when he was knocked down by Yisha. Although he had never seen Yisha's shooting skills, he heard that he was a soldier in the past, with such good fighting skills. His shooting skills should not be too bad. Little devil. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, Who are you trying to scare? Bang! Yisha suddenly raised his hand and fired without even looking at the other person. The next second, the man's eyes widened before he could even finish his words. A bullet hole appeared on his forehead. He leaned forward and fell off the truck. The others were momentarily distracted. Then they all grabbed the handles of their guns and shouted at Yisha. Yisha sneered. Did you see that? I don't even need to see with my eyes. I can just listen to the sound. Believe me, as long as you shoot, I will shoot. And I will definitely drag you to death with me. Ayakichi moved his throat, feeling that he had made a mistake. He should have just shot the guy in front of him to death. But before killing Yisha, he said nothing and did nothing. And Ayakichi felt that he really couldn't swallow this breath. So, it became a dilemma. Ayakichi really wanted Yisha to die, but he didn't want to be buried with him. Yisha, I think we can have a chat. How about this? If you leave, we will just pretend that nothing happened. Anyway, we have no evidence that you did anything, so we can't complain. Ayakichi lowered his head, seemed to be lost in thought. But then he became hysterical, grabbed Demies, blocked his vitals, and roared, No, I don't believe it. I want you to die today. If you have the guts, shoot. Come on. Shoot. See if you can kill. Bang. Suddenly, gunshots rang out. Ayakichi fell to the ground, and a stream of blood spurted out from his temple. Sniper. The others were horrified. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly pulled out his gun and shot in the direction of the truck. Bang. 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 Yisha pulled the trigger continuously and shot in the direction of the truck, while Senna and Demies also jumped up quickly and rushed directly to the last person. After a while, Yisha killed several people on the truck, walked to Senna and Demies, and shot the man who was fighting with the two. This bastard, Senna panted heavily, got up from the ground, and kicked Iakic's body. I can't let this guy go even if he dies. I must go to Mr. Dolan to complain. Doomsday breathed a sigh of relief. Let's talk about this later. Who saved us? Yi Sha, it's my friend. He will be here soon. Doomsday nodded, and then said, by the way, what happened to Emma? I didn't have a chance to ask just now. Yi Sha glanced at Emma, walked over and sniffed. Sorry. She's dead? Senna and Demies were horrified. Senna rushed to Yi Sha and grabbed Yi Sha's clothes. Why did Emma die? Tell me. Yi Sha, there is a hidden research institute in that military warehouse. We encountered mutant zombies when we were exploring. When I brought her out, she was not dead, but just seriously injured. If she had taken emergency measures immediately, she should have survived. But, Senna gritted his teeth, ran to Iakic's body, and stepped on it a few times. It's all your fault, bastard. You killed Emma. At this time, Nyepa was carrying a sniper rifle, climbing over the barbed wire, entering the military base, and walking towards Yi Sha. Chapter 671 Bait. Pa! Yi Sha extended his palm. Nyepa smiled, and then high-fived Yi Sha. Yi Sha, I knew it was you when I saw that shot. Thanks to your help this time. But how did you get here? Nyepa, I went to the adventurer recruitment point to find you. They said you were out working, so I followed you. Yi Sha glanced at Nyepa. Nyepa was looking for him, and he chased him here. Obviously, he had something very important to say. Of course, Senna and Demies were present, so Nyepa obviously couldn't say much. Yi Sha nodded casually, and didn't talk about this topic directly. Watching Senna crying while holding Emma's body, Yi Sha said, the dead are dead. We must leave here. The mutant zombies in the warehouse may chase us out. We have to leave immediately. Senna held Emma's body and didn't say anything. But Demies didn't seem to have such a good relationship with Emma. Although he looked painful, he was obviously able to control his emotions, and didn't lose control like Senna. Yi Sha walked to Demies. Persuade him. He really has to leave. Demies nodded, ran to Senna and said a few words, then dragged Senna away. Senna gritted his teeth and stood up, but took Emma's body with him. Yi Sha, in your condition, I'll drive. Yi Sha and Nyepa sat in the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat respectively, and after Senna and Demies got in the car, they quickly started the car. Nyepa kicked Yi Sha with his foot, and then wrote on his palm, just got the news that Dolan is going to leave the Iron Fortress. We must find a way to do it. It is said that the guy leaves for at least 10 days, and half a month every time. Yi Sha frowned, put down one hand, and wrote on his thigh, is the news reliable? Nyepa nodded, yes. He appeared in the industrial zone. I heard him talking to Mr. Emo. So the plan has to be changed. If we slowly get close to Dolan, we will definitely not have enough time to catch the departure time of the Doomsday train. Yi Sha took a deep breath and wrote, fortunately, we are lucky. I have a plan. Let's rush back to the Steel Fortress. Nyepa nodded, and the two stopped writing to communicate. All the way back to the Iron Fortress. Senna disappeared holding Emma's body. Yi Sha didn't care. Anyway, there was Demies. Yi Sha pulled Demies. The underground research institute we found was from Compu. Do you know what this means? Demies nodded. Of course he knew what it meant. Most of the useful things were obtained from Compu. Even the wall materials for the Iron Fortress were dismantled from Compu. Yi Sha, there are even a lot of biochemical suits there. This information is very important. It is not just a matter of whether we can exchange this information for money, but we should tell Mr. Dolan about this information in time, so that he can organize people and find a way to move the things out of that place. Doomsday nodded, you are right. Yi Sha, then what are you still standing there for? Ah? Doomsday was stunned. What should I do? Yi Sha, looking for Mr. Dolan? Demies, but I don't know how to find him. Yi Sha, then find someone who can find Mr. Dolan. Demies suddenly realized, oh, you can find Davis. He can contact Mr. Dolan. Yi Sha nodded and made a hurried gesture, and Demies immediately picked up the phone and dialed. After a while, Demies put down the phone. Mr. Davis asked us to go to Mr. Dolan's office building immediately. He is waiting for us there. Yi Sha, okay. Restarting the car. Dolan's office building is easy to find out. Yi Sha and Nyepa already knew it, but they didn't allow outsiders to enter at will. Yisha and Yepa had no reason to go in before. Davis had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw the three people get off the car, he immediately stepped forward. Is what you said on the phone true? Doomsday nodded. It's true. Emma died for this. But I didn't go in, Doomsday said while looking at Yisha. Yisha, I guarantee with my life that what I said is true. I really found the Underground Research Institute of Compu. And Emma was killed by the mutant zombies inside. Davis nodded. Okay. Then follow me to see Mr. Dolan. I have told him about the matter. And he said he wants to see you in person. Yisha nodded and followed Davis into the building. Entering the office on the second floor, Yisha and Yepa were slightly stunned. Behind the desk, there sat a man. Very young. Probably only about 24 or 25 years old. Is this Mackenzie Dolan? Yisha and Yepa could see the surprise in each other's eyes. The video that the lady boss showed them was edited from 3 surveillance footages. And the surveillance footages were dated. The dates and time intervals in the 3 videos were 12 years. If Dolan looked like he was 24 or 25 years old, could it be that in the earliest video, Dolan was only 12 years old? This was obviously impossible. Although the man in the video never showed his face, his body was definitely that of an adult. Yisha even suspected that he had made a mistake. But at this moment, Davis came forward. Mr. Dolan, I brought someone here. Dolan looked up. You seem surprised? Why? Yisha came back to his senses and immediately said, we just didn't expect Mr. Dolan to be so young. I'm young? Hee. I'm not young. I'm 55 years old. Dolan touched his face and laughed at himself. I was born different from everyone else. I grow very slowly. And, forget it. Let's not talk about these irrelevant things. Let's talk about your discovery. Yisha had already thought of a pretext, which was nothing more than looking for military supplies, working for money, and then entering the military warehouse. Accidentally discovered the switch, and found a secret passage. Dini seemed to still be jealous of Aikich, and told him about Aikich, although it was useless to tell him. Dolan couldn't punish a few dead people. Dolan frowned and thought for a while, then said, okay, I know about this matter. You go to rest. By the way, you can go to Davis to get the money tomorrow, and you will naturally be rewarded for bringing back such important news. Yisha was stunned for a moment. It was different from what he had planned. He hurriedly asked, Mr. Dolan, aren't you going there? I saw a lot of full sets of biochemical suits there, and there were a lot of useful things. Dolan smiled. Don't worry. I will take care of the things later. Since that place is very dangerous, I can go alone. Yisha, Mr. Dolan, I can lead the way. After all, I have been there once. Chapter 672 Tailing. Dolan shook his head. I know that army base. And I also know the warehouse you mentioned. Just tell me how to get in and out, and I can handle the rest myself. Yisha smacked his lips, and wanted to recommend himself. If he didn't follow, how could he start? But at this moment, Yepa suddenly touched Yisha's shoes with his toes. Yisha was slightly stunned. And then he understood what Yepa meant. And then said, Mr. Dolan, I will draw a simple drawing for you. Dolan nodded. Okay. Dolan took a pen and paper from his desk and gave it to Yisha. Yisha simply drew a picture of the warehouse, marked the location of the biochemical suit box, and the entrance and exit switches, and then handed it back to Dolan. Mr. Dolan? Yisha, then we'll leave first? Mr. Dolan stood up and patted Yisha on the shoulder. Welcome to become a member of Steel Fortress. And thank you for what you have done for Steel Fortress. Yisha nodded to Yepa, and then left the office building with Davis. When they reached the door, Davis smiled at the two of them. Come to my place tomorrow. Since Mr. Dolan said there will be a reward, it must be a lot. Go and rest for now. If you are injured, go and treat your injuries. There is a hospital in the fortress. Yisha nodded. Okay. Got it. Watching Davis leave, Yisha said to Yepa, What do you mean? Yepa took out a small device, about the size of a pocket watch, square, with a screen in the center. Yepa, invisible tracker. If you hadn't found a way to get close to Dolan legitimately, I would have sent this thing in tonight. Yisha, what about now? Yepa, when Dolan patted your shoulder just now, I stuck it on his clothes. Yisha, are you sure you can't see it? Yepa rolled his eyes. Otherwise, why is it called an invisible tracker? Moreover, ordinary electromagnetic jammers are useless against this thing. Unless it is touched accidentally, it is impossible to be discovered. It is produced by Doomsday Train. 5 gold skull coins for 1. 5 gold skull coins are not expensive for Yisha and Nyepa. But 5 gold skull coins to buy a tracker is extremely expensive. At this time, Nyepa had already turned on the tracker, and a small red dot appeared on the screen. Nyepa, Dolan hasn't moved yet. He's in the office building. Yisha, nonsense. We just left the office building. Do you need to tell me that Dolan is in the office building? Nyepa, let's go. Find a place to stay and see when Dolan leaves. Yisha nodded, and the two walked casually on the street and soon found a small restaurant. The food in the restaurant is simple, with black bread as the staple food. But as long as there are enough heart coins, you can also eat a bite of meat. There are livestock in the Iron Fortress, but they are mainly used for breeding. Therefore, it is not easy to eat meat. In addition to requiring a large amount of heart coins, each person has a limit. It is said that each person can only buy a maximum of 200 grams of meat per month, and the restaurant share is more. Even so, for most people, this share is actually unusable because they can't afford it. Anyway, after tonight, after dealing with Dorian, they will naturally not stay in the Iron Fortress anymore. There is no point in keeping heart coins. So they ordered a luxurious fried chicken with potato chips. Although, the fried chicken is only 20 G, and the potato strips are 200 G. The two ate quietly. There were still some people in the restaurant, so they couldn't talk about anything. Nyepa also looked at the tracker device every now and then. About an hour later, Nyepa suddenly stood up. Let's go! The signal of the tracker has started to move. Yisha and Nyepa quickly went out of the city. And then Nyepa was suddenly shocked. The speed is so fast. Nyepa flashed the device in his hand towards Yisha. And then Yisha saw the red dot on the screen moving quickly. At least more than 200 miles per hour. Damn it! Yisha cursed. We forgot something important. Nyepa was stunned. What? Yisha, have you forgotten the scene in the video? The last video. Nyepa took a breath of cold air. In the video that the proprietor showed them, the last part was a black shadow rushing through the parking lot like the wind, triggering the alarm of surrounding vehicles. If calculated according to the speed in the video, Dolan's speed may be even faster, and he has not yet exerted his full strength. Nyepa couldn't help but curse. I was careless. I should have waited at the base earlier. Yisha, I can chase him. Come here as soon as possible. Also, if you fight, remember to break his legs first. Nyepa nodded immediately. At this speed, if he wanted to run, he might not be able to catch him. In this case, he had to cripple Dolan's legs first. On the other side, Yisha pulled out the night attack and launched it directly. Then a black curtain quickly wrapped around Yisha's body. Then, in the black curtain, the wings of the Dark Knight suddenly grew out. Then Yisha jumped up and flew into the air. After leaving the Iron Fortress, Yisha didn't waste any words. He used the Son of Wind's ability and the wings of Dark Knight to fly quickly towards the base. In terms of speed, Yisha was still very confident. But Dorian's speed was indeed terrifying. Yisha was also calmer because of this. Previously, he only thought about how to get Dorian out of the Iron Fortress. But now, he had to consider other issues. I'm afraid Dorian is not so easy to deal with. While thinking, Yisha quickly arrived at the so-called army military base. After climbing over the wire fence, Yisha knew that Dolan had arrived. Not all areas in the base have been cleared, and zombies are still entrenched in some places. But currently, with the problematic warehouse as the center, the zombies around have been cleared. Yisha came to the warehouse, and the iron door had been broken long ago. After Yisha entered the warehouse, he walked towards the entrance leading to the underground. There was nothing worth seeing on the first and second floors, but from some details, it can be seen that someone has been here, and some things around have been carefully checked. Yisha quickly entered the elevator, then took out his phone to contact Nyepa. I'm already there. Nyepa, have you seen Dolan? Yisha, no. I'm just about to find him. You can ambush him on the ground. Nyepa, okay. After hanging up the phone, Yisha walked out of the elevator and slowly moved forward. The huge bloodlicker corpse was still lying in the middle, but the center was cracked and split into two halves, leaning against the wall. Then, someone obviously walked between the two halves of the corpse, because there were clear blood footprints on the ground. Yisha looked down at the footprints and knew that Dolan had gone deeper. Chapter 673 Being a Guest. Yisha also moved forward quickly. Because he stepped on blood. The ground was covered with footprints. This was convenient for Yisha. As long as he followed the footprints, he would naturally find Duolon. All the way forward. This area was where the Tianlong warriors were transformed. In Yisha's opinion, this place might have been rebuilt after the end of the world. Before the end of the world, Tianlong warriors were not transformed people. About a quarter of an hour later, Yisha reached the end. He did not encounter any zombie attacks. He might have been killed by Duolon. Maybe there were not as many zombies here as he imagined. After all, not every transformation resulted in death. But just at that moment, bang! A gunshot suddenly sounded. Yisha was looking for a new entrance and exit. And then, he saw a golden spark bursting out on the alloy wall in front of him. Yisha was stunned for a moment. And then instinctively jumped to the side. Bang! 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 The gunshots continued, hitting the wall, making a series of dents on the alloy steel plate, and constantly splashing sparks. Yisha looked over and was stunned. Is this a zombie? What appeared at the end of the corridor was a robot-like thing, made entirely of metal, but covered with a layer of flesh membrane, like a cicada's wing on the outside of the metal. At the same time, there were some pieces of meat hanging on its face, and some gray-white bone pieces at its joints. It doesn't look like a robot, and it doesn't look like a zombie, but I've never seen a zombie mutated into an iron lump. However, it doesn't seem that important, since this thing can attack. It must be an enemy. After a moment, the machine gun in the metal man's hand was emptied of bullets. At this moment, Yisha suddenly jumped out of the corridor, raised his hand, and swung it. Nitrogen slash. Dang! The nitrogen slash hit the opponent's body, and a crack appeared on the metal man's chest. But it was only 2 inches long. Yisha was shocked. This thing has such a high defense? The next moment, the metal man quickly loaded the bullet and pulled the trigger again towards Yisha. Thump, thump, thump. Gunshots continued to ring out. And Yisha immediately reached forward and pressed nitrogen armor. A layer of almost transparent nitrogen armor appeared in front of Yisha. And the bullets seemed to hit an invisible wall, and were all intercepted. All of them fell to the ground with a clang. At the same time, Yisha rushed to the front of the metal man, raised his leg and kicked the metal man in the chest. Bang! A dull sound of metal collision appeared, and the metal man retreated several steps. But his body was not damaged. Yisha couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The material of this metal man is not ordinary. Ordinary metal can't withstand a kick from him, not to mention being blown up. It is definitely impossible for it to not even have a dent. While thinking, Yisha rushed forward again. When the metal man raised his gun, Yisha kicked again, and kicked the machine gun in the metal man's hand away. The metal man didn't know how to operate, but without any hesitation, he punched Yisha in the lower abdomen. Yisha couldn't help but grin. The metal man's fist was very heavy, but it was not enough to hurt Yisha. It was just painful at most. After a ferocious smile, Yisha stretched out his hand, grabbed the metal man's head, and twisted it hard. Crack! As Yisha exerted force, the bracket on the metal man's neck was directly twisted off by Yisha. The cable was torn into 2 pieces, and the entire metal head was twisted to the back. However, Yisha was punched right after that. The metal man punched Yisha in the lower abdomen and knocked Yisha against the wall. Yisha was stunned. The method used to deal with zombies was useless? Can you still move after breaking your neck? In that case, let's change to the method used to deal with machines. Seeing the metal man raising his fist to attack again, Yisha suddenly spread his palm and went to meet it. Snake bite. Yisha grabbed the metal man's wrist with one palm, and then pulled hard, tearing off the metal man's entire arm. Then Yisha roared and stepped on the metal man's knee. Of course, Yisha didn't step randomly, but went straight to the joints. This place is undoubtedly the weakest position, because it is impossible to use hard metal. If you use hard metal, the joints will not move. Crack! Yisha stomped on the metal man's leg and broke it. With a tow hook, he pulled out the cable. Yisha did not stop. He raised his arm and grabbed the other arm of the metal man, then twisted it back. This was Yisha's method. Since breaking the head was useless, he would completely dismantle the metal man. You have killed an unknown zombie. The cumulative number is 1. Apocalypse reward, more 11 rare metal. After a while, the metal man was completely dismantled by Yisha. and finally stopped moving. The mysterious voice also sounded at this time. Unknown zombie? Yisha was stunned. Is there something that Doomsday Train doesn't know about? As for the Mort 11 metal, it is easy to guess. It is probably the material for making metal men. Yisha directly dug out the 2 largest plates on the chest and back and threw them into his backpack. After packing up, Yisha started to walk in the opposite direction. Since there was a metal man blocking the road, Dolan must not have gone in this direction. Yisha walked in the opposite direction of the corridor, and finally saw the elevator. After getting on it, Yisha went to the next floor. After leaving the elevator, Yisha arrived at an office area. According to some documents piled on the table, they were all data about human body modification. And there were also many formulas that Yisha could not understand. At the same time, there were a lot of zombies in this place. Quite a lot. Yisha looked up and estimated that there were at least 30 or 40 of them. But now all these zombies had been killed. Why are you here? At this time, the door of an office on the side of the office area opened, and Dolan walked out directly dragging a zombie. Yisha narrowed his eyes. And then, Mr. Dolan, I actually want to invite you to a place to be my guest. I wonder if you can do me the honor. Dolan narrowed his eyes and looked at Yisha. It doesn't look like you are running to Steel City to take refuge. Yes. Yisha did not deny it, and said again, I came to you on purpose, just to ask you to go with me. Dolan looked at Yisha. What if I don't agree? Yisha, I admire you very much for building the Iron Fortress, providing a safe place for so many people, and not just begging for survival, but reshaping civilization, etc. Therefore, I prefer to use a gentle and friendly method. Please come with me. Chapter 674 Fighting. Dolan narrowed his eyes, indifferent to Yisha's words, but repeated again, what if I say I don't agree? Yisha, then I can only break your hands and feet and take you back. Dolan suddenly laughed and looked at Yisha. Let me confirm it one last time. You are not a surviving human who is seeking refuge. You are coming for me. You are an enemy, not a friend. Right? Yisha, not an enemy. I just want to ask you to go. Dolan nodded. I understand. The next moment, Dolan's figure suddenly disappeared. And then Yisha saw a blurry black shadow quickly passing by. And then the papers piled on the surrounding desks flew up. Then Dolan came behind Yisha and punched Yisha. Then, Dolan's expression suddenly froze, and Yisha disappeared. Yisha's voice sounded behind Dolan. Mr. Dolan, do you think an ordinary person would invite you beyond his ability? Dolan was startled by Yisha's sudden voice. And then he swung his legs behind him and swept towards Yisha. Yisha's figure flashed, dodging Dolan's attack, and then punched out. However, Yisha did not hit Dolan. Dolan's movement speed was incredibly fast. He did not look like a living creature at all, but like a black shadow floating, more ghostly than a ghost. Yisha frowned. This ability was really troublesome. It was obviously not so easy to catch Dolan. Yisha took a deep breath, then drew out the king's holy sword, took a step forward, and chased after Dolan. With Dolan's speed, if he was determined to escape, there would not be enough wind flow underground to use the power of the Son of Wind. And Yisha felt that he really could not catch up. However, Dolan obviously did not want to escape. Seeing Yisha chasing him, he suddenly stopped. Dolan spread his hands, and 2 balls of light blue light appeared in his palms, like a sphere, very bright. The next moment, Yisha raised his sword and chopped it down, while Dolan raised his palm. The king's holy sword fell on the ball of light, but Yisha felt as if he had hit something real, and the king's holy sword was blocked and fell. Yisha frowned, and then suddenly increased his strength. The king's holy sword slowly sank into the light, but as the ball of light was cut open, a large area of dazzling light suddenly exploded, like a flash bomb. Yisha immediately stretched out his hand to cover his eyes, and at this time, Dolan pushed with both hands and pressed the ball of light on Yisha's chest. Bang! Yisha's body flew backwards and knocked over several desks. But he was not seriously injured. He stood up slowly, twisting his neck. Yisha looked at Dolan's hands. First of all, the speed. Dolan's speed was extremely fast. Secondly, the light ball seemed to have some very strange abilities. I don't know the details for the time being, but from the last one, the light ball seemed to enhance Dolan's strength. But Yisha casually glanced at his chest that was hit. the impact force is just SOSO. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Sha ran forward again. As Dolan stepped back, he stretched out his hands to sweep to both sides, and the desks around him moved by themselves, moving in front of Yi Sha and blocking him. Yi Sha frowned. Is this a brain ability? Yi Sha shook his head immediately. This is not a brain ability. Although superhumans are rare, Yi Sha has seen a few of them. In particular, Yi Yu has cooperated with Yi Sha several times. Yi Sha is very sure that the feeling when Yi Yu activates the brain ability is completely different from the current one. Dolan's action was more like using an invisible force to push the desks out, rather than using the brain's ability to manipulate those desks. Although the result was the same, the process and method were completely different. Yi Sha was thinking, but his movements were not slow at all. He suddenly jumped up and jumped onto those desks, then jumped again, pounced on Dolan, and kicked across. Bang! Dolan seemed to rely not only on his strange abilities, but also on his strong physical fitness. He raised his arm to block Yi Sha's kick. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. Not surprised. He remembered that Dolan said that he was 55 years old. But in fact, Dolan looked only about 24 or 25 years old, which meant that Dolan's body was not simple. And it was definitely not just the so-called reverse growth. After taking Yi Sha's attack, Dolan grabbed Yi Sha's ankle and threw Yi Sha out. After twisting his body in the air, Yi Sha landed steadily on the ground. Yi Sha directly put on the World Destroyer gloves and raised his hand to point at Dolan. Gun form. The destroyer started firing. The barrel of the gun on his fingertips kept spitting out flames, and bullets rained down on Dolan. Dolan didn't seem to be afraid of guns. The moment Yi Sha raised his hand, Dolan also raised his hand and swept to the side. The bullet flew out and strangely turned a 90-degree right angle and hit the wall on the side. Dolan frowned. Are you from Compu? In Dolan's impression, only Compu could master these technological equipment that ordinary people couldn't touch. Yi Sha chuckled. No. While Yi Sha was speaking, he had already attacked again and rushed towards Duolan. Duolan's skills were not bad either, and he seemed to have learned martial arts. After the two of them exchanged fists and counterattacked each other for a few moves, Yi Sha suddenly changed his fists into claws, with his 5 fingers slightly bent. Snake bite. The purple-scaled python quickly wrapped around Yi Sha's arm, and then swept towards Duolan fiercely. Duolan was startled, and turned into a ghost-like appearance again. His figure flashed, and quickly distanced himself from Yi Sha. Boom! Yi Sha swept his claws across, and grabbed the wall. Not only did he tear off the alloy steel plate embedded in the wall, but the wall also made a loud noise, and a big hole was blasted out by Yi Sha. Duolan said in a deep voice, "You are the same as me?" Same? Yi Sha licked his lips and smiled. Maybe. You can understand it this way. Anyway, we are not normal people. If you want to know more, why not come with me? Duolan was unmoved, but his eyes looking at Yi Sha became more solemn. He spread his hands, and a ball of light appeared between his palms again. Yi Sha didn't care whether Dolan was convinced by him or not. Anyway, it would be best if Dolan was willing to go with him. If he didn't want to, he could only help him to be willing. Watching Yi Sha step forward again, Dolan pressed the wall on the side. The next moment, the alloy steel plate on the wall peeled off. And then the wall seemed to be dismembered, turning into pieces of square blocks. And even, each piece was exactly the same size, without a single error, floating in the air, and then crashed towards Yi Sha. Chapter 675 Chase. Looking at the blocks crashing towards him, he stretched out his hand and pressed it in the air. Capture the dragon and soar the crane. Second style, soar the crane. A huge thrust suddenly appeared, pushing forward, pushing all the blocks away. And then Yi Sha jumped out again, came to Duolan, and punched forward. Duolan raised his arm to block, blocking Yi Sha's fist, but soon felt an invisible force actually drilled into his body. Explosion! Bang! Dolan retreated repeatedly until he hit a desk. Then his throat felt sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Sha said with his hands behind his back, "Mr. Dolan, my patience is not very good. But seeing that you are indeed a person worthy of admiration, I will ask you one last time. Do you want to come with me?" Dolan said in a deep voice, "Where do you want to take me? What are you going to do?" "Yi Sha, I am just following orders. I don't know why I am taking you back. I am only responsible for taking you back. Once you get there, other things have nothing to do with me." Dolan said nothing. but secretly turned his palm around. However, Yisha had seen everything. Dolan did have some strange abilities. It was hard to tell what they were. But every time Dolan used his abilities, a ball of light would appear between his palms. In this way, even if Dolan deliberately concealed it, as long as he paid close attention, he could still find it. Sure enough, Dolan suddenly activated his ability. And behind Yisha, a square stone pillar seemed to be peeled off from the ground directly. Silently, with smooth surfaces, like a knife cutting through tofu, and then hit Yisha's back fiercely. But at this moment, Yisha turned around suddenly, raised his arm, and swept across. And the stone pillar was smashed by Yisha's punch. "I'm sorry, Yisha, Mr. Dolan. You missed the last chance. I can only beat you up, and then take you back." Dolan roared and suddenly jumped up. His face became much more ferocious. It was obvious that he was going to do his best, or to fight for his life. Along with the roar, Dolan's hands went to the walls on both sides. And then the walls separated again, as if they were cut into pieces. And then the alloy steel plates twisted into sharp cones, stabbing at Yisha. Yisha looked indifferent, pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, cut a knife in his palm, and then scattered the blood forward. The next moment, the blood suddenly exploded, turning into countless blood thorns floating in the air, knocking down the surrounding alloy steel plates. Then, Yisha took a step forward. Roar! Yisha opened his mouth and let out a low roar that was not human. A trace of blood dripped down Yisha's pores, and then pieces of dragon scales wrapped with golden threads grew out of Yisha's body. Dragon transformation. Entering the dragon transformation state, Yisha took a step forward, waved his hand and grabbed at the void in front of him. And those things blocking Yisha were instantly blown away. Dolan's face suddenly changed, and he immediately rushed to the side, rolling on the ground in embarrassment. Then he looked back and saw 3 scratches on the wall behind him that were 1.5 meters long. Yisha turned his body sideways, looked at Dolan again, and stretched out his hand. Dragon breath fire. Fireballs kept appearing in front of Yisha, surging towards Dolan, surging in groups, and flew over. Dolan turned into a ghostly figure again, and quickly ran to the side to avoid the attack of the dragon's breath fire. Boom! 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 The surrounding things were hit by the dragon's breath fire, and kept exploding. Then, Dolan suddenly ran out of the office area, and went directly to the direction of the elevator. Yisha had been prepared for it. After fighting with Dolan, Yisha felt that Dolan's strength was not a big problem. Although he was not weak, he was not his opponent. If measured by the standards of Doomsday Train, he would definitely not reach the king level. He could probably barely pass the standard of Star Diamond level, and reach the level of Star Diamond 1 star. What Yisha feared most was Dolan's speed. That ghostly figure was indeed not something that could be caught up with just because he wanted to. Yisha naturally had to prevent Dolan from running away. Yisha roared towards the direction of the elevator. Dragon roar. A dragon roar sounded from Yisha's throat, and then the entire corridor trembled. Fine stone chips kept spilling out of the gaps in the alloy steel plates. Dolan groaned, and was directly pushed out by the impact of the dragon roar. And then his whole body stuck to the wall, like a hanging painting. Blood continued to flow from the corners of Dolan's mouth. Seeing Yisha rushing towards him, Dolan's figure flashed and rushed towards the elevator again. Yisha sneered and raised his hand. How long Yimpa? Yisha raised his palm forward, and countless dragon breath fires appeared around him, quickly turning into a roaring fire dragon and pushing forward. The fire dragon was very large, and the moment it flew out, it directly filled the entire corridor and rushed forward madly, seeing that the fire dragon was about to hit Dolan. But at this moment, Dolan's figure suddenly flashed, like an unstable 3D image, and then Dolan suddenly disappeared. And when he appeared again, he was already at the side of the elevator. Teleport? Yisha's pupils shrank slightly. He knew that Dolan had this trick. In the video that the boss lady showed him, Dolan used this trick to save a man riding a tricycle who was almost hit by a car. So, he was not surprised. But Yisha's face did become more serious. With Dolan's terrifying running speed, if he could also use teleportation, it would be really difficult to catch him. While thinking, Yisha ran wildly, rushed to the side of the elevator, roared, forced the elevator door open, and then jumped into the elevator passage. The dragon claws were sharp. Yisha stretched out his hand, and his nails penetrated the wall directly. He was half hanging in the air. And then, he quickly climbed up to catch up with the elevator. When he reached the upper floor, Yisha chased out and saw that Duolon had already run halfway and was almost at the elevator on the other side. Yisha cursed in a low voice. This guy can run so fast. Yisha kicked his legs and jumped 4 or 5 meters, quickly chasing forward. The thing that Yisha was most worried about did happen. He was unable to use the ability of the Son of Wind and could not catch up with Duolon at all. Seeing Duolon disappear again, Yisha gritted his teeth and shouted, "Destroy this place for me." Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the ground, and the corpse flower vine suddenly rushed out from deep underground, all the way up, continuously blasting the ceiling. Yisha jumped up on the corpse flower vines and returned directly to the ground. Yisha took a shortcut, and when he returned to the ground, Duolon just ran out of the warehouse. Yisha didn't hesitate and immediately chased him out. Chapter 676 Capture. Dolan looked at Yisha, who broke through the ground and jumped out. His face naturally became more solemn. He knew very well that he didn't have this ability, and Yisha was obviously stronger than him. In this case, Dolan had only one thought in his mind. That is, to run. Yisha chased him relentlessly, chased him out of the warehouse, and then breathed a sigh of relief. There is wind tonight. Not weak. And it is a tailwind. This means that the ability of the Son of Wind can be exerted. Although according to the strength of the wind flow, it will not be able to exert all the effects. But 70% to 80% of the effect is enough. But soon, Yisha let out a sigh of relief. After Yisha found that he could use the power of the Son of Wind, he still couldn't catch up with Dolan. Yisha's forehead was sweating coldly, and he was in real trouble. However, it was not time to despair. Niepa had already ambushed outside. But why didn't he shoot? Yisha looked around, but couldn't find Niepa. At this time, Niepo's voice suddenly came from Yisha's pocket. Stop him. He's too fast. I can't aim. Niepa can use any communication device to transmit sound. Yisha already knew that he only had a PDA in his pocket to give orders to the arbitrator, which could also transmit sound. However, when he told himself that he couldn't aim, Yisha still wanted to scold him. And he failed at the critical moment. Stop him! Yisha shouted, at all costs. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by Yisha's roar, the ground immediately trembled. And then cracks appeared on the ground one after another. Countless corpse flower vines emerged from the ground, dancing and smashing down towards Duolon. Duolon was also startled when he saw the corpse flower appear. But he quickly came to his senses, his face solemn, and his figure flashed again. And he actually shuttled directly between the gaps of the vines, and even jumped on the vines and ran. However, this time it was not just the corpse flower vines that appeared. Yisha's cry of at all costs made the main flower of the corpse flower float out of the ground. The main flower of the corpse flower was much larger than before, and at the same time, the number of flowers had grown to 12. Yisha raised his eyebrows. He didn't know that the corpse flower had become stronger again. After all, every time Yisha called it out, it was only the corpse flower vine, the main flower, as the only fatal weakness of the corpse flower, usually did not appear to avoid accidents. However, Yisha soon understood. It was the corpse flower seed given by Yiyu. It was unclear whether the corpse flower could integrate the characteristics of the South China cycad. But the seed did help the corpse flower become stronger. Yisha was not greedy. At this level, Yisha was already very satisfied. At the same time, 12 corpse flowers bloomed at the same time. The moment the petals opened, the surrounding leaves all ejected, spinning and madly approaching Dolan. Dolan's pupils shrank sharply. Those leaves covered a large area, with almost no dead corners and no place to pass through. Then, Dolan disappeared. Teleport. Dolan's body moved forward 20 meters directly, avoiding the invasion of those leaves. But at this moment, Dolan suddenly found that he was surrounded by a large area of yellow fog. The yellow mist had a faint fragrance. And then Dolan felt dizzy. Damn it! Dolan cursed. It's poisonous pollen. Bang! At this time, a gunshot suddenly sounded. Dolan screamed, and then fell to the ground, covering his right leg. Niepa finally made a move, and hit Dolan's kneecap with one shot. Bang! The second gunshot sounded. This time, Niepa shot Dolan's left leg, and also hit the kneecap with one shot, smashing Dolan's kneecap. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally done. Coming to Dolan's side, Yisha took out a needle gun, loaded it with cell activation agent, and then stabbed it into Dolan's neck. Don't worry. Yisha smiled. We just want to invite you to be our guest. So we will never do such a thing as killing you. Cell activation agent can promote metabolism and speed up the healing cycle of wounds. Yisha injected this thing into Dolan because he didn't want Dolan to die of pain or excessive blood loss. However, the kneecaps of both legs were broken. Even if the cell activation agent was injected, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to recover. By that time, they would have returned to the Doomsday train. So they were not afraid of letting Dolan escape. After injecting the agent, Yisha waved his hand, and the corpse flower quickly sank into the ground, leaving only a mess on the ground. A moment later, Niepa drove a car to Yisha's side. Niepa poked his head out. Let's go. Get in the car. Yisha threw Dolan into the back seat of the car, and then sat in the passenger seat. Niepa stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away. Dolan gritted his teeth in the back seat, and endured the pain. I can't run away now. Can you tell me where you are taking me, and what you are taking me to do? Dolan had asked this question before, but he asked it again, obviously not believing Yisha's previous answer. Yisha smiled. Mr. Dolan, I still say the same thing. I still admire you very much. But I am just following orders, and am only responsible for taking it back. I don't know anything else. If you are curious, when you get there, someone will naturally answer your questions. Dolan was obviously not satisfied with this answer, and just assumed that Yisha didn't say anything. But even if Yisha didn't say anything, Dolan had no way to do it. After a moment of silence, he said, Can I make a phone call? Yisha, Steel Fortress? Dolan nodded. Although I often go out. It's normal to be out of sight for 10 days. But this time I'm afraid I won't be back for 10 days. Right? Or even, I won't be back forever. Yisha smiled. I'm sorry. I don't know. Dolan was also helpless about Yisha's stubborn attitude. And then said, Steel Fortress has the ability to operate on its own, even if I'm not there. So I don't want to cause chaos because of my departure. Let me make a phone call, and I will let someone take over the management of Steel Fortress. I won't tell them about your affairs. I will only tell them that I will be away for a long time. Yisha hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay. Niepa looked at Yisha. Are you crazy? Yisha gave Niepa a reassuring look and continued. I will call you when we are almost there. In exchange, Mr. Dolan, I hope you can behave yourself in the next 2 or 3 days. Niepa breathed a sigh of relief and almost thought that Yisha's head was stuck in the door. But if it was when we were almost at the Doomsday train, it would be okay to let Dolan make a call. The Iron Fortress does have some terrifying armed forces. If Dolan used tricks to notify the people of the Iron Fortress to come to the rescue and use those things, it would be difficult for the two of them to deal with it alone. But what would those things mean when they were in front of the Doomsday train? Chapter 677 Reward. Return to the Doomsday train platform. Looking at the platform standing alone on the side of the road, Duolon was also extremely surprised. There is a train platform on the side of the desolate road? Which lunatic would build a train platform here? There are not even rails. Yisha took out the phone and handed it to Duolon. You can call now. Duolon nodded, took the phone and dialed. Yisha and Niepa stood aside, with no intention of monitoring at all. Anyway, they would send people to the Doomsday train, and it didn't matter whether Duolon asked for help. After a while, Dolan hung up the phone and said to Yisha, Let's go. Yisha nodded and stretched out his hand. Please. Entering the Doomsday train platform, Dolan looked around like a curious baby, and felt that everything was incredible. Yisha smiled. Mr. Dolan, you are also an incredible existence, aren't you? Dolan was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. There are too many incredible things in this world. As Yisha said, Dolan himself is also an incredible existence. In this case, why do you think other things are incredible? After taking Dolan into the Doomsday train and heading directly to the dining car, Yisha sent Dolan to the bar. Yisha, my mission is complete. The proprietress smiled and said, I have reported to the conductor. Yisha nodded and said to Dolan, Mr. Dolan, this is the person who wants to see you. You can chat slowly. I will take my leave first. Yisha left the bar, raised his hand to Niepa, and made a drink gesture. Niepa nodded, then followed Yisha out of the dining car and came to Yisha's personal compartment. After becoming the chief steward, Yishaw's personal compartment has also undergone great changes. The most obvious thing is that it has become more luxurious. 1 living room and 2 bedrooms. The size and luxury are all the standards of a 5-star hotel suite. And there are 3 workrooms with various instruments. The freezer has all kinds of food. And Yisha can call and ask the dining car to deliver food to him directly. Of course, he still has to pay the money. And the wine cabinet is always full of various brands of wine. From the simplest beer to the most luxurious high-end wine. Everything is available. Yisha opened the wine cabinet. What do you want to drink? Nyepa sat down on the sofa. A cup of straw hat. Yisha rolled his eyes immediately. He did have all kinds of wine here. But cocktails had to be made by yourself. Did this guy think he was a bartender? Nyepa smiled. Just a little joke. Rum bar. Yisha nodded. Took a bottle of rum and 2 shot glasses from the wine cabinet. And placed them on the coffee table. Nyepa took a sip of wine. Tell me. What is the reward for this mission? Yisha spread his hands. I didn't tell you when I went there. But since it's the train conductor's personal mission, the reward shouldn't be too bad. Nyepa, even you, the train purser, don't know? Yisha laughed at himself. Have you ever seen a train purser without train attendants? Nyepa, at least you got the chance. Yisha nodded and didn't deny it. The two chatted casually, mostly about what they saw and heard. And of course, they also exchanged some useful information. I don't know how long it took, but there was a knock on the door. Yisha, come in. The next moment, the boss lady pushed the door open. Sitting down on the sofa on the side, the boss lady smiled. You did a great job this time. This is a reward from the conductor. As the boss lady spoke, she placed 2 boxes on the coffee table. Yepo's box was very small, only the size of a palm, a bit like a ring box. Yepo opened it and saw a green chip. Yepo's eyes suddenly lit up. This is... The lady boss smiled. Pluto chip. Nyepa couldn't help but, good. Yisha couldn't help but look at the chip twice, because he knew what this chip was. In the classification of firearms in Doomsday Train, there are 3 sets of top fantasy series firearms, namely Galaxy, Beast and God. Among them, Galaxy firearms are named after the 9 planets, and Pluto naturally corresponds to Pluto. As for Pluto chip, as far as Yisha knows, Galaxy firearms are sold after being disassembled, or the parts are obtained by performing tasks and then assembled. Pluto chip is one of the parts of Pluto. Therefore, if Nyepa wants to get Pluto, he has to gather the other parts. However, Nyepa is obviously very satisfied, because he obviously knows more about firearms than Yisha. Nyepa has naturally studied the top 3 fantasy firearms. Galaxy firearms need to be assembled and parts must be collected. But the most troublesome thing is that the parts sold on the dining car are not complete. For example, Neptune lacks a barrel, Uranus lacks a magazine, Venus lacks a bolt carrier rail, etc. All Galaxy weapons are missing one part that can be purchased on the dining car, and this part must be obtained by other means. This is the most troublesome part, because I don't know how to get it. Among the Pluto parts sold by the food truck, the missing one is the Pluto chip. As long as you get the Pluto chip, the rest is nothing more than a matter of money. As long as you are willing to save money, sooner or later you will have enough skull coins to buy all the Pluto parts. This is the real value of the Pluto chip. At this time, after taking a few glances, Yisha was not interested in the Pluto chip. First, firearms were not Yisha's main weapon. And second, Yisha naturally paid more attention to his rewards. Yisha's box was obviously much bigger than Yepo's, about the size of 3 mobile phones placed side by side. But the value of the reward was not determined by the size. Slowly, Yisha opened the box. And then he was stunned, and then looked at the proprietress in astonishment. Yisha, is this my reward? The proprietress smiled. This is the train conductor who personally picked it for you. Yisha's eyes twitched. And he picked such a thing for himself? The box contained a heart. A living heart. A heart that has left the body but is still beating, up and down, and is extremely alive. The boss lady looked carefully. This is not an ordinary heart. Yisha didn't feel disgusted, and took the heart out of the box directly, then raised his eyebrows. Mechanical heart? The boss lady nodded. In fact, this is not a heart in the traditional sense. The heart is a real heart, but there is a machine installed inside the heart. It looks like a normal heart on the outside, But after taking it in, you can feel something like a metal bracket inside the heart. The boss lady, you don't need this thing now. But sooner or later you will definitely need it. Yisha looked up at the boss lady in confusion. The boss lady, don't ask me. I don't know what this means. But this is the original words of the train conductor. Chapter 678 Rest Day. Yisha frowned, not knowing what the conductor was thinking. But he didn't seem to be perfunctory. He really didn't know what the mechanical heart was used for. But it didn't look like it could be easily made. Yisha put the heart back into the box and closed the box again. In that case, I'll take it. Thank the conductor for me. The lady boss nodded and stood up. Then I'll leave first. The lady boss opened the door, seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly turned around. It's about time for you to recruit some people. Right? The next stop is just about to start the Battle of the Death Carriage. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then nodded, thank you. The lady boss smiled, and turned to leave the carriage. Nyepa stood up. I'll leave first too. I'll start making the complete set of firearms you asked for as soon as possible. Yisha nodded and asked Nyepa to have a drink, purely to wait for the lady boss's reward. Now that the lady boss has delivered the reward, it naturally means that this mission has been successfully completed. As for Dolan, whether he lives or dies, stays or leaves, it is none of Yisha's business. Anyway, it's not the first time Yisha has done the task of bringing people back to the Doomsday train. After the boss lady and Nyepa left, Yisha leaned back on the sofa and rested for a while. The Doomsday train had not yet departed. It was obvious that the stop on the Western Highway had not yet come. The people in the ordinary carriages were still on duty, so the remaining time was rest time. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Yisha got up and walked towards the workshop. Yisha did not gain much this time. In fact, it can be said that apart from the reward, there was almost no gain. The reason for using the word almost is because there was still a little gain. He walked into the studio and called the arbitrator in. Smiling, change your body? Yisha said, as he took out the 2 metal plates removed from the metal man. The material of these 2 metal plates is very unusual. Yisha put them on the instrument to test them. The hardness data is quite high. In this case, Yisha did not plan to sell these 2 metal plates, but planned to transform the arbitrator's body. Then the body data was measured, and then the metal plates were polished and shaped according to the arbitrator's body shape. Fortunately, the instruments in the workshop were not ordinary instruments. Otherwise it would not be easy to deal with these 2 metal plates. This is not a big transformation, but it is not that easy. Data needs to be measured. Although the metal plate grinding and shaping is not tedious, it requires patience and needs to be done bit by bit. It took Yisha 2 days to make the 2 metal plates and then embed them into the arbitrator's body. Then, Yisha couldn't help but have a flash of inspiration. The conductor gave him a heart? What's the use of having a heart? Even if his heart is broken, the resurrection of the 12 trials of immortality can revive him. If the number of resurrections is used up, then if his heart is broken, can he still cut open his body and replace his heart? Of course. The corpse flower, the steel-armored evil centipede, and the liquid monster don't need a heart, because their body structure doesn't have it. Then, who needs a heart? The arbitrator. Yisha couldn't help but murmur, is it for the arbitrator? Yisha frowned in thought, and soon realized that his idea was not very reliable, because the arbitrator didn't have a heart either. Or the arbitrator's heart was just a decoration. The arbitrator's body is composed of about 2/3 of mutant zombies and 1/3 of mechanical parts. So the arbitrator does have a heart. But that heart is almost a decoration and doesn't beat at all. The heart of the arbitrator is the black gold arbitrator chip. The black gold arbitrator chip is used to maintain the operation of the mechanical part. And then the mechanical part is used to control the functions of the biological part of the arbitrator's body. So, even if the arbitrator is given a mechanical heart, what's the use? The mechanical heart cannot replace the function of the black gold arbitrator chip. Yisha shook his head, and he couldn't figure out whether the conductor gave him a mechanical heart for the arbitrator. Forget it. Yisha murmured, I'll think about it later. Yisha shook his head, stopped thinking about it, glanced at the transformed arbiter, and left the personal car. After Yisha came to the dining car, he sat down directly at the bar. How much time is left before departure? The proprietress, 9 days. Yisha nodded. His guess was between 5 and 10 days, because it didn't take much time to bring Dolan back to the Doomsday train. He and Yep only stayed in the Iron Fortress for 2 days, which was not as long as the time they spent on the journey. Therefore, Yi Sha still has plenty of time to waste. Yi Sha, just take me to any place. The landlady, you will reach the Western Highway when you leave the platform. Yi Sha, no. Go to a place with more zombies. The landlady showed a sudden realization, as if she had thought of something, and nodded, indicating that it was okay. Yi Sha wanted to go to a place with more zombies, and there was only one reason. That is, to hunt zombies. The 12 trials of the Immortals only needed to hunt a few hundred ordinary zombies to complete the current stage of the trial. Since he had time, he was free anyway, so Yi Sha naturally planned to take the opportunity to complete the trial. After all, dying once again in the belly of the disc monster made Yi Sha realize once again how important his ability is. Lady Boss, but it's not a holiday now. I can only send you to a city near the Western Highway. Yi Sha, that's fine. Anyway, as long as he can hunt zombies, Yi Sha doesn't care where to go. In 9 days, Yi Sha spent 1 week and finally completed the current requirements of the 12 trials of the Immortal. 12 trials of the Undying Imagination ability. Each time you pass a trial, you will get a chance to revive your body. If you succeed in the 3rd trial, you will get hard armor. If you succeed in the 6th trial, you will get strength. If you succeed in the 9th trial, you will get frenzy. If you succeed in the 12th trial, you will get the will of an unyielding warrior. Currently, you have completed the trial July 12th. Number of resurrections, March 7th. Contents of the 8th trial, kill zombies, 0/5000. Kill 1 star or higher mutant zombies, 0/3. Kill 1 star or higher ancient species, 0/2. Kill designated targets, 0 out of 1. Yi Sha completed the 7th stage of the trial. And then a new trial task appeared. The zombie data was cleared, and the number increased from 3,000 to 5,000. After the 1 star or higher mutant zombies of the king were cleared, the number increased from 2 to 3. The ancient species, with the same requirements, also increased from 1 to 2. These were all expected changes. But what Yi Sha didn't quite understand was what killing a designated target meant. Chapter 679 12 Lives. You don't think that you are the only one who possesses this ability, do you? Whenever he had any questions, he naturally went to the boss lady, and the boss lady's words enlightened Yi Sha. The 12 trials of immortality are not unique, which means that not only Yi Sha can buy this ability from the dining car, but others can too. Yi Sha, so I have to kill other people who possess this ability? Boss lady, that's the theory. Yi Sha was stunned. What about in reality? The boss lady, in fact, there are no designated targets for you to kill at the moment. Yi Sha was stunned. No way. Am I the only one who bought the 12 trials of immortality in the entire Doomsday train? Yi Sha felt that this possibility was too low, because the 12 trials of immortality were definitely a good value for money ability. Not only did they give a skill or ability every 3 rounds of trials, but they could also be resurrected in the end times. Who doesn't want to have more lives? In fact, if it weren't for the 12 trials of immortality, Yi Sha would have died long ago. For this, Yi Sha was also very glad for his choice. Lady Boss, do you think the value of this ability matches the price? Yi Sha hesitated for a moment. Then, no. It's not that the price is too high, but that it is too low. Judging from the effect alone, the 12 trials of immortality are fully qualified to be included in the treasure list. That is, it should be at least 50 gold skull coins. In fact, if all the trials are completed, it is equivalent to getting 12 lives. Yi Sha thinks that adding an extra 0 at the end is no problem. But, Yi Sha, this ability is different from other abilities. Other abilities can be used immediately, but this ability requires completing the trial. The lady boss laughed. Is the trial difficult? Yi Sha was speechless again. This question was not easy to answer, to be honest. Except for the 4 trials 3, 6, 9, and 12, which must complete the trial tasks. The other trials are actually relatively easy. To put it bluntly, isn't it just killing zombies? Even if you ignore the trial, don't you still have to kill them when you leave the Doomsday train? The requirements for the remaining mutant zombies and ancient species are indeed more troublesome. But there is no time limit for the trial, so you can completely improve your strength and find some targets that meet the requirements and are relatively weak. Lady Boss, in fact, the 12 trials of immortality are the abilities of the treasure list. Yi Sha was stunned. Ah! Lady Boss. The special thing about this ability is that it does not require trials, but requires life in exchange. Yi Sha, can you explain it? Lady Boss. 12 resurrection opportunities. 12 lives. Starting from the 8th round of trials. You need to kill a person with the same ability. The person killed cannot use the resurrection opportunity and will die directly. His life is your life. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows, understanding the meaning. The Lady Boss continued, before the 8 rounds of trials. It was just a warm-up. Yi Sha, but I don't understand what it means that no one can be killed. The Lady Boss spread her hands, because they are still warming up. You are the only one who has started the 8th round of trials. Yi Sha almost vomited blood. Sometimes the answer is just so simple. So simple that people can't think of it. Because it is too simple. Yi Sha, what if not so many people choose this ability? The Lady Boss laughed again, like a cunning fox, and looked at Yi Sha. Why do you think this ability is so cheap? Now Yi Sha really understood. Yi Sha chose the 12 trials of immortality purely because he had seen someone use it in his previous life, and he was not clear about the details. Now Yi Sha understood the real horror and difficulty of the 12 trials of immortality. This forced them to kill each other. However, Yi Sha was not too surprised. The Doomsday train risked the jungle law, and people killed each other more than once. The Battle of the Death Carriage was the best example. On the Doomsday train, it was always the survival of the fittest. But now, even if Yi Sha wanted to kill, he couldn't. But there were other goals to be accumulated. So Yi Sha didn't care too much. Anyway, he could complete other goals first, and then consider this problem. Thinking of the Doomsday train, Yi Sha suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but, there will be a battle for the Death Carriage at the next stop. If there is no target mission, can I go? Of course. The Lady Boss smiled. This is the privilege of the conductor. You can choose to go to different places in different carriages at each stop. Yi Sha's eyes lit up. There are many carriages on the Doomsday train. After arriving at each station, do all the carriages go to the same place? Of course not. Although the platforms used are the same, the destinations are different. Simply put, at each station, the Doomsday train will send people to many places. Is it amazing? It is quite amazing. But the people on the Doomsday train are no longer surprised. However, it is a pleasant surprise that the chief train attendant has such a privilege, which means that Yi Sha has a high degree of freedom. Of course, this degree of freedom is relative, just higher than the ordinary surviving humans and crew members on the Doomsday train. The Doomsday train is still a paradise and a cage. Yi Sha doesn't care about this. Everything should be done step by step, no matter how big the cage is. Yi Sha believes that he will jump out one day, and now is a good start. But the boss lady still poured cold water on Yi Sha. But if you don't have a crew to help you perform the mission, no matter where you choose to go, you have to complete the mission, even if there is a death car battle going on there. Yi Sha didn't care about the mission. He had guessed it long ago, but there was no need to remind himself that he was a lone commander. Right? However, the Lady Boss reminded Yi Sha that there would be a death car battle at the next stop, and Yi Sha also planned to go there. The intention was actually very obvious. That is, to pick people. Those who can survive the death car battle are undoubtedly quite powerful, and as long as they can pass the crew assessment, they should be able to use it. It's just a mission. Yi Sha nodded, then got up and returned to his personal car. The Doomsday train has not yet departed. After Yi Sha returned to his personal compartment, he fiddled with the items of ancient civilization as usual. The Noah's stone tablet and the stone ball still made waves. Although Yi Sha never gave up scanning, there was still no result. The sarcophagus was in use. This thing had become the arbitrator's bed, but except that the coffin lid could open and close automatically, there was really nothing special about it. Moreover, when the arbitrator fell asleep, there was no change. Of course, it was also good news. Yi Sha didn't have to worry about the sarcophagus causing any harm to the arbitrator. So he fell asleep first. Chapter 680. Next stop. The Doomsday train will arrive at the ruins of Kanwata in 3 hours. When the Doomsday train arrives at the platform, a battle for the Death Carriage will be launched. The selected carriages are number 22, number 82, number 101, number 102, and number 109. The battle for the Death Carriage is a battle royale. The rules will be announced after arriving at the ruins of Kanwata. The designated carriage members will enter the ruins of Kanwata to fight. There is no time limit. When the number of humans participating in the battle for the death carriage is reduced to 20, the battle for the death carriage will end. Teamworker Mission 1. Find VR gas, biochemical weapons. Teamworker Mission 2. Find cholera bacteria, biochemical weapons. Task rewards. After completing both tasks, you can return to the Doomsday train and select one of the items you found as a reward. Time passed day by day, and as more and more people returned to the Doomsday train, the time for departure finally arrived. Yisha knew the rules of the death car battle very well, and this time the Battle Royale mode was used, which was the mode used in Sakura City at the beginning, and it was also the simplest and most direct mode of all modes. Fight to the death, kill to the death, and do your best to survive. Yisha was very familiar with these rules, so he was too lazy to read them. After confirming the destination, he jumped directly to the crew mission. Yes, it was still a crew mission. In fact, the chief steward's power was to dispatch, not to perform tasks. However, due to two problems, the chief steward would still perform the tasks. The first was Yisha's current situation. He had no one under his command, and he was a lone commander. Or in the future, when there were people, Yisha would need to go out in person because of insufficient manpower. The second is the survival rule on the Doomsday train, survival of the fittest. If Yisha does not want to be replaced, he should also perform tasks appropriately and enhance his own strength so as not to be kicked out. However, the chief steward is the chief steward after all. The right to choose the destination at will is not to facilitate Yisha to select people, but to choose tasks at will. Yisha can choose tasks that suit him, tasks with high rewards, etc. Of course, at the moment, Yisha chose the ruins of Kandava and the place where the Battle of the Death Carriage took place. The purpose is naturally to select people and see if there is a suitable candidate. He can give the other party the opportunity to conduct the crew assessment. On the contrary, the other party must become his crew. 3 hours passed quickly, and the Doomsday train arrived at the platform soon. Yisha opened his eyes from his nap, stretched his body, and left the Doomsday train. As soon as Yisha opened his mouth after walking out of the Doomsday train platform, he was filled with a mouthful of wind and sand. Cough, cough. Yisha coughed, spit out the sand in his mouth, and then looked around. The cracked and yellow ground, the dilapidated and even collapsed mud houses. Even if there were a few high-rise buildings, they were the very old-fashioned tube buildings, with cracks all over the walls, as if they would collapse at any time. Looking up into the distance, apart from the rolling sand and the weeds swaying in the corners, there were only the dried zombies wandering around. This is a dilapidated and backward place. Yisha was not a participant in the Battle of the Death Carriage, and using his authority as the chief steward, Yisha did get a piece of information about the ruins of Kandava. In fact, the ruins of Kandava were not entirely caused by the end of the world. The original name of this small town was Kandava, and the country it belonged to was a poor and backward country, and also a war-torn country, because it is very poor and backward. The economic conditions are very bad, and it is a typical third world country. However, there is oil here, abundant oil, and where there is profit there is struggle. So it is not only poor and hardship, but also a war-torn country. In short, before the end of the world, Kandava was a city like hell on earth, full of wars, and people could not see hope. Perhaps the end of the world will be a relief for the people of Kandava. Then, it became like this. The already dilapidated city was completely reduced to ruins after the zombies came. This place will also become the battlefield of the Death Carriage battle. Yisha's main purpose is, of course, to see if there are any suitable candidates to become crew members. But Yisha is not in a hurry. He has a mission here, and the Death Carriage battle has just begun. He can wait until some weak guys are eliminated before making a selection. Then, Yisha took out the information and read it while walking. Let's understand the mission content first. Finding VR gas and finding cholera bacteria are actually two tasks in one. VR gas is a new type of nerve gas. It looks like a colorless and odorless oily liquid. It is a highly toxic drug. It is mainly loaded into shells, bombs and other warheads. It is used by explosion dispersion method and can also be spread by aircraft. As for cholera bacteria, this thing is even more terrifying. A long time ago, cholera bacteria was synonymous with death. It can cause severe intestinal infectious diseases. It spreads very quickly, causing muscle spasms, and in severe cases, peripheral circulatory failure and acute renal failure. Cholera is not untreatable. But even with the development of medical technology, the mortality rate of cholera is still very high. Especially the cholera bacteria that Yisha is looking for are artificially cultivated, which is even more terrifying. Both of these things belong to a local armed warlord force called the Red Sun. In Kandava, those who have powerful armed forces and armies are all private armed warlords. Of course, that was all before the end of the world. Under the sweep of the zombie virus, the so-called armed warlord forces naturally disintegrated long ago. In the end, they are nothing but a bunch of zombies. Then, we must first find the base of the Red Sun. Yisha collected the information. Then we can find VR gas and cholera bacteria. Yisha muttered as the arbitrator followed behind Yisha. Suddenly raised his gun and shot a zombie. Then quickly fired around to help Yisha clear the zombies around. Yisha looked around and continued to mutter, "Anyway, there is no map for this kind of place. And the map will not mark the location of the armed forces. It seems that we have to look for it slowly. By the way, the base of the armed forces can't be in the city. Right? Hee. I found the target." At this time, a laugh suddenly sounded from the side of Yisha. And then a fierce-looking man suddenly jumped up from behind a low wall, holding two dog-legged scimitars in his hands, and raised his hand to chop at Yisha. Clang! The arbitrator turned his body to the side of Yisha, raised the alloy bone knife and swung it, colliding with the opponent's weapon, making a crisp sound of collision, and forced the man back. Chapter 681 Kandava Ruins. "Oh!" The man kept playing with the dog-leg scimitar. "You are actually a puppeteer." Yisha waved his hand, signaling the arbitrator to step back. "Killing me will not reduce the number of participants in the death carriage battle, and it will not be of any use to you to obtain a survival quota. Similarly, killing you will not be good for me. So if you leave now, you can save your life." The man laughed. "Are you going to use such a clumsy lie to cheat a chance to survive? Little guy, you are really childish and cute." As the man spoke, he lowered his body and rushed towards Yisha. The next moment, the man's figure split into three, one real and two fake, and rushed towards Yisha at the same time. The further the battle of the death carriage went, the stronger the participants naturally became. With this ability alone, I'm afraid he was stronger than anyone when Yisha participated in the battle of the death carriage. Unfortunately, the past was the past, and the present is now. Yisha raised his hand, and the steel armor evil centipede quickly let go of Yisha, got into his clothes from his waist, and then got out of his sleeves, turning into a centipede sword. Then, Yisha swung the sword forward. The centipede sword quickly grew longer, like a whip, and after sweeping past, it shattered two afterimages in succession. Under the stunned gaze of the man, the centipede sword directly hit the opponent's chest. Puff! A hideous wound opened on the man's chest, and blood spurted out. The man gritted his teeth and immediately reached out to touch other weapons or props. But at this moment, the centipede sword rolled and directly wrapped around the opponent's neck. "Yisha, say goodbye to this world." As soon as he finished speaking, Yisha flicked his wrist, and the man's head flew into the air and then fell to the ground. The headless body fell to the ground helplessly. Perhaps because of the blood, the zombies around slowly gathered around. But strangely enough, when Yisha winked at the arbitrator and asked the arbitrator to deal with those zombies, the zombies actually dispersed again. Huh? Yisha was surprised. What's going on? Boom! Before Yisha finished speaking, a low wall on the side was suddenly smashed. Before Yisha could react, a black giant snake suddenly jumped out and hit Yisha directly. Yisha flew out and hit the wall of the house, knocking it down directly. What the hell? Yisha raised his body, swept away the rubble on his body, and looked at the giant snake. It was a sand snake about 3 meters long, as thick as a bucket, with densely packed heads. Those heads were not separated, but more than a dozen heads were put together, like a huge bouquet of flowers. However, those were not flowers, but ferocious black snake heads. Ancient species? Yisha frowned, then corrected. Corpse ancient species? Ancient species cannot force zombies to retreat. But corpse ancient species are another matter. Some powerful mutant zombies are indeed capable of deterring other zombies. And corpse ancient species, strictly speaking, are also mutant zombies. Yisha clenched his fist, cracking his knuckles. Not bad. After a rest, it's a good time to loosen up your muscles. You'd better be more durable than that guy just now. The black giant snake kept spitting out its tongue, and then came towards Yisha. Then it bit its body, bounced directly from the ground, and rushed towards Yisha. Yisha stretched out his hand directly. Shock wave. The giant snake failed to hit Yisha, but was knocked down by the invisible force of the shock wave, fell to the ground, and kept rolling. At the same time, the arbitrator took out the grenade launcher and aimed it at the giant snake. Bang, bang, bang. The grenades were fired continuously, landing around the giant snake, and then exploded. Boom, boom. The explosions continued. The earth walls around collapsed, and the dust rolled up. Then the giant snake emerged from the dust again, its body bloody. But it was obviously not seriously injured. It ferociously pounced on Yisha again. Suddenly, the heads of the giant snake opened their mouths, and several streams of venom were sprayed out and fell towards Yisha. Nitrogen armor. Yisha immediately activated his ability and wrapped his body with nitrogen armor. The venom fell on Yisha's body, making a hiss sound, and then white smoke surged. However, the venom did not work, and was completely isolated about 1 centimeter in front of Yisha's skin. At this time, the giant snake shook its head and wanted to hit Yisha again, but suddenly found that it could not move. The arbitrator went around the back of the giant snake and grabbed its tail. Then he raised the alloy bone knife and stabbed it down fiercely. Puff! The alloy bone knife pierced through the snake's tail and then nailed it into the ground, directly nailing the giant snake to the ground. The giant snake struggled for a while, and when it found that it couldn't get free, it twisted its body and rushed towards the arbitrator, intending to get rid of the arbitrator first. But just when the giant snake turned around, Yisha suddenly jumped forward. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of a sword. The king's holy sword suddenly came out of its sheath, bringing out a brilliant golden sword light, and slashed down at the giant snake with force. Puff! A column of blood rushed to the sky. The giant snake had a pile of heads, and Yisha wanted to chop them one by one. He didn't know when he would finish, so he simply chopped the giant snake's waist with a sword and cut the giant snake in two. The snake's tail twisted twice, and then stopped moving. The half of the snake body with the head was still struggling on the ground, but it was obviously inconvenient to move without half of its body. Yisha took out a few red flame bombs and threw them directly into the giant snake's mouth. Boom! Accompanied by the explosion, the giant snake was completely blown into a pile of meat. You killed a multi-headed snake. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, alienated snake gall. Alienated things are good things. But looking at the bloody mass, Yisha estimated that if he could really dig out the snake gall, it would probably be useless. Let's go! Yisha didn't delay any longer and waved his hand. Leave here. The noise of fighting with the Hydra was not loud, but it was not small either. If there were people nearby, they would still be attracted by the noise. And Yisha didn't come here to participate in the battle of the death carriage. He didn't want to get entangled with others. Naturally, he left as soon as possible to save some unnecessary trouble. After running for a while, Yisha put on the star-shining goggles to explore the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one around, Yisha thought about it and went into a mud house. The rhythm of the death carriage battle is to wander, find the target, fight, and then survive. Therefore, there are usually 2 situations at the beginning. The first is stability. Everyone hides and waits for an opportunity. The second is chaos at the beginning, constant fighting, and then calm down in the fighting, and everyone begins to become cautious. Chapter 682 Vulture. Yisha tends to the latter. After all, the death carriage battle today is not the same as it was back then. At that time, everyone had only experienced 2 Doomsday train platforms, and they were going to participate in the death carriage battle on the 3rd platform. Fear, terror, and other emotions prevailed, and it was normal to be cautious. Although the death rate on the first day was also high, it was mainly because Yisha, who was fully adapted to the death carriage battle, kept fighting and raised the death rate. But now, it's different. Having experienced the Doomsday train platform for more than a dozen times, the surviving humans on the Doomsday train are all veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles, and this kind of timid emotion will not be very obvious. Therefore, Yisha guessed that there would be a big battle on the first day, and then it would gradually subside, and they would start to wander, hunt, hide, and perform tasks to grab the 20 survival spots. And what Yisha planned to do was to hide temporarily and wait for the first wave of chaos to pass. At the same time, Yisha also planned to act at night. Compared with the daytime, there must be fewer people at night, and Yisha can use the night owl to hide at night, which is more convenient. After sealing the earth house, Yisha leaned against the corner to rest, and the arbitrator guarded loyally. About 2 hours later, Yisha raised his eyelids, and some fighting sounds kept coming into Yisha's ears. Sure enough, it's almost the same as I guessed. Yisha curled his lips, and then continued to close his eyes and rest. There are still about 5 or 6 hours before the sun sets. During this time, Yisha plans to stay here and avoid fighting. The identity of the chief steward is more useful for the stewards. As long as they reveal their identity, the stewards will most likely not fight with Yisha if there is no conflict. However, it is more troublesome to face the surviving humans in the ordinary carriage. Those guys may be in awe of the chief steward, but they have too little contact with him and do not understand his authority. Even, according to what Yisha knows, many people think that killing the flight attendant and the purser will bring a lot of benefits. But the fact is that if a flight attendant can pass the purser assessment and has the qualifications to challenge, then killing the purser can certainly replace him. But ordinary surviving humans obviously don't have this qualification, let alone a lot of benefits. Similarly, Yisha's participation in the Battle of the Death Carriage does not make much sense. So Yisha is not interested in this kind of battle. Nightfall. When it was completely dark, Yisha suddenly opened his eyes and pushed open the wooden door of the adobe house. Yisha drew out the night owl to launch a night attack, and then his body was wrapped in the night. In the night, a pair of wings condensed from black smoke grew out, and then took Yisha into the air. Using the wings of Dark Night and the Son of Wind's ability, Yisha went directly to the outside of the city. As a private armed force, Yisha felt that the Red Sun's base could not be in the city. There are 4 directions out of the city, but Yisha had no idea which direction to go. He could only rely on luck. At most, he could go through all 4 directions in 4 days. When he was about to leave the city, Yisha suddenly heard a cry from above his head. Yisha looked up and immediately cried out inwardly that it was not good. A black shadow passed by in the sky. Judging from its body shape, it should be a vulture. The ruins of Kandawa belong to a semi-desert area, so it was not surprising to see vultures. But the vulture was too huge. Vultures are large birds of prey, with a body length of 1.2 meters and a wingspan of more than 2 meters, or even 3 meters. The body length of this vulture is terrifyingly 4 meters, and its wingspan is probably 6 meters or even 7 meters. This is not a vulture. It is a small pterosaur. 2 thoughts flashed through Yisha's mind. The first one was an ancient species, and the second one was a corpse-like ancient species. At this time, the vulture also suddenly launched an attack. After chasing Yisha's head, it suddenly swooped down and fell towards Yisha. Yisha's face darkened, and he turned his body and raised his hand towards the sky. Nitrogen slash. The invisible slash went towards the sky. But at this moment, the vulture suddenly shook its body, and countless eagle feathers fell from the sky. Yisha was only vaguely sure that the other party was a vulture, but it was not an ancient species, or a corpse. Yisha was not sure. Even if he had eagle-patterned pupils, he could have a good vision at night, but it could not be compared with the daytime. What's more, the other party was still moving at high speed. But after this attack, Yisha could be sure that it was indeed a mutated corpse vulture. Even if it was an ancient species, ordinary vultures could not use the vulture feathers as arrows and shoot them out directly. The next moment, the nitrogen slash collided with the vulture feathers, and there was a loud bang. And then Yisha shrank his body to protect his vitals. The nitrogen slash destroyed a large number of vulture feathers, but there was only one nitrogen slash, while the vulture feathers were densely packed. Then Yisha was hit by the vulture feathers and fell from the air. Boom! Yisha hit the ground, shattering it, and then a cloud of dust flew up. The vulture seemed to know that Yisha was not dead. After a cry, it swooped down from the air, raised a pair of claws, shining with dim light, and came directly towards Yisha. Crash! The shattered ground. A piece of gravel was pushed aside, and Yisha stretched out an arm directly. Nitrogen armor. The airflow around surged, and a layer of armor protection surrounded Yishaw's forearm. The vulture's claws fell down, clamping Yishaw's arm tightly, but it could not easily break through the defense of the nitrogen armor. Dead bird. Yishaw gritted his teeth. Get out of the way. Yishaw raised his left hand. The destroyer had been put on for a long time. At this moment, the machine was running, making a unique sound. And then, the form of the destroyer kept changing. Melee form. Yishaw clenched his fist, and the grooves on both sides of the destroyer connected to each other. And then the electric current rushed out, connecting with each other. At the same time, the hydraulic system was running, causing the tail of the destroyer to suddenly spurt out a puff of white gas. Heavy punch. The next moment, Yishaw punched out without hesitation. And under the lead of the destroyer, his fist hit the vulture's head fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Then, a black shadow flew out along the ground, hitting the low walls continuously, breaking them one by one. After flying out for more than 10 meters, the vulture fell to the ground. Yishaw's punch almost shattered the vulture's bones. But the vulture was not dead yet, and was still struggling because its head was not broken. However, the bones of the body were broken, and no matter how the vulture struggled, it could not get up from the ground. Then, the gunshots rang out. Chapter 683 Infiltration. Bang! Blood burst out from the vulture's head, and then it fell to the ground helplessly. It was the arbitrator who made the move from a distance. You killed the demon corpse vulture. Cumulative number, 1. The vulture didn't bring anything to Yishaw, so the corpse was naturally useless. Yishaw was about to turn around and leave. But at this moment, Yishaw's steps suddenly stopped. Yishaw looked sideways, staring at a jeep, and then his eyes lit up. There was a logo painted on the door of the jeep. A red circle with golden wavy lines around it. Red Sun. The jeep turned out to be the Red Sun's car. Yishaw immediately walked to the car, opened the door, and then a smile appeared on his face. This car has navigation. This damn Kandoa ruins is so poor. There are still cars, but almost all of them are old-fashioned cars, without even navigation, and no player. You have to install CDs to listen to music. However, this Jeep is obviously of a higher grade, although it does not have a built-in navigation device. It has an external one installed. Yishaw doesn't care what type of navigation it is, as long as there is a navigation. Sitting in the car, Yishaw quickly fiddled with the navigation, and then selected the last destination according to the prompt, and a route immediately appeared on the navigation. This is a function that most navigations have. To be on the safe side, Yishaw also used another function of the navigation to confirm it. That is, the quick destination. Simply put, you can set some destinations as shortcut keys, such as home, company, and other places you often go to, and then you can navigate with one click. Yishaw used this function and found that after selecting the last destination, the destination was stored in the navigation shortcut key. Yishaw knew that the place pointed to by the navigation was likely to be the Red Sun base. Even if it was not, there were 2 quick destinations in the shortcut key. When the time came to change these 2 places, Yishaw believed that there was a 90% chance that he could find the Red Sun base. Yishaw thought about it and tried the car. And then, he was even more delighted. Although there was not much oil left, the car could still move. You know, in the ruins of Kandoa, everything is broken. The cars on the road are all empty shells. Most of the cars were old cars that could be scrapped at any time before the end of the world. Not to mention after the end of the world. Finding a moving car in this damn place is almost as likely as winning the lottery. Yishaw quickly got in the car, started it, and drove forward according to the navigation. The route on the navigation was indeed out of the city, but it did not go deep into the desert. After about an hour, Yishaw saw the base of the Red Sun. The reason why Yishaw could determine this was because the outer wall was covered with the Red Sun logo. This place was originally a volunteer hospital, and it was occupied by the Red Sun after it was abandoned. As for why the hospital was outside the city, Yishaw did not know. This was the case in war-torn areas. Everything was a mess. Moreover, although this place was called a hospital, it was actually rebuilt. God knows what the buildings here were originally used for. Yishaw carefully observed that there was a wire fence outside. And then, there was a shed in front of the building. Inside was a large military tent, which was damaged in many places. Looking through the gap, it turned out to be a pile of ammunition boxes. Yishaw shook his head. The so-called private armed forces, to put it bluntly, were just ragtag armies. I really couldn't agree with their professionalism. Just pile up the ammunition there? What if it rains? Moreover, rain is still a small problem. It's terrible if it explodes accidentally, and a lot of people will die directly. However, Yi Sha understood. What is a private armed warlord? To put it bluntly, it is an army formed by ordinary people. They have no training, no professional qualities, and they just know how to pull the trigger and are a bit fierce. In fact, in war-torn areas, if you annoy the locals, a 10-year-old child may run back home, take out an AK-47, and chase you 3 miles away. There are warlords everywhere, and regular troops are almost invisible. But, Yi Sha murmured, biological and chemical weapons are not piled up outside like this. Right? As Yi Sha thought about it, he followed the wire mesh to the back of the building. Then his pupil shrank, and he twisted his body and hid in a shadow. There are people. Yi Sha lay on the ground, took out a monocular telescope, and looked at the roof of a building. On the roof of the building, there were 2 men, wearing camouflage uniforms, with AK-47 rifles on their waists, and several grenades hanging on their chests. Their faces looked weathered. These 2 people didn't look like the survivors of the Doomsday train. Could it be the Red Sun? Yi Sha was a little bit unbelievable. Didn't the other party perish in the apocalypse? Yi Sha really didn't believe it. Kandava had become a ruin, and there were still people who survived? After pondering for a while, Yi Sha observed a blind spot, then crawled forward, went around to the side and back of the building, and after confirming that there was no one around, he told the arbitrator, find a suitable sniper point, mainly aim at the open space in front of the building, and prepare for support. The arbitrator nodded, and ran away without saying a word, carrying the sniper rifle on his back. Yi Sha put on the destroyer, held the Alaskan whale harpoon backwards, took 2 steps back, and then sprinted, stepped on the barbed wire, and flipped over. There were indeed some sentries in the base, but they were not strict. There were 2 people on the main building in front, and 2 people on the 2 buildings on the side. There were 2 headlights commonly seen in prisons, but they were not turned on. This level of sentry can't cover much area at all, and there are a lot of blind spots. After Yi Sha climbed over the wire mesh, he slowly approached the building. This is an old-style building, residential, with 2 entrances at the front and back, and a Z-shaped staircase going up. Yi Sha looked out the window, but didn't see anyone. But at the front entrance, he saw 2 men taking a nap. Yi Sha went back to the side, observed for a while, and simply grabbed the water pipe and started climbing up. There are 7 floors in total, but with the water pipe as a foothold, it is not difficult to climb. After reaching the top of the building, Yi Sha looked out and saw 2 sentries smoking and chatting with each other. With a very low level of vigilance, Yi Sha immediately took the opportunity to climb onto the roof, crouched and took small steps, hiding behind the water tower on the side. He looked out again and found that the other party had not noticed him at all. He became bolder and found the right opportunity and suddenly rushed out. Yi Sha was very fast. He came behind a person and suddenly hugged the other person's head from behind without saying a word. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking followed. Chapter 684 Interrogation. With Yi Sha's sudden force, the man didn't even react to what was happening, and his neck was completely turned over and broken by Yi Sha. The next moment, Yi Sha pounced again, rushing to the side. At this time, the other party paid the price for his unprofessionalism. In order to chat with each other, the 2 of them were less than 2 meters apart. At this distance, Yi Sha was in front of the other party in an instant, not even giving the other party time to call for help or sound the alarm. Puff! The Alaskan whale harpoon swept across the opponent's throat, and then a stream of blood splattered all over the ground. Then Yi Sha quickly supported the opponent, holding the opponent's AK-47 against the opponent's lower back to temporarily support the person, and then lifted up another body and used his backpack to support it behind. In this way, the sentries on the 2 buildings on the side would not find that there were dead people here. Then Yi Sha searched the rooftop, found an iron pipe to make a simple bracket, supported the body, took back his things, pushed open the door of the rooftop, and entered the building, going down the Z-shaped staircase. The structure of the building is also very simple, with a corridor, a window on one side, and a room on the other side. Yi Sha poked his head into the room, saw no one, and then sneaked into the room. There were many boxes in the room. Yisha opened it, and found that it was a freezer box with some canned food, including tuna and meat. Yisha didn't pay much attention to it. He looked around casually, and then suddenly found something wrong. He picked up a few cans and checked them carefully. There is no expiration date? Yisha was surprised. There is a date on any food packaging. Some countries will print the production date and expiration date, while some countries will only print the expiration date. Therefore, if there is no production date, it is normal. But the expiration date must be there. Otherwise it does not comply with food production regulations. In addition, Yisha found that these cans have no brand at all. Just a circle of paper outside. Meat is printed with meat. Fish is printed with fish. And beans are printed with beans. This is obviously not something for sale, but something produced for self-consumption. That is, something produced after the apocalypse. Producing food after the apocalypse is very difficult, but not impossible. For example, canned food is very convenient to store and carry, has good sealing, and can be preserved for a long time. So how to produce it? It's very simple. Find a factory. People have indeed turned into zombies, but the factory is still there. The equipment is still there. As long as there are raw materials, production can be carried out. Therefore, some large-scale survivor human camps will use factories in the city for production. And canned food is not the only product. There are many other products. However, these foods are produced for their own consumption, not for sale. So they naturally do not consider printing dates or packaging. But the question is whether the Red Sun has the ability to produce these things? Don't be funny. Even before the end of the world, there may not be such factories in this damn poor place. The poorer the place, the more dependent it is on imports. Because it cannot afford to build an industrial chain. Or it relies on international support. Are there such factories? Of course there are. But they are all located in some big cities. It is impossible to have such factories in places like Kandawa. Yisha felt that there was something wrong with these cans. But before he could think about it, he suddenly heard a noise. Yisha immediately hid behind the door. And then the door of the room was opened. A man in camouflage clothes slipped in. He was a little sneaky, and poked his head out to confirm that no one was there. Then he walked to the box and took a can of luncheon meat. It was obvious that he came here to steal food. Yisha thought for a moment, then suddenly walked out from behind the door, then grabbed the man's neck fiercely, then covered his mouth, and slammed him against the wall. With a bang, the man was instantly knocked unconscious. Then Yisha stretched out his foot to close the door and dragged the man to the depths of the room. Yisha put the Alaskan whale harpoon on the man's neck. If you dare to shout, you may attract people, but you will be dead. Understand? The man nodded immediately. Yisha slowly loosened his hand. The other party was obviously not a brave guy. He swallowed his saliva and looked at the Alaskan whale harpoon on his neck, not daring to move at all. Yisha, where did these cans come from? The man, Mr. Dwayne gave it to me. Yisha, who is that? The man, I don't know. Everyone calls him that. He will send us some supplies regularly. Yisha, then what? Don't tell him that he is a philanthropist who sent supplies because he felt sorry for you. That person, the general sometimes orders us to search for things and people in the desert. It is said that he is looking for Mr. Dwayne. Yisha, General? That person, Ace Harlany. Our leader. Yisha, so? What did he ask you to find? Who are the people he is looking for? That person, all kinds of things, including plane wreckage, oil, and other things. As for people, as long as they are alive, we will take them back. Mr. Dwayne will come to take them away regularly. Yisha touched his chin. The guy in front of him seemed to be a small fry who didn't know much. Yisha simply stopped asking and asked, where are your weapons? The man, in the square and in the lobby. Yisha, I'm not asking about guns, bullets, or bombs. I'm asking about VR gas bombs and cholera bacteria. Where are they hidden? The man was confused. What are those things? Yisha stared at the other person. From his eyes and expression, the other person not only didn't know where the things were hidden, but also didn't know that these two things were biological weapons. Yisha thought, if the other party is not a master of acting, then he is indeed a soldier who knows nothing and only knows to follow orders. Yisha sighed, and the Alaskan whale harpoon on the other party's neck slashed, directly cutting the other party's throat. Anyway, whether it is a master of acting or a soldier. Yisha will not get the answer he wants. So he simply sends the other party to his death. After dealing with the other party, Yisha held his chin and pondered. Frankly speaking, the gas and cholera bacteria are relatively high-end biological weapons. Can an armed warlord like the Red Sun get them? The answer is obviously no. These guys can only play with AK-47s. At most, they have a few RPGs, which is considered heavy firepower. Yisha estimated that the other party does not even have an armed helicopter. The gas and cholera bacteria? Do these guys know the signs of biological weapons? Chapter 685 Killing. Yisha was thinking. Those two things might fall on the so-called Mr. Dwayne. Just as Yisha was thinking, a faint light suddenly appeared on the side. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran out of the room, huddled in the corridor, and looked out the window. Many people came out of the surrounding buildings. A man in his 40s came out of the building surrounded by people. And then a soldier opened the door in front of the barbed wire. As for the light, it was the headlights of the car. As the gate was opened, a convoy drove in. There were 6 cars in total, a military jeep in the lead, and 5 material trucks behind. After the vehicle stopped, a man got off the jeep. He was about 30 years old and wearing a black windbreaker. The man, who was surrounded by people, immediately opened his hands and laughed. Mr. Dwayne. Welcome. Welcome. Yisha narrowed his eyes. The man in military uniform should be the general. As for the other one, is it Mr. Dwayne? Yisha couldn't help but laugh. Sometimes, when luck comes, nothing can stop it. Because Yisha saw his target. Among the 5 trucks, there was one that was special. It was a truck specially used to transport biochemical materials, with a logo painted on it. If nothing unexpected happened, what Yisha was looking for would be there. Yisha quickly observed that there were about 30 people on the other side, all holding guns and fully armed. But if this level was thrown into the Doomsday train, it would be a problem whether it could reach the silver level. It was just an ordinary person holding a gun. Yisha could completely deal with this level. However, Yisha believed that the other party had heavy firepower weapons, probably a few sniper rifles. But Yisha still had a way to deal with it on his own. In this case, what are you waiting for? Yisha didn't intend to dawdle slowly. His main purpose of coming here was not to complete the mission. Prepare for sniping. Yisha put on the headset and ordered the arbitrator, aim at the 2 who were talking. Stare at him. And shoot if necessary. At this time, the general's men had already started unloading things. The first 2 trucks were all food, and the 3rd and 4th boxes should be ammunition, because they were all ammunition boxes, probably consumables such as bullets and grenades. As for the last truck, there were only 2 things. The first thing was a glass jar in a fully sealed box. When it was opened, there was a glass jar inside with green liquid and a protective bracket around it. The other thing was a white aluminum alloy box. When it was opened, it was filled with sponges. There were 6 grooves, and each groove contained a glass test tube that was only the length and size of a finger. It was also sealed very well. Mr. Dwayne put his arm around the general's shoulders. General, these 2 are good things. With these 2 things, you can kill the people of the Shuenyo organization, and it will be very easy. The general laughed heartily. Sure. Sure. Mr. Dwayne, what do you need me to do? Dwayne, I heard that the people of Shuenyo are sheltering a surviving human camp. About 400 or 500 people. Those people are good laborers and new drug experiments, Dwayne said, while raising his eyebrows at the general. General, sure. We can get it done within half a month. But I can't give you the people under Shuenyo. Recently, many people have died here, so I need to add some manpower. Dwayne, no problem. I think you can come up with another solution? The 2 were talking when Yisha's voice suddenly interrupted. Who? The general showed a vigilant look, pulled out his pistol, and showed some toughness. Get out. Yisha smiled and opened the window, then jumped directly out of the window. Boom. Yisha wrapped his body with nitrogen armor for defense. His feet landed on the ground, and after a loud bang, the ground cracked inch by inch. The ground within a radius of about 1 meter directly sank downwards. Since the other side didn't have any powerful guys, Yisha also planned to go straight for it. Those 2 things are useful to me. Yisha smiled. Can you please give them to me? Where did this bastard come from? The general was a man of swift and decisive character. He didn't waste any time talking to Yisha and waved his hand directly. Shoot him into a sieve. The soldiers around immediately raised their weapons towards Yisha and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Not to mention surviving in the apocalypse. Killing has become the norm. Even before the apocalypse. Living in this war-torn area, killing was already commonplace. Those soldiers had no resistance, guilt or hesitation about killing people. This was their daily routine. All they could do was obey orders and shoot indifferently. Hard armor. Perhaps because he felt that the nitrogen armor was not enough. Yisha put on hard armor on his body. Dense scales appeared and wrapped Yisha's body. Then those bullets rained down on Yisha's body. But it was like hitting metal, making a clanging sound. And then all fell to the ground. The general was shocked. Where did this monster come from? In the eyes of the general, people who cannot be penetrated by bullets are naturally monsters. Bang! At this time, the sound of a sniper rifle suddenly appeared. It was obvious that there was an ambush of snipers on the building. But at the moment the gunshot sounded, Yisha directly stretched out his hand and pressed it. Capture the dragon and let the crane go. The second style of letting the crane go. The bullet of the sniper rifle was directly pushed away by an invisible force. Then, bang! The second sniper rifle shot appeared. But it came from a farther place. And then a sniper fell directly from the top floor of the side building. And his head was shot through by the arbitrator. Huh? Yisha took a deep breath. Then raised his hands and pushed them to both sides. Nitrogen control. Nitrogen disturbed the airflow. And then a hurricane was set off around. Under the traction of Yisha's nitrogen control, it continued to push to the surroundings. The soldiers screamed one after another, and then were blown away by the hurricane, hitting the wall and the ground hard. Yisha walked forward as if no one was around. The general's body trembled, not knowing whether he was afraid or angry. He had people under his command, but most of them were not in the base. However, there were also people in the building. More than just this few. But no one dared to run out of the building. When Yisha passed by the general suddenly pulled out his gun and pointed it at Yisha's head. But, click, click, Yisha suddenly reached out and grabbed the pistol. And then with the force of Yisha's palm, the gun body continued to twist, and the pistol directly turned into a pile of broken parts. Yisha looked at the general. I don't like people pointing guns at my head. Remember? Gulp. The general couldn't help but move his throat and kept backing away. Chapter 686 Dwayne. The general kept retreating. And then fear finally overcame reason. And he turned and ran. Yisha raised his lips and directly tapped his toes. And a broken gun part on the ground flew out and pierced the general's body. Yisha continued to move forward. And when he passed by Dwayne suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped Yisha. Yisha smiled. It seems that you haven't learned your lesson. I advise you to cherish your life. Hee hee. Dwayne chuckled, then took out a cigar from his arms, carefully cut it open, roasted it, then lit it, and put it in his mouth. You are not an ordinary person. Yisha looked at Dwayne. This was nonsense. Anyone with eyes could see that Yisha was not an ordinary person. So there was something else. Dwayne, do you want these two things? I can give them to you as a gift. Yisha, then what? Dwayne smiled. The general is dead. I have to find someone to help me with things. You are good. One person can replace a group of them. Of course. What kind of person? What kind of value? There will be a reward. I can give a reward several times higher than the general. Yisha, what do you think you are qualified to give me back? You can't give me what I want. It seems there is no point in talking. Dwayne flicked off his cigarette ash. Why do you think I dare to run around with such a small number of people and materials? At the moment when Dwayne finished speaking, Yisha suddenly felt a strong wind on his side. Bang! Yisha instinctively raised his arm to block, and then felt a huge force coming, and the whole person slid to the side. Yisha raised his head. His pupil shrank, and he looked at Dwayne vigilantly. Dwayne's sleeve suddenly tore, and his entire arm suddenly became several times stronger, becoming extremely terrifying. Then the clothes on his chest. His chest muscles suddenly swelled up, and finally spread to his whole body. Roar! Dwayne's throat made a roar that was not like a human, and his body continued to grow taller. He was only about 1.8 meters originally, and finally, he was forced to grow to about 2.1 meters. His muscles swelled all over his body, like a giant King Kong. Roar! Dwayne opened his mouth again, and the second roar sounded. Then Dwayne's tongue suddenly fell from his mouth and fell directly to the ground. His tongue was densely covered with finger-long barbs. Puff! Then a stream of blood spurted out from behind Dwayne, and a crocodile-like tail grew out. Yisha tilted his head. It turned out to be someone from Computech. Only the Apostle Walk, Doomsday train, and Computech can do such a thing. However, the people on the Doomsday train do not like to turn themselves into monsters unless necessary. The Apostles are similar in this regard. Yisha rarely sees Apostles turn themselves into monsters. Usually, they will inject such things that will make the body alienated and carry zombie viruses when they have no choice but to fight. The people of Compu are just the opposite. The people of Compu cannot get strange things. What they have is scientific and technological power. Body transformation is the most direct way to improve strength. Therefore, all the guys with some strength in Comco are basically like this. Of course, there is another possibility that he is a human alien, but the possibility is not high. There are few human aliens, and they have not formed any gangs, so they cannot get VR gas and cholera bacteria. Even if Dwayne is really a human alien, he is a human alien from Comco. Dwayne flicked his tongue and looked at Yisha. It's too late to regret now. I will tear you apart. Bang! The moment Dwayne finished speaking, the sound of gunfire appeared again. But it was the arbitrator who fired again. But Dwayne reacted very quickly and reached out directly. With a puff, a blood flower appeared on Dwayne's palm, and his entire palm was pierced. Then he punched the ground, smashed the ground, dug out a piece of gravel, and threw it in the direction of the arbitrator. But at this time, Yisha suddenly flashed, jumped up, and kicked the stone to pieces with a sweeping kick. Railgun form. Yisha stretched out his hand, and the destroyer quickly changed its form. And then one pulse bomb after another was fired out continuously. Dwayne was extremely fast. When he ran, he leaned forward with his arms hanging down, like a wild beast, using rapid lateral movement to avoid the explosion of the pulse bomb. Boom! 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 The pulse bombs exploded continuously, but they could never hit Dwayne. This was also a shortcoming of the pulse bombs. Compared with ordinary bombs, the power of the pulse bombs was more terrifying, but the coverage range was obviously a bit small. But, location blast. Yisha raised both arms at the same time, and then the destroyer flashed blue light, and 3 pulse bombs flew out from his left and right hands at the same time. The pulse bomb looked a little different. It was not a small disc, but a palm-sized miniature missile. Positioning blasting, designate a location for guidance, and let up to 6 pulse bombs overlap in one area for detonation. The location designated by Yisha was Dwayne's body. The pulse bomb is sticky. In theory, positioning blasting can be used even if it specifies a moving target. However, positioning blasting is only guidance, not tracking, which means it can be avoided. But Yisha was very fast. Although 4 pulse bombs fell into the air, 2 of them still stuck to Dwayne's body. Boom! The 2 pulse bombs exploded at the same time, and Dwayne's body was blown away and rolled on the ground. After a successful attack, Yisha did not stop and fired all the pulse bombs directly, and then shouted, "Gun form!" The sound of mechanical operation came from the inside of the destroyer, and it soon turned into a glove. The gun barrels at the fingertips immediately opened fire. Dwayne stopped dodging quickly. In his eyes, ordinary bullets had no effect on him. Just like Yisha completely ignored bullets after using nitrogen armor and solid armor, because bullets could not penetrate defense at all. However, are the bullets of the destroyer ordinary bullets? Relatively speaking, in terms of conventional attacks, the gun form of the destroyer is the weakest. Even so, the bullets fired by the destroyer are not ordinary bullets. Not to mention that it can be switched to a sniper rifle form, even in the ordinary gun form. The bullets of the destroyer have a 15% penetration effect. And what is the bullet capacity of the destroyer? 150 rounds. The probability of a 15% penetration effect is indeed not high. But what if 150 bullets are fired continuously? This probability becomes a bit terrifying. Chapter 687 Explosion. Puff. 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 Dwayne wanted to pass through the rain of bullets, but soon realized something was wrong. Most of the bullets did not have any effect on him. After his body turned into a corpse, Dwayne's muscle density became extremely terrifying. Those bullets could only tear the surface skin at most, but could not penetrate the muscles at all. However, As he continued to run forward, Dwayne suddenly discovered that not all bullets were like this. Bullet holes kept cracking on his body, spurting blood. Is there a special bullet hidden in this? Dwayne was shocked, and then quickly looked for the so-called special bullet, but found that all the bullets were exactly the same. Don't look for it. At this time, Yishaw's voice suddenly sounded beside Dwayne. Bite your teeth first. Dwayne turned his head in astonishment, and then saw a huge fist. Yishaw, otherwise, you will bite your tongue. Bang! Heavy punch. The destroyer changed into a melee form. Yishaw clenched his fist, and with a dual push of electromagnetic and hydraulic pressure, Yishaw's fist suddenly blasted forward, hitting Dwayne's cheek. Dwayne's cheek twisted almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then flew backwards. Boom! The wall of the building collapsed, and a big hole was knocked out. Dwayne crashed into the building and lay on the ground. The ceiling made a crackling sound, and after breaking, it all pressed on Dwayne. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Yishaw exhaled and waited for a while, but there was no movement. Then he said, "Hey, don't play dead. This level should not kill you." Crash! The piled rubble suddenly cracked, and a big hand suddenly stretched out, wiped the stones above, and Dwayne climbed out again. Little devil. Dwayne stared at Yishaw. I'm angry. Yishaw joked. Then what? Yishaw's attitude completely angered Dwayne. With a low roar, Dwayne suddenly rushed forward, opened his mouth, and the tongue covered with barbs shot out towards Yishaw. Boom! 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 The tongue ejected very quickly, and could be ejected and retracted quickly. Its power was also quite impressive. As Yishaw kept dodging left and right, the tongue hit the ground, continuously punching deep pits through the ground. Yishaw clenched his fist, and a layer of blue light suddenly appeared on the surface of the destroyer. Defense state. Bang! Yishaw suddenly stretched out his hand and directly met Dwayne's tongue with his palm. After hitting it, feeling the violent impact, Yishaw kept retreating, dissipating his strength bit by bit, and then suddenly stretched out his hand and clenched it, directly pinching the tongue. Go to hell! Yishaw suddenly exerted force, grabbed Dwayne's tongue, and then pulled it hard, twisted his ankle, and spun his body, and then threw Dwayne out. Bang! Dwayne fell to the ground again, looking even more angry. This time he didn't even stand up, but got on all fours and kept roaring at Yishaw. The next moment, the tongue attacked again. Don't learn your lesson. Yishaw snorted coldly, saw the opportunity, and suddenly drew out the king's holy sword. When the tongue reached him, he stabbed it down hard. Puff! The king's holy sword pierced through the tongue, then pierced the ground, nailing Dwayne's tongue to the ground. Dwayne's face showed pain, and then he ran towards Yishaw frantically, twisting his body, and the tail behind him swung towards Yishaw. Bang! Yishaw raised his arm and directly took the blow from the tail, sliding his body to the side. But at this moment, Yishaw suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the tail in his hand. Yishaw's face showed a bit of ferocity. Snake bite. The shadow of a purple-scaled python appeared on Yishaw's arm, and then with Yishaw's force, blood flew out with a puff. The tail behind Dwayne was directly crushed by Yishaw and broke into 2 pieces. Ah! Dwayne howled in pain, and Yishaw threw his hand, and the steel-armored evil centipede quickly crawled out of Yishaw's sleeves. Then Yishaw stretched out his hand and threw it forward, and the centipede's sword stretched forward and directly wrapped around Dwayne's neck. Yishaw exerted his strength, and Dwayne's body was dragged to Yishaw's front. Why do you dare to take such a small number of people and escort supplies everywhere? Yishaw joked. Can you tell me now? Dwayne gritted his teeth. Whatever you want. I can give it to you. You can't afford what I want. Yishaw looked at Dwayne. Or, I want your life. Are you willing to give it to me? Dwayne gritted his teeth, and then showed a hint of cruelty. Okay. You want my life? Right. I'll give it to you. Dwayne suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a square metal block, with a red glow starting to flash from the top. Dwayne became hysterical and yelled at Yishaw, I'll give you my life. But the price is that you die with me. The red glow of the metal block flashed faster and faster, more and more intensely. Dwayne raised his head and laughed. The next moment, boom! The loud explosion shook the sky, and then a column of fire shot up into the sky. Black smoke billowed, forming a mushroom cloud. The blast began to spread out in all directions, surging like a hurricane. Cracks appeared on the surrounding buildings and began to spread wildly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 surrounding buildings made a loud noise. And then, they were completely broken and collapsed, rolling up dust. Slowly, the surroundings became quiet. The night, ruins, embers, black smoke, and dust formed a unique scene, revealing endless desolation. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly there was a loud noise from the ruins. And then Yisha crawled out of the ruins. A layer of green mucus appeared on the surface of Yisha's body. After Yisha waved his hand, the green mucus peeled off automatically, and it turned out to be a liquid monster. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief, and was somewhat frightened. He really didn't expect that the small piece of metal would have such a great power. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, letting the corpse flower dig a big hole, and then wrapped his body with a liquid monster, he might really be finished. Looking around, Yisha stomped his feet, and the main flower of the corpse flower drilled out from the ground. He opened his mouth and spit out 2 boxes, which were used to hold VR gas and cholera bacteria. Good job. Yisha smiled. Keep collecting. Chapter 688 Selecting People. Yisha didn't know whether such a big explosion would attract people. Anyway, he had taken everything he needed, so he didn't plan to stay any longer and turned around and left. It was already dawn when Yisha returned to the ruins of Kandava. This did not mean that light had arrived, but that the fighting would begin again. Yisha was very familiar with the Battle of the Death Carriage, and he also put in a lot of effort to select people. There were so many people participating in the Battle of the Death Carriage, and Yisha couldn't just stare at them one by one. Besides, Yisha didn't have the ability to dig out everyone. Therefore, Yisha planned to keep an eye on the survival quota given by the mission. There are 3 missions in the Kandava ruins, corresponding to 5 survival quotas, namely killing the ancient king of ruins, killing the mutant zombie tyrant prototype, and finding the artificial special virus T001. Among them, the king of ruins is the most powerful, with a level of 3 stars. If you can kill this guy, you basically have a strength close to the king level. At the same time, the king of ruins is unique and one of a kind. The tyrant prototype is an artificial zombie weapon produced by Compu Corporation. There are 2 of them, which are not easy to deal with, corresponding to 2 survival quotas. As for the last artificial special virus T001, Yisha didn't know what it was, but there were 2 bottles, corresponding to 2 survival quotas. The focus of the death carriage battle is to survive, but those who can survive to the end are not necessarily strong, and those who can directly complete the task and get the survival quota before the end of the death carriage battle are definitely not far behind. Therefore, Yisha's idea was to focus on the 3 mission targets. At the same time, Yisha was thinking, and suddenly the sound of propellers sounded in the sky, and an armed helicopter flew through the air. Yisha raised his eyebrows, and then laughed. How could I forget about this? Supply boxes. Supply boxes will be dropped during the death carriage battle. Those supply boxes contain food, water, and weapons. Although they are limited to the death carriage battle, they are all good things. Since it is a good thing, we must fight for it. Yisha curled his lips, jumped onto a low house, and headed towards the helicopter. Yisha was not in a hurry to go. He was not fighting anyway, just watching others fight. About half an hour later, Yisha arrived near the supply box, standing on a building not far away. Yisha looked in the direction of the supply box with a monocular telescope. The supply box landed in an empty small square. The box was opened, and there was food, water, and a document and map related to the mission. This is a good thing, even more important than weapons. Completing the task can directly get a survival quota. If possible, everyone hopes to end the battle of the death carriage in advance. What? Pick someone. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded behind Yisha, and the arbitrator suddenly picked up the grenade launcher and aimed it at the entrance and exit of the rooftop. Still vigilant as always, Gonlin walked onto the rooftop. I don't mean any harm. Yisha frowned. Why are you here? Gonlin walked to Yisha, picked up the telescope, and looked at the battle in the distance. Same as you. Are you qualified to come here? Yisha said sarcastically, then thought of something and raised his eyebrows. Allison Jones? After the destruction of the city, Gonlin got a lot of merits, but it was still far from the 150 merits required by the purser, and it was impossible to accumulate enough now. Then, there was only another possibility. She was ordered to come here. At that time, there were only two people who met the requirements of the chief steward. One was Yi Sha, and the other was Allison Jones. Yi Sha knew something about Jones. Yi Sha had heard of this man in his previous life, one of the rare king-level masters, but he only heard of him and had no intersection. Then in this life, he heard Yi mention him. Jones was one of the few old stewards who became stewards in the first batch. It is said that he worked under Li Xuanhe, but his strength and reputation were not very prominent. No one expected that he could take the lead in the City of Destruction. If Gan Lin received the order to come to the ruins of Kandava, but did not become the chief steward, then there is only one possibility, that she became Jones' steward. Gan Lin put down the telescope, but did not answer Yi Sha's question, but said, "Do you want to pick someone? I have first-hand information here." Gan Lin took out a list while speaking. Luo Baimin. Before the end of the world, he was a black market boxer, proficient in free fighting and Muay Thai. After boarding the Doomsday train, he also specialized in ancient martial arts. With the extreme enhancement of physical fitness, his combat power is extraordinary. His current level is Star Diamond 3 stars. Iron Face, real name unknown, was a serial killer before the end of the world. Cruel, with certain psychological problems, currently ranked as Star Diamond 3 stars. Kosti Curry was an ordinary office worker before the end of the world, with a degree in architectural engineering, performed well after the end of the world, was good at using his wisdom, and had good combat ability. Ranked as Star Diamond 2 stars. Enough. Yi Sha took a deep breath and couldn't help interrupting. "What do you want?" Gan Lin smiled. "I'm just recommending candidates for you, and considering your style. The people I just mentioned are not only the more outstanding people in the death carriage battle, but also the more outstanding people in single soldier combat. In short, they are all loners. Yi Sha, you should know what I'm asking. Since you're working for Jones, why are you telling me this?" Gan Lin smiled. "I'm happy to help you, but I know you won't accept me. Yi Sha, would you allow a wolf to sleep next to you?" Gan Lin smiled even more happily and lowered her voice. "Then how long do you think Jones can live with a wolf sleeping next to him?" Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, this woman was not the kind of person who would be willing to serve the chief steward. Jones is just a stepping stone for Gan Lin, making it easier for her to become the chief steward. Yi Sha, if that's the case, you shouldn't tell me this. Don't you need someone? That's no big deal. Gan Lin smiled. "If you want, I can give you myself." Yi Sha sneered. "Then I will be your stepping stone like Jones." "Right?" Gan Lin spread her hands and acted pitiful. "You always don't believe me." Yi Sha curled his lips, not intending to continue the topic, and turned to leave. Gan Lin smiled, raised the telescope, and looked at the war zone again. Yi Sha went downstairs, and when he reached the bottom of the stairs, the phone in his pocket trembled slightly. Yi Sha opened it, and saw that it was a text message from Gan Lin. Chapter 689 Men and Women. The text message sent by Gan Lin was a list. There were 14 people in total, all of whom were outstanding in the death carriage battle, and their levels were not lower than the Star Diamond level. Good intentions? Yi Sha sneered. Just now, the two had just completed a brief confrontation. Was Gan Lin really recommending candidates for Yi Sha? Yi Sha was not so naive, nor so stupid, that he could not guess what Gan Lin meant. The so-called recommended candidates actually meant that Gan Lin wanted all three of them. Yi Sha was very wary of Gan Lin, and Gan Lin knew this, and then took advantage of it. Would Yi Sha dare to choose the people Gan Lin mentioned? Who knows if Gan Lin got there first, and then picked 3 undercovers herself? This is not a conspiracy, but an open conspiracy. Of course, Yi Sha has no evidence. But what kind of evidence is needed for such a thing? Moreover, looking at the list in the text message, Yi Sha knew that his guess was absolutely right. This list is Gan Lin's compensation to Yi Sha, and the 3 names Gan Lin just mentioned are not on it. Yi Sha was quite calm about it. He was not angry because he was tricked. He had not chosen the people to begin with, and he did not think highly of the 3 people Gan Lin mentioned. It was not a question of strength, but the information of these 3 people showed that they were tough guys. Such people were obviously difficult to control. Yi Sha admitted that he was not as good as Gan Lin in this aspect. Moreover, Gan Lin chose these 3 guys to give to Jones, so it was hard to say what she was thinking. Yi Sha was thinking as he left the building. At this time, there was a sudden commotion at the place where the supply boxes were. as if the result had been decided. Huh? Yisha quickly stepped sideways into the alley, hid in the alley and looked out, and then saw a strong man holding a supply box and smashing it hard on the ground. There was nothing wrong with the food and water in the supply box, but there was something wrong with the information and the map, which turned out to be 2 blank sheets of paper. The Doomsday train would definitely not drop 2 lines of blank paper to trick everyone, so there was only one possibility, that it was swapped. Interesting. Yisha stepped on the ground, and a small piece of corpse flour poked out and shook for a while. Yisha nodded. Follow it. Yisha quickly exited the alley and started running along the street. After about half an hour, Yisha slowly stopped. A bunch of weeds swayed on the side of the road, but Yisha knew that the weeds were disguised as corpse flowers. Yisha came to the edge of the corpse flower, and the weeds shook for a while, then stretched straight. Yisha looked down at the building on the side. Up there? After asking, Yisha stepped on the wall and climbed up by grabbing the water pipe on the side. He went all the way to the top floor, climbed onto the rooftop, and then hid behind the water tower. A fight was going on the rooftop. A man and a woman. The woman was obviously no match for the man. She covered her right shoulder. Blood kept seeping out, and her face was pale. You think you can fool me with that little trick? The man sneered. Take out the things, and have fun with me, and I might let you go. Pa! The woman spitted, and suddenly raised her hand. 2 silver rays suddenly emerged from her sleeves and flew towards the man. Yisha opened the list sent by Gon Lin. The list was very detailed. Not only did it have a simple introduction, but it also had photos. It was obvious that some effort had been put into it. Then, Yisha saw the photo of the man at the end. Yezayun, whose occupation before the end of the world was unknown, was ruthless and cruel, and had the title of public enemy of mankind. He was the strongest person in carriage number 109. Yisha didn't care too much and continued to look through the list, but he didn't find the woman's information in photos. Obviously, in Gon Lin's list, this woman's strength didn't seem to meet the standard. Bang! At this time, a muffled sound came, and the woman was knocked out again. Yezayun had a lewd smile on his face. While attacking and hitting, he suddenly formed claws with his 5 fingers and tore a piece of cloth from the woman's body. The woman's clothes were torn at the waist, revealing her fair skin. She gritted her teeth and stared at Yezayun viciously. Yezayun, don't look at me like that. You are too weak. I advise you to be obedient. At least you can suffer less pain. The woman gritted her teeth and slowly retreated. But she obviously had not given up and was looking for an opportunity. Just at this time, Yisha's voice suddenly sounded. You are right. So I also advise you to get out of here obediently, and I won't kill you. Who? Yezayun's heart trembled, and he turned around suddenly and saw Yisha standing behind him. Yezayun licked his lips. Another one is here to die. Yisha, remind you, I am the chief purser. Yezayun was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Pointing at Yisha, it's better to lie. If you say you are a purser, how much do I believe you? Purser? Ha ha. Yisha didn't waste any words. He took out a booklet from his arms and threw it at Yezayun. The booklet was the certificate of the chief purser. Although Yisha was a commander without troops, he was appointed by the train conductor and recognized by the Doomsday train. Therefore, this thing still exists, and the identity of the chief purser cannot be faked. Yisha, you should be able to tell whether this thing is from the Doomsday train. Yezayun secretly said nonsense. The booklet has an effect directly. How can he not recognize it? Of course, this effect is not used for fighting, but it cannot be damaged and cannot be obtained by outsiders. If Yisha dies, this thing will disappear and return to the hands of the train conductor. And these 2 effects are enough to prove that this is indeed the certificate of the train purser. Yezayun's face changed, looking mixed, and then he showed a respectful smile and returned the certificate to Yisha. I don't know. What instructions does the train purser have? Yisha, get lost. Yezayun's face turned ugly instantly. It was just one word. But this one word, coupled with Yisha's indifferent tone, could be said to be quite impolite. Yezayun couldn't help but clench his fist, but didn't dare to move. After a moment of silence, Yezayun said, Captain, I didn't break the rules. Did I? The death car battle is a fight, and this woman is my prey. I have the right to kill her and rob her things. You're right. Yisha sneered, But I told you to get out. Ye face became even uglier. Unwillingly. What's the reason? Yi Sha, I'm better than you. Ye eyes twitched. This is totally unreasonable. After Ye finished speaking, he saw Yi Sha looking at him, as if he was looking at an idiot. Chapter 690 Du Lingling. In fact, Ye also felt that he was quite an idiot. He regretted what he said. In this world, will anyone be reasonable? Maybe. And then those people will die. Yi Sha spoke again. My patience is limited. Ye gritted his teeth and clenched his fists even tighter. But he still didn't dare. After a while, Ye slowly walked past Yi Sha. And then a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes. And then he suddenly pulled out a strange-shaped knife from his sleeve and stabbed Yi Sha in the back. Yi Sha did not move, but the corners of his mouth curled up. If it was a crew member, Yi Sha believed that the other party would not dare to attack him. It had not been long since the incident of the ruined city, and the terror of Malfarion was still deeply imprinted in the hearts of every crew member. And Malfarion was not even the train conductor, but the deputy train conductor. Of course, Yi Sha was not Malfarion, not the deputy train conductor. However, everyone had experienced the ruined city, and they knew very well how powerful the person who could stand out and become the chief purser was. Maybe he was not invincible, but he was undoubtedly a person who stood at the top of the purser to be qualified to be the chief purser. Moreover, no one knew what privileges a purser would have, so no one dared to act rashly. However, Ye was different. He was just a surviving human in an ordinary carriage. Even though he was quite powerful, he had seen too little and knew too little, whether to act or not. It was not beyond Yi Sha's expectations. So, the knife stabbed at Yi Sha, but it failed to pierce Yi Sha's body, or even Yi Sha's skin. The knife was blocked by the nitrogen armor and fell down. What a pity. Yi Sha turned around. If you could hurt me, I would have given you a chance. But unfortunately you didn't take it. Ye face was ferocious, and he rushed towards Yi Sha. He spread his hands, and two long swords appeared in his hands, slashing at Yi Sha. Then, Yi Sha resolutely did not move. The two long swords fell and landed on Yi Sha's body, but they still could not break the defense of the nitrogen armor, no matter how hard Ye tried. Star Diamond 1-star level is not bad, Yi Sha, but this level is an unbridgeable gap. Star Diamond to King is a threshold, and it is never easy to be crowned as a king. Bronze level may beat silver. Silver level may beat gold. Gold level may beat platinum. And platinum level may beat Star Diamond. However, it is too difficult for Star Diamond to beat King. This threshold is too difficult to cross. Yi Sha stayed at Star Diamond 5 stars for a long time before crossing this threshold. Even when Yi Sha got the King's Holy Sword, and had the help of Corpse Flower and Liquid Monster, he could not get the evaluation of King level. It was not until Yi Sha got the Dragon Transformation that he completely broke through this threshold. It is conceivable how difficult it is to go from Star Diamond to Venerable King. In fact, the requirements for upgrading from Star Diamond to Venerable King are enough to cover the requirements for upgrading from Bronze to Star Diamond. Within Venerable King, outside Venerable King, these are two different worlds. What's more, Ye has not touched this threshold. Only Star Diamond 1. The next moment, Yi Sha suddenly reached out and pinched Ye throat. As a flight attendant, I don't want to kill people without conflict, Yi Sha, but if you attack me, that's another matter. Ye face had turned purple, and he struggled madly, but couldn't break free. Ye clenched his teeth, then took out a bottle from his waist bag behind him. There was liquid in it, but it was not for drinking, but for crushing with a force. Yi Sha felt some resistance, and the bottle of liquid turned out to be a defensive prop. But, crack! Yi Sha's fingers closed again, and there was a sound of bone cracking in Ye neck, and then his head tilted to one side. Yi Sha didn't even use the snake bite. The pure strength brought by his physical fitness easily broke the throat. Yi Sha murmured, I finally understand why Li Xuanhe looked at me as if I were a dead person. The difference is too big. Ye was the former Yi Sha, and the current Yi Sha is Li Xuanhe. If Li Xuanhe's strength had not been interfered with by the train conductor, Yi Sha believed that he would be dead, and there would be no chance of defeating Li Xuanhe. But no matter what, looking back, I am still alive. But Li Xuanhe is dead. But this does not make Yi Sha happy, because Yi Sha thought of another thing. In the eyes of the train conductor, Is he the same as Nyezayun in his eyes? Still not strong enough. Yi Sha threw the body away. It seems that I still have a long way to go. After dealing with Nyezayun, Yi Sha looked back. But the woman was gone. Yi Sha curled his lips. She is cunning. But unfortunately, she can't run away. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the side of the building. And the corpse flower vine suddenly soared into the sky, rolled up the woman and fell to the rooftop. Then slowly loosened. Yi Sha came to the woman. Did I allow you to leave? The woman looked at Yi Sha straight, but did not speak. Yi Sha took the flight attendant's ID. Do you need to check it too? No. The woman said, I don't know what the flight attendant wants to do. Yi Sha, your name? And your rank? The woman hesitated for a moment, then said, Du Lingling. Du Lingling fled after watching Yi Sha kill Nyezayun. She knew very well that the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. No matter what Yi Sha wanted to do, it was meaningless to resist. Yi Sha nodded, then asked, What's the level? Du Lingling, star diamond 1 star. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. They are both star diamond 1 star. You are no match for that guy at all? Du Lingling gritted her teeth and lip, but did not answer. Yi Sha didn't care. This situation was not strange. For example, when he cultivated corpse flower seeds, the corpse flower seeds would be converted into a small amount of combat power. Although not much, it would improve the level evaluation. However, without a fully cultivated corpse flower, it was actually useless. Therefore, the level cannot 100% represent the strength, and it is somewhat inflated or ignored. Besides, it is possible that the other party is not defeated, but may have experienced a battle before, resulting in some abilities and items being restricted, so they are not opponents. Therefore, Yi Sha didn't bother about this matter, but looked directly at the other party. Do you want to be a flight attendant? Du Lingling was stunned for a while, and then she was stunned. What did you say? Yi Sha repeated again. Do you want to be a flight attendant? Chapter 691 Invitation. Du Lingling was stunned for a long time again. I don't quite understand. Yi Sha, what is it that you don't understand? Don't you know what a steward is? Du Lingling shook her head. I know a little bit. There are positions in the character information, but I have never seen anyone become a steward. There is a rumor that if you become a steward, you don't have to perform missions. You can always enjoy yourself on the Doomsday train? Yi Sha laughed. This is another rumor that came from nowhere, even though he had thought so before. But after becoming a train attendant, Yi Sha completely gave up this extravagant hope. At that time, he knew that even if he became a train purser, no, even a train conductor, it was impossible to do nothing and enjoy himself all the time. The Doomsday train follows the law of the jungle of survival of the fittest. If you don't work hard, you will fall down no matter how high you stand. The power of a train attendant, or even a train purser, is just a higher degree of freedom. It seems that I have to explain the train attendant to you first. Yi Sha stood up. Come with me first. If you stay in one place, some trouble may come to you. Du Lingling naturally had no objection. Since she was invited to be a flight attendant, it at least meant that Yi Sha would not kill her. Du Lingling was not stupid. In this case, she naturally thought that she would stay with Yi Sha as long as she could. If she followed Yi Sha, no one could kill her. It would be best if she followed him until there were only 20 survivors left. The two went downstairs, and Yi Sha directly explained everything after becoming a flight attendant. In fact, in terms of authority, apart from being able to get a personal compartment, the authority of the crew members is not much. But what are the benefits? Of course there are. In ordinary compartments, the rewards for each mission are all miscellaneous, and you have to compete with a group of people. But the crew mission is different. The rewards for the crew mission are obviously several times better. The most important thing is that the crew members usually do not exceed 5 people each time they go on a mission. There are also cases where they go on a mission alone, so the probability of completing the mission and getting the reward is naturally high. You know, this is not just a matter of strength. Many tasks require clues, and luck is also important. Yi Sha relied on the memory of his previous life most of the time to always get ahead. But in fact he also failed. After Yi Sha finished speaking, he said directly, Do you understand? Du Lingling thought for a while. Why me? Yi Sha, there are many people who are stronger than you in this battle of the death carriage. But my standard is not pure strength. Yi Sha did not fool Du Lingling. The fact is indeed so. Niezayun's strength of 1-star diamond can only be the bottom of the list given by Gan Lin. Du Lingling can't beat Niezayun, even if there are some special reasons. The best is about the same as Niezayun. In fact, in the list given by Gan Lin, there are 4-star diamond 3 stars, and 1-star diamond 4 stars. If Yisha only picks those who are strong enough, even if he excludes the 3 people that Gan Lin wants, he should still find the strongest ones left. I want people with potential. Yisha, do you know what potential means? Du Lingling probed. Can I become stronger? Hey, as long as you can live, anyone can become stronger. Yisha smiled and shook his head. I don't want to find someone who dies soon after returning, and then I have to find a new one. So potential means someone who looks like he can live longer. Du Lingling was puzzled. Why do I seem to live longer? Yisha, I saw you guys snatching the supply boxes. Those who rushed out first and wanted to use force to snatch them were eliminated from the selection list. Do you know why? Du Lingling thought for a while. Do you prefer people who use their brains? Yisha, force is as important as brains. This kind of thing depends on the situation. Use force when it is time to use force, and think when it is time to think. If you can't do this, you are a person without potential in my eyes. Du Lingling was thoughtful. Yisha smiled. Let me put it another way. You were the strongest person among those present at that time? Du Lingling shook her head. Yisha, but you got the things in the supply box. It's that simple. That's why I chose you. Du Lingling thought for a while. So, what price do I have to pay to become a flight attendant? I don't really believe in pie in the sky. So what do I need to do? Yisha, this is a good habit. Among the unchanging laws in this world, equal exchange is always one of them. So, first of all, I can't let you become a flight attendant directly. I can only give you a chance. Du Lingling, opportunity? Yisha, if you want to become a flight attendant, you must take the assessment. You can only become a flight attendant if you pass the assessment. I can only give you the opportunity to take the assessment. Whether you can pass it depends on your own ability. Du Lingling shook her head. That's not what I'm asking. Or let me ask another question. What price will I pay to get the opportunity to take the flight attendant assessment? Yisha, I am the chief flight attendant. Du Lingling tilted her head, revealing a puzzled look. Yisha, the chief steward's greatest power is, of course, to manage the stewards. That is to say, if you get this opportunity from me, you will be under my control in the future. I will assign you tasks, instruct you to do certain things, etc. Du Lingling's doubts became even stronger. Because, isn't this a matter of course? Isn't this a condition of exchange? Yisha had to explain again. The opportunity for steward assessment is not only obtained from the chief steward. If you get the assessment qualification through other means, you can be free from the jurisdiction of any chief steward. Du Lingling's eyes suddenly lit up. She was not stupid. She immediately understood that if she was under Yisha's jurisdiction, she would be controlled. Even her life and death might be decided by Yisha's thoughts. If this was a necessary condition for becoming a flight attendant, and she had to pay in order to get some benefits, Du Lingling could accept it. But who would be unwilling to do so if they could escape the control of the flight attendant? But did she have the right to refuse? Du Lingling pondered for a long time before she mustered up the courage to test. What if I said I didn't want to be a flight attendant? Yisha, you can. You have the right to refuse. It's not mandatory. Du Lingling was stunned. So straightforward? Shouldn't he use coercion and inducement at this time? At the very least, he should tell himself that it is very difficult to obtain the flight attendant qualification by other means, and let him think carefully about it. Yisha seemed to see through Du Lingling's thoughts and smiled. You will agree sooner or later. Du Lingling was stunned. Why? Yisha said faintly. What do you think is the probability that you can survive to the end? Chapter 692 I promise. Du Lingling felt full of malice at this moment. And the most important thing was that she understood what Yisha meant. And the tragedy was that she understood the meaning and could not refute it. In this death carriage battle, there were 132 people in the 5 carriages, and only 20 survival spots, including the survival spots obtained from the 5 missions. Du Lingling was actually not weak. If she was too weak, Yisha would not look down on her. But among the people who participated in the death carriage battle, Du Lingling was at most in the upper middle level. If we were to rank them purely by strength, Du Lingling would never be one of the 20 survivors. But, you said it yourself. Force is not absolute. Du Lingling, I still have a chance. Right? Yes. Yisha, everyone has a chance. Anyone can survive to the end. But anyone can die. This is the battle of the death carriage. So what I'm asking is not whether you have a chance, but what is the probability of surviving to the end? Du Lingling was silent. Yisha's words were not even a threat, but a statement of fact, which was what Du Lingling could not refute. Yisha did not need to do anything. He just needed to watch silently. And it was enough to see this battle of the death carriage come to an end. Du Lingling might survive, but the greater possibility was death. Du Lingling thought for a long time. If I agree, can you take me away and return to the Doomsday train? Yes. Yisha, come with me. One of the 5 survival quotas is yours. Du Lingling was silent again. And after a moment, I think. Yisha, don't think about trying first. If you can't survive, then beg me to take you away. You only have one chance. At a fork in the road. Left? Right? You can make your own choice. But you can't make a choice. Regret it. And then go back to the fork in the road to make a new choice. Du Lingling choked up. That's what she thought. Yisha sneered. There is one thing you have to understand. I'm not here to give you warmth. Du Lingling gritted her teeth. Can you let me think about it? Sure. Yisha, but you don't have much time. Du Lingling didn't know what Yisha meant by not much time, and didn't think much about it. She was really thinking about the issue of the flight attendant. In any case, this is indeed an opportunity. Most people would not refuse such an opportunity. Everyone wants to climb higher. The question that needs to be considered is whether they are willing to bear the price of getting the opportunity. This is actually a very simple question. If the boss is trustworthy, or in other words, Yisha is trustworthy, then becoming a crew member must be a great opportunity. Strength can grow faster. And there are personal carriages to enjoy. Owning your own workroom. And most importantly, status. The status of a crew member is undoubtedly much higher than that of the surviving humans in ordinary carriages. Although the crew member has no real power, he is at least much stronger than the ordinary surviving humans, and is closer to the core of the Doomsday train. A surviving human and a flight attendant. The latter is always more respected. But the problem lies here. Is Yisha trustworthy? Du Lingling thinks this question is really ridiculous. How can there be any trust between people who meet for the first time? But this is exactly the key point. And it is also where Du Lingling hesitates. At this time, Yisha suddenly raised his head. You don't have time. Du Lingling raised her head, with a puzzled look on her face. Yisha smiled. When you robbed the supply box, you did a good job and were very smart. You used the method of replacing the prince with a cat to take away the information and map, which delayed you for a lot of time. However, do you really think you can hide it from everyone? Look, Nyazayun caught up. And I caught up too. Yisha narrowed his eyes and smiled cunningly. Puff! At this time, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. And then an iron arrow broke through the air, tearing through the air and falling in front of Du Lingling. Du Lingling was surprised at first, but her movements were not slow. She turned her body to the side and jumped to the side. Bang! The power of the iron arrow was quite terrifying. When the arrow hit the ground was directly shattered. Du Lingling immediately entered the combat state, and the second iron arrow also attacked at this time. Dang! Du Lingling suddenly made a move, and a silver chain flew out of her sleeve, colliding with the iron arrow and knocking it away. At the same time, at the end of the street, a black-haired Asian man was walking towards her. Du Lingling looked at the other party vigilantly, but suddenly felt a strong wind behind her. She was startled and quickly jumped to the side, but still felt a chill on her shoulder. And then she felt a pain. It turned out that her shoulder was cut open. Du Lingling looked back and saw a man standing where she had stood before, holding a small knife in his hand, flying between his fingertips like a butterfly flying through flowers. Boom! At this time, the low house behind Du Lingling suddenly made a loud noise, and the wall collapsed forward. A 2-meter-tall giant suddenly came out, smiled grimly, and suddenly hugged Du Lingling from behind. Ah! As the giant kept closing his arms, Du Lingling couldn't help but scream, feeling as if all the bones in her body were broken. There were not just one, but 3 people chasing after her. Du Lingling looked at Yisha for help. Yisha took out a cigarette box from his arms, flicked out a cigarette calmly, and lit it. You are not mine now. Du Lingling finally understood what Yisha meant by time is running out. Du Lingling gritted her teeth, suddenly raised her foot, and kicked the sturdy man in the face with a split. then struggled hard to get out. But at this moment, the man playing with the dagger rushed up again. Very fast. The dagger seemed to be alive in the man's palm, constantly flipping, bringing out silver light, and constantly attacking Du Lingling. Du Lingling's wrist twitched, and 2 silver chains dropped from her sleeves, entangled with the other party. The sound of ding ding dang dang continued, and the weapons of the two kept colliding. Then, the man at the street corner drew his bow and string, put the iron arrow on it, and aimed at Du Lingling again. Du Lingling's mind trembled, and she looked to the side. The strong man, with a ferocious expression, also approached. Du Lingling was already struggling to fight 2 people alone. And the man with the bow. Help! Du Lingling gritted her teeth and shouted. I agree. Puff! The iron arrow broke through the air, tearing the air and coming towards Du Lingling. But just as it was about to fall in front of Du Lingling, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the iron arrow in its hand. The 3 of them couldn't help but look at Yisha, revealing a vigilant look. Chapter 693 Tyrant. In the eyes of the 3 men, Yisha should be the same as them, chasing Du Lingling to rob things. In this case, it is normal for Yisha not to take action, or to help them kill Du Lingling. But what is the meaning of helping Du Lingling? The strong man was obviously the most irritable. Seeing Yisha take action, he directly classified Yisha as an enemy, stepped forward without hesitation, came to Yisha, raised his fist, and hit Yisha. Yisha chuckled, met the opponent's fist, and then blasted his own fist out. Clenched fist, raised arm, understated. Ah! The next moment, the iron tower-like strongman cried out in pain. Tears of pain kept flowing down. Others looked at the strongman and couldn't help but take a breath, because the strongman's right hand was broken. Not an ordinary break, but a bone pierced directly from the elbow, and then broke into 2 pieces. Blood kept dripping down, mixed with tiny pieces of meat, extremely bloody, and the smell of blood in the air was extremely pungent, making people feel like vomiting. Yisha still had a blank expression on his face, put his hands behind his back, and said, "You two, get out of here." The remaining 2 people had not yet expressed their opinions, but the strong man was extremely angry. Obviously, the loss of 1 arm made him even crazier. How could he retreat just like that? The strong man murmured in a low voice, and then his muscles swelled up, his body expanded, and then a faint yellow-brown light appeared on the surface of his skin. At the same time, pieces of rock fragments emerged from the surface of the strong man's skin, densely covering his body. Go to hell! With a low shout, the huge fist was raised again and fell towards Yisha. Yisha looked at the opponent coldly, and only when the violent fist wind fell in front of him did Yisha punch fiercely. Puff! Yisha's punching speed was much faster than the opponent's. At the moment when the opponent's fist was about to fall on Yisha's face, Yisha's fist hit the opponent's abdomen first. The sturdy man looked at Yisha in disbelief, then slowly lowered his sight to his lower abdomen. The fierce punch was as sharp as a knife, directly cutting the sturdy man's abdomen. And then Yisha's fist pierced through the sturdy man's lower abdomen and penetrated the opponent's body. Yisha sneered and slowly pulled his arm out of the opponent's body. Blood gushed out like a gushing spring, even mixed with internal organs. The huge body thumped and fell heavily to the ground. Yisha raised his head and looked at the remaining 2 people. The man with the bow was already quite far away, and he turned and ran without hesitation, quickly disappearing at the street corner. The other man seemed more alert, as if he was afraid that Yisha would suddenly attack. He sheathed the short knife, raised his hands to signal, and slowly retreated until his figure completely retreated into the alley, then turned and ran. Yisha looked at Du Lingling. Let me confirm again. Have you made a decision? Du Lingling. What if I say I haven't decided yet? Yisha, I don't like people playing tricks on me. Du Lingling took a deep breath. I've decided. I want this opportunity. I want to be a flight attendant. Yisha nodded. Come with me. Yisha turned and walked forward along the street. Du Lingling quickly caught up with Yisha and followed him forward. Yisha reached out to Du Lingling while walking. Du Lingling looked puzzled. What? Yisha, the information you snatched from the supply box. And the map. Du Lingling was surprised. We are going to do the mission. Of course. Yisha, even if I am the chief steward, I have no right to forcibly interrupt the battle of the death carriage. However, do you think you can't complete the mission with my help? Du Lingling nodded, then opened her backpack and handed a few folded A4 papers to Yisha. Yi Sha opened the file and took a look. It was about the Tyrant mission. Tyrant is the code name of Compu's latest biochemical weapon, which was born from research using zombie corpses and developed by chance. And that research project was originally called the Arbiter Project. This is interesting. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows and continued to read. The first generation of Tyrant was named Tyrant Prototype, without a specific number. It was born in the Hidden Research Institute of Comp Corporation in Rock Mountain, in the ruins of Kandava. Comp Corporation once established a temporary research institute to capture surviving humans and conduct Tyrant experiments. Yi Sha guessed that Dwayne asked Red Sun to help find and capture people for this experiment. After closing the file, Yi Sha took out the map and looked at it. There were 2 red dots on it. There were 2 Tyrant prototypes in the ruins of Kandawin, and they were located at these 2 red dots. Let's go! Yi Sha picked a red dot that was closer. Let's go here. The place Yi Sha chose was a workshop. As for why the Tyrant went to this place, Yi Sha didn't know. Anyway, it didn't matter. Besides, although the Tyrant was a biological weapon made by Compu, it was no different from a zombie without anyone controlling it. Zombies are always wandering around. The 2 of them arrived at the workshop marked on the map. As for where the Tyrant was in the workshop, it was hard to say. The workshop in front of them was quite large, with several buildings. Du Lingling looked at the door of the workshop. I have a search tool that can. Yi Sha reached out to stop Du Lingling, then put his finger into his mouth and whistled, then began to cross his arms and close his eyes to rest. Du Lingling looked at Yi Sha strangely, because after blowing the whistle, nothing happened around, and the workshop was quiet. After waiting for a while, Du Lingling couldn't help but want to ask. Suddenly, boom! A loud noise suddenly sounded from the roof of a workshop, and then countless pieces of rubble flew into the air, and then fell from the air like rain. Du Lingling stretched out her hand to cover it, and then a stunned expression appeared on her face. Corpse flower vines pierced directly from the roof, shaking continuously in the air, and then fell fiercely downwards. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the workshop was shattered and collapsed. Corpse flower vines waved in the ruins, and then suddenly swept across, sweeping away a piece of the ruins. Then a huge figure was knocked out by the corpse flower, and after hitting the ground, it rolled continuously. Roar! An angry roar sounded, and the figure shook his body, shook off a piece of dust, and then slowly climbed up from the ground with a ferocious expression. Chapter 694 Return. The Tyrant is a humanoid biochemical weapon made from zombies. The Tyrant is about 2 meters and 3 meters tall, with a very large body. One side of the giant claws. The nails are completely alienated, and become extremely sharp. The muscles on the body have an explosive power feeling, and the naked eye can see that it is a power type. However, the Tyrant's shortcomings are also quite obvious. There is a lot of rotten meat on the body, and many organs are exposed, especially the heart, as a biochemical weapon artificially transformed. Although the Tyrant retains the form of a zombie, the head is not the only fatal point. Smashing the heart can also kill the Tyrant, because that is the core that drives the Tyrant. This is similar to the Arbitrator. The heart of the Arbitrator is where the Arbitrator chip is located, and the head is the center of the program. As long as one of the 2 is destroyed, the Arbitrator can be severely damaged, and the same is true for the Tyrant. Du Lingling took out the weapon, and the 2 silver chains kept wandering on the ground as if alive. Yi Sha gestured with his hand, telling her not to be so nervous, and then walked towards the Tyrant. The Tyrant was completely immersed in the battle with the corpse flower vine at this moment, roaring madly at the corpse flower vine, and then rushed towards the corpse flower vine as the corpse flower vine rolled towards him. The Tyrant's attack method was just like his name, very violent and crazy. Anyone who saw the huge corpse flower vine would usually choose to dodge or cut off the corpse flower vine. But the Tyrant went straight to it. Yes, it went up to meet it, and then it collided madly. Bang! The Tyrant collided fiercely with the corpse vines, then swung his fist and smashed it on the corpse flower vines, and the sharp claws fell and pierced directly into the corpse flower vines. The corpse flower vine swung vigorously, bringing the Tyrant into the air, and then swung it down fiercely. With a bang, the Tyrant fell to the ground, smashing a deep pit on the ground. The next moment, the front end of the corpse flower vine twisted and turned into a spiral, with an extremely sharp top, and then stabbed down. However, just when it was about to pierce the Tyrant, the corpse flower vine suddenly paused, and then slowly retracted. The tyrant shook his body, roared loudly, and then continued to rush towards the corpse flower vine. But at this moment, a palm suddenly pressed the back of the tyrant's head. Yisha lightly jumped behind the tyrant, and then pressed his palm on the back of the tyrant's head. Then, Yisha suddenly exerted force. Boom! The tyrant's body fell forward and hit the ground hard, making a loud noise, and the surrounding ground cracked. The circle with a radius of 1.5 meters. The ground cracked inch by inch, and countless gravel turned up, embedding the tyrant's body. Yisha stood up and pulled the tyrant's head up. The tyrant raised his head, opened his mouth, and roared at Yisha. A foul smell came out of his mouth, and sticky saliva dripped onto the ground. Then he raised his claws and stabbed at Yisha. Yisha turned his head to avoid the claws and grabbed them directly. Bit by bit, Yisha broke the claw backwards, and then with a click, the shark claw was broken directly by Yisha. Bang! The next moment, Yisha exerted force again, pressed the tyrant's head to the ground again, smashed the ground again, and then raised the broken claws and stabbed at the tyrant. The sharp claws penetrated the tyrant's body, and then Yisha lifted the tyrant's body up again, twisted the tyrant's arms and legs, and then threw the tyrant in front of Du Lingling. Kill him. Simple. Straightforward. Du Lingling was stunned for a while. This is the tyrant. Even if it is just a prototype, it is clearly marked in the information that it is a Star Diamond 2-star mutant zombie. Moreover, because it is artificially produced by Compu Company, its strength may be stronger than the ordinary Star Diamond 2-star mutant zombie. However, Du Lingling calmed down quickly. The other party is the chief steward. Isn't it natural for him to be able to do this? On the contrary, if Yisha can't even do this, Du Lingling should consider whether to become Yisha's steward. Yisha, what did you get? Du Lingling, it's bone marrow. Yisha nodded. And then, give me a drop. I want to analyze its genes. Yisha is still a little interested in the tyrant, because this guy turned out to be born from the arbitrator experiment. In this case, it is very likely that there are some similarities with the arbitrator, and even, it can be used. Du Lingling had no objection. Even if Yisha wanted it, she would have to give it to him. Besides, it was just one drop. No big deal. Taking the tools to extract the tyrant's bone marrow, Yisha waved his hand. Let's go. Yisha came here to pick someone. Now that he had picked someone, he should go back. Of course, there was only one Du Lingling, which felt a little too few. But because Gan Lin was here, Yisha didn't want to pick anyone in this battle of the death carriage. As for Gan Lin, Yisha thought it was better to be on guard. This woman is like a poisonous snake, always able to poison people to death inadvertently. There were not many obstacles on the way back, and they entered the Doomsday train platform smoothly. About the crew assessment, Yisha said as he walked, what do you think? Du Lingling was puzzled. What do you mean by idea? Yisha, should I arrange a crew assessment for you immediately at the next stop? Or give you 1 or 2 more stops to improve your strength? Du Lingling thought for a while. What do you think? Yisha, normally, the strength of the Star Diamond level is enough. When I became a flight attendant, I was also a Star Diamond level. But this kind of thing is difficult to guarantee. And there is no absolute yes or no situation. Moreover, it depends on the content of the assessment. Du Lingling, if you hear the content of the assessment, you can't wait. Right? Yisha nodded. Du Lingling hesitated. I want to try it. It's easier to become a flight attendant earlier, isn't it? Yisha nodded again. Then follow me. Yisha took Du Lingling into the dining car and came to the front of the bar. The boss lady looked at Du Lingling and smiled. New face. Did you find her? Yisha put the 2 boxes on the bar. First, the task. VR gas and cholera bacteria. I choose VR gas. The boss lady nodded and threw the cholera bacteria under the bar. That place was like some kind of different dimension, and it couldn't be filled up. Yisha pointed at Du Lingling again. As you expected. This is the person I just picked. Help her become my flight attendant. The boss lady, have you said the rules? Yisha, yes. The boss lady looked at Du Lingling. I have to reiterate again. If you accept the flight attendant assessment and pass it successfully, you will be assigned to his subordinates. Du Lingling nodded. Yes. I know. Chapter 695 The Second Person. The boss lady. Okay. I will arrange a flight attendant assessment for you at the next stop. Du Lingling. Can't I know the general content now? The boss lady smiled. The content of the flight attendant assessment is not fixed. Even if you ask me now, I don't know what the assessment content is. How can I tell you? Du Lingling nodded. Yisha said, if you have any savings, use it now and strengthen your strength as much as possible. When you become a flight attendant, you will find that your wealth will grow exponentially, and the current investment will be nothing. Du Lingling agreed. Okay. Yisha thought for a moment. Come to see me at the next stop before taking the crew assessment. Du Lingling was stunned for a moment, then nodded again. Yisha, take your time to pick things. I'm leaving first. Yisha got up and left the dining car, intending to return to the personal compartment. But when he was at the door, he saw Wang Likuan standing there. Huh? Yisha, looking for me? You're finally back. I've been waiting for you for 2 days. Wang Likuan scratched his head honestly. I have something to ask you. You need something from me? Yisha pushed the door open. Come in and talk. Yisha led Wang Likuan in. Then opened the refrigerator. What would you like to drink? Wang Likuan, anything. Yisha threw a bottle of cold beer to Wang Likuan, then sat down opposite Wang Likuan. Tell me, what do you need from me? Wang Likuan, you are the chief steward now. Right? Yisha nodded. There was nothing to hide. After the destruction of the city, when the number of merits was announced, anyone who was not too stupid could guess the limit of 150 merits. And there were only 2 people who reached this limit. Wang Likuan, I want to be your flight attendant. Haven't you been following Yiyu? Yisha was stunned for a moment. Then a light bulb went off in his head. Yiyu asked you to come? Wang Likuan nodded honestly, yes. Yisha looked at Wang Likuan for a few times, and he really didn't know whether to say that this guy was stupid or foolish. In just a moment, Yisha probably guessed what Yiyu meant. Yiyu and Wang Likuan are allies. In fact, to put it bluntly, Wang Likuan is completely Yiyu's follower, completely following Yiyu's lead. And whatever Yiyu says is what he does. Therefore, Yiyu is completely in control of the relationship between the two. So, what is Yiyu thinking? Yisha has already guessed 80% of it. As a train attendant, if you can meet a trustworthy and caring train attendant, it is obviously very advantageous. But the key is still that question. What if you meet an untrustworthy train attendant? For example, Li Xuanhe used the train attendant to do private things. If the conductor investigated, everyone would be doomed. The second is to assign difficult or too dangerous tasks. If that's all, it's fine. What scares the flight attendants the most is that the flight attendant chief takes all the benefits and makes them do all the dangerous work. But they can't resist. Yiyu and Yisha have a certain degree of trust, but not to the point of complete trust. However, Yisha's identity as a flight attendant is what Yiyu wants, and can also make a profit for herself. Therefore, Yiyu sent Wang Likuan over. Anyway, the two have always been together, and Yiyu will definitely get a share of the benefits. If Yisha wants to do something, he can only target Wang Likuan, not Yiyu. To put it simply, Wang Likuan is the cannon fodder sent by Yiyu, and there is also a sense of temptation in it. Anyway, Yiyu can only make money and not lose money. If there is an accident, Wang Likuan will die. Yisha couldn't help but look at Wang Likuan. Yiyu did this. Can't Wang Likuan see it? Yisha didn't think Wang Likuan would be so stupid, but he still came obediently. Yisha shook his head, and could only say that it was a miracle that Wang Likuan, with such a character, could survive until now. Yisha laughed at himself in his heart. Maybe there is still truth, goodness and beauty in this world? After a moment of silence, Yisha said, if you have no objection, then I have no objection either. Wang Likuan smiled innocently. If I have any objection, I won't come to you. Yisha nodded. Just tell the lady boss. Wang Likuan nodded and stood up. Then I'll go. Watching Wang Likuan leave, Yisha touched his chin. He was finally not alone. It was hard to say whether Du Lingling could pass the flight attendant assessment, but Wang Likuan was still a flight attendant. However, with only one flight attendant under him, it seemed that he could not do much. Take your time. Yisha shrugged his shoulders, leaned on the sofa for a while, and then stood up. At this time, the door of the carriage was suddenly knocked. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then opened the door, and then saw the boss lady standing at the door. Yisha made way for the boss lady to come in. What do you want? Conductor? Generally. Unless the conductor has an order. The boss lady rarely comes directly to the door. The boss lady nodded. The one named Wang Likuan wants to be your attendant? Yisha, yes. Okay. I got it. I've registered it under your name. The lady boss continued. The train conductor has a mission for you. If you agree, the train conductor wants you to go to the Crazy Sand Temple. Yisha frowned. Where is that? The lady boss, an ancient relic. We only know it's in the ancient river city. However, it's useless to go to the ancient river city. The Crazy Sand Temple is very secretive. Therefore, this matter must be divided into 2 steps. If you want to find the Crazy Sand Temple, you must go to the Sky City first. It's a bit confusing. Yisha sat down in front of the boss lady. Can you tell me more? Boss lady, you participated in the fight for Noah's stone tablet. So you should know something about ancient civilization. Right? Yisha nodded. Boss lady continued. The Crazy Sand Temple is the relic left by that ancient civilization. Before the end of the world, Compu accidentally discovered the existence of the Crazy Sand Temple and sent a large number of archaeologists. Then the end of the world came, and those people became zombies. Yisha, so no one knows where the Wild Sand Temple is? Boss lady, there are still some people in the senior management of Compu who should know. But we don't know who they are, whether they are alive, and where they are. Yisha nodded and gestured to continue. Boss lady, the only person who can be sure to be alive and knows is Dr. Sarah, an archaeologist. He led the team to the Wild Sand Temple. Coincidentally, his child was born before the end of the world. So he returned to Sky City and survived. Chapter 696, Wild Sand Temple. Yisha showed a look of realization and roughly understood. Yisha, so I have to go to Sky City to find Dr. Sarah, and then ask him about the location of the Wild Sand Temple, or just ask him to take me there? The boss lady nodded. Yes. The specific operation is up to you. Yisha, then the most important thing is, what does the train conductor need me to do? Looking for something in the Wild Sand Temple? The lady boss said seriously. You don't need to look for anything. Your mission is to find the Crazy Sand Temple. Yisha, only the Crazy Sand Temple? The lady boss thought for a moment. Since you are already the chief train attendant, then I can tell you something. Yisha raised his eyebrows and immediately made an expression of listening attentively. Why must we work hard to climb up? Because that will make us stronger. Because that will make us closer to the conductor. Because that would make me understand Doomsday train better. When Yisha understands everything and becomes strong enough, the train conductor in Doomsday train will no longer be able to control Yisha. At that time, Yisha might choose to leave Doomsday train. If anyone disagrees, then just kill them. The boss lady, for some reasons, the train conductor cannot leave Doomsday train. Yisha frowned. But what happened in the City of Destruction? And you told me that after I fought with Li Xuanhe, it was the train conductor who brought me back. The lady boss explained. The conductor didn't really leave the Doomsday train when Li Xuanhe was there, but he paid a heavy price for it when he was in the City of Destruction. Or, you can understand it this way. The conductor can leave the Doomsday train if he wants to, but he has to pay a heavy price. Yisha nodded. If it's necessary and worthwhile, the conductor can leave. But if it's just to find a place, these things can be left to others. Right? The lady boss nodded. That's about it. Yisha, what is there in the Mad Sand Temple that is worth the train conductor's efforts? The lady boss, although the train conductor ordered it, it is not necessarily him who did it personally. It may be the deputy train conductor. As for what is there, I can't tell you. The only thing I can tell you is that it is related to the apostles. Yisha was not very surprised, because he knew that the apostles had been looking for things from ancient civilizations. Noah's steel, the meteorite sand integrated into the steel, and the stone ball. The apostle has already taken action several times. Since the Temple of Wild Sands is related to ancient civilization, it is normal for the apostle to intervene. However, the need for the train conductor or the deputy train conductor to appear means that there are extraordinary things there. And at the same time, it also means that there are powerful apostles there. The proprietress, actually, you don't have to think so much now. The prerequisite for everything is to find the Temple of Wild Sands. You should think about going to Sky City now. As for what happens next, we can talk about it later. Yisha nodded. Next stop? The boss lady, yes. If you want, at the next stop, if possible, bring more people. Dr. Sarah is not that easy to deal with. Yi Sha, is that doctor very powerful? The boss lady, before the end of the world, he was just an ordinary person. After the end of the world, he is a new human. That is, a different species of human. However, he should not be as strong as you. But you still have to be very careful, because he has a lot of things in his hands. Yi Sha stuff? The boss lady, he is an archaeologist. So of course, he has a lot of antiques. These things were nothing before the end of the world. But after the end of the world, many changes have occurred in the world. And the power contained in those antiques may have awakened. I see. Yi Sha thought of the Sword of Glory. And immediately understood. The boss lady, in fact. If Dr. Sarah was not very strong now, how could he rebel against Compu and stay in Sky City without worrying about Compu finding trouble with him? Oh! Yi Sha rebelled against Compu? The boss lady nodded, yes. From the information I got, he not only rebelled against Compu, but also gathered a group of people to constantly cause trouble for Compu. As for the reason, I am not sure. Yi Sha was actually more curious about how the boss lady got the information. Could there be a group of people who specifically collected information for Doomsday Train? However, Yi Sha knew that it would be useless to ask. And the boss lady would probably not tell him. Yi Sha, I understand roughly. No wonder you asked me to bring more people. But I only have Wang Likuan at my disposal right now. Du Lingling has to take the flight attendant assessment at the next stop. And with her ability, she probably can't do this job. Lady boss, that's your problem. You can find anyone who is willing to help. Of course, only flight attendants. Yi Sha thought for a while, then, what about the rewards? Even if I don't talk about my rewards, what about others? Otherwise, how can I convince them to go with me? The boss lady smiled. The task assigned by the train conductor himself is naturally not stingy. As for the others, we will talk about it after you find the person. As for your reward, I can tell you in advance that you will not be given any ability, skills, or items this time. Yi Sha smiled. Isn't my position going to be promoted again? I only have one soldier under me now. And another is a reserve waiting for assessment. Even if the position is promoted to a higher level, it will be useless. Boss lady, it's not a position, but a title. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. Titles are indeed good things. They are very targeted. For example, his Puppet series titles can bring very direct targeted effects every time he advances. In addition, Yi Sha should also have the title of Public Enemy of Humanity obtained by killing people, which can directly improve his physical fitness. Now Yi Sha's physical fitness has become increasingly difficult to improve. If he gets the title of Public Enemy of Humanity, it will definitely be a huge help. Unfortunately, Yi Sha remembered that he killed 20 humans on the death carriage. But this number was already enough. But he did not get the title. Yi Sha just thought that he remembered it wrong, and did not wantonly slaughter other people because of this. Yi Sha, is it a personal title? The lady boss smiled and nodded. Yi Sha's eyes suddenly brightened, revealing a bit of expectation. The so-called personal title has a great symbolic meaning. That is, a title given to a certain person, like the items in the treasure list. This kind of title belongs only to a certain person and will not be repeated. Chapter 697 I don't need a companion. However, although personal titles are unique like the items in the treasury list, there are still some differences. For example, although the items in the treasury list are unique, at least if there are enough skull coins, they can still be purchased. Personal titles can only be obtained through some special circumstances and special tasks. Rather than saying that they are unique like the items in the treasury list, it is better to say that personal titles are specially tailored for a certain person. For example, Yepa had the title of Gun Master in his previous life, and Yi Sha had the title of Yiksha in his previous life. These titles are not self-proclaimed, but directly given by Doomsday Train. To a large extent, having a personal title is equivalent to the recognition of Doomsday Train. These titles usually have special meanings, not just the effects of the titles. The hidden meanings in the titles may represent characteristics, personality, development path, and even destiny. This is also the origin of Yi Sha's question. If it is just an ordinary title, it is not very meaningful. It is just because the title effect is more targeted and has a more intuitive improvement on one's own strength. But if it is a personal title specially given to Yi Sha, then it is another matter. Yi Sha, how many days do I have to prepare? The lady boss smiled. Yisha asked this question, which naturally meant that he accepted the task. Lady boss, because there is a battle of death carriage this time. The specific time cannot be determined. But if you decide to go to Sky City, you can be sent there at any time. Yisha nodded. I will tell you when I am ready. The lady boss nodded, stood up, and left the personal carriage. Yisha held his chin and pondered. The conductor's move this time was not small. Anyway, Yisha still wanted to get the personal title. However, the boss's suggestion was very pertinent. Since she suggested that he find some helpers, it meant that this task would not be so easy to complete. Maybe. Yisha suddenly laughed. You can take advantage of this matter. While thinking, Yisha picked up the phone and dialed a number. When the phone was connected, Nyepo's voice came. The things you want are not ready yet. Yisha, I'm not here to urge for the delivery. Besides, I don't have enough money. I'm here to talk to you about other things. Nyepo was puzzled. Huh? Yisha, I'm the chief clerk now. So of course I can get some good tasks. Nyepo pondered for a while. Let's talk after I return to the Doomsday train. Yisha, okay. Yisha hung up the phone, thought about it, and then found Wang Likuan. This mission was an opportunity for Yisha, because he was short of people. As the chief steward, how can he not have people under his command? There are many ways to recruit stewards, such as Du Lingling. Giving her a chance to survive and become stronger will naturally make Du Lingling compromise. However, Du Lingling is not a steward and her strength is very poor. It's just that in Yisha's opinion, Du Lingling has some qualities that can make her stronger. So Yisha chose Du Lingling. But what about those who have become stewards and are strong enough? But it is not so easy to make them compromise. Therefore, Yisha has to give enough benefits. Or in other words, Yisha has to show his attitude that there is meat to eat if he follows him. However, Nyepa is very strong. Precisely because Nyepa is very strong, Yisha will be very happy if Nyepa can become his flight attendant. But precisely because Nyepa is very strong, ordinary benefits cannot impress him. And in order to impress Nyepa, there must be some opportunities. Nyepa will not take such a straightforward temptation. However, when did Yisha say that his goal was Nyepa? In the days ahead. Yisha knew that he needed to conserve his energy. The skull coins in Yisha's hand were not enough for Yisha to buy something to directly improve his strength. Secondly, vision will also improve with the improvement of strength. If Yisha wants to continue to strengthen his strength, his goal will definitely be on the treasure list. However, the things on the treasure list are really not cheap, which means that Yisha has to save money. Of course, in addition to buying, there are some other methods, such as making. But buying things requires saving money, and making requires saving materials, which is the same reason. Therefore, Yisha's conserving energy mainly depends on his spirit and state. At the same time, Yisha is waiting for Nyepa to return to the Doomsday train. And, hey! Yiyu entered the dining car and sat down opposite Yisha. Why don't you take me with you? Yisha looked at Yiyu and smiled. We have enough people. Yiyu frowned. We don't care about one more person. Just think of me as someone who is going along to play. You don't have to give me any rewards anyway. Yisha repeated. We have enough people. Yiyu, Wang Likuan has always followed me. Yisha narrowed his eyes. Do you think that one more or one less of him will have any impact on me? Yiyu was stunned for a moment, then spread his hands. Okay. I shouldn't play tricks. Yisha stretched out a finger and waved. No. You didn't do anything wrong. But there is one thing you don't understand. I have always been very fair. Yiyu raised her head and blinked at Yisha. Because it's fair. So, Yisha, if you want to get something from me, you must pay for it. Yiyu, I gave you Wang Likuan anyway. Yisha smiled. Yes. So I plan to take him to Sky City. Yiyu was furious. Isn't this completely different from her calculations? She meant that if she wanted to take Wang Likuan, she had to take her with her. Yiyu also knew that Yisha knew what she meant. But she just didn't plan to do it. Yiyu knew what Yisha wanted. Originally, Yisha couldn't force her, and wouldn't force her. But she foolishly sent Wang Likuan to Yisha. Yiyu knew very well that her little trick had failed. I know very well what kind of person you are. You don't trust anyone at all. Yiyu raised her head. If that's the case, how can I trust you? Yisha's eyes suddenly became deep. After looking at Yiyu for a long time, he spoke. I just lack people. But I don't lack companions. Because I don't need companions. Yisha's words were very obscure. But Yi Yu understood the meaning. Yi Sha lacked people. Because the chief steward must have people under his command to be considered a chief steward. But Yi Sha himself did not need anyone. Because Yi Sha always felt that he was enough by himself. Yi Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At least let me think about it. Right? Yi Sha smiled. Okay. Anyway, there will always be a next time for this kind of thing. Chapter 698 Old People. Humph. Yi Yu snorted coldly, knowing that Yi Sha's words meant that he would take her with him. But as Yi Sha said, as long as he is alive, this kind of thing is inevitable. If he goes this time, what about next time? No one can get benefits without paying a price. Yi Sha, anyway. There are 4 of us. Why not think about who else to find, and make up 5 people? Do you know that it is cheap to say such things seriously? Yi Yu gritted her teeth. You actually wanted me to go? Right? For a cautious person like you. The boss lady reminded you to find help. Why didn't you find it? Yi Sha smiled. Let's talk business. Yi Yu snorted again. Xia Yuran? Yi Sha shook her head. She's not suitable. Yi Yu, why is she not suitable? Superhuman. Close combat defense. Long-range firearms. Yi Sha counted his fingers. Then pointed at himself. I can't do what you can do. But I can do what Xia Yuran can do. Xia Yuran's strength is beyond doubt. She was top-notch in the death car. And after becoming a flight attendant, she was also in the upper middle level. But her role overlapped with Yi Sha's. Yi Sha, I want someone to assist in the battle. He doesn't have to have relevant abilities. As long as he can help contain the enemy. It's best if he is good at destruction and disrupting the battle. As Yi Sha was talking, he suddenly thought of a fat man. That guy is quite suitable for this position. What a pity. Yi Sha, I wonder if that fat man is still alive. Yi Yu was confused. And the proprietress suddenly asked, the kid who used to follow you? Yi Sha nodded. The proprietress was right beside him. And Yi Sha and Yi Yu were talking without reservation. So the proprietress listened to them all the time. The proprietress said, that kid is already a train attendant. I can call him over for you. Yi Sha was stunned. Ah! The proprietress said, it's just what happened at the last stop. He has completed his mission at this stop and returned to the Doomsday train. Yi Sha smiled. Interesting. Let's call him then. The proprietress naturally had a way to notify the little fat boy. And soon, the little fat boy appeared in the dining car. I've wanted to find you for a long time. The little fat man entered the dining car and was very excited. He ran directly to Yi Sha, but I don't have your contact information. I don't know how to find you. By the way, what should a flight attendant do? I just became a flight attendant. After not seeing each other for a long time, the little fat man seemed to have become a chatterbox, chattering around Yi Sha. Yi Sha seemed very quiet, just sitting there listening. But Yi Yu became impatient after listening for a while and waved her hand. Shut up. Kid. The little fat man glanced at Yi Yu and said, you seem younger than me. Yi Yu was speechless. Yi Sha, okay. Let's talk business. Yi Sha directly told the story and waited for the little fat man's decision. Okay. There was no reason to refuse such a good thing. But what Yi Sha didn't expect was that the little fat man followed up and said, I will become your flight attendant directly. This surprised Yi Sha. If you think about it carefully, before becoming a flight attendant, Yi Sha had a lot of contact with the little fat man. But it was not much. After becoming a flight attendant, Xia Yuran also became a flight attendant. So there was still contact. But the little fat man and Bai Xiling had no chance to meet. After all, the threshold of flight attendants could completely divide the two people into two different worlds. Trust is a little bit, but it is not enough for the little fat man to be so straightforward. Besides, the little fat man is not stupid. This kid is a genius. His IQ is far higher than that of ordinary people. Even if his EQ is a little lower, he can't be called stupid. The little fat man curled his lips. This is called confidence. Do you understand? Yi Yu poured cold water on him without hesitation. I don't understand. The little fat man, only fools think things complicated, while smart people think in the simplest way. The little fat man patted Yi Sha's shoulder, showing his old-fashioned look. Let me ask you, what kind of employees does a boss like the most? The little fat man, don't think. Just say the first idea that comes to your mind. Yi Sha, employees who can make money? The answer is correct. The little fat man, as an employee, help the boss make more money. And the boss will give a higher salary in return. This is a mutually beneficial thing. which is good for both parties. Then let me ask you, what is the relationship between the flight attendant and the chief steward? Yi Sha and Yi were silent. Little fatty, I can help you do a lot of things. Will you let me die? Trust? What do you need trust for? The relationship between the flight attendant and the flight attendant is like that between the boss and the employee. What's the difference? It's all mutually beneficial. Yi Sha laughed. You said you were a high IQ person before. I didn't believe it. But now I really can't help but believe it. Yi rolled her eyes. And the little fat man spread his hands. In fact, the truth that the little fat man said is very simple. But there is a key point that he said himself. You must have confidence. He is confident that he can help Yi Sha and bring him enough benefits. Then Yi Sha will not abandon him. And even protect him, and let him live well. Employees who can make money are liked by all bosses. Yi Sha, go to the boss lady and tell her. The boss lady smiled. I'm listening. Congratulations on having a second flight attendant. Yi curled her lips. And then, when do you leave? Yi Sha, wait until Niepa comes back. If you are curious about your reward, you can ask directly now. Yi shrugged and went straight to the bar. The little fat man dragged Yi Sha to ask questions. His current state was similar to that of Yi Sha when he first became a flight attendant. He knew that becoming a flight attendant was a successful step. But what should a flight attendant do? What is the difference? How to use the advantages of flight attendants? The little fat man was confused about these questions. Just like a newcomer who had just entered the workplace and had no idea what he should do. In this case, he caught Yi Sha, a relatively familiar person, and naturally asked endless questions. Yi Sha was patient. After all, he was his flight attendant now. This went on for 2 days. And Niepa finally came back. Yi Sha talked to Niepa. And Niepa naturally would not object. No one would refuse such a task that could get good things and enhance their own strength. Yi Sha really hoped that Niepa would also be his flight attendant. But this was not an easy thing. And it was more difficult than recruiting Yi, because Niepa had the ability to become a flight attendant chief. Of course, Yi Sha did not force it. If he could recruit him, he would recruit him. But if he could not, it would be fine. Chapter 699 Sky City. Now that Niepa has arrived, it is time to go to Sky City. However, before that, Yi Sha still has things to do. So he found the boss lady and Du Lingling. Yi Sha, I remember that the chief steward has the authority to rent things. Right? The boss lady nodded, of course. You asked me for a rental list yesterday. What do you plan to rent? Yi Sha shook his head and refused. No. I don't want your things. The dining car rental is really shady. Take Li Xuanhe's rental of a large number of Gauss guns for the one-eyed old man to deal with his own expenses. The rental fee of a Gauss gun is as high as 200 silver skull coins. You should know that this is not a purchase. But only one station can be rented. Secondly, most of the items in the treasury list cannot be rented. And abilities, skills, and consumables are certainly not available. The highest price of the treasury list items that can be rented does not exceed 50 gold skull coins. And the rental price is 1/5. That is, 10 gold skull coins. This price is simply a robbery. 10 gold skull coins for one station? This is not the way to spend money if you can't spend it all. Of course, in special circumstances, emergency can still be used. But it is obviously not a special situation at present. Yi Sha pointed at Du Lingling. I rented my things to her. The lady boss nodded. This was also within the scope of the chief steward's authority. In fact, this was also a source of income for the chief steward. The chief steward cannot go on missions, as long as there are people under his command. Then the question is, it is indeed possible to let the steward replace himself. But over time, if the strength is not improved, he will inevitably be kicked out. No chief steward would be so stupid. Strength is the foundation of everything. However, if you still have to take risks to perform the mission, this authority will be useless. So, it's very simple. Rent your things to the crew, in exchange for income, and then improve yourself. Of course, this is also not a long-term solution, because this kind of income is fixed and will not be too much. And the crew is not stupid. It is obviously not cost-effective to spend huge fees to rent. Raising the rental price to a very high level is pure exploitation. At the same time, you have to bear the possibility of crew death and loss of things. It can only be said that this is a way to occasionally not want to leave the Doomsday train and have a certain income. Yi Sha, I rented the Arbiter. the Void Snake Spear, and the 6-flower shield to her for 1 copper skull coin. Yisha was just helping Du Lingling pass the flight attendant assessment, so he asked the arbiter to help. So 1 copper skull coin was just a formality. But this is power, and you can do a lot of things with power. Even unfair things. But this is also the reason why everyone is trying so hard to climb up. Many things in this world are unreasonable. If it wasn't for going to Sky City, Yisha actually planned to lend the corpse flower and liquid monster to Du Lingling. Yisha didn't believe that Du Lingling couldn't pass the test even if she did this. However, to go to Sky City, Yisha naturally couldn't do this. Du Lingling sincerely said, "Thank you. I will definitely succeed." Yisha nodded. And then, in addition, since Nyepa is back, complete the rental procedures and send us to Sky City. Okay. Then, the lady boss smiled. "I wish you a safe journey." After leaving the Doomsday train and entering the platform, the first feeling is a strong sense of technology. There are metal pillars everywhere, gorgeous billboards, cutting-edge suspended skybridges, and unique automatic elevators. All of this caters to the Sky City itself. Because, before the end of the world, the Sky City was recognized as a city of technology, and it was the most technologically advanced place in the world. According to statistics, there are more than 27 mechanical research institutes in Sky City, more than 67 automobile, ship and aircraft manufacturing factories. 12 Toto Cup robot competitions have been held here, and at least more than 120 technological items are patented every year. In fact, compared with Sky City, people prefer to describe this place as the city of the future. In Sky City, everything seems to be ahead of other places. There is a slang saying that if a bomb is dropped on the streets of Sky City, 1 of the 10 people killed is a scientist. Even after walking out of the Doomsday train platform and looking at the Sky City that had experienced the baptism of the end of the world, and looking at the dilapidated scene, Yisha still had to admit that the dilapidated Sky City was still majestic and magnificent. Far better than any place or city he had ever seen. Standing at the door of the Doomsday train platform, Yiyu took out a tablet about Dr. Sarah. Before Yiyu finished speaking, Yisha directly stretched out his hand to stop Yiyu from continuing. Nyepa took out a gun box, took out a rifle, a grenade, a short knife, and a pistol from the gun box, and quickly equipped himself. Yiyu finally came to her senses. An enemy? I didn't sense anything. Yisha, not an ordinary zombie. Of course you can't sense it. After Yisha finished speaking, he stared at the intersection, and then a large group of metal men appeared in front of him. Yiyu was surprised. Robots? Yisha, strictly speaking, they should be mechanical zombies. Some weird stuff. Yisha had seen these things not long ago. In fact, it is far-fetched to call them robots. They should be modified humans. Some parts of their bodies are mechanical. After being infected with the zombie virus, the mechanical parts cannot function. However, in order to adapt and survive, these zombies have mutated, connecting the mechanical parts with flesh membranes, and then becoming able to move, forming this unique mechanical zombie. However, these mechanical zombies in front of him are a bit strange, and they are different from the ones Yisha saw last time, because there are too many mechanical parts. Yisha even saw a mechanical zombie, except for the head and the heart, which are flesh and blood. The rest of the body parts are completely mechanical. Even if it is a modified human, it is rare to be modified to this extent. The little fat man took out a grenade, whatever it is. Blow it up first? Yisha thought about it and nodded. Okay. The little fat man grinned. Then I'll go first. Yisha, I'm waiting for you to show your ability to help me. The little fat man nodded, said nothing more, and then ran forward, grabbed the grenade and threw it at the group of mechanical zombies. The grenade was ordinary, and there was really nothing special about it. However, at the moment the grenade landed, the grenade actually split directly into pieces, and then bounced out in all directions, and flew into the group of mechanical zombies. Chapter 700 Intelligence. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions sounded, and the mechanical zombies were blown away. The little fat man raised his eyebrows proudly at Yisha. How is it? It's just a casual play. I'm very strong now. Yisha smiled. It's just a prop, and it's really hard to see what strength it has. However, this little fat man is really obsessed with explosions, and he really made him play with explosions. Yiyu slapped his forehead. You can see what's next before you get proud. The little fat man looked back and felt a toothache. There were only 5 or 6 mechanical zombies, and they were blown to pieces by him. But the problem was that more zombies appeared. This time there were not only mechanical zombies, but also ordinary zombies. And even 3 crawlers climbed the side wall and showed up. The little fat man gritted his teeth. Don't be afraid. I have a bunch of bombs in my hands. You better shut up. Do you want to attract more zombies? Yisha waved his hand, and Wang Likuan stepped forward with a tower shield. Yisha said to Nyep and Yiyu, the mechanical zombies are yours. The ordinary zombies are yours. And the creepers are mine. Is that okay? The two nodded. Yiyu's brain power was not effective against mechanical zombies because those guys had no brains. So those were Nyep's, and the rest were Yiyu's. As for the creepers, someone had to deal with them. So naturally it was Yisha's turn. Almost instantly, the 3 of them jumped out at the same time. Iron wall, Wang Likuan shouted, holding up the tower shield and firmly standing in front, directly attracting the zombies and stopping them from moving forward. Then, puff, 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 a strange color flashed in Yiyu's eyes, and then the heads of the zombies exploded one after another, while Nyep held up his machine gun and began to shoot forward. The bullets hit the bodies of the mechanical zombies with terrifying power. The metal shells of the mechanical zombies could not stop the bullets at all, and were directly blown into fist-sized holes. At the same time, Yisha ran towards the building on the side. Why did the creeper need Yisha to deal with it? As low-level mutant zombies, they can actually deal with the crawlers. The trouble is that the crawlers can fly over the eaves and walls. Except for Nyep and Yisha, it is more difficult for others to deal with them. Arriving at the bottom of the building, Yisha stretched out his hand and visualized the infinite bow, put an explosive arrow on it, and shot it upwards. Boom! Boom! The explosive arrow split into 2 afterimages, nailed to the wall, and then suddenly exploded, rolling up a ball of fire and black smoke. A crawler suddenly jumped out of the black smoke and quickly moved downwards. But, ice arrows! Yisha seemed to have expected it. He shot the second arrow early and landed in front of the crawler. Then, the wall was frozen. An ice cone suddenly pierced out from the ice and directly pierced the crawler's head. 1. Yisha murmured, and then dodged. At the moment when Yisha dodged, a bright red tongue fell to the ground and pierced the ground. Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, threw it out, pierced the reptile's tongue, and nailed it to the ground. The next moment, Yisha drew his bow again. The piercing arrow broke through the air, bringing out a strong spiral of energy, shooting into the air, and piercing the reptile's head. The second one. Yisha turned around and looked at the last reptile. Roar! The reptile roared wildly, and then flew towards Yisha. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly stretched out his hand. Capture the dragon and release the crane. Capture the dragon in one move. A strong suction force suddenly appeared, sucking the falling crawler directly over. Then Yisha stretched out his hand and grabbed the crawler's head, pressing the crawler hard to the ground. Boom! The ground cracked inch by inch. Yisha drew out the king's holy sword and pierced the head of the specific crawler with one blow. After killing 3 crawlers, Yisha looked back and saw that the zombies that gathered around were also killed. They were all ordinary zombies, so naturally they could not cause them too much trouble. Seeing that Yisha had dealt with the creeper, Nyep waved to Yisha, come and see. These are people from Compu. Yisha walked over. Dragon warriors? Nyep nodded, dragged up a smashed mechanical zombie, turned over a corner of its clothes, and saw the mark of a dragon warrior. Yiyu, normal. These guys are mechanically transformed warriors. And after death, they were infected with the zombie virus and mutated into this. Wang Likuan, isn't this transformation too thorough? Yiyu, don't forget that this is Sky City. With the technology here, you can survive with only a head and a heart. Yisha nodded. The important thing is that the dragon warrior's appearance here is noteworthy. It is said that Dr. Sarah used to be a member of Compu, but she rebelled against Compu. Yiyu smiled. That's all your information? This time, I'll let you know the benefits of bringing me here. While talking, Yiyu opened the tablet computer, and a 3D bird's-eye view map soon appeared on the screen, with a tall building in the center directly marked. Yiyu, Dr. Sarah rebelled against Compu because Compu killed his daughter. At that time, the end of the world was coming, and his daughter was infected with the virus. The people of Compu forced her to be isolated. However, Compu didn't pay much attention to Dr. Sarah at that time. He was an archaeologist. Who would have thought that he would suddenly become a different human being? And he was very strong. Otherwise, Compu would have found a way to save the little girl. Afterwards, Dr. Sarah kept causing trouble for Compu. He also gathered some people. These people were all people who had grudges against Compu. Their relatives were captured by Compu, or they themselves escaped from the quarantine area. Wait a minute. Yisha couldn't help but, why do you know these things? Yiyu smiled, I've been here. This made Yisha stunned. And he repeated, you've been here? Yiyu, yes. This matter is more complicated. To put it simply, it was because of a flight attendant mission that I learned about the existence of Dr. Sarah. And then I ran to Sky City and learned about this city and the situation here. Yisha stared at Yiyu. Yiyu spread her hands. Okay. Dr. Sarah has good things in his hand. A scepter that can enhance the ability of the brain. And in addition, he has a purified agent called TX zombie virus. Yisha, no wonder you came to me more urgently than I thought. Chapter 701 Unmanned Remote Control Machine. Yiyu, I originally wanted to come back here during my vacation after I became stronger. But I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Yep, anyway. It's great for us to understand the situation here. So let's continue. Yiyu, Comp's goal is to purify the TX zombie virus. That thing can create mutant zombies, like meat trees. The most important thing is that it can fuse metals. But it has never succeeded. Yisha, so? There are still people from Comp in Sky City now? Yiyu, if they haven't succeeded yet, they must still be in Sky City. Moreover, Dr. Sarah is also a ruthless character. He destroyed both of Comp's bases in Sky City. He also robbed Comp's supplies, and went to the surrounding areas to destroy them. Yisha, this has nothing to do with us. Our target is Dr. Sarah. Find him and find out where the Mad Sand Temple is. Don't be funny. Yiyu, Dr. Sarah has a lot of good stuff in his hands. Don't you want it? The TX zombie virus purification agent is also a very powerful virus. Even if it is divided among 5 people, we can make a lot of money. Yisha thought for a moment. We'll see what happens later. Let's continue to tell you what you know. Yiyu, Dr. Sarah has occupied the Xingqian building, which was originally the building of Compu Corporation. The security system of that building has not been destroyed, which is very troublesome. At the same time, Dr. Sarah has a biochemical mecha in his hand, which is made using the TX zombie virus purification agent. Dr. Sarah has a lot of people in his hands. They are not ordinary people, but have been injected with the zombie virus. It is impossible to force them, but I think we can use Compu Corporation. Then sneak in and find Dr. Sarah directly. Yisha, the question is how to use Compu. Yiyu, we have to find a way and see the opportunity. Little fatty, let's go see the Star Building first. Yisha nodded. The Star Building is easy to recognize because it is the tallest building in Sky City, and is located in the center of Sky City. You can see it by looking up. Wang Likuan suddenly interrupted. Did you hear any sound? The others were stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but listen. And then they heard some subtle sounds. Yiyu's face changed. Quick! Get into the building. While Yiyu was talking, he ran towards the building on one side. Although the others didn't know what was going on, they didn't dare to delay. After everyone ran into the building, about 3 or 5 minutes later, the sound from the air became clearer. Yisha looked out. Unmanned remote control machine? There were several unmanned remote control machines floating in the sky, moving forward along the street. The unmanned remote control machine was very large. The main body was about the size of a wash basin, and there were 4 propellers in 4 directions, each about the size of a head. Yiyu, Dr. Sarah's stuff. He uses it to patrol the whole city and guard against people from Compu. In addition, there are road surveillance. Although many of them are broken, many of them are still usable. Wang Likuan, we are not from Compu. Little fatty, but we are here to cause trouble. It's good if Dr. Sarah is willing to ask. If not, we want to know where the Mad Sand Temple is. What should we do then? What to do? Naturally, the most direct way is to tie the person up. Yisha, anyway. Let's wait for these things to pass. While Yisha was speaking, he looked out again and suddenly felt something was wrong. Red lights suddenly lit up under those unmanned remote control machines. Yisha immediately shouted, "Back off! Back off!" But it was too late. The red light was like a sharp blade, pushing out in all directions, seeming to penetrate the wall, sweeping through the interior of the building, and then sweeping over Yi Sha and his companions. The next moment, those drones immediately began to take off and fly higher. Yi Sha was stunned. No attack? No! Yi Sha immediately said, "Kill those drones." Yepa rushed forward without hesitation, smashed the glass window directly, and then rolled on the ground. At the same time, while rolling, Yepa took out a rifle and started shooting into the air. Those drones were quickly shot down and fell to the ground with black smoke. Yi Yu was anxious. Isn't this exposed? The little fat man hummed and kicked an unmanned remote control machine. The red light just now was a scanning system. We have been scanned. If we don't deal with these unmanned remote control machines, they will soon take off to monitor us, and we will not be able to escape at all. Wang Likuan scratched his head. What about now? The little fat man, it is indeed exposed. After all, we have destroyed someone's things. How can he not know it? Yi Yu rolled her eyes. You are just talking nonsense. Yi Sha waved his hand. If you have time to argue, you might as well run away. The little fat man, take a drone. I want to study it. Yi Sha nodded, asked Wang Likuan to carry the wreckage of a drone. And then, they left the building together, and everyone ran along the street. Yi Sha has always been very vigilant, and when something like this happened, he was naturally more vigilant. He believed that Dr. Sarah would not be too friendly. After all, this is Sky City, Dr. Sarah's territory. Moreover, Yi Sha felt that Dr. Sarah would probably regard them as people from Compu. Boom! At this time, a loud noise suddenly came from the building on the side. Yi Sha and his companions looked sideways, and saw a corner of a tall building collapsed. And then a huge monster slowly appeared from the top of the building. It had huge mechanical legs, and a long and narrow body like a dachshund. It had 3 pairs of wings like gliders on its back. And its head was an inverted triangle with 6 light bulb-like eyes. So far, this should be a robot that is similar to an animal, and has some insect characteristic. Such things are not uncommon in Sky City. There are various mechanical items on display here every day. Here, a 15-year-old boy may be able to make a micro-robot. Of course, it is impossible to fight, but it is still possible to move arms and legs. However, the robot in front of him is not an ordinary robot. There is a layer of flesh membrane on the back of the robot, like flesh and blood peeled off the skin. There is also a thin layer of flesh and blood wrapped in cables under the ribs, armpits, and gaps between the mechanical limbs. The most terrifying thing is the head of the robot. On the top, there is a human brain exposed, with intricate cables running through it, placed in a groove on the top of the robot's head. Even the brain is still beating slightly. Chapter 702 TX001. This is what the TX zombie virus purification agent made. TX001. Yi Yu's face was slightly stern, using the principle of the Me tree. Zombies and mechanical products are fused together. This is the real mechanical zombie, not the so-called mechanical transformation of people after death. Yi Sha, is it difficult to deal with? Yi Yu honestly, it's a bit troublesome. Yepa snorted, if there is trouble, won't you fight? Yi Sha smiled, that makes sense. The little fat man took out a ball and threw it in the direction of TX001. And then, he was met with a lot of looks like he was a fool. That building is about 30 floors high. Are you going to throw the bomb on the roof? But at this moment, the metal ball suddenly exploded, and 3 metal rods only half a finger long flew out, with flames at the end, heading straight for TX001. Boom! 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 The explosion sounded suddenly, and the top of the building began to fall rubble again, and black smoke billowed, covering a large area, covering the figure of TX001. After a while, the smoke and dust dispersed, and the little fat man couldn't help but frown. His bomb didn't hurt TX001 at all. The 3 pairs of wings behind TX001 suddenly extended forward, and then closed in front of him, forming a metal wall, perfectly resisting the impact of the explosion. Yi Yu suddenly shouted, be careful. Behind the metal wall, 7 or 8 grenades suddenly soared into the sky, using the method of throwing, falling from the sky, bombing Yi Sha and others. Yi Sha, move! Yi Sha and his companions were all experienced people. After taking a look, they accurately determined the landing points of the grenades and moved away. The next moment, the grenades landed, and the sound of explosions continued, and black smoke was swirling around. Yisha quickly put on the Xingyu goggles and looked around, and then saw a red shadow flash in front of him. Yisha immediately shouted, "Be careful!" Bang! Niepa raised his eyebrows and met TX-001. And then TX-001 swung his mechanical arm and swept it over Niepa. Then Niepa flew backwards like a cannonball, hit the wall heavily, and knocked it down. Crack! Crack! The sound of metal collision was heard. TX-001 turned his body and turned to Niepa. And suddenly 6 flames spurted out from behind. And his body flew up close to the ground and crashed into Niepa. But at this moment, Wang Likuan suddenly rushed out diagonally, raising his tower shield. Bang! Wang Likuan collided with TX-001, retreated half a step, and actually pushed TX-001 down. Yisha's face showed surprise. Niepo's strength was very outstanding. In addition to the firearms he used, Niepo's physical fitness could not be too bad. Otherwise, he would be killed too easily. And TX-001 knocked Niepa away with one blow, but was stopped by Wang Likuan. This was really surprising. But Yisha quickly understood what was going on. Wang Likuan was injected with the virus. The characteristics of the TX-001 are great strength and terrible defense, which can be said to complement Wang Likuan's characteristics. After Wang Likuan was injected with the virus, in terms of strength alone, he is probably the top among the flight attendants, and will not be much worse than those who advocate extreme physical fitness evolution. Shield strike! Wang Likuan shouted, raised his shield and smashed it towards TX-001. TX-001 was not small, about 2.5 meters tall and 3 meters long, and the power brought by the mechanical power was even more impressive. But Wang Likuan directly knocked it over. It can be seen that Wang Likuan's current power is really terrifying. However, it was of no use. The shield smashed on TX-001's body, leaving a mark, but it did not cause much damage. Strength alone could not kill TX-001. Yisha slowly drew out the king's holy sword, and then ran quickly. Yisha's right arm fell down. The tip of the sword dragged across the ground, bringing out a stream of sparks. And then Yisha came behind TX-001. Clang! Yisha slashed down with a sword, hitting TX-001's body, making a metallic collision sound. And then the king's holy sword bounced up, and without hesitation, Yisha swung the sword and slashed the second sword. Clang! The crisp metallic clanging sound rang again, and Yisha couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then, the third sword, the fourth sword, the fifth sword. Yisha's attack speed was amazing. The king's holy sword passed through the air, but the sword body was not visible. Only the afterimage was seen. The golden sword light flowed in the air, which was extremely gorgeous. However, it was useless. TX-001 suddenly turned around, and the huge wings swept across Yisha's body. Yisha flew backwards and rolled continuously on the ground. Yisha shouted, "Use snake bite to slap the ground," and broke a piece of the ground, and then stabilized his body. Yisha, damn it! What is this thing made of? Yiyu said, "It's just an ordinary alloy material." But the horror of TX zombie virus purifier is here. After fusion with metal substances, the metal seems to come alive. Just like our bodies, it will continue to strengthen and grow. While speaking, TX-001 suddenly turned around, and 2 alloy plates on his back suddenly opened, and the grenades he had seen before flew out again. Yiyu's eyes were slightly stern, and 3 colors of light flashed in his pupils. Then he stretched out his hand and pressed the air, and the grenades hung in the air. Yisha immediately drew out the centipede sword and swung it into the air. The centipede sword stretched out and smashed the grenades. Boom! 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 The explosion sounded, but the impact of the explosion was compressed into a very small area. Yiyu's brain ability prevented the explosion from spreading. Yiyu, obviously. This TX-001 has been formed for a long time, and its metal body has grown to a very terrifying level. Thump! 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 Niepa ran on the other side, aiming at TX-001's head and firing continuously, hitting TX-001 and shaking his head. But he could not shoot through TX-001's head. Niepo's face darkened slightly. His gun was not an ordinary gun, and his bullets were not ordinary bullets. In fact, Niepo's sweeping shot was still useful, although the bullets could not penetrate TX-001's head. TX-001's head became bumpy, and 2 light bulb-like eyes bulged out and hung there. Cables were dragged behind them, and electric arcs were constantly emitted. However, this was not enough to kill TX-001. Nyapa, it seems that the head is not a weakness. What is the weakness of this thing? Chapter 703, Tear Him Down. Yapo's words were naturally directed to Yiyu. But unfortunately, Yiyu spread her hands helplessly. I did see this thing when I came last time. Yiyu. But I didn't kill it. At that time, in addition to TX-001, there was a group of people from Compu fighting with Dr. Sarah's people. So I ran away. Wang Likuan was puzzled. Shouldn't that be an opportunity? Yiyu was angry. Where is the opportunity? If I don't show up, they fight each other. When I show up, Compu thinks I'm Dr. Sarah's person, and Dr. Sarah's people think I'm Compu, and both sides fight me together. Other side? This unlucky kid. Yisha took a deep breath. If that's the case, then use the most direct method. Little fatty, what is the most direct method? Yisha, tear this damn thing apart directly. I don't believe it can still move. As Yisha spoke, he raised his hands. The destroyer made a mechanical sound, and then began to change its form. Melee form. Yisha clenched his fist, making a click sound. Yisha, cover! Wang Likuan ran immediately, although his running speed was pitifully slow, especially after being injected with the zombie virus. His speed and agility declined again. However, TX-001's speed was not that fast either. After all, no matter how much the mechanical body evolved, it would still be a bit slow in action. Not to mention that this guy's body was really big. The huge body would undoubtedly slow down the speed. Bang! Wang Likuan came to TX-001 smoothly, met TX-001's mechanical arm, and hit it again, intercepting TX-001. At this time, two machine guns suddenly popped out from both sides of TX-001's body, and then began to fire. Thump, thump, thump. The two machine guns and bullets were obviously specially made. The muzzle was the size of a baby's fist, and the bullets were as big as a cup. They kept flying forward, forcing Wang Likuan back and falling to the ground. The ground was immediately pierced with holes the size of a bowl. Yisha quickly bypassed from the side, and TX-001 twisted his body, and bullets began to fire at Yisha. Yisha raised his arms and endured the impact of the bullets. The bullets could not break the destroyer, nor could they easily penetrate the nitrogen armor, but they could stop Yisha from moving forward. At this time, the little fat man sneaked behind TX-001 and dropped two bombs. The two bombs were thrown very cleverly. They were not thrown at TX-001, but directly under TX-001's body. Boom! Boom! The two bombs exploded when the little fat man turned around and ran away. Naturally, they did not cause much damage to TX-001, but they collapsed the ground under TX-001. As the ground collapsed, TX-001's body sank down, and the muzzle of the gun rose up with TX-001's body, naturally facing the sky. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Without the bullets, Yisha immediately rushed forward, came to TX-001's side, and raised his fist. Heavy punch. Yisha took a step forward, took a stance and accumulated strength. Small grooves popped up on both sides of the destroyer, and electric current flowed in the grooves, connecting with each other. At the same time, a stream of white gas spurted out from the back of the hand, and the hydraulic system was also activated. The next moment, Yisha punched hard. Crack! One of the mechanical legs of TX-001 made a harsh sound, then twisted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then completely bent over, and then broke with a sound, and the broken cable continued to release arcs. What was even more puzzling and disgusting was that blood kept flowing out of the broken steel pipe in the broken mechanical leg, yellow and red, with a strong stench and the smell of engine oil. Bang! TX-001's huge body fell to the ground, but it was still moving, squirming on the ground. Suddenly opened its mouth, and then two metal pipes suddenly spit out. Yiyu, get out of the way! Yisha also planned to do so without Yiyu shouting, and his body suddenly flashed to the side, and the two metal pipes fell to the ground, smashing two cracks on the ground. And then a violent electric current rushed out. Yepa took the opportunity to come to the other side of TX-001, raised his gun and smashed it at the other leg of TX-001. Yepa didn't have the destroyer, nor the terrifying strength of Yisha, But Nyappa was very smart. He stuck the butt of the gun directly into the joint of TX-001, and then twisted it hard. TX-001's mechanical leg didn't break, but it twisted and turned 60 degrees backward. Wan Likuan jumped up, climbed clumsily onto TX-001's back, and then hit TX-001's head with his shield. The fat man ran and shouted, "Help me open a hole to get out." Yisha raised his hand and blasted forward with a nitrogen slash, slashing TX-001's knee and cutting off a piece of flesh covering the knee. The fat man immediately grabbed 2 spherical bombs and stuffed them in. TX-001 was not afraid of explosions, as the metals were hard enough and had high heat resistance. But if they exploded at the joints? That would be another matter. Joints are always the most vulnerable part, especially since TX-001 could not move and could not make effective defenses. Boom! The next moment, the little fat man's bomb exploded, finally breaking TX-001's other leg. TX-001 was lying on the ground, completely unable to move, but still struggling, firing bullets from the muzzle. But because he couldn't move, he could only fire forward, and the ground was pitted by bullets. The cables kept swinging, the arcs jumped, and the surrounding street lights kept flashing there, obviously disturbed by the current. However, even so, the battle was over. TX-001, who could only lie on the ground, posed no threat. Yisha decisively said, "Retreat." It was enough to do this. It would be troublesome to dismantle TX-001 into a pile of parts. This thing was really strong and scary. And Yisha and his men didn't have much time, because no one knew if there would be other things to trouble them. Yisha led the way, and several people ran forward quickly. Yisha said as he ran, "How many things like TX-001 are there?" "Yiyu, not too many. TX zombie virus agents cannot be mass-produced, but not too few either, because I know that in addition to TX-001, there are TX-002, TX-003, and Dr. Sarah's biological mecha TX killer." Chapter 704 Concealment. Yisha frowned. TX-001 was not too strong, but it was very difficult to deal with. Too strong and difficult are two different concepts. But since he came to the Sky City, Yisha was well prepared and would definitely have to deal with a lot of high-tech things. After all, the nickname of the City of the Future is not for nothing. Yisha and his companions quickly ran along the street. And then Yisha, Yiyu, and Nyappa suddenly frowned. Yisha and Nyappa were strong, and their physical fitness could also improve their 5 senses. They both heard the sound, and Yiyu heard it because of the induction of the brain area ability. Something is coming. After a while, several mechanical insects suddenly flew out from the back of a building, with machine guns mounted on their bodies, and began to shoot at Yisha and his men. These mechanical insects are not robots, but are similar to unmanned remote control machines, but they are made into insect shapes, and they are not mechanical zombies, like TX-001. Two. The machine guns began to fire, and the sound of the gunshots was extremely crisp. Wan Likuan retreated while holding up a shield to protect the back. And then, Yiyu suddenly looked behind her, and the falling bullets suddenly hung in the air, and then suddenly changed direction and flew towards the mechanical insects. One by one, the mechanical insects were pierced, and then fell from the air, emitting black smoke and flames. Yiyu's ability was really useful to deal with such small things. And the most important thing was that it was convenient, and a glance was enough. But what if it was not a small thing? Boom! The ground in front suddenly cracked. But it was not broken. But a smooth crack suddenly appeared on the ground. And then it sank a few inches and slowly moved away. If you look closely, you will find that there are 2 steel plates at least 10 centimeters thick under the ground. And there is a columnar space under the ground. This is actually the passage to the sewer. In Sky City, there is no such thing as a manhole cover. And such things are not rare in Sky City. This is why Sky City is known as the City of the Future, because this is really a high-tech city full of high technology. However, the entrance and exit of the sewer are now used for other purposes. Soon, a metal platform was extended. On the metal platform was a cage. In the cage was a raging velociraptor. Its body was covered with rotten flesh. Its skeleton could even be seen at its shoulders. Corpse velociraptor. Suddenly, the cage opened and the corpse velociraptor rushed out. It was so fast that it came to the crowd in an instant. Then it twisted its body and swept its tail over. Bang! Wang Likuan was at the front. But he didn't even have the chance to raise his shield to resist before he was swept away by the tail. Then the corpse-transformed velociraptor opened its huge mouth and bit the little fat man. Damn! The little fat man cursed and complained in his heart. Yep, and Yi Sha were obviously in front. Why did they bite him? Thinking about it, the little fat man's movements were not slow, and he quickly rolled to the side to avoid the bite of the corpse-transformed velociraptor. His skills were quite agile, but perhaps because of this guy's fat body, he always made people feel a little clumsy and embarrassed. But what was the reality? The little fat guy even had time to reach out and wipe the belly of the corpse-transformed velociraptor while rolling. Boom! The next moment, the sound of an explosion suddenly sounded, and then the corpse-transformed velociraptor was blown away. Yi Sha's eyes lit up. He was very sure that at that moment, the little fat guy did not use any bombs, because the little fat guy had nothing in his hand. However, the corpse-transformed velociraptor was blown away. What kind of ability is it? Yi Sha murmured, and then showed an admiring look. This guy has indeed become stronger. It is not empty talk to swear that he can help him. At least, he is not as stupid as before, and only knows how to throw bombs. Throwing bombs and playing with explosions is a means, a way to become stronger. However, everything is based on oneself. Just using props, especially consuming props, is definitely not a long-term solution. And now, the little fat man has obviously learned this. At the same time, the corpse raptor suddenly roared, raised its body, and climbed up from the ground. The belly of the corpse raptor was directly blown up by the little fat man. It seems that the power of the explosion is not light, but this degree cannot kill the corpse raptor, because it is a corpse raptor. Bang, bang, bang. The raptor started running again, charging like a tank, and with every step it took, its sharp claws would crush the ground. Wang Likuan tried to catch up, but found that he couldn't catch up, because his speed was too slow. Because of the zombie virus, Wang Likuan's speed became very slow, but he was mainly responsible for defense. In most cases, it didn't matter whether he was fast or slow, because the zombies would always rush towards him without thinking. Moreover, the distance required for blocking and moving was much shorter than that for charging and attacking. Or in other words, much shorter. If someone wants to bypass Wang Likuan, they may have to run 5 or 6 meters. But Wang Likuan is in position, and he may be able to stop the person by just moving sideways. But the corpse-transformed velociraptor is too fast. Wang Likuan only feels a gust of wind blowing around him, and the corpse-transformed velociraptor runs past. Yi snorted coldly, as if she had guessed that Wang Likuan could not stop it. When the corpse-transformed velociraptor rushed out, she stretched out her palm and pressed it in the air. The body of the corpse-transformed velociraptor suddenly froze, trembling constantly, struggling, but unable to break free easily, as if it was held down by an invisible big hand. Niepa came to the side of the corpse-transformed velociraptor at some point, holding a revolver and pulling the trigger at the corpse-transformed velociraptor's head. Bang! The sound of a gunshot. That was not the sound of a gunshot that a pistol should make. It was completely the sound that a shotgun should make. And then a bloody hole as big as a bowl appeared on the corpse-transformed velociraptor's head, and its body slowly fell to the ground, sweeping away the dust. Yi Sha, it doesn't feel good to be stared at all the time. And the main thing is that it will never end if it goes on like this. I have to think of something. Yi, among my brain abilities, there is an ability called Death Breath, which can completely conceal my existence. However, besides myself, I can only help one person to cover up. Otherwise, I will not be able to control it, and will be exposed. Niepa, I have my own way. Niepa is an excellent sniper. In addition to being accurate with his gun, reconnaissance and hiding are his specialties. Yi Sha, I can do it myself. The gaze finally fell on Wang Likuan and the little fat man. You could only help one of them at most. Chapter 705, Got Tricked. The little fat man said with a sad face, I'm not good at this. Making a fuss is my strong point. Wang Likuan lowered his head, then help him. Yi Sha looked at Wang Likuan curiously. Do you have a solution? Wang Likuan really doesn't look like someone who has such a hidden ability or skill. Wang Likuan, I don't know how to do it, but I think it doesn't make sense to send someone to block me. Others looked puzzled. Wang Likuan pointed at the corpse-transformed velociraptor. I can stand and let him beat me for 3 days, and 3 nights with this level of corpse-transformed ancient species attack. Not only do I have high defense now, but the zombie virus has also activated the intermediate regeneration ability. Yisha was speechless. Although Wang Likuan's tone was proud, it sounded a bit strange. When was it that being beaten was such a superior thing? Nyapa, what if they send something stronger? Wang Likuan, no matter how strong it is, I can hold on for a while. You can come to help me then. Besides, I don't think it's likely. Sending something of that level to deal with me is a waste of time. Yisha admitted this. Wang Likuan's characteristic is that he can't kill the other party in a short time, and the other party can't kill him in a short time. Yisha is probably determined to kill Wang Likuan, and Dr. Sarah will probably go crazy. Yisha, let's do it this way. Separate for the time being, but don't be too far away. If Wang Likuan is in trouble, gather together quickly. For the target, everyone will go to the direction of Xingchen building first. The others nodded. Yepa turned and entered a building, and then disappeared without a trace. While Yi went into the underground sewer with the fat man. There was no such thing as a surveillance probe in that place. As long as she was out of surveillance for a moment, her ability would take effect. Yisha took a deep breath, then clenched his fists, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. Dragon transformation. Yisha let out a beast-like whimper from his throat, and dragon horns slowly grew on his forehead. His whole body was also covered with dragon scales, and his body was stretched a lot. Dragon realm, in the dragon state. He uses his unique perception of the surrounding situation and unique techniques to make his existence disappear, blending into nature. After being completely hidden, it is almost impossible to be discovered. The purpose of Dragon Realm is not only to perceive enemy targets, but also to have the effect of hiding. It is roughly similar to Yiyu, but Dragon Realm is obviously more advanced. Yiyu could only use her brain to conceal her presence and breath, while Long Jing completely made her presence disappear and blend into the environment. With Yisha's speed, even the surveillance camera could not find Yisha's presence. I'm leaving. Yisha said to Wang Likuan, be careful. If you get into trouble, try to find a small space. Wang Likuan nodded, don't worry. I'm fine. After Yisha nodded, he suddenly ran forward. Yisha first chose the alleys, some intricate places. Like Yiyu, to conceal his presence, he must have a blind spot for a moment. If he is always being watched, the effect cannot be activated. But even if Sky City is technologically advanced and surveillance cameras are everywhere, it is impossible to make sure that there are no blind spots in the city. After running for a while, Yisha made sure that he was not being watched, and put on the headset. I've done it. How about you? Yi replied, no problem. Yep, same. But I saw a lot of mechanical insects I saw before, and they obviously didn't give up and continued to search for our traces. Yisha, where is Wang Likuan? Wang Likuan, he's being beaten. The others were speechless. Yisha, in that case, let's go all out. I should be close to the Xingchen building in 15 minutes. The others said they should go slower. Yiyu and the little fat man slowly advanced in the sewer. Nyep was also in hiding and needed to slow down. This is also a common problem of this kind of ability. Usually, being able to hide will weaken the speed, which is also reasonable. Yisha's Dragon Realm is an outlier. He rushed forward quickly and encountered many zombies on the way. Yisha naturally didn't care about those things and rushed past. Seeing the star building getting closer and closer, Yisha could reach the star building in about 5 minutes at most. But at this moment, boom! A violent roar sounded, followed by a fire rising into the sky. In the west, Yisha saw a mushroom cloud rising up. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then pressed the headset. Who of you is almost at the star building? Yiyu, it's still early for me. This damn underground sewer is built like a maze, and there is even an elevator. I don't know when I can get there. Yepa simply said, a quarter of an hour. Wang Likuan was somewhat helpless, still being beaten. Yisha frowned. Since no one else was there, why was there an explosion? An explosion means there is a battle. Yisha thought about it for a while. The duration of the dragon transformation was still sufficient, so he immediately ran towards the direction where the explosion came from. Quickly crossing the street and approaching the battle area, Yisha hid in the alley, poked his head out to take a look, and then raised his eyebrows. Comp Corps people. On the street, there were a total of 10 Comp Corps armed fighters. The team was a bit mixed, with 3 fighters from the Raptors and 5 fighters from the Dragons. The remaining two were a bit strange. Yisha couldn't tell which team they belonged to. There was no sign of zombies, which meant that they had not undergone biochemical transformation. On the surface, they didn't seem to have undergone mechanical transformation. The most troublesome thing was that neither of them wore standard combat uniforms. This was the most difficult part to distinguish. It was impossible to tell who they belonged to. However, these two should be stronger, because the other 8 people are fighting. Only these two did not take action. They should be holding back. The current situation does not require them to take action. The other side of the battle is 2 mechanical zombies. One is the TX-001 that Yisha had seen before. The other one is a giant mechanical gorilla, 3 meters tall. And like TX-001, there is flesh without skin at the joints, and the limbs are wrapped in flesh membranes. It should be the so-called TX-002 or TX-003. Yisha thought about it, and soon understood what was going on. According to EU, Compu had repeatedly troubled Dr. Sarah because they wanted to get the TX zombie virus purification agent. So, after coming to Sky City many times, would they not know the situation in Sky City? Obviously not. They should even know it faster than EU. Therefore, Yisha concluded that these unlucky people from Compu were pitted by themselves. Chapter 706 Target. Since the people of Compu are familiar with Sky City, they certainly know that the surveillance system in the city is quite complete. If you walk carelessly on the streets, you will definitely be discovered. Secondly, in terms of technological strength, Compu is very powerful. There must be ways to avoid those unmanned remote control machines and surveillance cameras. Unfortunately, they ran into Yisha and his group. Because Yisha was exposed, Dr. Sarah began to search, covering a wide area. Most importantly, the people of Compu should not have expected it. So, these guys were extremely unlucky, and were found by Dr. Sarah. Naturally, they could only fight next. Boom! At this time, TX-001 showed its power again, and missiles suddenly flew out from behind, exploding in all directions. But those people from Comp Corporation did not dodge or evade. 5 Tianlong warriors suddenly stepped forward, holding 5 curved metal plates, and quickly put them together to form a metal umbrella cover. Boom! 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 The explosions continued, and the grenades exploded on the metal umbrella cover, constantly resisting the grenades. The explosion followed, and the grenades continued to explode. But they could not blow open the metal umbrella cover. Obviously, the metal umbrella cover was not an ordinary thing. After a while, the explosion was over, and the metal umbrella cover suddenly opened. 2 fierce dragon warriors suddenly jumped out and raised their fists to hit TX-001 and TX-002. With 2 bangs, TX-001 and TX-002 were directly blown away. And after hitting the wall, they directly collapsed a part of the wall. Yisha hid in the alley and watched. These guys were stronger than he thought. The 3 private armed teams of Compu Company were nothing in Yisha's eyes. Yisha did not deny that the 3 teams could survive in the apocalypse. And he also knew that these 3 armed forces were the main force for Compu Company to plunder resources in the apocalypse. But if we compare the surviving humans on the Doomsday train with the standards of the apostles, among these 3 teams, except for the Xiaolong team, which was slightly troublesome, the Tianlong and Menglong were not very good. In fact, in general, it is impossible to mass-produce strong people. However, it is undeniable that some elites occasionally appear in the 3 teams. For example, when the fierce dragon warriors underwent biochemical transformation, they had unimaginable mutations, and even evolved in the direction of alien humans. The mechanical transformation of the Tianlong warriors was equipped with rare high-tech weapons, etc. Obviously, the team in front of Yisha should belong to this kind of elite team. Apart from the good team cooperation, the individual combat power is also quite terrifying. But, Yisha murmured, I always feel weird. Generally, a team consists of 6, 12, 18, or 24 people. But now the opponent has only 10 people. And there are 2 who don't take action. Yisha always feels like something is missing. Bang! At this time, a crisp sniper rifle sound suddenly appeared. And then TX-001's head suddenly tilted. But it was hit by a sniper rifle. Then, wisps of white smoke suddenly appeared on TX-001's head. And the metal began to dissolve rapidly. So these guys should be killed this way. Yisha raised his eyebrows. The people at Compu really knew how to deal with mechanical zombies. Those guys were too difficult to deal with. Even if Yishaw's method was used to forcibly dismantle them, it would take a long time. But for metal, a special corrosive solution was used to corrode a very small area. However, as long as these areas were some cables, or key parts of mechanical operation, they could paralyze the mechanical zombies. Although they were zombies, they were also machines. If they couldn't find flaws in the zombie part, they would start with the mechanical part. However, Yishaw was not concerned about this matter, but looked up at a building on the side. "People from Compu," Yishaw murmured, then laughed, and slowly retreated into the alley. Then, halfway through, Yishaw's figure disappeared like a ghost, as if he had never existed. The duration of the dragon transformation is 6 minutes and 57 seconds, and Yishaw doesn't have much time left. In addition, another urgent reason is that Yishaw doesn't know how long TX-001 and TX-002 can last. Therefore, Yishaw decided to seize the time. Yishaw bypassed the battlefield from the side and rear, and entered a building without any hesitation. The building was tall and had a strong sense of machinery, but it was occupied by zombies. Entering from the main entrance, there were zombies wandering around everywhere. "Get out!" Yishaw shouted, then rushed forward, and the strong wind he brought directly knocked away the zombies around. And then Yishaw stepped on the pedal of the elevator. Then, the next moment, Yishaw jumped up. And then Yishaw went from the first floor to the second floor. Then it was the second floor to the third floor, the third floor to the fourth floor, the fourth floor to the fifth floor. Yishaw's speed was incredibly fast, because this time Yishaw did not hold back at all. It took Yishaw only about 30 seconds to go from the first floor to the 22nd floor. Then, Yishaw kicked a door open. It was the door of the bathroom, and even the women's bathroom. "Do you have any shame?" Yishaw entered the bathroom. "Don't you know that only women can enter here?" In the restroom, there was a ventilation window against the wall. A man was standing there, holding a sniper rifle and aiming diagonally downward. "People from Compu." Dragon Warrior. The biological transformation of the Dragon Warrior seemed not very obvious, mainly in the right eye and left arm. The skin of the left arm was purple-black, with throbbing veins. If you look closely, you will find that there are very fine lines and sharp nails. As for the right eye of the Dragon Warrior, it is obviously sunken inward, and the pupil is vertical, just like the legendary dragon pupil. Yishaw's appearance made the other party stunned for a moment. But after all, they were all experienced warriors, so this kind of daze was obviously only a short moment. Then the fierce Dragon Warrior came back to his senses, without any nonsense, and suddenly rushed towards Yishaw. The corners of Yishaw's mouth curved up. This is good, because Yishaw didn't have much time. He could speak directly with his fists, which was naturally much better than speaking with his mouth. Bang! At this time, the fierce Dragon Warrior came and swung his leg fiercely. The door panel on the side was kicked away by the opponent. Then, with one leg, the fierce Dragon Warrior rushed directly into Yishaw's arms and hit Yishaw's chest with a knee. Boom! The two flew out of the bathroom together and hit the wall behind them. After the wall cracked a few times, it collapsed backwards under the heavy load. Yishaw and the fierce Dragon Warrior fell behind the wall together. Chapter 707 30 seconds. The Dragon Warrior was very irritable, even extremely irritable. The two of them knocked down the wall, hurting both of them. But the Dragon Warrior didn't care, and kept hitting Yishaw with his fists. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Yishaw was distracted for a moment, because he didn't expect the other party to be so irritable. When he came to his senses, Yishaw had been hit several times. It hurt a little. The other party was indeed not an ordinary Dragon Warrior, because ordinary Dragon Warriors couldn't make themselves feel pain. Then, Yishaw suddenly raised his hand, and before his fist fell again, he grabbed the opponent's head. Bang! Yishaw raised his hand, threw the man out, and then climbed up from the ground. Crack! Crack! Yishaw twisted his neck, and a crisp sound rang out. You are lucky. Yishaw, I don't plan to kill you, but it doesn't mean I won't cripple you. The Raptor Warrior didn't waste any words, and directly climbed up from the ground and rushed towards Yishaw again. This is good, because villains always die because they talk too much. Yishaw smiled, then raised his right palm. Dragon Breath Fire. One after another, fireballs the size of a head suddenly appeared in Yishaw's palm, and then flew forward. The fierce dragon warrior raised his eyebrows and seemed very agile. He jumped left and right, avoided the dragon's breath fire, came to Yi Sha, and raised his fist. However, he didn't have a chance to punch. Halong Yinpa. The newly emerged dragon's breath fire quickly condensed and turned into a huge fire dragon that flew forward, submerging the fist of the fierce dragon warrior and his body. Bang! The sound of the explosion sounded, and along with the impact, the dragon warrior was blown away directly and hit the wall behind him heavily. 1, 2, 3. After crashing through 3 walls in a row, the dragon warrior fell to the ground. The villain who doesn't talk much will also die. Yi Sha walked forward, drilled through the big hole in the wall, and then came to the dragon warrior. That guy seemed to be dying. But it's just an appearance. Yi Sha, if you don't move, I will really beat you to death. Suddenly, the fierce dragon warrior opened his eyes, bounced up from the ground like a snake, and punched Yi Sha again. Snake bite. Yi Sha knew that the opponent was pretending to be dead, and that attack of Halong Yinpa would not seriously injure the opponent. In this case, how could Yi Sha not be on guard? Bang! Yi Sha stretched out his hand and took the punch from the fierce dragon warrior. Then, Yi Sha suddenly grimaced, and a sharp, burning pain came from Yi Sha's palm. Yi Sha couldn't help but look at the opponent's fist. Yi Sha was sure that there was nothing in the opponent's fist. No, there was still something. Blood. There were wounds on the opponent's arm, fist, and palm, which were caused by Halong Yinpa. The whole arm was bleeding. That blood was poisonous. Yi Sha immediately raised his leg and kicked the fierce dragon warrior in the chest, kicking him away, and then looked down at his palm. There were signs of darkness on his palms, and the venom had penetrated his skin, with a distinct burning sensation, as if his palms were immersed in sulfuric acid. However, Yi Sha didn't care much, except for the pain. This level of recovery was enough to use the regeneration ability. But Yi Sha still pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon. Who knows if the blood contains the mutated zombie virus? He walked towards the dragon warrior, who slowly stood up. His eyes were cold, like a lone wolf. The next moment, the dragon warrior suddenly flew over, raised his purple-black arm, and punched Yi Sha again. Bang! Yi Sha raised his hand again and blocked the opponent's fist. Although he was an elite among the dragon warriors, and was indeed much stronger, in Yi Sha's opinion, he was not a threat to himself, at least in terms of physical fitness. Yi Sha was still stronger. But at this moment, the dragon warrior's arm suddenly cracked with tiny cracks. And then the arm mutated again, and countless stone-like things grew out of the cracks and covered the entire arm. Yi Sha was surprised, because he could clearly feel that the power of the fierce dragon warrior was increasing. And it was a very obvious increase. Yi Sha did not dare to neglect it, and the muscles on his arms were also tightened, and he exerted all his strength. But at this moment, a dazzling yellow light suddenly flashed. A strange light suddenly flashed in the pupils of the fierce dragon warrior, which was extremely dazzling. Yi Sha immediately felt pain in his eyes, and the light pierced his tears, and he couldn't help but flow out. And he couldn't hold it back at all. Bang! The raptor warrior swung his fist forward, from bottom to top, and hit Yi Sha's lower abdomen with a hook punch, and directly blasted Yi Sha's body upwards. After a loud bang, the ceiling collapsed, and Yi Sha broke through the ceiling and fell to the upper floor. The raptor warrior snorted coldly, then stepped on the wall, jumped up, and followed to the upper floor. Yi Sha sat on the ground and looked at the time. There was only 1.5 minutes left. The raptor warrior did not delay at all, and rushed towards Yi Sha again, raising his fist and blasting Yi Sha. Bang! The fist hit Yi Sha's face directly, but it was useless. The raptor warrior's face showed astonishment. His fist did not hit anything. It seemed that there was something on the surface of Yi Sha's skin, separating his fist. I really won't kill you. Yi Sha, you are still useful to me. But, bang! Yi Sha clenched his fist and hit the raptor warrior's face, just like the opponent had hit him before. The same fist and the same punch were imprinted on the opponent's cheek. The difference is that Yi Sha was indifferent. The raptor warrior flew backwards and kept rolling on the ground. After a while, the raptor warrior sat up from the ground, spitting out blood, and his face was sunken. But he was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, the zombie virus also gave him the ability to regenerate. Such injuries were not enough to seriously injure the opponent. Yi Sha didn't care. just stood up and looked at the time. The raptor warrior stood up again, with a more fierce look on his face, and rushed forward quickly, killing Yisha. The pupil released a strange light again, trying to blind Yisha for a short time again. And then the purple-black arm was raised for the nth time and clenched into a fist. At the same time, Yisha raised his head. The last 30 seconds. Chapter 708 Sewer. The raptor warrior had no idea what Yisha was talking about, and he didn't care what he was saying. All he had to do was keep raising his fist until Yisha was knocked down. But at this moment, a fist suddenly passed through the strange light and landed in front of the raptor warrior. Bang! A dull sound. The two fists collided at this moment. And then the raptor warrior wailed, and his entire arm twisted at a strange angle, looking like a twisted braid. Then, Yisha took a step forward, crossed the light, and swept out with his foot. Bang! The expression of the fierce dragon warrior was distorted, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He smashed the wall continuously, and fell to an unknown place. Yisha waved his hand, waved away the dust, and walked through the broken wall, and finally came to the fierce dragon warrior again. This time, the opponent was not pretending to be dead, but was really beaten half to death. The dragon scales on Yisha's body dissipated, and slowly returned to normal. Yisha looked at the time, exactly 30 seconds. The last dragon power. It can be activated when the dragon state enters the last 30 seconds, and the physical fitness is strengthened by 200%. The pain is lost, and it has advanced regeneration ability. Each use will bring a great burden to the body, and long-term use will cause incurable permanent damage. Looking at the half-dead dragon warrior, Yisha hesitated, took out the needle gun, loaded a cell-active liquid, and then injected it into the opponent's body. This guy is still useful, so Yisha does not intend to kill the opponent. At least not now. And the last punch only used 60% or 70% of the force, but it still seems a bit heavy. After injecting the opponent, Yisha stood by the window and looked at the street. TX-001 and TX-002 were almost unable to hold on. But the battle was not over yet, which meant that the opponent should not know that their sniper had been killed so quickly. Yisha immediately searched the body of the raptor warrior, took away all the communication equipment, crushed and destroyed it, and then carefully searched again to confirm that there were no trackers and positioning devices, and then dragged the raptor warrior to leave. Yisha turned off the headset. "Where are you?" "Nyapa, we are almost near the Shinshin building." "There seems to be a fight there?" "Yes. People from Compu." "Yisha, be careful. Don't get too close and get caught." The people from Compu also avoided it. "I caught someone and can interrogate him." "Yiyu, come to the sewer. This place can be used as a temporary place to stay. It is cleaner than expected, and it is also very complicated. I noticed that there are no surveillance cameras or anything like that." Yisha nodded. Although Sky City is a high-tech city, no one would be so bored as to install surveillance equipment in the underground sewers. It is indeed a good place to stay temporarily. "Yisha, let's go there now." As Yisha said this, he took the elevator back to the first floor and found the entrance and exit of the underground sewers. Although the entrance and exit of the underground sewers here are a bit special, it is obviously not difficult for Yisha, because the corpse flower has always been active underground. After a while, with a vine piercing out from the ground, Yisha successfully entered the underground waterway. After entering the underground waterway, Yisha was also a little surprised. This place is not an underground waterway at all. It feels like a subway station. Metal walls, metal floors, bright energy lights. This is a very clean underground space. Although there are some peculiar smells, these peculiar smells are also from the smell of zombies, and have nothing to do with this space. As for the water flow, it actually adopted a fully enclosed water channel. You can hear the sound of water, but you can't see the water flow. In addition, this underground waterway actually has elevators and signboards. Yisha was speechless about this, and didn't know what to say. In fact, what Yisha didn't know was that before the end of the world, the underground waterway of this city was called a technological maze, and even one of the tourist attractions of Sky City. However, this is not important. On the contrary, there is nothing wrong with being cleaner. No one likes to face a musty stinking ditch and a pile of dead rats. Yisha dragged the raptor warrior along, perhaps because of the cell activation agent. The raptor warrior had recovered a little and looked at Yisha. "Who are you?" "Yisha, don't worry. I'm not Dr. Sarah's man. Raptor warrior, I know. That's why I asked you who you are. Yisha smiled. Do you want to know? If you want to know, you have to answer some questions for me first. The raptor warrior snorted coldly. His face gradually colder. Want to get words from me? Sorry. You can't get even a word. Yisha still smiled. Believe me, only the dead won't speak. And you can't die. It's easy to let a person die, but it's hard to let a person live. But Yisha is confident that he can do it. Even if the man in front of him wants to die, he has to agree. After dragging the raptor warrior for a while, Yisha thought that the people from Compu Company should not be able to catch up. After all, the passage of this sewer is complicated. Even if he walks it again, Yisha doesn't know how to go back. Leaving the dragon warrior aside, Yisha sat down to rest, and at the same time sent his position to everyone, and then waited for the gathering. Nyepa was the first to arrive, followed by Yiyu and the little fat man. And as for Wang Likuan, it is said that he is still being beaten. Yisha kicked the dragon warrior with his foot. Who will come? I believe this guy knows something we don't know. At least, he is more familiar with Sky City than us. Yiyu frowned. The dragon warriors are all biochemically modified warriors. They can even survive biochemical transformation. Ordinary torture should not have any effect on them. It is not easy to pry open his mouth. The fierce dragon warrior snorted, obviously very satisfied with Yiyu's evaluation, and also a little complacent. Nyepa, then use extraordinary torture. As Nyepa said this, he pulled out a thin needle tube with a yellow-brown medicine in it. The fierce dragon warrior disdainfully said, Veritaserum is useless to me. Veritaserum? Nyepa showed a ferocious smile. You are too naive. Do you think I will use such a gentle method to deal with you? As Nyepa spoke, he patted the opponent's arm, then found the vein and injected the medicine. After the injection, Nyepa grabbed the dragon warrior's hair and dragged him. The scene is a bit bloody. Children should not watch it. Yiyu and the little fat man curled their lips in disdain. Chapter 709 Eye of God. Ah! Soon, a shrill scream was heard. It was obvious that Nyepa had done it. Yisha had no expression on his face. Little Fatty and Yiyu didn't care much. If they wanted to survive in this era, they had to get rid of the so-called kindness. To be kind to others is to be cruel to oneself. If we use the metaphor of life and death, no matter whether the other party is a good person, a respectable person, or a great person, it is better to kill others than to kill oneself. Yisha, take a break and eat something. Yisha sat down against the wall, and the little fat man took out some food and shared it with Yisha and Yiyu. Yisha said to Yiyu, Don't you need to go see Wang Likuan? He has been beaten for too long. Yiyu waved her hand. No. He is not smart, but not stupid. If he really reaches a critical moment, how can he be so calm? He should run if he should. If he can't run away, he will definitely call for support. Besides, Dr. Sarah may still be watching and intends to use him to lure us out again. If that happens, he will be fine. Yisha nodded. That makes sense. While talking, he threw the dried meat into his mouth, stuffed a few compressed biscuits into his stomach, and poured water into his stomach. Then Yisha began to close his eyes and rest to recover his condition. The same was true for the little fat man and Yiyu. Since the battle could happen at any time, it was very necessary to seize every opportunity to recover briefly. However, what people didn't expect was that the fierce dragon warrior seemed to be really tough. Anyway, the scream lasted longer than Yisha imagined. After about 2 hours, the screams gradually disappeared. I don't know if it was almost over or the dragon warrior finally couldn't scream anymore. After half an hour, Nyepa came back while wiping his hands with a blank expression. Yisha opened his eyes. How is it? Nyepa, that guy doesn't know too much. It's his first time to come to Sky City. But it's not the first time for the leader to come here. So he knows some things. But they are limited. Yisha, but he knows something after all. Is it useful? Nyepa nodded. It's useful. The star building is hard to get into. Yisha, how is it hard to get in? Nyepa, do you know the Eye of God? Yisha tilted his head. It sounds familiar. The little fat man interrupted. It's a security system produced by the Ambrolii Company in Sky City. This security system is very complex and is known as a security system with no blind spots. Once it is activated, no one can escape in the building covered by the system. Nyepa nodded. It's that thing. In addition, Dr. Riley, who developed the Eye of God system at that time, is currently in the Star Building and is Dr. Sarah's top general. Yisha showed a puzzled expression. So what? The Eye of God system sounds amazing. But is it really useful to us? After all, it was something before the end of the world. It is normal for Yisha to have such doubts. If it is something before the end of the world, the standard of measurement is naturally the standard of ordinary people. Even if the Eye of God system can resist the so-called big thieves at that time. But if we put those big thieves in today's world, they are definitely not as good as those sent by Compu. Yep, of course they are making progress. The Eye of God system is constantly being improved. And then combined with the TX zombie virus agent. Using mechanical zombies as security forces. And then using the terrain of the Star Building. Forget it. It's too complicated. And I can't explain it clearly. Yisha smiled. Then let's talk about the important things. Yep, Compo has repeatedly sent people to sneak into the Xingqian Building. Initially, they wanted to kill Dr. Sarah. But later they felt that they had to do something, and just wanted to steal the TX zombie virus purification agent. In half a year, they sent out 12 groups of people. But all failed. Yisha frowned. Because of the so-called God's Eye system? Yepa nodded, yes. But Compo is not stupid enough to come here to die. They have also summed up their experience, and have a way to deal with the God's Eye system. They prepared a virus hard drive. As long as it is inserted into the internal slot of the server, it can destroy the God's Eye system. Little fatty, since you have created a virus that can destroy the system, can't you just launch it through network intrusion? Yepa spread his hands. They use a local area network. And I can't explain it clearly. According to what that guy said, this virus is not actually destroying the system, but destroying the hardware power supply equipment. Little fatty suddenly realized, I see. Yiyu glanced at the little fat man. You look like you know something. Little fatty, the Eye of God system is the strongest security system before the end of the world. It has been on the market for 12 years, and has only failed twice. Both times were special circumstances. The first time was because the other party set fire in the building, causing a fire alarm. At that time, there were a large number of ordinary people in the building. So the Eye of God system was manually shut down. Yisha, the second time? The little fat man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The second time was in a hotel. In order to catch a well-known antique thief, there was a power outage due to road construction nearby. When the hotel's emergency power supply was activated, the thief had already escaped. Yisha, it seems that Compu got inspiration from the second situation. The little fat man, don't underestimate the Eye of God system. It is very abnormal. It uses surveillance cameras to control the overall situation. The supercomputer will calculate all the escape routes of the target in the shortest time, and then use entrance closure, trap devices, and manpower pursuit to create a closed maze-like space, making it impossible for people to escape. Yisha, you know it very well. The little fat man said proudly, I am a genius. Before the end of the world, I came to Sky City to participate in the Toto Cup of Robot competition. I also paid attention to academic papers in this field. In theory, the function of the God's Eye system is to make people invisible. As long as the armed forces under control can be continuously improved, the effect of the God's Eye system will be stronger. Yepa, that has nothing to do with us. Anyway, I think this is an opportunity. Maybe in this matter, we should help Compu Company and help them destroy the God's Eye system, which will make it easier for us to enter the Star Building. Yisha, that makes sense. However, because of our presence, the people from Compu couldn't sneak into the Xingqian Building directly. They have been discovered by Dr. Sarah. Will they change their plan? Yepa spread his hands. That's not something I can know. Anyway, I just asked so many questions. Yisha thought for a while. Anyway, we have to enter the Xingqian Building anyway. This is unexpected news. If the people from Compu take action, we will help them, and it will also facilitate our actions. If Compu doesn't take action, we will solve it in our own way. Yepa nodded. Okay. Chapter 710 Infiltration. Yisha speculated. If he were a member of Compu, what would he choose? There are only two options. The first is that since he has been exposed, he will rush into the Xingqian Building with lightning speed and catch Dr. Sarah off guard. After all, normally, if the infiltration fails, he should retreat. The second possibility is to retreat, which is a more normal choice. If the Eye of God system is really so mysterious, then if he continues to infiltrate after being exposed, The possibility of failure is very high. Yisha thought about it. And it was hard to say which one was more likely. This kind of decision was usually a 50-50 probability. In his previous life, Yisha chose the team route and served as a decision-maker and commander. He knew that the decision made in this situation was usually related to the commander's personality. It was really difficult to judge. And he couldn't judge it with his own thinking. Therefore, Yisha chose a more stable method, resting for a few hours, and then entering the Xingqian building. Then, as Yisha said, it would be best if Compu could succeed. If not, they would solve the problem in their own way. Go in. At the same time, resting for a while is not a casual rest. Yisha calculated the interval between the use of dragon transformation. Everyone began to gather their strength. About 2 hours later, Wang Liquan arrived. Yisha rested for another 3 hours, and then decided to enter the Xingqian building. Wang Liquan scratched his head and followed Yisha. Infiltrate again. I'm really not good at this. I feel that you shouldn't bring me here this time. It's okay. I figured out what you should do. Yisha, have you been to the base of Compu? Wang Liquan nodded. Yisha, have you ever encountered traps? Wang Liquan, laser arrows, hot melt beams, and the like? Yisha, yes. Those. The two you mentioned are already high-end. There are also ordinary gun traps, ground spikes, and other things. How much damage can these things cause to you? Wang Liquan, some of them are still quite troublesome. But it is basically impossible to kill me. Just be careful to avoid the vital parts. But you may be trapped. Yisha nodded. This is your mission. You go directly through the main entrance. Well, to put it bluntly, you are the bait. And you are also testing the Eye of God's system. You are also responsible for exploring the way. I will put a locator on you and calculate the route. Wang Liquan scratched his head, obviously not quite understanding. Yi rolled her eyes. It means you go directly into the Xingqian building. Don't care about anything. Just go in. Don't be timid. Just be tough. Wang Liquan smiled. Now I understand. This time it was Yisha's turn to roll his eyes. As they spoke, they came to the outskirts of the Xingqian building, looking at the tallest building in Tianji City. Yisha said, now let me ask for your opinion. Wang Liquan is Mingji. Let's ignore him for now. Should we enter together or separately? Nyapa, since we are sneaking in, not breaking in, we should enter separately. It's easy to be exposed if we act together. Besides, I also want to try out how powerful the God's Eye system is. If we gather together, it's basically impossible to avoid it. Right? Little fatty, I agree. It's a good thing that at least one person can escape. But we need to keep the rhythm. For example, after sneaking in, I think we need to echo each other's space. It's better not to exceed 3 layers of error. We also need to maintain communication. Yiyu, such a complete security system. It's impossible that there is no interference from communication equipment. The little fat man smiled and took out a few black communication equipment. It depends on whether the stuff produced on the Doomsday train is easy to use and can prevent various interferences. As the little fat man spoke, he distributed the things to everyone. Wang Liquan, then I'll go first. Yisha nodded. Go ahead. Wang Liquan is really not suitable for infiltration. Even if he has the ability or skills in this area, it won't work. His speed and reaction are not fast. If he is exposed, there is nowhere to hide. In this case, let's go in without hesitation. Yiyu, I'll use the old method. Yisha nodded. Little fatty. Go with you. Brain ability is still very enviable. It is indeed very powerful in some aspects. For example, as long as you use brain can withstand it and is not overconsumed. Most of the brain abilities can be used all the time. Of course, there are pros and cons. If the consumption of brain area is compared to physical strength, then the consumption of brain area ability is usually several times faster than physical strength. Watching Yiyu and the little fat man leave, Yisha looked at Nyapa. What are you going to do? Nyapa, I plan to try a more stupid method. As Nyapa spoke, he took out 2 claw blades, which were very long. After wearing them on his hands, the claw blades were about 30 centimeters long, like 2 huge wolf claws. Yisha raised his eyebrows. He knew this thing. He had seen it in his previous life. It was the close-range weapon in Nyapo's last set of firearms. Wolf travels the world. However, Nyapa should not have completely made Wolf travels the world in this life. Because Apart from the hook, Nyepo's other equipment is still the complete set of firearms from Tiger Roaring Forest. Since it is a complete set, it should be used as a set. The reason why Nyep only used the wolf claws is naturally because he only had the wolf claws. Then, Yisha saw Nyep coming to the outer wall, and the claw blades stabbed into the wall easily. And then Nyep began to climb up the outer wall. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. This is indeed a stupid way. No matter how powerful the Eye of God system is, it can't cover the outside of the building. Right? But this method is not a good one. There are also unmanned remote control machines and mechanical insects outside the building. It is too difficult not to be discovered. Yisha feels that Nyep is just gambling on luck. If he is unlucky, he will be forced into the Xingchen building soon. So, this is really a method. But it is indeed a good method. What if he is lucky and climbs a few more floors? However, Yisha was also complaining in his heart. What if Dr. Sarah is not on the top floor? The higher you climb, the better? Yisha thought about it, then looked around, then found the underground garage of the Xingchen building and walked in. Yisha didn't plan to use the dragon transformation. The combat ability in the dragon transformation state was still very good. Previously, it was to shake off the pursuit. Now that he entered the star building, the fight could start at any time. Yisha didn't want to waste it. Besides, the star building was really big. It was hard to say whether he could find Dr. Sarah within the dragon transformation time limit. So, Yisha planned to use other methods. Entering the underground garage, Yisha looked around. Those surveillances that could be seen by the naked eye were naturally avoided. As for those that could not be seen, Yisha could not do anything. Chapter 711 Attacked. Found it. After passing through the underground garage, Yisha entered the safe passage. After searching for a while, he finally found what he wanted. This is a laundry room. Comscope. No. It should be said that the modern technology buildings of such large companies are always built very well. There are not only office areas here, but also living areas. The building includes leisure areas, entertainment areas, etc. And it is also necessary to equip it with a laundry room. There are lounges in the building, and there are a lot of them. After all, judging from the scale of the building, there will be thousands or even tens of thousands of employees. So the things in the lounges need to be cleaned regularly. These things that need to be cleaned will not be collected floor by floor, as it would be too time-consuming to transport them. Therefore, there are passages on some floors where you can throw things down directly, and then the cleaners will search and take them away and send them to the laundry room. In addition, there are garbage passages. Of course, not all garbage can be thrown away. The main reason is that the office area consumes a lot of paper items. After these paper items are crushed by the shredder, they will be thrown down the garbage passage in bags, and then the cleaners will take them away. These two places were what Yisha was looking for. And now, Yisha had found them. Yisha pushed open the entrance of a passage, and a large number of bags of waste paper fell out and piled all over the floor. Yisha stepped over the bags, then looked up. There can't be surveillance cameras in this kind of place. Right? The passage was a square passage, with metal steel plates attached to the outside of the wall. Yisha stretched his arms to measure the distance, then took a deep breath and pressed his hands on both sides of the passage. Not bad. Yisha smiled. The distance is just right. After saying that, Yisha jumped up suddenly, stepped on the wall, and the whole person was suspended in the air. Then he kept exerting force with his legs, jumping up little by little, using his hands and feet to support the sides of the passage, and continued to climb up. Even ordinary people who are strong and agile can do this. And Yisha is naturally very easy. Of course, it is probably no problem for ordinary people to climb a few floors, but it is very difficult to climb up all the way in this way, which consumes too much physical strength. But the problem is that Yisha is not an ordinary person. There was no sign in the passage all the way up, so Yisha didn't know which floor he had climbed to. But judging from the height, there must be 7 or 8 floors. This made Yisha curl his lips. What a bullshit God's Eye system. It's so magical. But nothing happened, Yisha was thinking. But at this moment, a click sound suddenly sounded above Yisha's head. The passage was very dark, because it was almost closed. Just a passage for throwing things. Naturally no light was needed, and no ventilation was needed. But now Yisha saw a ray of light, about 5 or 6 meters above Yisha's head. A ray of light appeared, because there was a covered door on each floor to open the passage and throw objects. And that door was now opened. But what was thrown down was not bag paper, but 3 grenades. Damn it! Yisha cursed, and then quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest. Hard armor. Yisha did not choose nitrogen armor, because the air here is too thin, which will affect the effect of nitrogen armor. The next moment, boom, 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 3 explosions sounded in succession, and then flames mixed with black smoke suddenly dispersed. The explosion was in front of Yisha, and the first thing Yisha had to bear was not the flames, but the impact of the explosion, because it was a small and enclosed space. The impact of the explosion would also be concentrated. The flames went straight up and down, and the steel plates in the passage were deformed by the explosion. But at least the passage did not collapse, and the impact force was naturally straight up and down. Bang! The next moment, Yisha felt that he was blown away by a huge force, and the burning feeling enveloped his whole body, making him feel like his body was burning. It was an extremely painful feeling, because very powerless. In this narrow passage, there were too few things Yisha could do, so he was very powerless. So, the next moment, Yisha fell directly back to the ground, and with a bang, the ground under him was smashed into pieces, and Yisha also grimaced in pain. But Yisha did not delay, but quickly turned over, got out of the passage, and ran away from the passage. Call! After a while, Yisha leaned against the wall to catch his breath. The explosion did not kill him. However, this was not a good sign. Yisha quickly left the laundry room and ran to the safe corridor on the other side. Yisha felt that he should leave quickly. If the Eye of God system was monitoring everything, he should be in trouble soon. In fact, Yisha's feeling, or guess, was completely correct. The moment Yisha crossed the parking lot, the sound of metal friction suddenly sounded, and then Yisha saw a car flying towards him, rolling in the air. Yisha quickly lowered his body, and the rolling car flew directly past Yisha's scalp and hit a stone pillar. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded, and a tall zombie strode towards Yisha. The zombie was about 3 meters tall, which was quite terrifying for a humanoid zombie. The muscles on his body were bulging, and the mutated parts of his body were not obvious. He was in pure human form, but his forearms and fists were blood red. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Blood fist? Blood fist. A mutant zombie. 1-star diamond. A pure flesh evolution mutant zombie, with terrifying strength and physical fitness. Bang! At this time, Blood Fist had come to Yisha, and the huge fist swung forward, and Yisha immediately dodged to the side. Boom! The sound of something breaking suddenly appeared. About 3 or 5 meters away, there was a pillar that required 2 people to hug. Now the pillar had been completely shattered, just because of the fist wind of the Blood Fist. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. This guy's destructive power was really terrifying. While thinking, Yisha clenched his fist, and the destroyer made a mechanical sound. Melee form. The destroyer quickly changed its form, making a mechanical sound. And at this time, the Blood Fist also came to Yisha. Seeing the huge fist falling, Yisha raised his fist without hesitation. Heavy punch. Z-Law. Electricity surged from both sides of the World Destroyer, and the hydraulic system was running, making a loud noise. White smoke continued to spew out of the holes on the back of the hand. Bang! The next moment, the fists of the two collided, and then with Yisha's low shout, the huge body of the Blood Fist flew out directly, and with a bang, it hit a car, and then pushed the car back continuously, knocking over several cars in succession. Chapter 712. The battle begins. Excuse me. Yisha strode towards Blood Fist. I don't have time to waste with you. When he came to Blood Fist, one of this guy's arms was completely broken. The bones were completely shattered, and the arm was lying on the ground like mud, and blood was constantly oozing out. Roar! Blood Fist opened his mouth and roared at Yisha. As a zombie, he had no fear at all. He raised his other fist and blasted towards Yisha. Yisha turned his body lightly, bypassed Blood Fist's fist, then crossed his arms, restrained Blood Fist's arm, twisted it hard, broke Blood Fist's arm, and then raised his foot to stomp on Blood Fist's head. Bang! 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 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. After 3 consecutive kicks, Yisha finally crushed Blood Fist's head, and it exploded like a watermelon. Blood mixed with brain matter scattered all over the ground. You killed Blood Fist. Cumulative number 2. Apocalypse reward, Blood Brain Core. Yisha picked up a crystal that fell to the ground after its head cracked, and then turned and ran. Yisha rushed through the parking lot, and then rushed into the security corridor, without any stop, and went straight up. There was nothing found in the security corridor, and Yisha asked about the situation of others. Where are you? Nyepa, 11th floor. Yiyu and Little Fatty, 3rd floor. Wang Likuan helplessly, 10th floor. Yisha was surprised. 10th floor? It is easy to understand why Nyepa reached the 11th floor. He climbed from the outer wall. If he was not discovered, he could have directly reached the top floor. It was normal for Yiyu and the little fat man to be on the 3rd floor. It was a reasonable speed of hidden advancement. But what happened to Wang Likuan, who directly reached the 10th floor? And he had a helpless tone, as if he was not satisfied with reaching the 10th floor. Wang Likuan, I took the elevator directly. I looked at the sign. The 33rd to 36th floors were the floors where the senior executives of Comscope used to work. I guessed whether Dr. Sarah would be there. However, the elevator suddenly stopped at the 10th floor. Yisha, what happened after I stopped? Wang Likuan, I was climbing up the steel cable. Yiyu interrupted, Nyepa. It's fine if you climb the outer wall, but you should control your speed. Wang Likuan, oh? Ah. Wang Likuan agreed. And suddenly a scream sounded, followed by a harsh sound in the headset. And then a bang. Wang Likuan seemed to hit something. Yisha, hey. Hey. Wang Likuan, I fell down. Something attacked me. It's too dark. I can't see clearly. I'll fight first. Since Wang Likuan had entered the battle, Yisha was too embarrassed to continue disturbing him. He could still handle the situation. After hanging up the call, Yisha looked up and saw that he had actually climbed to the 5th floor. The safe corridor seemed to be going smoothly. However, with the previous experience, Yisha would never believe that he could pass it easily this time. Sure enough, when he reached the 5th floor, there were already 2 trap devices on the safe corridor. Anti-tank gun. In almost an instant, the 6 machine guns of the anti-tank gun fired at Yisha, and the missile launcher on the top fired 4 micro-missiles at the same time, falling towards Yisha. Yisha turned sideways without hesitation and knocked open the door of the safety corridor on the 5th floor. Boom! Boom! A clear explosion came from behind, and the impact of the explosion directly blew away the door of the safety corridor. Yisha was naturally blown into the air, and then he twisted his body in midair, pressed one hand on the ground, and slid backwards. This level is far from enough to kill Yisha, but it is somewhat embarrassing. At this time, crack, crack. Yisha didn't even stand firmly. And suddenly, there was a sound of mechanical operation from the ceiling. And then 2 Vulcan guns fell from the ceiling. And then the barrels began to rotate and shoot wildly. Thud, thud, thud. Nitrogen armor, Yisha shouted, covered his body with nitrogen armor, then raised his arm forward and rushed forward directly under the rain of bullets. The bullets kept hitting the nitrogen armor and were constantly bounced off. Yisha kept moving forward against the rain of bullets until he rushed through the rain of bullets and rushed out of the coverage of the Vulcan gun. Huh? Seeing the 2 Vulcan guns stop turning, Yisha breathed a sigh of relief. However, just after he breathed a sigh of relief, Yisha suddenly felt empty under his feet. When he looked down, the floor opened downwards. Without a doubt, Yisha fell directly below, falling from the 5th floor to the 4th floor. Yisha looked around. This was a corridor with office areas on both sides. There were glass windows, but they were the kind of glass that you couldn't see through. Crash! At this moment, the glass suddenly shattered, and a figure suddenly rushed out from behind the glass. A huge fist appeared in front of Yisha. The guys from Compu deserve to die. Accompanied by a low roar, the fist came in front of Yisha. Bang! Yisha crossed his arms, took the blow, and slid out with his feet close to the ground. After stabilizing his body, Yisha looked up. This time it was not a trap or zombie. In front of Yisha was a man with a stubbled beard, about 40 years old. This was a human. Yisha looked at the other person carefully, and found no biochemical or mechanical transformation. However, the other person was equipped with mechanical brackets. There was a circle on his arms, legs, waist, chest, and even on his head. Yi Sha didn't know what these things were used for, but it was certain that an ordinary person couldn't be knocked back more than 2 meters with one punch. Taking a deep breath, Yi Sha looked at the other person. If I say I'm not from Compu, would you believe it? The man bit his legs and rushed towards Yi Sha. His fist swept to the side, almost brushing the tip of Yi Sha's nose, and then punched the glass wall on the side, smashing the glass to pieces. Yi Sha pouted. It seems you won't believe it. As he spoke, Yi Sha suddenly raised his leg and swept forward, but was blocked by the other party's raised arm. The metal bracket made a click sound, and the man staggered back 2 steps. The man was very irritable. Very irritable. Or you could describe it as hatred. The look he gave Yi Sha was full of hatred, although the two had no intersection. It could be seen that the other party hated Compu. And now, in the eyes of the other party, Yi Sha was a Compu person. The man shouted and jumped forward again, coming towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes, and soon discovered that the metal brackets made a faint sound. When the opponent punched, it was not the man's fist that drove the metal brackets, but the metal brackets that drove the man's body. So that's how it is. No wonder there is such power. Yi Sha curled his lips, then stretched out his hand and pressed forward. Shock wave. Chapter 713 Push. The invisible force blasted forward, and the man was directly blown away and hit hard against the wall. However, the metal bracket can not only assist in attack, but also has a defensive function. The bracket hit the wall first, playing a buffering role and dissipating most of the impact. Yi Sha grinned and chuckled. So what? The metal bracket is also a very powerful high-tech product. But since he has seen through this, can he still deal with it? Yi Sha's body shook, and suddenly he came to the man. The man was still roaring. The pain made him even more furious, and he raised his fist and punched Yi Sha again. This wind suddenly rose. Yi Sha stared at the opponent's fist, but his body was very fast. He suddenly lowered his body and punched the opponent's elbow. The elbow was also blocked by a metal bracket. Yi Sha punched out, and there was a violent collision sound. And then, the metal bracket was twisted a little. But it's not enough. Snake bite. Yi Sha suddenly changed his fist into a palm and grasped the metal bracket. Crack! Yi Sha's terrifying grip finally made the metal bracket unable to support it. And finally Yi Sha tore off a piece of it. The metal bracket on the man's left arm broke, and then his arm fell down. Yi Sha was stunned for a moment. And then he understood. You are quite amazing. The man is disabled. Without the support of the metal bracket, the man's arm can't move at all. As for the other arm and legs, it is not clear. But since the bracket is a complete set, it is probably the same. The man roared. Who do you think did it? The man roared, rushed towards Yi Sha again, and punched Yi Sha. Yi Sha dodged, reached out again, and grabbed the bracket on the other side. Yi Sha, I did say that you are amazing. But that is not a reason for me to be kind to you. Snake bite. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of metal twisting, the bracket on the other side was torn off by Yi Sha. And then Yi Sha raised his foot fiercely, and the man was kicked out by Yi Sha and hit the wall. Yi Sha casually threw the broken bracket in his hand to the ground. Now that I know how you move, it's too easy to deal with you, Yi Sha said as he walked towards the man. The man's mouth was bleeding. Yi Sha's kick was not light. He directly avoided the bracket and kicked the man's lower abdomen through the gap of the bracket. At this moment, the man felt his stomach churning. Gritting his teeth, the man suddenly turned around and ran. Yi Sha smiled. With his speed, the man in front of him would definitely not be able to escape. But at this moment, the man suddenly stopped. Although his arms were disabled, he still had his head. Under Yi Sha's astonished gaze, the man directly hit his head against the steel plate on the wall. The steel plate embedded in the wall was not dead. The man hit it with his head, and the steel plate actually dented. Yi Sha's mind moved, and he felt something was wrong, and immediately retreated to the back. Sure enough, just as Yi Sha jumped back, a crack suddenly appeared on the ceiling, and a huge metal barrel hung upside down, and gray slurry continued to fall downwards. Yi Sha retreated continuously, looked at the slurry after avoiding it, and raised his eyebrows. Cement? Cement is very heavy, especially when it dries. It is even more troublesome. And most importantly, it is inconvenient to clean. Yi Sha immediately understood what the other party wanted to do to him. But fortunately, he dodged quickly enough. At the same time, The man had already crashed into an office area. Yisha jumped directly over the cement and entered the office area. The man disappeared. Yisha was not surprised. There were many ghost traps in this place. And the cement on the ceiling was obviously modified by Dr. Sarah. If Compu wanted to set traps in the building, it would definitely be more grand. Pour cement on your body? That's too petty. Of course. Another reason is that it's an office building. And there are indeed many traps and security weapons in some hidden places. But who would do these in an ordinary office area? This can only prove that these were later transformed by Dr. Sarah. Which also means that this building may be full of traps. Where there are traps, there are mechanisms. It's not difficult to make a secret passage for hiding people. Yisha walked forward carefully, slowly moving forward from the passage between the desks. Suddenly, a huge textile painting used for decoration on the side suddenly turned over. And on the back was a disc-shaped device with a large black hole in the center. Wind tunnel. Yisha called out instinctively. And then a violent wind suddenly appeared and blew Yisha out. Bang! Yisha knocked open the desk and hit the wall. Then he looked up and saw a huge metal pillar falling from the sky. Yisha immediately ran to the side. Bang! 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 The metal pillars fell continuously. And their weight was really heavy, making the whole floor tremble. Yisha quickly crossed the office area, rushed forward, and directly knocked open a door at the end. The next moment, Yisha couldn't help but curse in his heart. There was nothing behind the door. When Yisha knocked open the door, he found that it was pitch black under his feet. And then, he quickly grabbed the door handle and hung upside down in the air. But, click, click, the door handle made a slight sound, trembled a little bit, and a crack slowly appeared around it. Yisha was helpless. Are you kidding me? This is also a trick? As soon as he finished speaking, the door handle fell down, and Yisha smashed it down. Bang! Almost at the same time as it fell, Yisha felt that he hit the ground. This place was not deep, but it was pitch black. Yisha opened his waist bag, took out a flashlight to illuminate the surroundings. And then, he was startled. There was a person nailed to the wall illuminated by the flashlight. He was suddenly illuminated and appeared in the field of vision, which would startle anyone. Fortunately, it was only for a moment. And then Yisha frowned. Dragon Warrior? Yisha knew the other party. He was a member of the Compu team he had seen before. And at this moment, the other party was dead. His body was nailed with at least hundreds of metal spikes. And his body was directly pierced through and nailed to the wall. His eyes were wide open. And he died with his eyes open. Wait! Metal spikes? Yisha took a breath. And then immediately, nitrogen armor. The next moment, Yisha felt something hit his back. And he staggered forward a step. Then turned around and saw many silver stars in the darkness. Yisha immediately crossed his arms. And then felt something hit him continuously. And then fell to the ground, making a clanging metal collision sound. Chapter 714 Traps Everywhere. The attack lasted about half a minute. And then Yisha took out a flashlight and shone it. Sure enough, the ground was covered with dense metal spikes. Yisha took 2 steps back and came to the body of the Tianlong warrior. He took 2 lighting sticks from the opponent's waist, opened them, and threw them forward. The lighting sticks rolled forward, constantly illuminating the surroundings. And Yisha finally saw the surroundings clearly. This was a small isolated room with dense small holes around it. And the ground was equipped with motion sensors. Every man has used the so-called motion sensor. But most men don't know they have used it. The most common place for that thing is actually installed in the urinal in the public toilet. The function is of course to automatically flush the urinal according to when someone comes to the urinal and leaves the urinal. This is the function of the motion sensor. But this thing is actually used a lot in security systems because it is very sensitive. As long as someone passes by, it will sense it, or the alarm will sound, or trigger the trap. The metal spikes popped out from the small holes in the wall and temporarily lost their threat because they needed to be reloaded. Yisha groped and walked to the wall, then punched it. Heavy punch. Using the destroyer to increase his power, Yisha then punched the wall hard, smashing it to pieces, and then stepped over it. Yisha looked around. This was a corridor with no doors or windows. The room he had just stayed in had no other entrances and exits except the disguised door at the top. At this time, a voice rang in Yisha's earphone. Where are you? It was Yiyu's voice. And then Yisha heard Wang Liquan answer, 7th floor. You, where are the others? Yisha helplessly. I don't know which floor I'm on. 3, 4, or 5. Nyepa, outside the 10th floor wall. Yisha, still on the 10th floor? Yisha remembered that Nyepa had climbed to the 11th floor before. Nyepa said in a horrified tone, I'm in some trouble. Yisha nodded. This place is a bit troublesome. I think it's difficult to maintain a similar floor and help each other advance. In addition, I saw the bodies of Tianlong warriors. The previous batch. Little fatty, it seems they failed. Yisha, there is only one body. It's hard to tell. Anyway, be careful. Yiyu didn't have any problems. She was advancing relatively smoothly. She just wanted to confirm the position of everyone and adjust her speed. But now Yisha thinks that the little fat man's strategy is difficult to implement. He has to admit that this so-called God's Eye system is more difficult than he imagined. Yisha now has an intuitive feeling about the God's Eye system. The two words to sum it up are difficult. If you have to add a word, it is very difficult. At this point, Yisha has not encountered anything that threatens his life. However, those attacks, those traps, those guys who suddenly appeared, one after another, leaving people no chance to breathe, which is really a big trouble. Moreover, Yisha could sense that this star building was no longer an ordinary office building. Even if the star building, as the former office building of Compu Corporation, had some traps installed, a security system, and strict protection, it would not be possible to use all the areas to the extent it is now. It can only be said that after Dr. Sarah occupied this place, he renovated the star building. Yisha walked and pondered. And soon he came to the end. There was nothing at the end of the corridor. Just a wall. No windows. And no doors. Yisha had a bad idea. Sure enough, as Yisha was thinking, a boom sound suddenly came from behind. Yisha immediately turned around and looked. Slowly, a wall appeared in the dark corridor. The wall was completely in line with the surrounding walls, floor, and ceiling, with only a shallow gap. Unless Yisha made himself as thin as a piece of paper, it would be impossible to pass through the gap. Besides, that was not an ordinary wall. On the front of the wall, there were more than 20 energy beams sticking to the wall, which looked extremely dazzling. Yisha looked at it for a while, and suddenly stretched out his hand, tore off a piece of the steel plate embedded in the wall, and threw it towards the wall. Then, when it collided with the energy beam, the steel plate was cut into pieces. I see. Yisha nodded, but it still doesn't bother me. Yisha raised his hand forward, and the sound of mechanical operation came from the destroyer, which kept making a crackling sound, which seemed extremely crisp. Railgun form. The next moment, the destroyer became a gun barrel, and with the activation of Yisha, the pulse bombs flew forward one by one. Almost at the moment of approaching the wall, the pulse bombs were also cut into pieces. And then, boom, 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 the explosion sounded continuously, and the cut pulse bombs also exploded. And then, the wall was completely blown down. Crack! The ceiling above cracked, and countless rubble fell. Yisha walked over and looked around to make sure there was nothing strange. Then he jumped up, passed through the ceiling, and came to the upper floor. Yisha looked around. This is interesting. In front of Yisha, there was a 6x6 square purple-blue metal plate. This was a laser arrow, which could generate a beam of light by using energy aggregation to cut everything above. Then on both sides of the wall, it had sunken down, and there was a device inside. In the center of the device were two black barrels. This thing was a flame launcher. A little further ahead, there are three anti-tank guns, placed side by side in the middle of the corridor. And above the anti-tank guns are two Vulcan guns. And in the center of the Vulcan guns, there is actually a high-energy laser. Obviously, the trap equipment here is very high-end. Except for the flamethrower and the Vulcan gun. Everything else is very advanced trap equipment. But they are all broken. Yes, all the traps that appeared in front of Yisha were broken. The laser arrows had been dismantled. The flamethrower was constantly dripping oil, and the Vulcan gun was emitting black smoke. Even the high-energy laser, which is said to be able to cut the strongest metal, was now cut into 3 pieces and barely hung on the ceiling. As for the 3 anti-tank guns in the back, they had already used up their ammunition and turned into scrap metal. Someone had been to this place before, and they were quite powerful, because all the traps were destroyed. But the traces of battle around were not obvious. Or in other words, there was only one place. That is, the concave walls on both sides. This means that someone destroyed these traps with one strike. Chapter 7:15 Negotiation. Yisha naturally thought of the people from Compu Company. However, even the elites of the fierce dragon warriors, and the dragon warriors should not be so strong. Yisha couldn't help but think of the two people who didn't take action. Yisha carefully stepped over the dilapidated traps. Perhaps because someone had come here, Yisha was not attacked immediately, but won a chance to catch his breath temporarily. About 5 or 6 meters ahead, Yisha saw the office area. This is a place similar to a wiring room, with a large number of connected desks in the area. Each desk has a computer and a phone, but no files. Such a place can be seen at a glance, and there is nothing strange. But at this moment, dang! Yisha heard a sound above his head, and then quickly retreated. When he looked up, it was the cover of the ventilation duct falling down. However, the attack came from behind. A door suddenly opened, and a strong man suddenly jumped up, holding a stool and smashing it towards Yisha. Yisha raised his arm, and with a crash, the wooden stool hit Yisha's body and then broke into pieces. Yisha immediately turned around and kicked the other person. Kicking him out, the figure hit the wall, with multiple wounds on his body and coughing up blood. The power of Yisha's kick was naturally not that great, and there would be no knife wounds when kicking. The man was obviously injured before. At this time, a mechanical insect floated down from the ventilation duct. Just as the muzzle was pointed at Yisha, a golden sword light suddenly flashed, and it turned out that Yisha drew out the king's holy sword and cut the mechanical insect into 2 pieces. Yisha came to the man. One of the man's arms was zombie-like, grayish-white, with dozens of densely packed mouths and fine teeth. However, based on this level, it is hard to tell whether it is biochemical modification or injection of drugs. Yisha, comp? Pa! The man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood at Yisha. But Yisha dodged it with his side face. It seems not. Yisha, I only ask one question. You only have one chance. Where is Dr. Sarah? The man struggled, suddenly jumped up, and rushed towards Yisha. But before that, Yisha suddenly stretched out his hand to hold the man's head. And then the Alaskan whale harpoon was suddenly pulled out by Yisha, sweeping across the man's neck, leaving a line of blood. Yisha, I am a very trustworthy person. If I say there is only one chance, then there is only one chance. Yisha stood up and the man fell to the ground. Yisha wanted to try to torture him, but the man's eyes were very determined. The kind of eyes that didn't care about death. Of course, even so, he didn't think he couldn't pry open the other person's mouth. In this world, only the mouth of the dead can't be opened. And there are many things in this world that are worse than death. But it's too troublesome. It takes a lot of time to pry open the mouth of such a person. And Yisha doesn't have time. After killing the other party, Yisha walked forward along the corridor. It's rare that Yisha walked very steadily. Maybe it was because of the previous battle here. Many things were destroyed, so Yisha didn't encounter any trouble. After passing this floor, Yisha found the safe corridor and walked upwards. The safe corridor is a Z-shaped staircase, one way up or down. The surveillance is at the entrance and exit, which can be avoided. But Yisha does not think that avoiding the surveillance will be useful. He has seen motion sensors before. They are very hidden and effective. Following the safe corridor upwards, Yisha finally determined his position, and then looked puzzled. His position is actually the 7th floor? Wasn't he falling down all the time? How did he climb higher? However, no matter how puzzled he was, Yisha didn't care much. This building had been remodeled in a mess, like a maze. Who knows what was going on? Moreover, it is not ruled out that the floor signs in the safety corridor were deliberately changed, which was a misleading thing. Continuing up, when he reached the 11th floor, Yisha was not attacked. But there was no way. The safety corridor above collapsed, about 5 or 6 floors, and the rubble buried the passage. So Yisha could only enter the 11th floor. Outside the security corridor on the 11th floor is a smoking area, or a rest area. Going forward is a long and narrow corridor with exquisite doors on both sides, some of which are damaged and some are not. Yisha looked at the signs. Most of them are conference rooms with numbers behind them, such as Conference Room 1. conference room 2, and so on. There are also 2 multimedia rooms in between. Yisha walked forward all the way. For the sake of caution, he pushed open the door along the way until he reached a multimedia room at the end. Yisha took a look and saw that there was nothing there, so he planned to leave. But at this moment, a rustling sound came from the multimedia room. Yisha looked in the direction of the sound, and then saw the projector automatically turn on, with a picture flashing on it, and noise coming from the speakers on both sides. Yisha frowned, and soon, the noise disappeared, and the picture appeared on the projector. It was a middle-aged man, sitting on a sofa. Judging from the background, it should be an office or something like that. The man's body kept shaking, and it seemed that there was something wrong with the picture. But Yisha always felt that it was a bit strange. But he didn't know what was wrong for a while. And Yisha didn't have the mind to care too much about this. Because that man is Morari Sala. That is, Dr. Sala. Yisha walked into the multimedia room and sat down at a table in front of the projector. Dr. Sala? Dr. Sala, it seems that you know me. Or you are here for me. Yisha did not deny it, and smiled and nodded directly. Dr. Sala, in that case, I will say it straight to the point. According to my observation, you said that you are not from Compu. Of course, that may be a lie, but you really have no respect for the corpse of the Tianlong warrior. If it is a companion, I don't think you should have that attitude. Yisha smiled, because I am not from Compu. On the contrary, I have caused them a lot of trouble. And they have also caused me a lot of trouble. Dr. Sarah, very good. Let's be direct. Who are you? Why are you here? Yisha, it doesn't matter who I am. Let me put it this way. I know that the reason Compu is looking for you is the TX zombie virus purification agent. I don't want that thing. In this way, can I prove that I have nothing to do with Compu without revealing my identity? Dr. Sarah nodded. Then what do you want? Yisha, I don't want anything. I just want to know where the Mad Sand Temple is. Chapter 716 Tempered Axe Wielder. Crazy Sand Temple? Dr. Sarah had no expression on his face, but his tone was obviously surprised, and he fell into silence. Yisha was very patient, and did not urge Dr. Sarah, just waiting slowly. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Dr. Sarah spoke. Why do you want to know where the Crazy Sand Temple is? Yisha, this has nothing to do with you. As long as you are willing to tell me the location of the Crazy Sand Temple, I will take people away immediately. How about this deal? Dr. Sarah snorted. If I believed you were not from Compu before, it's hard to say now. They not only want TX purified medicine, but also want to know where the Mad Sand Temple is. Yisha thought for a while. I can't directly prove that I am not from Compu. How about I kill 2 people from Compu to show you? Or we can end the deal, and then you wait for me to find you. Dr. Sarah, even if I tell you the specific place, can you be sure that I am telling the truth? Yisha said seriously. Then you will be harassed endlessly. In addition, I can tell you sincerely that because it was our first time here, we didn't know the situation of the Star Building very well, and we did suffer a little loss. But next time, I dare to guarantee with my life that you will regret it. Dr. Sarah was silent again. And then, sorry. The deal is not established. I will not tell anyone where the Crazy Sand Temple is. This world is bad enough. The things hidden there should not appear in this world again and bring disaster to this world. The moment Dr. Sarah finished speaking, the image on the projector suddenly disappeared. And then Yisha suddenly heard a boom. Boom sound. He looked up instinctively. And then Yisha saw the ceiling collapse directly, with a loud bang. Almost in an instant, Yisha was buried by the broken rubble. After a while, the external force of the collapse shook, and suddenly a piece was pushed away. Yisha crawled out with a dusty face and grinned. It's too ungentlemanly to start immediately when you can't reach an agreement. Yisha shook his body, shaking off a large piece of stone chips. But? Yisha looked at the projector that had already lost its image. I hope you understand that our strength is not on the same level. This kind of attack that can kill ordinary people is useless to us. Yisha looked up at the collapsed ceiling above, jumped up, and jumped directly. The moment he reached the next level, Yisha felt 2 strong winds whistling. Yisha was very agile, or vigilant enough. Since the talks had broken down, Yisha believed that Dr. Sarah would naturally prepare some gifts for him. The collapse of the ceiling must be just the beginning. As long as I am not dead, the attacks will definitely continue until I... The invader? Am killed. Yisha thought so. Then leaned back. And then 2 huge axes brushed past Yisha's body. The next moment, Yisha turned over and stood up, with 2 zombies on both sides of him. Axe holder? Yisha was stunned. Such a low-end mutant zombie? Yisha killed some axe holders a long time ago. These guys were zombies mutated by the original virus, belonging to the lowest level of mutation. Yisha thought that he had even killed Blood Fist. So Dr. Sarah wouldn't be so naive that he could rely on 2 axe holders to kill him. Right? Even if they wanted to consume him. The 2 axe holders couldn't do it. At this time, an axe holder had launched another attack, swinging his giant axe towards Yisha. Yisha was very familiar with the attacks of the axe holders, which were only 2 attack modes, horizontal sweep or vertical chop. The only feature was that they were strong. Of course, it was also relative. With Yisha's current physical fitness, the strength of the axe holders was not enough. Facing the whistling giant axe, Yisha stretched out his hand and used the World Destroyer glove to defend himself. Or rather, he intended to use the World Destroyer glove to take it. After all, this floor was a corridor, and a large area had collapsed, so there was really not much space to hide. However, at the moment when the World Destroyer glove collided with the giant axe, Yisha's face changed. What a great force! This thought came to Yisha's mind. And then, there was a bang. Yisha felt the huge force coming, and the whole person was swept away by the giant axe. With a loud bang, a section of the wall was directly knocked down, and Yisha fell directly behind the wall. Ugh! Yisha groaned, looking at the 2 axe holders who broke through the wall and murmured, TX zombie virus purifier? This is the only possibility that Yisha can think of. Otherwise the 2 axe holders can't be so strong. This strength can definitely reach the star diamond level, considering that the physical fitness of zombies is usually relatively strong. So, if calculated purely by strength, it can probably reach the level of star diamond 3 or above. This is not the power that an axe holder should have. At the same time, a strong wind swept over again. This time, Yisha did not dare to be too careless. He first used the nitrogen armor to wrap his body, then dodged to the side and avoided the attack of the axe holder. Yisha used his movement to move the 2 axe holders. Bang! The 2 giant axes of the axe holders smashed together, making a loud noise. Gun form. Yisha raised the destroyer, and the destroyer quickly changed its form. The barrel between his fingers popped out, and then began to shoot frantically. Thud, thud, thud. The bullets kept hitting the axe holder, making a clanging sound. Yisha even saw sparks from metal collisions. Sure enough, Yisha murmured. Such a mutation was undoubtedly due to the TX zombie virus purifier. However, the direction and pattern of the mutation changed. The mechanical zombies that Yisha had seen before were transformed by zombie viruses, similar to the fusion principle of the meat tree, which allowed mechanical products to be artificially fused with the meat of zombies to produce mechanical zombies. The 2 axe bearers are of the opposite type. They are zombie bodies, injected with TX zombie virus purification agents, and then metallized to enhance their strength. On the surface, such an enhancement seems more terrifying and stronger than mechanical zombies. But the disadvantages are obvious. Zombies are zombies, and machines are machines. These 2 axe bearers will probably not listen to Dr. Sarah, but they can be used to imprison the 2 axe bearers first, and then release them when Yisha appears. The nature of zombies is to constantly attack any creature, so they will naturally attack Yisha directly. But? Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. You want to kill me like this? It's still too naive. Chapter 717, Convergence. The bullets fired by the World Destroyer kept hitting the 2 axe holders. Most of the bullets were useless, but the key was the penetration effect. There were many tiny bullet holes on the axe holders, because they were pierced through the body by the penetration effect. Bang! Suddenly, a bullet hit the axe holder's forehead and pierced through his head. The axe holder shook his body, but did not fall down. Not dead after piercing the head? Yisha frowned. Isn't it powerful enough? Yisha tilted his head, and then the sound of mechanical operation sounded again inside the destroyer. So, what about this? Yisha said in a low voice. Railgun form. The destroyer's form quickly changed to the shape of a gun barrel, and then the pulse bombs were fired continuously by Yisha. The biggest reason why pulse bombs are difficult to aim is the parabola. Even if Yisha has the mastery of a master-level sharpshooter, It is impossible to accurately control each parabola and landing point. However, the two sides were only 5 or 6 meters apart, which was a different story. The pulse bombs that flew out did not need a parabola at all. They either stuck directly to the axe holder or flew past and stuck to the wall. After about 7 or 8 shots, a pulse bomb accurately hit the bullet hole in the center of the axe holder's forehead. Then, boom, accompanied by a burst of blue light. The pulse bomb exploded, and the axe holder's head finally couldn't hold on. Countless cracks appeared directly, and then it exploded and broke into pieces. Blood splattered and fell to the ground, and shattered brains flew everywhere, on the table and on the wall. You killed the tempered axe bearer. Cumulative number 1. The tall body of the axe bearer finally fell to the ground with a bang. However, Yisha did waste some time. Another axe bearer had already killed Yisha, and the giant axe was raised again, waving, and the wind was whistling. Bang! Yisha raised his left arm and collided with the giant axe. Then his body shook, and then his right hand stretched out directly and pressed on the chest of the axe bearer. Shock wave. Invisible power overflowed from Yisha's palm, hitting the axe holder's body and sending him flying. Yisha twisted his neck. It's just that you can take a beating. I don't believe I can't destroy you. Yisha stepped forward and walked towards the axe holder. But at this moment, boom! The wall on the side made a loud noise. And then the wall broke, and a figure rushed in. Yisha was extremely alert, raised the world destroyer and aimed at the figure. And a gun barrel appeared in front of Yisha's head. And then both of them were stunned at the same time. And the figure who rushed in was actually Nyepa. Roar! At this time, the axe holder roared and swung the axe at the two men. Yisha and Nyepa immediately jumped in the opposite direction at the same time, and the axe hit the ground, splitting a huge crack. Nyepa, hurry up! Get rid of this thing. Yisha, this thing is not an ordinary axe holder. Thump, thump, thump. As soon as Yisha finished speaking, Nyepa fired a burst of shots towards the front, and actually used a 3-shot method. And all 3 shots were concentrated at the center of the axe holder's eyebrows. With a bang, a blood hole as big as a bowl exploded between the eyebrows of the axe holder, and his body fell backwards. Nyepa looked at Yisha from the side. What did you say? Yisha twitched his eyes. It's okay. Nyepa, run quickly if it's okay. Yisha looked puzzled. Hadn't the axe holder been dealt with? At this moment, a black shadow emerged from the big hole that Nyepa had broken. Yisha gasped and quickly followed Nyepa out of the house. Boom! After a loud bang, a huge pterosaur suddenly broke through the outer wall of the building and crashed into the house. Yisha and Nyepa jumped up, then protected their heads, curled up their bodies, and resisted the flying stones. After a while, the debris stopped flying and falling. Nyepa got up from the ground and pointed his gun at the pterosaur stuck in the wall. You bastard! You're not in the air now. It's your turn to die. Bang! Nyepa took out the magazine of the sniper rifle and assembled it quickly, then fired 3 shots at the pterosaur's head, completely blowing it up. Yisha stood up and dusted off his body. I told you long ago that climbing up from the outside won't work. Nyepa, you're talking about walking inside the building and climbing higher than me. Yisha smacked his lips. He really couldn't refute this. Nyepa, let's go. Anyway, there's no way to climb up from the outside of the building. I don't know how Dr. Sarah attracted the ancient species. There are several flying ancient species outside. Nyepa is not unable to deal with ancient species like pterosaurs. But it is really difficult to deal with pterosaurs when they are climbing the outer wall of the building, and it is difficult to find a foothold. Yisha nodded and took the lead and walked forward. I met Dr. Sarah. Nyepa's eyes lit up. Oh? Ran away? Yisha shook his head. It wasn't me. But the other party used a projector to have a simple conversation with me. Nyepa, conversation? What do you mean? Yisha, to put it simply. He confirmed through the details that we were not from Compu, and then confirmed that judging from the other party's tone, it seemed that he wanted to make a deal with us. But in the end, he didn't reach an agreement, and he was unwilling to tell me the location of the crazy sand temple. Nyepa thought for a moment. It seems that not all the people from Compu have died, and Dr. Sarah must be under a lot of pressure. Yisha smiled. Just as I guessed. This is a simple thing. Why did Dr. Sarah show up in that way? Obviously, there must be a reason. So, based on this, there is only one reason. That is, The people from Compu who entered the Shingshan building first. If those people were all dead, why did Dr. Sarah show up? Why did her tone, manner and words tend to solve the problem peacefully? Finally, it was concluded that there must be someone alive in Compu. And they seemed to be doing quite well, which put a lot of pressure on Dr. Sarah, making Dr. Sarah almost unable to withstand the invasion of Yisha and his men. Therefore, Dr. Sarah had to show up to see if he could solve the problem of Yisha and his men in a peaceful way. After all, Dr. Sarah's only enemy was Compu. Niepa sneered. It doesn't matter if we can't reach an agreement. If he agrees to tell us the location of the crazy sand temple, we can leave. But since he doesn't plan to tell us, don't blame us for taking more things from him. Chapter 718 Watchdog. Yisha nodded. Dr. Sarah has a lot of good stuff in his hands, such as the TX zombie virus purification agent. Yisha has seen many mutant viruses, so frankly speaking, he is not very interested in this thing. But now that he has seen the effect of the TX zombie virus purification agent, Yisha has to admit that this thing is more powerful than he imagined. Secondly, the boss lady once mentioned that Dr. Sarah, as an archaeologist, has a lot of antiques in his hands. These things may have magical powers after the end of the world, and Dr. Sarah has not used them yet. Finally, according to EU, Dr. Sarah also has a biomech. Yisha also has that thing, which he snatched from the death playground. Unfortunately, because it was too badly damaged, Yisha had left it in the workshop. Although he tried to repair it, he was never able to do it. If I could get the one in Dr. Sarah's hands, whether it was intact or damaged, at least I could disassemble the parts of the two biomechs and maybe I could really make one that I could use. If Dr. Sarah knows what's good for him, Yisha really doesn't mind giving up some things. But if Dr. Sarah doesn't know what's good for him, then as Niepa said, when they really find Dr. Sarah, they don't mind taking more. Yisha, the trouble now is how to find Dr. Sarah. This place is more difficult than I thought. Niepa looked at Yisha in confusion. He had been climbing the outer wall, but he didn't quite understand what was so difficult about this place. Yisha explained the situation in the Shingshan building. Niepa thought for a while. I think we must start from two places. Yisha, the first is the server? Niepa nodded. The Eye of God system is the foundation of everything. Monitoring, operation, isolation, activation of security equipment, and release of zombies. If we want to destroy the Eye of God system, we must start from the server. Yisha, but it may not be useful. Don't forget that Compu has come many times. If it is so easy to destroy the server, why would they create a virus? Niepa nodded. There may be more than one core server, and it may be well hidden. So the second target point is the power distribution. Yisha, this is not easy to do. The Shingshan building has a self-sufficient generator. We have to destroy the building power supply first, and then destroy the external power supply. It's just as troublesome. So Comscope created that kind of virus to solve the problem at one time. Niepa sighed. This place is indeed troublesome. Yisha, in fact, the trouble is not a big deal. If we can confirm the location of Dr. Sarah, we can destroy and kill all the way. Niepa, since you have video chatted with Dr. Sarah, do you have any clues? Yisha, Dr. Sarah seems to be in an office, although he is sitting on the sofa. A corner of the desk can be seen from the side and back. Niepa, there are many positions and personal offices in the whole building. I don't know how many there are, but it can be considered as a narrowing down. Right? Yisha shook his head. Do you think he is dead? Can't he move to another place? Niepa thought for a while and sighed. It's really troublesome. Yisha and Niepa kept talking as they walked forward. And then at the end, they stopped together. In front of them, there were two people standing. The man on the left was wearing a black coat, black pants, a black hat and a mask. In short, everything was black. Even the bandages wrapped around his hands were stained gray and black by the dust. There were also two pistols inserted in the other party's waist. They seemed to be specially made, and the model had never been seen before. The caliber was terrifyingly large, and the color was also as black as ink. The man on the right was wearing jeans and military boots, with his upper body naked, with his chest as the line. 2 rows of 8 steel nails were nailed vertically. The nails penetrated his body, leaving only a small part outside. At the same time, there was a collar around the man's neck, with 6 needles fixed on the collar, piercing the man's neck from all directions. and different colored liquid medicines flowed in the needles. The most terrifying thing was the man's eyelids were connected by black sutures, revealing only a very thin gap. Looking through the gap, the man's eyes were fierce and violent, like a beast. 2 guard dogs. Nyepa took out a wrinkled cigarette box, popped out a cigarette, put it in his mouth and lit it. Which one do you want? Yisha, you pick. Nyepo's eyes swept over the 2 people. The one with the gun on the left belongs to me. I plan to teach him. Not everyone is qualified to use a gun. Yisha, you are free to do as you like. Nyepa smiled grimly and walked forward. The 2 sides were about 10 meters apart, and the conversation between Nyepa and Yisha could easily reach each other's ears. Even when they heard Nyepa scolding them, the 2 of them showed no expression. This meant that the 2 of them might be more difficult to deal with than expected. People who can control their emotions are generally stronger inside, and people with strong hearts are usually more difficult to deal with. 10 meters. 8 meters. Within 8 meters, the other party no longer looked at Nyepa approaching indifferently. The man on the right narrowed his eyelids, which were stitched into thin lines, even tighter, while the man on the left reached for his gun and slowly pulled it out of the holster. 8 meters, in the eyes of the other party, is already a dangerous distance, and it is also infinitely close to the combat distance. In fact, it is true. Nyepo's smile suddenly faded, and then a grenade was thrown out, hitting the ground, jumping and rolling. The speed and reaction of the 2 people were extremely fast, and they immediately ran to both sides to avoid it. Nyepa laughed loudly. That grenade was not an ordinary grenade, but a grenade equipped in his set of firearms in the tiger roaring forest. There was 1 grenade in each set, and it needed to be remade every time it was used. How could it be ordinary? One side of the grenade was a ferocious tiger face, while the other side was painted gold. The moment it rolled, the tiger seemed to open its mouth and roar. Boom! The sound of the explosion sounded, and the flames that exploded actually formed the shape of a tiger's head, and then were dispersed by the thick black smoke. The white light exploded, and it was difficult for people to open their eyes. Then, there was an extremely piercing whistle, mixed with the impact of the explosion, and spread to the surroundings. This tiger roar grenade is a killing weapon that combines a grenade, a flash bomb, and a stun bomb. The 3 are combined into one, and it is impossible to dodge. And at the moment when the tiger roar grenade exploded, Nyepa suddenly rushed forward, rushed into the white light, and hit one of them. The 2 hit the wall hard and fell to the other side of the wall. At the same time, Yisha slowly drew his sword. Chapter 719 Prince. Yisha's target was the strange man who had obviously undergone body modification. After holding the king's holy sword horizontally, Yisha took steps forward, his steps getting faster and bigger. After reaching the opponent, Yisha raised the king's holy sword and chopped it down with force. The man was blown away by the impact of the explosion, but he did not seem to be blinded or dizzy. The effects of the flash bomb and stun bomb did not seem to have any effect. Facing Yisha's sword, the opponent suddenly raised his fist and collided with the king's holy sword. Dang! A crisp sound of collision suddenly sounded. Yisha was slightly stunned. How could the sound of metal collision be heard when the sword hit the fist? Yisha looked down and soon discovered the secret. There was an obvious rectangular protrusion in the opponent's finger. This guy actually implanted a metal piece in his finger. After the attack, no one got any advantage. The opponent roared and suddenly jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Yisha. Yisha lightly turned his body to avoid the opponent's attack. But at this moment, the man suddenly stopped and kicked out. Bang! Yisha was kicked hard in the chest, and then retreated. After stabilizing himself, Yisha looked down at the footprints on his chest and licked his lips. Interesting. Yisha brushed off the footprints on his chest, held the king's holy sword horizontally, and shook out a sword flower. Yisha, according to the information provided by a little girl on our side, who has dealt with you, Dr. Sarah has several capable people, and Dr. Riley, who controls the Eye of God system, is definitely not one of them. Clang, Yisha said, but his hands were not idle at all. The king's holy sword slashed out continuously, and collided with the opponent's fist. Yisha, who are you among the remaining few? Bang! The fierce sound of fighting sounded again, and Yisha exerted force to force the opponent away. Thunder Dog. The strange man half bent over, with his arms hanging down. Thunder Dog Prince. Yisha smiled. It seems that Dr. Sarah's situation is indeed not good. Otherwise, he would not send you to fight now. After going through a lot of hardships along the way, Yi Sha has roughly understood the terrifying aspects of the Eye of God system. The terrifying aspects of the Eye of God are as mentioned before. Although the attacks are not fatal, and not very dangerous, they are continuous, and there is no chance to breathe. So, it all comes down to two words: consumption. Through continuous consumption, find the opportunity for a fatal blow. Or through continuous consumption, drag down the target. Then, the problem arises. Yi Sha and his men were indeed going deeper and deeper. But there was no breakthrough. Assuming that Dr. Sarah was on the upper floors of the Xingqian building, they had barely walked 1/3 of the way from their current floor. No matter from which perspective, Dr. Sarah didn't have to rush to send out 2 of his men to fight. Therefore, Yi Sha concluded that either Dr. Sarah was eager to kill one of the 2 invaders to relieve the pressure, or he wanted to delay Yi Sha and his men. Yi Sha tends to the latter. If it is the former, Yi Sha thinks Dr. Sarah should choose the people from Compu to deal with first, because they are stronger than Compu. So if you want to deal with them, you should naturally start with the weak ones. Secondly, if you want to kill one side, you should not separate the combat power, but gather together to kill one side, and then put your energy on the other side. But it is good for us after all. Yi Sha looked at Prince and smiled. I really want to know. If I kill you, will Dr. Sarah be in a desperate situation? Prince said in a low voice, only if you can kill me. While Prince was speaking, he took a step forward and punched Yi Sha. Clang! Yi Sha held the holy sword of the king horizontally, and hit the opponent again, making a crisp sound. But at this moment, Z-Law, the piercing sound of electric current suddenly appeared, and a blue electric current brushed Yi Sha's cheek and jumped over. Yi Sha quickly stepped back, then touched his face, and there was blood on his fingertips. I see. Yi Sha, are those messy things stuck on his body power generation devices? No wonder it's called Thunder Dog. Prince seemed to have few words, or he didn't intend to continue to respond to Yi Sha. He tapped the ground with his toes and jumped towards Yi Sha again. Zila! A blue current flowed out from Prince's fist. The metal sheet on his fingertips was a defensive equipment and a power generation device. Almost instantly, the current wrapped around Prince's arms. Yi Sha had no expression on his face as the current surged, and he let Prince's fist hit his chest. The current spread. The current spread rapidly, spreading to all directions. And then, Prince's face showed an extremely surprised expression. The current flowed through Yi Sha's body, but it was of no use to Yi Sha. In fact, Yi Sha's expression did not change at all, and he did not look like he was feeling pain and struggling to hold on. In fact, Yi Sha did not feel any pain. If you look closely, you will find that the current did not touch Yi Sha's skin at all. The current was blocked by the nitrogen armor about 2 or 3 centimeters away from the skin. Since you can't touch him, how can you talk about hurting him or causing him pain? To be honest, I am still very cautious in estimating Dr. Sarah's strength. Yi Sha, but if you so-called capable people only have this much ability, then I must have overestimated him. Bang! Yi Sha suddenly raised his foot and lashed Prince's waist like a whip. The next moment, Prince's body flew backwards and hit the wall hard. The wall broke into pieces and Prince's body was completely embedded in it. Prince's face showed pain, and then he twisted his body and struggled, shaking off a piece of stone chips from the wall. And then Prince fell to the ground again. The stitched eyes narrowed into a line, and after looking at Yi Sha, Prince seemed to have made up his mind, and suddenly reached out and pressed on a needle tube in his neck. The needle tube was fixed on the collar, and after Prince pressed it, it directly pierced Prince's neck, and the light yellow liquid inside was quickly injected into Prince's neck. Ugh! Prince groaned in pain, and a popping sound came from his body. His originally bent body gradually straightened up. Bang! Suddenly, Prince kicked hard, crushing a piece of the ground, and rushed towards Yi Sha like a cannonball. Seeing Prince waving his fist, Yi Sha had no intention of retreating, because he didn't think he needed to retreat. Chapter 720 Fighting. Bang! The two men's fists collided in the air, and then Prince's fists burst into electricity, rolling towards Yi Sha's body. However, it still had no effect. The nitrogen armor wrapped around Yi Sha's body like a film, effectively blocking the current from outside, so that the current could not hurt Yi Sha at all. Yi Sha raised his foot again, in the same position, at the same angle, and swept it hard on Prince's waist. Prince staggered back a few steps. But this time, he was not kicked away by Yisha. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Is it a potion that can strengthen the body? Prince still did not answer. Stubbornly clenched his teeth, endured the pain from his waist, and then punched Yisha again with his backhand. Clang! Yisha casually swung the king's holy sword and blocked Prince's fist to the side. At this time, thump, 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 gunshots suddenly rang out. And then the bullets penetrated the wall and flew towards Yisha. Yisha was startled and raised his hand to the side. Shock wave. With a bang, the flying bullets were shaken aside. Hey! Be careful! Yisha shouted across the wall. It almost hit me. Those bullets were from Nepa. And Yisha didn't want to be shot. You know, those bullets will explode. And they will explode directly inside the body. And the lethality is quite terrifying. Nyepa did not answer. But the sound of gunfire gradually faded away. Obviously Nyepa moved away from the fighting area. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Prince suddenly came behind Yisha and kicked at the back of Yisha's head. No matter how strong the physical fitness is, the vital point is always the vital point. Obviously, Prince's attack was quite ruthless. But at this moment, Yisha seemed to have eyes on his back. He suddenly turned around, stretched out his hand to grab Prince's ankle, and then used his arm to throw Prince out. Bang! Prince was smashed against the wall again, stuck there like a scroll. Yisha laughed. You have 6 medicines hanging around your neck. Why not inject them all? Otherwise, it's really difficult for me. Even if I want to be serious, your strength doesn't interest me at all. Prince stood up silently without saying a word. But the anger on his face could not be concealed. Obviously, Yisha's provocation was successful. After a moment of silence, Prince reached out and pressed the needle tube on his neck again. This time, there were 2. 1 yellow and 1 blue needle pierced into the neck, and the medicine inside was injected into Prince's body. Ah! Prince screamed loudly, and electric currents continued to flow out of his body, crackling, and then many small wounds were torn on Prince's body, and he began to bleed continuously. Yisha was very patient and just stared at Prince. Of course, if he could take the opportunity to kill Prince easily, Yisha would naturally not be stupid enough to wait for the other party's medicine to take effect. The words he said were just to make Prince angry, and then lose his mind. An irrational opponent is always easier to deal with than a rational one. As for those idiots who proudly declared that they would let the enemy improve their strength, and then really let the enemy improve their strength recklessly, they usually died early. Yisha was not an idiot, but he could only watch, because the current that surged from Prince at that moment was a bit terrifying. Those currents were like powerful whips, whipping the wall. The wall was directly cut open. Whipping the ground was directly split. Even the walls, floors, and ceilings that were torn apart by the current were not only broken, but annihilated, and completely turned into countless tiny fragments. The smell of burning continued to permeate the surroundings, and the surroundings were dark. Countless things disappeared without a trace under the ravages of the current. With this level of destructive power, Yisha had to consider whether the nitrogen armor could withstand it. However, the currents were growing explosively, and Yisha believed that it would not last too long. Otherwise Prince himself would not be able to bear it, and would go directly to destruction. In a moment, the current disappeared, and Prince gasped for air. His body was torn into hundreds of tiny wounds, and his whole body was dyed red. Prince stepped forward and walked towards Yisha. Suddenly, a trace of current appeared under Prince's feet, and then his body rushed forward. The current that emerged turned into 2 blue shadows. So fast, Yisha's eyes were slightly cold, not as indifferent as before, and he did not speak, continuing to try to provoke Prince and make him lose his mind. At this moment, Prince was qualified to make Yisha take him seriously. Bang! The next moment, Prince's fist blasted out and hit the holy sword of the king. Yisha retreated half a step, then stomped his right foot hard on the ground, forcibly resisting the impact force. And then, naturally, the raging of electric current. This time, Yisha felt a slight sting. The electric current still did not tear open the defense of the nitrogen armor, but a small part of it pierced the nitrogen armor and pierced Yisha's body. Yisha frowned, then raised his hand and slashed Prince's neck with a palm, making Prince stagger, and then raised his foot to kick Prince in the chest. Prince gritted his teeth and kicked out with the same kick. Bang! Bang! Yisha kicked Prince to the ground. And Prince kicked Yisha's waist. The current raged again. And some small currents broke through the defense of the nitrogen armor, and cut a small hole on Yisha's waist. Ah! Prince raised his head and roared. Sat on the ground. And then punched out. Zila! A current blasted out from Prince's fist, and came towards Yisha. Yisha raised his hand without hesitation, and swung forward into the void. Nitrogen slash. Boom! The nitrogen slash collided with the electric current. And then, there was a loud roar. The floor under the feet of the two people, which had been destroyed by the electric current that burst out from Prince's body before, finally couldn't support it and collapsed downwards. The two people fell directly to the next floor. After landing, Prince roared, and a current surged from his body, like a huge cover, wrapping his body. The fallen gravel was swept by the electric current and was immediately shattered into powder, while Yisha blasted a shock wave upwards. The moment the gravel fell, it was pushed away by the invisible force. The next moment, the two of them rushed towards each other again. Bang! The two fists collided again, and the electricity flowed out from Prince's fist again. And Yisha swung the king's holy sword at this moment, and slashed at Prince. The golden sword light swept across the blue electricity, and then slashed at Prince. Chapter 721 Bad Luck. Bang! Prince's fist hit Yisha, knocking him back, and the king's holy sword also slashed Prince's shoulder, leaving a cut. Yisha looked at the place where his chest was hit, then snorted coldly, and raised the king's holy sword vertically, with the tip of the sword facing down. King's domain. The tip of the king's holy sword glowed brightly, and then circles of golden halos suddenly bloomed and spread out in all directions, forming a halo that enveloped Yisha and Prince. This happened in a short moment, and at this time, Prince came to Yisha again, waving his fist and punching Yisha. Yisha's figure flashed, avoiding Prince's fist, and a current swept forward, directly smashing a piece of the wall. The next moment, Yisha raised his sword and slashed. Prince moved his feet and dodged to the back. Yisha sneered, "What qualifications do you have to avoid my sword?" Puff! A surprised expression appeared on Prince's face. The tip of the king's holy sword brushed Prince's chest, but a wound still appeared on his body, and the bright red blood fell to the ground. Didn't I dodge it? No. I definitely dodged it. Prince was very sure. In fact, if the wound was really on his chest, Prince might have doubted whether he really dodged the sword. But the problem is that the wound was on his waist. Even when Yisha raised his sword and slashed from right to left, the wound appeared on the right side of his waist. This is no longer a question of whether to dodge or not. But it is impossible to cut the right waist with this posture. This is too weird. Unfortunately, Prince didn't have much time to think, because Yisha had already thrust the king's holy sword forward again. This time, Yisha used a stab. Although Prince's stitched eyes were only a slit, he still tried to open them, staring at the king's holy sword, trying to see Yisha's attack clearly. Yisha's mouth curled up, thinking, it's useless, because many people do this. But have they ever succeeded? Yes. The king's domain was seen through, which means that the king's domain is not 100% effective. At that time in the City of Destruction, the Apostle Walking was indeed powerful. Yisha and Yepa joined forces, but they didn't stop the other party. They even let the other party take Zheng Duoqing away. This was a huge regret and unwillingness for Yisha. However, Yisha was also a veteran of battles, and had used the king's domain many times. In addition to the Apostle Walking, who else had seen through it? No. Not one. Occasionally, those who managed to avoid it were just lucky. In fact, the domain of the king, to be frank, is not the so-called 100% attack hit effect. Nor is it the kind of effect that sounds very amazing. Simply put, the king's holy sword can emit a unique radiance. When the king's domain is opened, there will be countless halos surrounding it, covering the periphery of the battle circle, and those halos will emit a unique radiance that can echo with the king's holy sword. These lights can affect vision and perception, which is an effect produced by optical refraction. The position of the king's holy sword seen by the eyes is not the real position of the king's holy sword at all. At the same time, the most difficult part of the king's domain is that the refraction effect is different according to the speed, angle, position of Yisha's sword, as well as the position, direction, and speed of the outer halo. Or, to put it more directly, Yisha thrust out with a sword, And even Yisha himself could not distinguish the position of the king's holy sword he saw at his eyes from the real position of the king's holy sword. All Yisha could do was to ensure the range of the attack and always hit the opponent's body. Then, Yisha himself couldn't determine the attack position. How could the opponent know? Of course, this is also a flaw. Otherwise, considering the difficulty of dodging the king's domain, if Yisha could ensure that every sword hit the vital point, it would be terrible. However, it is enough, because Prince can't avoid the king's holy sword. Puff! The muffled sound of the sword blade entering the flesh suddenly appeared, and a shocking cut was cut on Prince's face, deep enough to see the bone, and the blood flowing down almost covered half of Prince's face. The pain on his face made Prince's muscles twitch involuntarily. But what twitched even more was Prince's heart. He had no idea how the sword had brushed past his cheek. Yisha had clearly stabbed his chest, but the sword had moved up at least 30 centimeters. In fact, the tip of the sword was still several inches away from his chest. But his face was injured. Prince was a little scared. For the unknown, incomprehensible things, any creature will naturally have respect and fear. At this time, Yisha raised the king's holy sword for the third time. Prince's heart trembled, and he almost instinctively jumped back, and kept jumping back, trying to distance himself from Yisha as much as possible. Yisha's mouth curled up again. In the case of being unable to see through the king's domain, directly increasing the distance over a large area is also a method. Unfortunately, I have no shortage of long-range means. And Yisha licked the corner of his mouth, showing a bit of ferocity and cruelty. You can't run as fast as me. Indoors, the Son of Wind's ability is not easy to use, and the effect is not obvious. But even so, Yisha's speed is much faster than Prince's. Almost the moment Prince stood still, Yisha rushed out. And then Prince looked up, extremely surprised. Yisha was in front of him again. The king's holy sword was raised high, and then slashed forward with force. Prince was frightened in his heart, but he still forced himself to calm down. And then, move sideways. Fast, wide-range lateral movement. This is also a way to deal with the king's domain. This method is called gambling on luck. Since you don't know how to avoid it, then rely on luck. Maybe you can avoid it with good luck. Therefore, when the king's domain is activated, sometimes people will avoid the attack. Unfortunately, Prince's luck doesn't seem to be very good. Puff! The next moment, the sword blade pierced the flesh. The king's holy sword directly pierced Prince's lower abdomen. If Prince hadn't moved, the sword might have only scratched him. But unfortunately he moved, and moved towards the attack position. Prince looked at his shoulder, which should have been the place where the king's holy sword swung down, and then looked down at his lower abdomen, where the tip of the king's holy sword had already pierced into his body. Cough! Prince opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 722 Thunder and Lightning. Yisha looked at Prince. I'm sorry. You are not my opponent. Prince gritted his teeth, then raised his palm and pressed it down on the needle on his neck. Yisha's pupils shrank. He had given Prince the opportunity to inject the drug before, purely to provoke him deliberately. Now that the outcome was almost a foregone conclusion, Yisha did not intend to give the other party any chance to turn the tables, even if it was just a tiny chance. But, sizzle! A violent electric current suddenly surged from Prince's body and rushed towards Yisha. Yisha felt a little stinging on his outstretched palm, but he could still bear it. Yisha had long been accustomed to pain, but he found that his fingertips trembled slightly, and he could not move. Paralyzed. The next moment, Yisha's arm was bounced away by the current. Taking advantage of this short moment, Prince pressed down 2 syringes in succession and injected the medicine into his body. Ah! As the drug entered his body, Prince screamed again, then raised his leg and kicked Yisha's lower abdomen, kicking Yisha backwards. The surging electric current continued to overflow from Prince's body, and at the same time, Prince's skin gradually became transparent, as if one could see inside his body. The wound stabbed by Yisha actually stopped bleeding in just half a minute, and began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Puff! Puff! 2 muffled sounds suddenly appeared, and then Prince opened his eyes. Prince's sutured eyelids were completely torn apart, turning into a bloody mess. Prince's pupils were gray and lifeless. The pupils of his eyes were very small, and it seemed that they were all white. Those were a pair of eyes from a zombie. Ah! Prince roared again, then punched Yisha, and a current as thick as a bucket blasted forward. Yisha quickly moved his body, and the current hit the wall, punching it through. And it went through more than one side. The current broke through the wall and continued to move forward, breaking one side, 2 sides, 3 sides, and finally stopped after breaking several walls. Yisha licked his lips, and the power reminded him of a guy. A guy who also came from Doomsday train. A guy who called himself Thunder Emperor. A guy who took the Tragedy King to kill. That guy is called LV Lin. A flight attendant. A very strong one. But? Yisha looked at Prince sideways. You are still a lot worse than him. You shouldn't be able to use this level of bombardment many times. Prince's right hand was already torn and bloody, and Yisha could vaguely see the metal pieces embedded in Prince's fingers. Indeed, Prince's attack just now was no less powerful than the lightning released by LV Lin. However, LV Lin's ability came from the Doomsday train. There might be some restrictions or conditions for use, but he would never hurt himself so badly. The price that Prince paid for that attack just now was really not small. So, how many times can Prince carry out such an attack? Once? Twice? 3 times? This guy only has 2 arms and 2 fists. With just one blow, one of his fists is already half useless. Prince did not respond to Yisha. Or rather, he responded, but he did not use words. Prince raised his fist again, then opened his mouth and roared angrily, using all his strength to slam his fist forward fiercely. Z-Law. The harsh sound of the surging current appeared again, and the current that was no less powerful than the previous blow surged out of Prince's arm again, swept forward, and slammed towards Yisha. The current was flowing very fast, but Yisha was faster. The moment Prince raised his fist, Yisha began to dodge, staring at the extent of Prince's arm and the angle of the punch, and roughly judged the direction and angle of the attack. The next moment, the current surged and hit the wall again, continuously penetrating the wall. In fact, because of the continuous attacks and continuous destruction, the entire floor was shaking at this moment, as if there was an earthquake. After a moment, Yisha turned his head and looked at the wall behind him that was blasted through, and then looked down at his waist. The clothes around his waist were gone, and there were burn marks on the left side of his waist. A large black area, bloody and blurred, and a faint smell of burning came, but it was just a scratch, not a direct hit. I can still endure this level. Yisha curled his lips and looked at Prince, but your right hand seems to have been completely disabled. Prince's right hand drooped weakly. The whole arm was dripping with blood. The flesh was burned, and large pieces of blackened bones were exposed outside. There were cables and implanted electrical chips in the muscles, wrapped around the bones. No matter how you look at it, that arm doesn't look like it can be raised again. Then, Prince raised his left hand. This is to tell Yisha that he still has a left hand. So, Prince punched again. The violent electric current appeared for the 3rd time. Without any doubt, Yisha immediately ran to the side, intending to dodge instead of taking the electric current head-on. But at this moment, zizz, the second sound of electric current surge sounded, and 2 slightly smaller electric currents emerged from Prince's body, like 2 whips that whipped Yisha's sides fiercely, forcing Yisha to stop. Yisha's eyes shone, and he quickly crossed his arms. Nitrogen armor. Hard armor. Defense mode. Yisha used all the defensive abilities he could, and the airflow around him stirred, and the nitrogen armor quickly covered the surface of Yisha's body. At the same time, purple light flowed through Yisha's body, and those lights turned into scales. On the destroyer, there was also a faint sound of mechanical rotation, entering the defense state, making the destroyer more solid. Boom! The next moment, the terrifying electric current hit Yisha's body and blasted him away. Bang! 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 Yisha's back hit the wall continuously, smashing the walls. In a moment, the power of the electric current slowly decreased, and then completely disappeared, and Yisha was pressed down by a pile of rubble. Prince stepped back a few steps, leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his chest heaving, his arms hanging weakly, and he was completely useless. After a while, Prince's breath gradually calmed down. Looking at the pile of rubble, he smiled coldly, but, boom! A loud noise came from the top of the pile of rubble, and the rubble rolled and scattered. Yisha shook his body and climbed up from the rubble again. The nitrogen armor and the hard armor were shattered. Now, Yisha looked at Prince. Your 2 arms are useless. And I? Still alive. Chapter 723 The Last Potion. Prince was silent for a long time. Are you a monster? Yisha tilted his head and looked at Prince. Maybe. But I think you are not qualified to say so from your point of view. Prince was silent. Then shook his body and walked forward. Yisha looked at Prince and frowned slightly. This guy's arm is completely useless. Now this action is telling himself. Does he still have legs? Prince's face showed struggle and pain. But more of it was his nostalgia for this world. Yisha frowned even tighter. He had a bad feeling now. Because he had seen such expressions on many people's faces. Only those who are ready to fight desperately will show such expressions on their faces. Pain, anger, unwillingness, determination. All kinds of emotions. The only thing in common is that no matter what kind of emotion, there will be a trace of nostalgia. A trace of desire for survival. At the same time, Prince came to a position about 5 or 6 meters in front of Yisha. And Prince looked at Yisha. I still have 1 last potion. Sure enough, Yisha whispered in his heart. And then said, do you think I will give you another chance? Prince, you can't stop me. Because, boom, suddenly, a huge crack appeared on the ground under Prince's feet. And then Prince's body fell down. Yisha was startled and quickly chased to the edge of the crack. And saw a mechanical zombie on the next floor. It was extremely huge. A circle larger than the TX-001 that he had seen before. And opened a huge mouth to meet Prince. Prince looked at Yisha. This is how to use this potion. The next moment, Prince fell into the mouth of the mechanical zombie. A metal tube spit out of the mouth of the mechanical zombie. Like a tongue. Piercing the back of Prince's neck. And it was completely fitted with the edge of the collar. Almost seamlessly connected. And then the potion on the back of Prince's neck pierced in. Gulp. Gulp. Prince's consciousness began to gradually blur. And he felt as if his body had merged into the warm spring water. Warm and extremely comfortable. Prince looked up and saw countless bubbles rising around him. They were transparent at first. Then slowly covered with a layer of light yellow. And then slowly turned black. His cracked eyelids finally began to droop. Prince closed his eyes. Finally he could rest. On the other side, Yisha's face was solemn. The scene in Yisha's eyes was not so beautiful, but extremely bloody. When the mechanical zombie swallowed Prince, the huge mouth bit down hard and directly cut Prince's body in half. Blood flew out and splashed on the ground around, which was shocking. Then the mechanical zombie began to open and close its huge mouth, chewing directly, biting and tearing Prince's body. The bloody and cruel appearance made even Yisha feel a little nauseous. However, the chewed Prince was not swallowed by the mechanical zombie. The rotten flesh and blood slowly dispersed, like a liquid, or as if the flesh and blood were put into a meat grinder and turned into a piece of meat paste. Then, the meat paste melted into the body of the mechanical zombie and merged together. In the end, only Prince's head was left, and the lower part of his neck was connected to the throat of the mechanical zombie. At the same time, Yisha finally understood that the last needle was not used for injection, but was actually a device to connect Prince to the mechanical zombie. The result of the connection was fusion. Either Prince devoured the mechanical zombie, or the mechanical zombie ate Prince. But there is no difference between the two. One will survive, and one will become stronger. Then, that one will become Yisha's enemy. Yisha's face was gloomy. He should stop Prince before he merged with the mechanical zombie. He did so. But unfortunately he failed. Then, there seemed to be no choice. Yisha would kill the mechanical zombie. Or be killed. At this time, the mechanical zombie raised its head and roared at Yisha. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be TX-003, the last model of the mechanical zombies created by Dr. Sarah. Yisha slowly held the sword horizontally, looked at TX-003 with cold eyes, and then raised his left hand horizontally. The steel-armored evil centipede climbed up from Yisha's waist, then wrapped around Yisha's arm and turned into a centipede sword. The next moment, TX-003 suddenly launched an attack, and the huge arm was raised upwards. After sweeping, it smashed the ground under Yisha's feet. Clang! Yisha leaped back, holding the king's holy sword horizontally, blocking TX-003's arm, and then slashed with his left hand. The centipede sword quickly extended forward, slashing TX-003's back, sparking sparks. Obviously, this has no effect. Yisha's face became more serious. And then, it seems that it's time to play a trump card. Yisha was actually unwilling to use too much power here, because he still had to move forward. There are people from Computech and Dr. Sarah. Even if TX-003 is killed, there are still some troublesome guys behind. The so-called trump card should be thrown out at the critical moment. And then the big and small ones will be killed. The trump card is the trump card. And it should be thrown out when deciding the outcome, and then exchange it for a smile of victory. However, Yisha obviously realized that it would be difficult to deal with TX-003 without showing some real skills. Then, Yisha took a deep breath. Let's start. Yisha exhaled and adjusted his breath. Then his body began to tense up, intending to enter the dragon state. At the same time, TX-003 leaped up, spread his limbs to both sides, opened on the wall, and ejected a huge gun barrel from his shoulder, intending to shoot at Yisha. But at this moment, bang! Under TX-003, a ball of fire suddenly exploded, and then TX-003's huge body was blown away and hit the side wall hard. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then looked down, and then saw the little fat man pointing 2 fingers at Yisha from below. Yisha jumped down and came to the side of the little fat man. The little fat man, it seems that you are in trouble too. Yes, Yisha said seriously, but I am planning to solve the problem. The little fat man smiled and took out 2 grenades and threw them upwards. I will help you. Boom, boom. 2 explosions sounded, and the load-bearing walls on both sides of the ceiling collapsed. TX-003 fell down again before he could stand firm. Chapter 724, Fighting. I found something good. The little fat man opened the tablet he carried with him and pulled out a 3D blueprint while running. Come and take a look. Yisha, just tell me. The little fat man. This is the basic structural blueprint of the TX series mechanical zombies. Yisha was stunned. What is it for? The little fat man. Of course it is useful. The blueprint describes in detail the power system circuit of the mechanical part, and after connecting with the biological part, the core power stimulates the movement of the organism. Well, do you not understand? Yisha rolled his eyes. Nonsense. My proficiency in mechanics and biological genes is only elementary. I am not a master of mechanics, nor a biologist. The little fat man took the tablet, then be more direct. According to the description of the blueprint, I know the weaknesses of these guys. Yisha, I'm curious. Where did you find this? The little fat man. Of course, it can't be in the Shinshin building. Dr. Sarah will definitely keep such important data. I found it from the Tianlong warrior. They obviously also have research on mechanical zombies, and have thought of ways to deal with them. Yisha, I see. Boom. At this time, TX-003 directly shook off the rubble that was pressing on it, and the huge mechanical arm swept forward, smashing the walls one by one, sweeping away everything in front of it, and attacked Yisha and the little fat man. The little fat man quickly shrank his head, and the huge mechanical arm swept over the little fat man's head. Yisha did not retreat, but went forward with the centipede sword and the king's holy sword. Strength, Yisha shouted, activated the strength skill of the Immortal 12 Trials, and then faced the huge mechanical arm. The muscles of Yisha's arm swelled up, becoming extremely thick and terrifying. Bang! The Cross King's holy sword and centipede sword collided with the mechanical arm. Feeling the huge force coming, Yisha gritted his teeth, stepped back 2 steps, and actually took the mechanical arm off. That's it. Hold on. The fat man got up from the ground. I'll kill this guy. As the little fat man said this, he climbed up the robot arm onto TX-003's body, looked at TX-003's back, and then the little fat man was suddenly dumbfounded. Hey, that's not right. The little fat man shouted to Yisha. This guy's structure is not the same as the blueprint. Yisha gritted his teeth. This guy has just been fused, so it should be considered a mutant TX-003. The little fat man? Then what should I do? Yisha gritted his teeth. How should I know? Whatever method you use, just dismantle this bastard for me. At the same time, while he was talking, another mechanical wall of TX-003 rushed forward and hit Yisha hard. Bang! Yisha flew backwards, like a cannonball, and knocked down the wall. Before the wall collapsed and fell, Yisha swung the centipede sword fiercely, and swept away the rubble. Yisha got up from the ground and said in a cold voice, If you can't do it, I'll do it myself. The little fat man gritted his teeth, then blow him up. The little fat man threw his open coat, and a bunch of metal balls fell out of his clothes and rolled to both sides. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded continuously, and black smoke billowed. The little fat man jumped up and crashed out of the black smoke, rolling on the ground continuously. After getting up, he took out a metal bar and pulled it to both sides. The metal bar was pressed open, and there was a small screen in the center with numbers on it. The little fat man immediately threw the metal bar forward. Boom! Before TX-003 attacked, the metal bar rolled under TX-003, and then a blue beam of light suddenly rose, surrounded by violent blue electric current, and quickly spread along TX-003's body. Yisha stood up. What is this? The little fat man, electromagnetic bomb, mainly used to destroy mechanical equipment. But the mechanical zombie has a biological part. It should not be destroyed. It can only temporarily restrict this guy's movement. As the little fat man was talking, his hands were not idle. He kept opening the structural drawings, reading them quickly, and then comparing them with the fused and mutated TX-003 in front of him. Zila. Zila. At this time, TX-003 was also struggling violently. As TX-003's body trembled, countless arcs spread around, and the color of the electromagnetic column formed by the electromagnetic bomb began to dim. It was obvious that TX-003 was about to be uncontrollable. Found it. The little fat man suddenly raised his head, even if it is a fusion mutation. The structure of the mechanical part responsible for supporting the body will not change, so the metal skeleton will not change. Roar! At this time, TX-003 roared loudly, and the body suddenly bent up, shattering the magnetic column of the electromagnetic bomb, and then sprayed grenades and fell in all directions. Yisha and the little fat man immediately ran in opposite directions, and the grenades hit the ground and exploded quickly, blowing everything around them to pieces. Crack! Crack! TX-003 twisted its body forward, and the huge mechanical arm was raised again, sweeping around with unimaginable force, smashing several walls. Because of the loss of the load-bearing wall, the ceiling above collapsed. Then, TX-003's huge metal fist blasted towards the little fat man. Seeing that the fist was about to fall on the little fat man, a figure suddenly flashed by, and Yisha suddenly appeared, blocking the little fat man, holding the king's holy sword horizontally to block TX-003's fist. Bang! A crisp collision sounded, and Yisha gritted his teeth and took TX-003's fist again. Go! Yisha uttered a simple and straightforward word from his throat. After the little fat man nodded, he jumped up, stepped on TX-003's arm, and ran forward quickly. TX-003 opened his huge mouth, revealing Prince's head, which was completely glued to TX-003's mouth. The next moment, the head suddenly opened, and a metal tongue was suddenly spit out. Puff! The metal tongue was segmented, like a blade stuck together, extremely sharp, and it rubbed against the little fat man's shoulder, leaving a bright bloodstain. The little fat man gritted his teeth, letting the metal tongue pass by, and continued to run forward while enduring the pain, and jumped onto TX-003's back again. TX-003 twisted his back, trying to throw the little fat man off. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly drew his sword. Chapter 725. Sky-shattering explosion. Dang! Yisha slashed TX-003 with a sword, causing the huge body to tilt. The damage was not high, which has always been the biggest problem of the king's holy sword, but it was enough. Yisha's sword bought time for the little fat man. The little fat man rushed to the back of TX-003 and soon saw a metal plate. And then, the little fat man grabbed the edge with force. Ah! The little fat man shouted loudly and tried to pry the metal plate up. The next moment, blood began to flow from the bottom of the metal plate, with a strong smell of decay. The pieces of meat were firmly attached to the metal plate, which looked a bit disgusting. But the little fat man knew that he had found the right place. It was precisely because this was a vital point that the pieces of meat were there to protect the vital point. The little fat man had a ferocious look on his face. He held up a metal pipe with one hand and took out a metal pipe with the other hand, biting it with his teeth, and pulled out the metal sleeve on one side, revealing a small section, which was filled with some liquid. If Yisha saw it, he would not be unfamiliar with it. because those liquids are strong oxidants such as ammonium perchlorate. The little fat man stuffed the things into the gaps between the pieces of meat, then jumped off TX-003 and ran away. Run! 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 The little fat man shouted to Yisha, I got something powerful. Yisha grabbed the little fat man who was running past him, and then turned around and ran wildly. This guy's short legs were too slow, rushing forward along the corridor. But at this moment, boom! A violent explosion sounded, and thick black smoke rushed out first. But before it could disperse, it was directly dispersed by the flames rushing out from the back. And then the hot flames appeared in the passage and continued to rush forward. Yisha took a breath of cold air. The flames condensed and did not disperse, and he couldn't help but look at the little fat man. Is this called a bit powerful? The little fat man thought for a while. Remove the word a bit? Yisha had a curse in his mind, but he didn't know whether he should say it out loud. The only thing he could do was to run forward in order not to be swept by the scattered flames. Then, Yisha saw the wall at the end of the corridor. Yisha gritted his teeth and raised his fist, melee form. The destroyer changed his form quickly, and then Yisha punched forward. Heavy punch. As Yisha's fist punched forward, the wall shattered, and then a strong cold wind poured in. Behind the wall was the outer perimeter of the Shinshin building. Yisha jumped out without hesitation, then made claws with his 5 fingers and pressed directly against the wall, leaving 5-finger marks on the outer wall. After sliding down 3 or 4 meters, Yisha's fingers embedded in the wall, and the whole person was fixed in midair. Boom! At this time, an explosion sounded above Yisha and the little fat man's heads again, and a flame rushed out directly from the top of their heads. Countless rubble swung around and fell down. Yisha raised his hand and swung out several nitrogen slashes in succession, breaking the rubble above his head. After hanging upside down for 3 to 5 minutes, the flames gradually subsided, leaving only black smoke floating upwards. Yisha finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, a window on the side suddenly opened, and Yi Yu poked her head out, angrily saying to Yisha, you shouldn't have brought this fat guy with you. When this guy gets crazy, he will even blow up his own people. The fat guy laughed dryly. It's just a misunderstanding. Yisha signaled Yi Yu to get out of the way, threw the fat guy into the window, then twisted his body and went in himself. Behind Yi Yu stood Nyepa, who was seriously injured, at least on the surface, with a lot of blood on his body. Nyepa said indifferently, that guard dog is a bit difficult to deal with. Yi Yu, don't worry. I'll help you deal with it. Yi Yu acted with the little fat man. Since the little fat man appeared, it was not surprising that Yi Yu appeared. Since the little fat man was helping Yisha, Yi Yu naturally went to help Nyepa. Yisha, anyway. It's Dr. Sarah's turn to have a headache now. Nyepa, let's climb up first. Nyepa used the word climb instead of walk, because this floor had almost completely collapsed. Looking up, it was a complete mess. There were a lot of cracks and collapses on the floor. Even those that were barely supported were full of rubble. Yisha nodded, climbed out of the window again, pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and the night owl, and began to climb up along the wall. Yi Yu followed suit and floated out using her brain power. Naturally, the others had no trouble either. They climbed up a few floors, avoided the collapsed areas, and re-entered the Shinshin building. Don't separate. Yisha, since we've been exposed, there's no point in separating or gathering. We can take care of each other if we go together. Others nodded. Yi Yu, where's Wang Likuan? Yisha, where's he? Can he get up? Yi Yu shook her head. I don't know where he is. It seems he got lost. Yisha, then there's nothing we can do. Even if we wait for him or pick him up, he can't determine his location. Yi Yu nodded. Let's go first. Yisha took the lead and walked forward. This was a living area, mainly for employees to rest after work, including a tea room, a massage room, a cinema room, and an entertainment room with some electronic game machines, billiards, table tennis and other things. Yisha walked forward all the way, then suddenly stopped and motioned everyone to wait. On the side of Yisha, there were several overturned massage chairs. In front of the massage chairs, there was a hanging screen with images flashing on it, just like the projector at the beginning. After a moment, Dr. Sarah appeared on the screen. It was still the office we had seen before, but this time, she was standing in front of the sofa instead of sitting. We can talk. Dr. Sarah got straight to the point. I can give you what you want. Yisha, in other words, You are willing to tell me the location of the Mad Sand Temple, right? Dr. Sarah, yes. But you must agree to one condition and help me do something. Yi Sha, tell me about it. Dr. Sarah, my condition is that I will tell you the location of the Crazy Sand Temple. You can go to the Crazy Sand Temple, but you can only go in and cannot destroy anything there by violence. Yi Sha, what do you need us to do for you? Get rid of the people from Compu? Dr. Sarah, yes. What I want you to do is to help me get rid of the people from Compu and destroy what they have. And I will tell you the location of the Crazy Sand Temple. Chapter 726 Game. Looks like you're in trouble. Yi Sha smiled. Well, first of all, in principle, I can help you kill the people from Compu. But I'm curious why you put forward such a condition. Dr. Sarah hesitated, because I don't think you can come out alive. Yi Sha, what do you mean? Dr. Sarah, the Mad Sand Temple is a tomb. If you go in, I don't think you can survive. If you die, naturally everything doesn't matter. But if you destroy it, you may release some very scary things. Yi Sha smiled. This world is bad enough. Can it be worse? Yes. Dr. Sarah said seriously, as I said before. This world is bad enough. I can't make it worse. Yi Sha turned around. What do you think? Yi was obviously anxious. But Nyepa blocked her with his body. Nyepa, you are the chief steward. You have the final say. Yi Sha, okay. I agree to your request. Dr. Sarah, I will guide you to where the people from Compu are. After Dr. Sarah finished speaking, the screen turned into a flickering black and white screen. And then the other screen a few meters away began to flicker. And then continued forward. A new screen showed abnormality. Yi wanted to speak. But Yi Sha calmly put down his finger, indicating that there were things around that could eavesdrop on their conversation. And then said, find out who is leading the team. I have the final say. Understand? Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded honestly. Yi Sha knew what Yi wanted to say. Since Dr. Sarah was forced into a hurry by Compu, they could use this opportunity to negotiate more conditions with Dr. Sarah and get more benefits. Or, he could cooperate with Compu first. Continue to force Dr. Sarah into a desperate situation. And then kill the Compu people to completely control Dr. Sarah. However, the condition proposed by Dr. Sarah made Yi Sha alert. Because this condition actually had no binding force at all. Even if Yi Sha agreed, what would happen? When Yi Sha found the Crazy Sand Temple and really wanted to violently destroy that place, what could Dr. Sarah do to him? This condition is actually not binding at all. Obviously, Dr. Sarah should know this. When he knows this, it is a bit strange to make such a request. If he is just trying to save his life and expecting Yi Sha to help him, he can wait until Yi Sha helps him deal with the people from Compu before proposing it in the form of persuasion, which will make it easier for Yi Sha and his men to agree. In short, the core issue is still trust. Dr. Sarah does not trust Yi Sha and his men. And Yi Sha does not trust them either. But this is not a big problem. It's just mutual use. Yi Sha doesn't want to go around in this hellhole. And it's a good thing to take this opportunity to get closer to Dr. Sarah. We can talk about the future later. Many times, fists and fighting are not the way to solve problems. And it is necessary to use wisdom. In Yi Sha's view, the current situation has become a game. Who will be the final winner? Yi Sha doesn't know. But he doesn't want to lose. Of course, combat power is still very important. For example, Dr. Sarah is guiding them through some things. Is he really taking them to the people of Compu? In Yi Sha's mind, it is only a 50-50 possibility. Maybe Dr. Sarah feels that conventional means cannot stop Yi Sha and his men. So it is possible that he intends to lead Yi Sha and his men into a trap. But the game is ultimately a multiple-choice question. Choosing the right answer from different answers and using wisdom can only increase the probability. But there is no completely correct answer. In fact, in many cases, it is not only your own choice that is correct, but also the other party's choice. Walking along the corridor, they soon came to the elevator. This is what the previous few people would never dare to sit on. Because Dr. Sarah can fully control the elevator and take them to any floor. And even directly make the elevator fall. Of course, this level is not enough to kill Yi Sha and others. And Yi Sha thinks that the current situation is very good. And he can use this to judge Dr. Sarah's intentions. After entering the elevator, Dr. Sarah's voice suddenly sounded, I will take you to the 25th floor, where the server is located, controlling all the system operations of the building. Yi Sha, People from Compu are using viruses to attack the server? Destroy the Eye of God system? Dr. Sarah, yes. What you have to do is to stop them. Yisha frowned and nodded to show that he knew, while secretly thinking in his heart. The biggest question is, where is Dr. Sarah? The 25th floor is already quite high, very close to the top floor. In previous speculation, Yisha and others believed that Dr. Sarah was likely to be on a higher floor. So, since they have reached the 25th floor, why can't they go to a higher floor? Dr. Sarah has been forced to this extent. Is there any danger on the higher floors? Dr. Sarah even sent out everyone she could. On the contrary, if Dr. Sarah is at a lower level, since she can reach the 25th floor, she can naturally go to the previous floors. The last possibility is that Dr. Sarah is fighting a guerrilla war and is constantly changing positions, so he won't be forced into a desperate situation. At worst, he can run away, even if the Eye of God system is destroyed. It is not easy to find Dr. Sarah's location. Yisha always feels something is strange. At the same time, the elevator stops at the 25th floor. The elevator door opens, and the site is full of mess. This floor is seriously damaged. There are many collapsed places on the ceiling, and the power system has problems. There are flickering lights everywhere, collapsed walls everywhere, and water marks on some places on the ground. It is probably because the water pipe in the bathroom is leaking. Yisha whispered, "Where are those people from Compu?" Dr. Sarah did not answer. This place is shabby, and there is probably no equipment that can make sounds. Even if there is, it is probably destroyed. Yisha winked at Yiyu. Yiyu closed her eyes to sense, and after a moment, Yiyu opened her eyes. 5 targets. 3 in a room in front. 2 7 or 8 meters away. In the corridor. Little fatty. The 2 people in the corridor are probably guards. The people in the room should be destroying the server. Yisha nodded. Let's go. Yisha slowly moved forward, along the corridor, and walked carefully to the place Yiyu said. Chapter 727 Doubts. About a quarter of an hour later, some huge monsters appeared in front of Yisha and his companions. There were 5 TX series mechanical zombies in total, all of which were destroyed and collapsed on the ground. There were also several corpses of Tianlong warriors and Menglong warriors around them. Yiyu kicked the corpse of a bearded man in the corner with her toes. This guy is called Reyes. I fought with him when I came here last time. He is a subordinate of Dr. Sarah. Yisha, according to you, Dr. Sarah has 5 capable generals. 2 of them were killed by us. This guy died here. Dr. Riley is a technician and is not responsible for fighting. Does that mean there is only 1 left? Yiyu nodded. Yisha, but there was no fighting at Compu. Yiyu spread her hands. In fact, I only fought with Reyes. The intelligence about the other guys was collected. I have never seen them. Maybe the intelligence is wrong. Maybe the guy died during this period? Who knows? Nyapa, there is a doubt. Yisha was puzzled. Huh? Nyapa, Dr. Sarah has a group of people under him. Right? Yiyu, that's right. After Dr. Sarah rebelled against Compu, he took away a group of people who were detained by Compu for human experiments. In addition, it is said that he also gathered an armed team. As Yiyu spoke, she kicked Reyes' body again. Yiyu, the armed team was originally from Compu, but because Compu sent them on a mission and sacrificed them, they became dissatisfied and were rescued by Dr. Sarah, and then followed Dr. Sarah. This guy is a member of the armed team. Nyapa, so? Where are the people? Others were stunned. Nyapa, according to what you said, Dr. Sarah still has 200 or 300 people under his command. But so far, have we seen anyone? In addition to these capable generals. Where are the others? Yisha, I saw one. He ran away. Nyapa said, that was only 1. Wasn't it? Little fatty, maybe Dr. Sarah has no one under her? Nyapa, I think we may have miscalculated one thing. It's not the invasion of Compu that caused Dr. Sarah's predicament. But it's very likely that Dr. Sarah herself is already in trouble. Yiyu, it seems that Compu has been attacking here for a period of time after I left Sky City, and has already driven Dr. Sarah to the brink of desperation. Fatty, the question is, what's the use of knowing this? Yisha, who knows? Just take it as a clarification. Let's go. Keep going. By the way, there are 2 people in Compu that you should be careful of. Those elite Tianlong warriors and Raptor warriors are indeed quite powerful. But it is obviously difficult to deal with 5 TX series mechanical zombies and 1 Reyes. Especially since the space in the building is relatively small. Those mechanical zombies have a very obvious advantage, because they are not so easy to kill. On the contrary, compared with mechanical zombies, Tianlong warriors and Raptor warriors are obviously more vulnerable. But judging from the current results, it is clear the Compu has won. The only thing Yi Sha can think of is the 2 men who did not take action before. At this time, Yi Yu suddenly said, 2 people are approaching us. The 2 at the door. Yi Sha, get ready to fight. Before Yi Sha finished speaking, Yi Yu shouted again, it's so fast. It's already here. At this time, a whistling sound was heard. And then a huge rock suddenly appeared on the other side of the passage, flying towards Yi Sha and his companions at high speed. Yi Sha punched out without hesitation, smashing the boulder into pieces. At the same time, 2 men appeared on the other side of the passage, not wearing the uniforms of the 3 major armed forces of Compu, but wearing ordinary combat uniforms. Watching Yi Sha smash the huge stone with 1 punch, one of them laughed. I thought the biological mecha was finally going to be sent out. But I didn't expect there were still people. And there were quite a few of them. The other man didn't seem to say much, and said directly, kill them. The man nodded, and with a tap of his toes, he kicked 2 more pieces of rubble towards Yi Sha and the others, faster and more powerful than before. A strange light flashed in Yi Yu's eyes, and then he kicked his eyes hard, and the 2 pieces of rubble separated to the sides and hit the wall directly. Oh! The other party raised his eyebrows. There is actually a superhuman. It would be a great achievement to capture this alive and bring it back. Yi Sha, 2 people each. Disperse. Almost at the same time, Yi Sha and the little fat man jumped to the left, while Nyepa and Yi Yu knocked open a door to the right and rushed in directly. Humph. The man who spoke earlier snorted coldly. I want to see where you run. The 2 of them also dispersed at the same time, chasing Yi Sha and his men from the left and right. The little fat man didn't even look back, and threw a metal ball back at the moment when the other party caught up. Boom! The metal ball made a crisp sound after landing. And then, there was a roar of explosion. And it exploded directly. And the flames and black smoke enveloped the other party. Yi Sha and the little fat man stopped and looked at the center of the explosion. Of course, they were not naive enough to kill the other party at this level. In a moment, the opponent slowly walked out of the flames, his skin showing a metallic luster. And he ignored the flames around him, and walked towards Yi Sha and the little fat man. Yi Sha moved his body and whispered, go to the side, and look for an opportunity. The little fat man nodded, left Yi Sha's side, and ran to the side. While running, he did not forget to cause trouble for the opponent. He suddenly raised his hand, and 2 silver darts flew out from the little fat man's hand. The other party sneered, and suddenly swung his arm to sweep away the 2 darts. The 2 darts hit the wall. And then, boom, boom, 2 small fireballs exploded. How could the things thrown by the fat man not explode? The explosion power of the 2 darts was not great, but they still blew holes in the walls on both sides. And the dust was flying. At this moment, Yi Sha suddenly dragged his sword and rushed through the dust, slashing down fiercely in front of him. Clang! The king's holy sword shook out a dazzling golden sword arc, split the dust, and fiercely slashed the opponent's arm. But it was extremely strange, and it made a sound of metal collision. The next moment, Yi Sha suddenly felt a pain in his lower abdomen, and the opponent's other fist hit his lower abdomen. Bang! Yi Sha hit the side wall fiercely, and the wall cracked with a sound. Chapter 728 Grit your teeth. Boy! You can't do it. The man in front of Yi Sha sneered. But before he finished speaking, Yi Sha suddenly raised his palm and pinched the other's cheek. Snake bite. The shadow of the purple-scaled python surrounded Yi Sha's arm, and then he swung it violently and pressed the other party against the wall. With a bang, the wall broke, and Yi Sha threw the other party behind the wall with 1 blow, sliding on the ground. Yi Sha, excuse me. Are you talking about me? Let me ask you a question. The man got up from the ground with a gloomy face. You don't seem to be Dr. Sarah's man, and your power doesn't seem to come from the TX zombie virus purification agent. Who are you? Yi Sha smiled, before asking others. You should introduce yourself. This is etiquette. That's right. The man twisted his body and shook off the dust on his body. Calm company cleaning team. Third array soldier Grady. Yi Sha nodded. my name is Yisha. Grady, that's it? Yisha, telling you the name at least lets you know who killed you. As for the rest, I don't think it's necessary to tell a dead person too much. Grady was stunned for a moment, then grinned. This is a smart idea. I admit that I was influenced by your cleverness. Now I don't plan to kill you, but I will beat you up and then ask you what I want to know. As Grady spoke, he grabbed a table and threw it towards Yisha. The next moment, the king's holy sword swung forward, cut the table in half, and then slashed the opponent's chest with one sword. Dang! The sound of metal clashing appeared again. Yisha frowned. Grady's body was very abnormal. It looked no different from that of an ordinary person, but he could vaguely see that the surface of the skin had some metallic luster, and the body did seem to be made of metal. But Yisha didn't have time to think about it. Grady's fist arrived, mixed with strong wind, and blasted towards Yisha. Yisha hesitated for a moment, but did not dodge. Instead, he took Grady's punch with his face, then staggered back a few steps. Sure enough, Yisha murmured, "It feels like metal, without body temperature. And the fist is heavy and hard. Has Compu developed any new drugs?" Yisha raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood to the side. Grady sneered, bent his body, and moved forward again. Yisha raised his right arm, gun form. Dimension gate. Yisha quickly ran to the side, and the destroyer made a mechanical sound, quickly switched to a gun form, and then suddenly opened fire. However, what shot out from the muzzle was not a bullet, but a thumb-sized prism. When those prisms fell to the ground, purple-black light and shadow appeared on the prisms, which were also four-sided prisms, like doors. Grady frowned and looked around vigilantly, watching Yisha continuously firing the device. And then, there were prison-shaped light and shadows everywhere around him. Grady didn't know what these were used for, but because he didn't know, he was alert. Unknown things are always more frightening. At this moment, Yisha suddenly raised his gun and fired at Grady. Grady instinctively crossed his arms to protect his vitals. Grady was not afraid of bullets. His body was like steel, and ordinary bullets could not penetrate his body at all. However, if a place like the eyes was shot, it would still cause casualties. But to Grady's surprise, after he crossed his arms, he heard the gunshot. But the force of the bullet's impact did not appear, which made Grady a little confused. Then Grady felt the continuous impact from behind, which knocked him staggering. Grady looked up and found that the bullets shot by Yisha were not from the front, but flew out from those prismatic lights and shadows, shooting from all directions. This is the use of the dimensional door. What's the use? Grady showed a disdainful expression and sneered. These little things can't hurt me at all, even if they can hit me. So what? Poof! At this time, Grady felt a pain in his waist. He looked down and saw a small hole in his waist shot by a bullet, and blood was flowing. Grady's face suddenly changed. Being hit in the face just after he finished speaking was a small matter. What surprised Grady more was that those bullets could actually hurt him. Grady raised his head and looked at the dense bullets around him, and suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. "Ah!" Grady growled, raised his arms to protect himself, and then rushed towards the side wall. Boom! Grady rushed into the wall, knocked it down, and rushed back to the corridor. But at this moment, two dimensional gates suddenly appeared beside Grady, and dense bullets appeared again, pouring towards Grady's body. Although most of the bullets were useless to Grady, as long as the penetration effect was triggered, they could penetrate Grady's body. The most important thing was that Yisha had a lot of bullets. With so many bullets, no matter how likely it is to trigger the penetration effect, there will always be a lot of them. Grady quickly retreated, but no matter how he retreated, the dimensional gate would always appear immediately around him. It's useless. Yisha sneered, "You can't avoid it." Grady slid and stabilized his body. After blocking another round of shooting, he gritted his teeth at Yisha. "Then I will kill you. As long as you die, these damn things will be useless." As Grady spoke, he stomped on the ground fiercely, and the whole person rushed forward like a cannonball. So fast! Yisha raised his eyebrows. Grady's speed was quite fast, at least compared with his sturdy body. Such speed was really unexpected. The next moment, Grady came in front of Yisha, raised his fist, and blasted at Yisha. Melee form. Defensive form. Yisha raised his left arm, and a faint layer of light appeared on the destroyer, which was horizontal in front of Yisha. Strong force. Bang! Grady's fist hit the destroyer, and the recoil made Grady feel a little numb in his arm. But Yisha stood still, and did not even step back to dissipate the impact. I'll ask again. Yisha smiled. The one you just said was no. Are you referring to me? Click. Click. Yisha clenched his fist, and the sound of mechanical rotation sounded in the destroyer. Electric arcs suddenly appeared on both sides, connected together, and surrounded the destroyer. Then the hydraulic system sprayed white gas. Bite your teeth. Yisha, don't bite your tongue. Chapter 729 Fierce Fight. Bang! Heavy punch. The moment Yisha finished speaking, he punched Grady in the cheek. Feeling the huge force from Yisha's fist, Grady spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Bang! Bang! Grady smashed two walls in succession and directly hit a collapsed ruin. The ruins were shattered with a boom. Grady lay on the ground, holding his chest, showing pain. Drip, drip, drip. A slight sound rang in Grady's ears. Grady turned his head and saw that there were several silver metal balls beside him. There were small red dots on the metal balls, which were constantly flashing, and the flashing was getting faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, a violent explosion suddenly sounded, and flames mixed with black smoke rolled up, wrapping Grady in the center. And then the ground under Grady made a loud noise and collapsed downwards. The little fat man poked his head out from the side and winked at Yisha. Isn't my timing good? Yisha smiled. But the smile didn't last long, and suddenly disappeared, and then shouted to the little fat man, Be careful! Yisha grabbed the centipede sword and suddenly attacked. The centipede sword swept forward and hit the little fat man, knocking him aside. Boom! There was a loud noise where the little fat man was standing before, and then a big hole cracked, and Grady jumped back from below. You two guys. Grady gritted his teeth. You have completely pissed me off. Yisha was a little surprised and looked at Grady. Mechanical zombies. Grady was at the center of the explosion and was badly injured. When he reappeared, his clothes had become tattered. Grady tore his clothes with a casual pull, exposing his upper body. There were some wounds on Grady's body, and in those wounds, Yisha actually saw some metal brackets and cables. Ha ha ha. Grady laughed. Do you think that only Dr. Sarah has mastered the technology of making mechanical zombies? No. His technology is not worth mentioning. It is simply child's play, and the things he made are simply garbage. Grady stepped forward, twisted his neck, and a sound of metal friction came out of his body. He just relied on the TX zombie virus to purify the medicine and make some semi-finished products. Grady pointed at himself. I am the real mechanical zombie. Yisha sarcastically said. This is the first time I've seen someone feel smug about losing their human identity and becoming a monster. What do you know? This is evolution. A great biological evolution civilization. Grady roared loudly, jumped up, and rushed towards Yisha again. As long as I get the TX zombie virus purification potion, I will become a new species. A great species. This is the cross-era evolution of human civilization. Grady jumped in front of Yisha and slammed his fist down fiercely. Yisha raised his eyelids, released the centipede sword, and stretched out his left hand. Snake bite. The shadow of the purple-scaled python appeared again, surrounding Yisha's arm. And then Yisha raised his palm to greet it. Bang! Grady's fist hit Yisha's palm, and then was firmly grasped by Yisha, as if it was clamped by a huge clamp. No matter how Grady struggled, he couldn't get his fist out. Bang! Yisha suddenly exerted force and threw Grady to the ground, then dragged his body up, threw it out again, and smashed it hard to the ground. After several times, Yisha squeezed Grady's fist again and lifted him up. What a great evolution. So powerful that I don't know how to be afraid. Bang! After saying that, Yisha threw Grady out with a flick of his hand, and slammed him against the wall again, and Grady's body was embedded in the wall. If you really want to show me something, Yisha walked towards Grady. Just try your best. I know you should be more than this level. Otherwise you won't be able to kill 5TX series mechanical zombies. Grady lowered his head, as if he had lost his voice. But just as Yisha approached slowly, approaching about 3 or 4 meters in front of Grady, Grady suddenly raised his head. One of Grady's eyes flashed with a charming red light, and the corners of his mouth slowly opened to both sides. As you wish. Boom! Grady shook his body. And as his body shook, the wall trembled and completely shattered, collapsing backwards. Facing Yisha, Grady rushed towards Yisha, pinched Yisha's neck with both hands, and kept pushing Yisha back. Ah! Grady roared and snarled. And then bulges suddenly appeared on his back, twisting constantly, as if something was trying to get out of his body. In a moment, puff, 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 blood suddenly spurted out from Grady's back. At the position of his spine, 3 cylindrical, snake-like things suddenly got out of Grady's body. Hiss! At the front end of the 3 things, a thin line suddenly split open. And then it suddenly opened, revealing a crescent-shaped mouth with fine teeth like triangular thorns, which looked extremely sharp. Those strange heads were dancing in the air, and suddenly attacked Yisha from both sides, opening their mouths to bite. Yisha's eyes were slightly stern, and he kicked Grady in the chest fiercely, kicking Grady backwards, and then swept the centipede sword forward, colliding with those strange heads, making a clanging sound. Those strange heads were as hard as iron as Grady's body, and their defense was quite high. Hee hee. Grady took 2 steps back. A strange laugh came out of his throat, and then he stretched out his right hand and scratched his face with his nails. His skin was cut open, but no blood flowed out. Grady pinched his face and slowly, bit by bit, peeled it off. In a moment, half of Grady's face was gone, and the exposed part was a purely mechanical face, without a trace of flesh and blood, and half of the face was made entirely of metal. The peeled face was just artificial silicone skin used to hide it. Snap! Snap! Grady twisted his neck, making a sound similar to the turning of gears. You make me very angry. Grady licked his lips. You will pay for my anger. As Grady spoke, the monster head behind him suddenly grew longer and rushed towards Yisha again. But at this moment, several metal pipes flew out from the side and rolled in the air. Boom! 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 The explosion sounded suddenly, and a fireball suddenly exploded in the air, blowing those monster heads away. Chapter 730 Complete Form. Grady turned his face to the side viciously. The little fat man stretched out his index finger and shook it left and right. Don't ignore my existence. Grady gritted his teeth. Go to hell. The 3 monster heads suddenly separated. 2 continued to attack Yisha, and the other rushed towards the little fat man. The little fat man stared at the monster head, then suddenly jumped to the side, pressed the wall on the side with one hand, and flipped his body in the air, avoiding the attacks of the monster heads one after another. Yisha couldn't help but look at the little fat man. This move was quite beautiful. The little fat man before couldn't use it. Then Yisha sighed again. As long as people can get on the Doomsday train and continue to survive, they will always grow. The Doomsday train will throw them off the train, force them to perform various tasks, and trap them in desperate situations. Some people die, some people live, and those who survived, without exception, became stronger. At the same time, the little fat man landed, brushed past the monster head, and suddenly touched the monster head's body. Explosion! Boom! The sound of explosion rang out. The little fat man clearly had nothing in his hand, but the moment his palm touched the monster head, a ball of fire suddenly exploded on the body of the monster head and was thrown aside by the explosion. Not bad ability. Yisha praised again, and then retracted his gaze, because the other 2 monster heads had already arrived in front of him. Yisha raised his hand, and a monster head opened its mouth and bit the destroyer viciously. Yisha raised the centipede sword and chopped it down. With a clang, the centipede sword was shaken away, and golden sparks splashed on the monster head. This made Yisha frown. It seemed that this defense could not be broken by ordinary methods. Then, Yisha licked the corner of his mouth, then changed the attack method. Call! Yisha took a deep breath and then exhaled the foul air. The next moment, Yisha's momentum suddenly changed, and the centipede sword turned back into the steel armor evil centipede, crawled back to Yisha's waist, and wrapped around him. Yisha crossed his arms, and slowly got into position. Heaven and earth. The supreme martial artist. Yisha's face darkened slightly. Then he bent his legs and jumped forward. Tiger-shaped fist. Yisha gathered his 5 fingers into claws, came to Grady, and stretched out his hand to grab Grady. Grady grinned, looked ferocious, stretched his left arm upwards, and 3 blades popped out from his forearm and swept towards Yisha. Yisha raised his eyebrows and immediately changed his moves. And his open fingers suddenly merged together. Crane-shaped fist. 5 fingers were put together and slightly bent, like the beak of a white crane, pecking downwards. Before the blade could cut him, Yisha pushed Grady's arm away, then stretched out his right hand and pecked Grady's chest twice. Bang! Bang! Feeling the force coming from his chest, Grady took 2 steps back, then brushed his chest with disdain. "It doesn't hurt." Before Grady finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, and opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood that fell on the ground. Grady's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Yisha. "What did you do to me?" Yisha smiled and raised his arms, slowly moving them in the air, and changed to the starting posture of Bagwaquin. "It's just boxing." Grady's face darkened slightly, and he growled, and rushed towards Yisha again, raising his fist to hit Yisha's face. At the same time, the 2 monster heads behind him also rushed towards Yisha from 2 directions, with their mouths wide open, very ferocious. Yisha twisted his ankle, and was not moved by Grady's momentum. His body suddenly rotated. During the rotation, he pushed his palms flat, using his clever strength to push the 2 monster heads away, and then used the rotation to pass by Grady's fist. The next moment, the gentle feeling on Yisha's body suddenly disappeared. And then, the momentum suddenly became extremely violent, because Yisha is now using one of the most domineering ancient martial arts. Pai Guazong. Kai Shan Cannon. Bang! The fist shadow passed by, and Yisha's fists hit Grady's chest again, and the hidden power burst out. Grady only felt an unmatched force coming, and he could not stop the force at all, and his body flew backwards. Boom! Grady was like a kite with a broken string, crashing backwards, knocking down a wall, rolling continuously on the ground, and was blasted more than 10 meters away. Grady twisted his body and struggled to get up from the ground. He opened his mouth and kept spitting out blood, then looked at Yisha from the side. "Boxing?" "Yes." Yisha curled his lips. "It just happens to be very useful to you." "Ah!" Grady was silent for a moment, then suddenly clenched his teeth and roared, and his muscles suddenly swelled up. Puff! 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 Grady's waist and ribs suddenly split open, and 2 rows of fine metal spikes suddenly pierced out of Grady's body. At the lower back, the flesh and blood also broke apart, and a tail assembled from triangular blades slowly dragged out of Grady's body. At the same time, Grady's biological body was also mutating, and the flesh and blood on his body had rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The non-mechanical head on the right suddenly split into 4 pieces, and a bloody tongue suddenly drilled out and hung down. The left arm was raised, and the fingers of the fist slowly merged, as if they were stuck together. Blood kept spurting out, and finally the fist turned directly into a fist-shaped meatball. Puff! 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 The next moment, countless bone spurs suddenly pierced out of the fist-shaped meatball, which were extremely sharp. Grady's vocal cords seemed to be damaged by the mutation, and became extremely hoarse, as if something was rubbing against him. He spoke stiffly. "I hate myself becoming like this, and I hate being seen even more." "So?" Grady suddenly leaped up and rushed towards Yisha. "So?" Grady roared angrily. "Everyone who saw it must die." The fist-shaped meatball fell on Yisha's head. Yisha leaped up to avoid it. With a bang, a huge hole was smashed into the ground. Grady raised his head sharply, and the tail made of blades behind him suddenly rushed up and stabbed Yisha fiercely before Yisha landed in midair. Even in the state of martial arts supreme, Yisha's excellent skills were useless. Without a foothold, Yisha could not make any evasive movements at all. Nitrogen armor. Yisha immediately used the nitrogen armor to protect his body, intending to take the blow forcefully. Bang! At this time, Grady's tail pierced Yisha's body and knocked Yisha out. After moving several meters to the back, Yisha fell back to the ground, but he still couldn't resist the impact. He slid backwards on the ground, and it took a while for him to stabilize his body. Chapter 731 Hidden. Yisha looked at his shoulder from the side. A wound appeared on his shoulder, bleeding. The nitrogen armor was pierced by Grady's attack. Is it the complete form this time? Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. True strength? Roar! Grady's appearance almost no longer exists as a human form, but a pure monster. At the same time, the problem that cannot be avoided in corpse transformation is self-awareness and thinking. Computech has been working towards this goal. But it has obviously not succeeded yet. They want to create a super soldier who is not afraid of life and death like a zombie. Has a strong body, but has independent consciousness and thinking. However, how can there be such a perfect thing in this world? Grady is a good example. At present, Grady has not only lost his human form, but also gradually lost his existence value as a human. His thinking and consciousness have begun to be eroded by instinct. Then, he can't be considered a human, but only a beast or a monster. Roar! Grady roared again. And the sound was not like a human roar. Suddenly, Grady leaped up, pressed his body against the wall, and crushed the wall with his limbs. Then he turned his body sideways, and ran towards Yisha close to the wall. The next moment, the attack came. Grady's tail fell towards Yisha first. Yisha did not hesitate at all. The tail made of metal blades was unusual. Very sharp. And the material was extremely hard. It could pierce the nitrogen armor, which could prove many things. Yisha immediately raised his hand and swung out a nitrogen slash, shaking off the metal tail. But at this moment, the three monster heads fell down and rushed towards Yisha. Yisha jumped up, pierced the ceiling with his fingers, and the whole person was hanging upside down in the air, while the three monster heads fell to the ground, punching 3 holes in the ground. Yisha's face was gloomy. And then he said, "Go! Stay away." Yisha said this to the little fat man. The little fat man followed behind, but did not take action, because he could not find a suitable opportunity to take action. If he just threw the bomb at Grady randomly, it would be meaningless and would also affect Yisha. Hearing Yisha shout, the little fat man hesitated for a moment, then quickly retreated to the back. "Call!" Yisha took a deep breath, then exhaled. "Dragon transformation!" Yisha roared, tensed his whole body. Muscles slowly swelled. Fine blood beads began to appear on his body, and then pieces of dragon scales grew out of Yisha's body. Puff! Yisha raised his head and roared, and a dragon horn suddenly pierced out of his forehead with blood. Roar! The next moment, Yisha roared again. But this time, it was not an ordinary roar. Dragon roar. Grady came to Yisha again, but he had no time to attack. He felt that he was in a storm, and then his body was blown away and hit the wall hard. Yisha did not stop. When Grady hit the wall, he raised his arm. Dragon flame break. In front of Yisha, groups of dragon breath fire continued to appear, and then quickly condensed and entangled, turning into a fire dragon and flew forward. The corridor was very narrow, and there were many broken places. The fire dragon directly covered the entire corridor, and there was no escape. This was also the reason why Yisha asked the little fat man to run away. After entering the dragon state, the destructive power increased, and no matter how he attacked, it would affect the little fat man. Grady also struggled at this time, stood up again, and then met the fire dragon. The metal spikes growing from Grady's waist suddenly twisted and gathered, as if it was liquid metal, wrapping Grady's body and forming a piece of armor. Then the metal tail and 3 strange heads quickly surrounded Grady's body to defend himself. Boom! The fire dragon hit Grady's body and then exploded. The flames began to fly, sticking to the walls, the ground, and the ceiling. The temperature in the corridor continued to rise, like a boiling pot. It was unknown how long it lasted, but the flames finally began to dissipate, and black smoke surged everywhere. Grady's body was also blackened, and there was burnt flesh all over his body. But it was just a superficial wound, and Grady easily survived the impact of the dragon flame. However, when Grady looked up, he whimpered, and then kept shaking his head, as if looking for something, because Yisha was gone. Dragon Realm. Yisha was right next to Grady, next to a collapsed rubble, and the flickering lights formed a shadow, covering Yisha's body, making Yisha's figure hazy. Even so, it was easy to find Yisha, but Grady just couldn't see him. This was the terrifying part of the Dragon Realm. He couldn't see or hear anything. And most importantly, he was completely deprived of his sense of existence and couldn't sense anything. The only way to break the Dragon Realm was to keep Yisha out of sight from beginning to end. But it was too late. Grady lost sight of Yisha due to the flames. Grady was still sobbing. And then, he slowly walked forward. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. The rhythm is clear, and even the distance of each step seems almost the same, although he has lost his reason in thinking. His fighting instinct makes Grady more adept at fighting, and his instinctive actions are more reasonable. The exact same step length and frequency mean that Grady is very alert, from the bottom of his heart, just by instinct. But it's useless, because he really can't find Yisha. Suddenly, at the moment when Grady walked past him, Yisha flashed out from the side of the rubble and grabbed a strange head behind Grady. Roar! Yisha roared, then grabbed a monster head with one hand, raised his other hand to form a knife, and chopped it down with force. Puff! Blood splattered all over the ground. The monster head behind Grady was cut off by Yisha, spilling dirty liquid. Grady seemed extremely angry. He turned around and punched Yisha. The metal tail suddenly spread out and turned into countless blades, spinning around and then slashing on the wall, because Yisha disappeared again. Come out! Grady used his last bit of rationality to angrily shout at all sides. Get out! Then, Yisha's voice suddenly sounded behind Grady. I'm out. The moment he finished speaking, Yisha grabbed the other two monster heads, and then with a sudden force, he threw Grady out, hitting the surrounding walls continuously. And then, snake bite, with two sounds of puff, puff, accompanied by the shadow of the purple-scaled python surrounding his arms. The two monster heads were crushed by Yisha. Chapter 732 Winner. After Yisha blew up Grady's two monster heads again, he took 2 steps back and disappeared into the shadows. Grady seemed extremely angry. He turned around and roared loudly. Instead of continuing to search for Yisha, he started to punch wildly like a madman. Bang! 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 Grady's fist hit the wall, smashing it to pieces. Grady's fist hit the ground, smashing it to pieces. Yisha's mouth curled up involuntarily. He knew why Grady went crazy. Because he was constantly attacked but couldn't find the target, which was really maddening. Especially Grady's consciousness and thinking were very vague now. And he acted entirely on instinct, like a beast. In this case, it was obviously easier to be overwhelmed by anger. But because of this, he actually needed to calm down. Not like now. An opponent who lost his mind was obviously not as scary as a calm opponent. It's time to end, Yisha whispered softly. The time of the martial Tao Supreme was still going on, but it was also constantly passing. Yisha had to solve everything before then. After all, the martial Tao Supreme was the ultimate weapon against Grady. Otherwise, relying on the Dragon Realm alone, he could indeed continue to sneak attack and cause damage to Grady. But if he could not cause fatal damage, it would be meaningless. The existence of the martial Tao Supreme was specifically to break those opponents whose bodies were extremely strong on the surface, because the martial Tao Supreme's hidden power could directly attack the inside of the body. Huh? Yisha took a deep breath and watched Grady walk by him while destroying crazily. Then he flashed and walked out of the shadows. He raised his right fist and clenched it. The sound of mechanical rotation sounded inside the destroyer glove. The hydraulic system began to work, and white gas spurted out from the tail of the destroyer. At the same time, blue arcs appeared on both sides of the destroyer glove, jumping and making crackling sounds. Perhaps he heard the movement. Grady turned around suddenly, and saw Yisha appear behind him. Grady's anger instantly reached its peak, and he flew towards Yisha. But at this moment, Yisha raised his fist and blasted forward. Heavy punch. This was not an ordinary heavy punch, but a heavy punch mixed with the hidden power of the supreme martial arts. Bang! Grady stretched out his hands and grabbed Yisha's neck. The metal tail behind him pierced Yisha's thigh, and the metal spikes on both sides of his waist and ribs popped forward and pierced both sides of Yisha's lower abdomen. Yisha did not attack so many times, because he only threw one punch. That punch was imprinted on Grady's heart. Everything around seemed to be quiet. Not pure silence, but everything in the world was stagnant. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Of course, this was just an illusion. Time was the fairest thing in the world. It would not give someone an extra second, nor would it take away a second from someone. The stagnation of time was naturally an illusion. But the picture at this moment was indeed like time had stopped. It even seemed like it had been 3 or 4 seconds. Then, Yisha was covered in blood, and blood began to spurt from the wounds caused by Grady. As for Grady, he stood still, as if he had withstood Yisha's punch. But, bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise behind Grady, and in the middle of his back, Grady's body exploded. A huge blood hole appeared, and a bright red column of blood spurted out. Along with the blood column, The internal organs that were directly crushed into mincemeat flowed out of the blood hole. Grady's face was full of reluctance. He moved his lips, trying to express his reluctance, to roar, to shout, to curse. But in the end, Grady couldn't even utter a syllable and fell forward. Ugh! Yisha groaned. And with trembling hands, he took out a needle from his waist bag, pulled out the protective cover of the needle, and quickly pierced his neck and injected the liquid medicine into his body. The fat man ran out from the back and quickly supported Yisha. Are you okay? Yisha gritted his teeth. It's okay. There are more wounds, but no fatal injuries. The little fat man nodded. I'll help you walk. Yisha, how is Nyepa? The little fat man, not very clear, but there was no movement about 5 minutes ago. So there are two possibilities. Yisha nodded. Either Nyepa and Yiyu are dead, or the other party is dead. The little fat man supported Yisha and walked towards the place where the sound of Nyepa and Yiyu's battle came from before. About a quarter of an hour later, Yisha and the little fat man saw the two people. Yiyu leaned against the wall, limp there like mud. Obviously her brain was overconsumed. Yisha had seen her in this state several times before. This must be considered good news, because she only needed to rest and recover. This was not a fatal problem. It was probably the same as exhaustion of physical strength and collapse. Of course, the brain was more exhausted, but it was not a life-threatening situation. Apart from that, Yiyu did not seem to have too many injuries on her body. There were some bloodstains, but they were just superficial injuries. In fact, compared with Yiyu, Nyepa was much more miserable. Nyepa was lying on a piece of gravel, or hanging there, and his body seemed almost unable to move. And he couldn't climb down from the gravel at all. His body was covered with blood, and he looked even more miserable than Yisha. It was unknown whether he had a fatal injury, but Nyepo's left hand was completely useless, and his palm was twisted to the back strangely, and his arm bone should be shattered. There was a blood hole in his right leg, and a piece of flesh was directly dug out, deep enough to see the bone. Yiyu saw Yisha coming and waved her hands. He won't die. Yisha, what about him? Yiyu, he won't die either. His vital parts weren't seriously injured, but he lost too much blood. He has hundreds of dense wounds, but he was injected with medicine to stop the bleeding. He was also injected with recovery medicine and blood replenishing medicine. Moreover, he has a primary regeneration ability, so he shouldn't die, but he's half dead. He has to go back to the Doomsday train and drink the healing medicine before he can move. Yisha nodded and said to the fat boy, carry him on your back. I can do it myself. The little fat man agreed, let go of Yisha, and ran to carry Nyepa on his back. Unfortunately, he was too short, so he could only drag Nyepa forward. Yisha, let's go. The remaining three are not a concern. Yisha walked forward with the help of the wall, and the little fat man dragged Nyepa. Yiyu tried it, and was able to walk with a shaky body. Like Yisha, she staggered forward with the help of the wall, and slowly moved her steps through the corridor that had completely become a ruin, and walked towards the room at the end. Chapter 733 Dead End. That room is where the server is placed, and there are 3 Tianlong warriors in it. The other party didn't seem to care much, and was fiddling with the computer. Maybe in their opinion, the one who came back must be Grady, and must be their companion. Yisha, don't kill them all. Leave one alive. It was not until Yisha spoke that the 3 Tianlong warriors realized something was wrong. They turned around and saw the fat man rushing towards them. Explosion! The little fat man came to a Tianlong warrior, stretched out his hand, and gently stroked the belly of a Tianlong warrior. Then, with a loud bang, the explosion sounded suddenly, and then the body of the Tianlong warrior was directly blown into 2 pieces. Blood, internal organs, and bone fragments were scattered all over the ground. The little fat man did not stop, turned around and rushed to the other 2 Tianlong warriors. With the little fat man's strength, it was indeed difficult to deal with a guy like Grady. But 3 Tianlong warriors, even the elite Tianlong warriors, would not be a big problem. In the blink of an eye, the second Tianlong warrior also fell in a pool of blood, his body twitching. Although he had not yet died, he was almost dead. According to Yisha's instructions, the fat man crippled the remaining Tianlong warrior's legs, making him lose his fighting power. And then he left him alone. Yisha came to the computer. There was a series of incomprehensible program codes on the screen. There was a progress bar at the bottom. It had reached 51% and was still moving forward. After Yisha pressed cancel several times without any response, he directly reached out and violently removed a hard disk that was plugged into the server using an external connection. The English prompt program operation error immediately appeared on the screen. "Hey, come out." Yisha shook the hard drive and shouted around, "I know you can see it." A screen next to him suddenly lit up and flickered. Dr. Sarah appeared on the screen and said to Yisha, "Destroy that hard drive, and I will tell you the location of the Mad Sand Temple." "No." Yisha's face was pale, but he smiled, making him look a little scary. Then he calmed down. "You speak first, and then I will destroy this thing." Dr. Sarah hesitated for a moment, then said, after arriving at the ancient river city, "Follow the Roland River out of the city, enter the desert, and head southeast. There is a place called Emerald River Valley. When dusk comes, the setting sun will reveal the road to the Mad Sand Temple in the depths of the valley." Yisha nodded and handed the hard drive to the fat man. "Put it back in." Dr. Sarah's eyes widened. "You don't keep your word, Yisha, since you are unwilling to tell the truth and tell me a wrong route at random. Why should I keep my word? My promise is based on the premise that you tell the truth." "Dr. Sarah, I didn't. I'm telling the truth." Yisha held the table and sat on it. "Dr. Sarah, don't treat others as fools. Have you ever thought about why I know the Crazy Sand Temple?" Dr. Sarah was silent. Yisha smiled and continued, "In fact, it doesn't matter how I know it. What matters is that I know it." "Indeed? I don't know the location of the Crazy Sand Temple. But since I know the Crazy Sand Temple, it means that I can't be completely ignorant of that place." Yisha moved the corners of his mouth to make himself look more smiling, so that he could look more confident, because he really knew nothing about the Mad Sand Temple. Yisha was just deceiving Dr. Sarah. Yisha smiled. "At least the information I have is enough to judge whether you are telling the truth." Dr. Sarah hesitated for a moment. "If you don't destroy the hard drive, I can't tell you." "Yisha, then let's use another method to solve this problem." At Yisha's eye signal, the little fat man quickly connected the hard drive back to the server. "Dr. Sarah, given your insincere attitude, Yisha, I will destroy the Eye of God system, and then we will talk face to face." This is another choice for Yisha. Since Dr. Sarah refused to tell the location of the Mad Sand Temple, it was very simple. He would not ask, but take Dr. Sarah back directly, and his mission would be completed. Finally, how to pry open Dr. Sarah's mouth was not his problem, but the train conductors. Dr. Sarah was silent again, and then said, "If you do this, you will never know where the Mad Sand Temple is." Yisha reasoned. Dr. Sarah showed a proud and victorious smile on his face, "Because I am the God's Eye system, and the God's Eye system is me." The moment Dr. Sarah finished speaking, a device in the corner suddenly projected a beam of light, and then in front of Yisha and the other's eyes, a 3D projection of Dr. Sarah suddenly appeared. Yisha sneered, "Do you think I will believe it?" "Dr. Sarah, this is true. About 3 months ago, Compu invaded the Star Building. Although we won in the end, we also suffered heavy losses. I was seriously injured, and it was impossible for me to survive. In my last moments, I used the TX zombie virus purification agent to merge myself with the main server and supercomputer of the Star Building." Yisha and the others looked at each other, all a little stunned, and didn't know how to judge whether this was true or false. Dr. Sarah continued, "The Eye of God system is not only a security system, but also the main server system of the Star Building. Because I am now integrated with the server and supercomputer, destroying the Eye of God system is equivalent to killing me." Dr. Sarah said this, and there was a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "Don't you think about it. If it was just to destroy the Eye of God system, would I be so anxious?" Yisha gritted his teeth and pulled the half-crippled Tianlong warrior up from the ground. Growling, "Is what he said true?" The Tianlong warrior said without hesitation, "Fake. Asshole." Yisha left the Tianlong warrior and looked at Dr. Sarah. This guy is telling the truth. From the perspective of Computech and the Tianlong warrior, they would naturally destroy everything. If Dr. Sarah was telling the truth, the Tianlong warrior would definitely say he was lying. What if Dr. Sarah was lying? The Tianlong warrior would definitely say Dr. Sarah was lying. There seems to be no difference between the two. Actually, there is a difference. If it is the latter, because it is a lie, the Tianlong warriors will definitely produce evidence and try their best to prove that Dr. Sarah is lying, so as to urge Yisha to continue to operate the hard drive. But if it is the truth, like now, there is only a blunt lie. Because the Tianlong warriors cannot prove that Dr. Sarah is lying. And the reason why they cannot prove it is that Dr. Sarah is telling the truth. Chapter 734 Biomecha. So, you can't do anything to me. Dr. Sarah, destroying the Eye of God's system is equivalent to killing me. And if you kill me, you will never know the location of the Mad Sand Temple. Yisha bit her lip lightly. Being tricked. Now some doubts can be explained. Why there is no one in the Star Building. Why Dr. Sarah sent Prince to stop them. And why Dr. Sarah's situation became so bad. Of course, Dr. Sarah showed up to negotiate when Yisha and his men had not invaded deeply. The worst thing was naturally the current situation. Although Yisha had felt something strange a long time ago. When Dr. Sarah proposed the conditions, he felt that Dr. Sarah's words, especially the conditions without any constraints, were deliberately trying to gain their trust. However, Yisha didn't care. Whether to believe or not has always existed in Yisha's heart. And it does not depend on Dr. Sarah's actions. Yisha has always been rational. Therefore, Yisha had already made up his mind to use each other. And after getting the hard drive, he would use it to threaten Dr. Sarah. But Yisha did not expect that he still lost the game. And the current situation was a dead end. After a moment, Yisha looked up. But even if I don't destroy you, you don't plan to tell me the location of the Crazy Sand Temple, right? Yisha came to the computer and pressed the enter key. The prompt on the screen disappeared. And the hard drive started to work again. Dr. Sarah was surprised. You want to die together? Yisha, it's up to you to decide. You still have time to think. The progress bar is 51%. No. It's 52% now. Before the virus takes effect. Tell me the location of the Crazy Sand Temple, and I will unplug the hard drive. Dr. Sarah was anxious. If you destroy me, you won't know the location of the Crazy Sand Temple. Yisha, so? Back to the previous question. If I don't destroy you, will you tell it? Dr. Sarah fell silent again. Yisha pointed at the screen. 57%. Dr. Sarah, I must remind you that for me, the great thing is that I don't know where the Mad Sand Temple is. And you will disappear from this world. Dr. Sarah, if I tell you, will you believe me? Yisha, it depends on what you can show me to trust. In addition, you'd better make a decision quickly. It's already 60%. Everyone suddenly fell silent. But it couldn't hide their anxiety at all. Yiyu kept winking at Yisha. Things were not as simple as Yisha said. If Dr. Sarah really died, it would not only mean that they would not be able to find out the location of the Crazy Sand Temple. That means the mission failed. The Doomsday train cannot fail. Failure means that you cannot return to the Doomsday train. Yisha seemed not to notice Yiyu winking at him. And spoke again, Dr. Sarah. It's already 65%. Dr. Sarah seemed very patient and remained unmoved. So, another game began. Yisha believed that no one did not cherish life. Even though Dr. Sarah was no longer a human being, he was still alive in another form and continued his life. In this case, he must cherish the opportunity to live. Therefore, Dr. Sarah could not watch the virus completely invade, destroy the Eye of God's system, and kill him. Similarly, Dr. Sarah firmly believed that Yisha did not dare to let the virus complete the invasion. Because as long as he was still alive, whether he told the location of the Mad Sand Temple or not, there was always a glimmer of hope to find out. Negotiation, threats, or any other methods can all be tried. But if you are killed, then the only glimmer of hope will no longer exist. Both of them are playing a game. Or it is not quite accurate to say that they are playing a game. It should be a gamble. Both of them are betting that the other party is not as firm as themselves, or that the other party is more timid than themselves. The progress bar keeps moving forward. And the further it moves forward, the more nervous everyone becomes. But they must make themselves look calm so as to force the other party to compromise. 85%. Yisha reminded again, you don't have much time. Dr. Sarah, no. I don't believe you. You won't do that. Yisha firmly, I will. Dr. Sarah, then I can only do it myself. Yisha raised his head suddenly. And Dr. Sarah's 3D projection kept shaking. Because the ground was shaking. Yisha shouted, get out of the way. Yiyu quickly floated into the air. And the fat man dragged Nyep and ran out of the door. Suddenly, boom, the ground broke apart. And a huge claw suddenly poked out from below. Biomech. Dr. Sarah's last trump card. The bioframe in front of him was slightly different from the one driven by Waverly that Yisha saw in the Death Playground. In terms of size, this biomech was slightly smaller, but it was also about 3 meters long, with a humanoid posture, blood red all over, and covered with pieces of red, beetle-like carapace. The muscles between the carapace gaps are black, like twisted steel bars. The red and black body looks very majestic. The hands are beast claws, and there is a row of sharp black barbs on the back. Finally, there is the head. It is a monster head that is similar to a human head. It is inverted triangle shape, covered with fine black scales, shaped like crocodile scales, with a total of 6 bloody pupils, and a mouth that can make the head open directly. There are no ears and mouth, and there are black scales on both sides of the head extending backwards. Roar! After climbing up from the bottom of the building, the biomech roared at Yisha, then raised his fist, and was about to smash the server. But just as the huge fist fell, Yisha suddenly stretched out his palm to block the fist of the biomech. Yisha looked at Dr. Sarah's 3D projection. I'm sorry. I won't let you do this. Bang! Yisha raised his foot fiercely, and kicked the biomech away. But it also affected the wound and he kept coughing. Roar! The biomech fell to the ground, raised its head and roared loudly. The carapace behind it suddenly opened, and then 4 grenades suddenly flew out on the left and right, bombarding towards Yisha. Nitrogen armor. Yisha quickly opened the nitrogen armor. But this time it was not just to protect his body, but to expand the nitrogen armor to protect the server as well. Boom! 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 Grenades exploded continuously. Flames rolled, and everything around was blown away. In a moment, the flames and black smoke dissipated, and Yisha held the server and kept coughing up blood. But the server was not blown up, and the progress bar was still jumping. Chapter 735 Battle. The biological mecha immediately twisted its body and stood up again, coming towards Yisha, raising its fist and smashing down. Bang! Yisha stretched out his left hand. Snake bite. The shadow of the purple-scaled python surrounded Yisha's left arm, and Yisha took the biological mecha's fist directly in a tough way. At this time, the fat man settled Nyepa, rushed back again, quickly ran to the side of the biological mecha, and raised his palm to press on the waist of the biological mecha. Explode! Accompanied by the little fat man's light shout. A roar suddenly sounded from the waist of the biological mecha, and the fireball suddenly exploded, and the explosion blew the biological mecha away. The little fat man looked at Yisha. Is it okay? Yisha's face was pale, and he pointed at the biological mecha. Don't worry about me. Stop this guy. The little fat man nodded, and at the moment when the biological mecha stood up, he directly rushed over and slammed into the arms of the biological mecha. Although the little fat man is short and focuses on explosions to fight, the body of an ordinary person is destined to be difficult to survive in the end times. The little fat man has also injected a lot of physical fitness enhancement drugs. Therefore, the little fat man's strength is not weak. When the little fat man crashed into the arms of the biological mecha, he directly knocked the biological mecha to the ground, and then fell into a ball and kept rolling. After a while, he hit the wall, and the little fat man suddenly jumped up from the ground and jumped back. At the same time, he threw his hand forward and threw 2 metal balls. Defense. The little fat man raised his hand, and countless metal pieces suddenly flew out of his sleeves, forming a round shield in front of the little fat man. The little fat man shrank his body and hid behind. Boom! Boom! The sound of the explosion rang out, and the fireball quickly engulfed the biomech. At the same time, the floor was also blown to pieces, and the biomech fell directly to the next floor. The flames rushing towards the little fat man were completely blocked by the metal round shield. After landing, the little fat man stabilized his body, and then walked quickly towards the big hole in the ground, looking for the sound of the biomech. But, with a boom, at this moment, the ground behind the little fat man cracked, and the biomech roared, smashed the floor behind the little fat man, and rushed out again, then swung his arm violently, sweeping the little fat man away. Bang! The little fat man hit the wall beside him. The biomech roared loudly, and then strode forward. But at this moment, puff! A crack suddenly appeared on the back of the biomech, and liquid with a strong smell of oil and fishy smell spilled out. It was Yisha's nitrogen slash that hit the back of the biomech fiercely. Roar! The biomech roared again, then twisted its body, and a broken cable was dragged out and fell to the ground, constantly emitting arcs. Attack from the wound. Yisha shouted to the little fat man. The upper metal part, near the heart, is where the core of the operation is. Yisha shouted loudly. Although he was not completely sure. He had dealt with biological mechas before, and had a certain understanding of their operation. Last time, Waverly's biological mecha was drivable. So the chest was where the cockpit was. The chip was installed in the brain, and the driver was behind the cockpit. These two places are the key points. And the biological mecha in front of him is much smaller, and has no driver. Instead, Dr. Sarah directly controls the program to run. It is unknown whether there are any differences in the structure. The only thing Yisha can do is to block it. The little fat man gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, and ran quickly towards the biological mecha. Then he jumped and threw himself on the back of the biological mecha. Then he took out a metal pipe and planned to stuff it into the back of the biological mecha. But at this moment, the little fat man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. The little fat man's pupils suddenly contracted, expanded, and then contracted, and blood flowed from his mouth involuntarily. Looking down, it was the triangular metal spikes on the back of the biological mecha that suddenly ejected and directly pierced his chest and abdomen, and the blood completely dyed his clothes red. Go to hell! The little fat man gritted his teeth to prevent himself from being thrown out by the biological mecha, and then pressed the metal pipe in his hand into the wound of the biological mecha. Zila! The next moment, a sound of electric current suddenly appeared, and then azure light burst out from the body of the biological mecha. The azure blue light mixed with electric current quickly overflowed from the body of the biological mecha, and then enveloped the body of the biological mecha. Electromagnetic bomb. As the azure light enveloped the body of the biological mecha twitched and shook rapidly as if it was electrocuted. And then wisps of black smoke emerged from all parts of the body. Bang! The biomech fell forward and hit the ground hard. The little fat man was also thrown out at this moment, lying on his back, with his body spread out in a big letter shape, gasping for breath, looking quite painful. 98%. Yisha glanced at the screen, and then glared at Dr. Sarah's phantom. It's time to make a decision. Believe me, I will never compromise. Dr. Sarah's 3D phantom looked anxious. The biomech was his last trump card. Obviously, Dr. Sarah also prepared a backup plan, so that Yisha and Compu Company would both lose, and then send the biomech to destroy the hard drive. Unfortunately, his trump card was not enough. Both Compu and Yisha's men had combat power that exceeded Dr. Sarah's expectations. 99%. Yisha shook his head. You don't have time to hesitate. The last 1% of progress. According to the previous progress, 1% of progress will only take about 40 to 60 seconds. As Yisha said, Dr. Sarah no longer has time to hesitate. Stop. Stop that damn thing. Dr. Sarah yelled hysterically. Hurry up. I will tell you where the Temple of the Wild Sand is. I promise that I will tell you the truth this time. Yisha curled his lips and smiled. He won. Shaking his body, Yisha grabbed the external cable of the hard drive and tried to pull it out. But at this moment, ugh! Yisha suddenly felt a huge force around his neck. He groaned involuntarily and was dragged to the ground. Two arms locked Yisha's neck tightly and tightened it. Yisha looked sideways and was surprised. You bastard are not dead yet. The guy who suddenly appeared was Grady. He was covered in blood and his waist and abdomen were hit through by a blow. But he was not dead yet. Chapter 736, Failure at the Last Hurdle. Don't forget, I am a great evolutionary being. Don't compare me to fragile humans. Grady said grimly. So, I won this time. Yisha looked up and saw the progress bar on the screen reached 100%. Invasion successful. Virus infection successful. Program formatting started. Data template will be started immediately. Server power equipment destroyed. Subtitles flashed continuously on the screen. And Dr. Sarah screamed in pain, no. Along with a roar. Dr. Sarah's 3D projection began to shake constantly. Then turned into a silver line. Completely disappeared without a trace. And was completely silent. Asshole. Yisha cursed angrily. Then hit Grady in the face with an elbow. Struggled out of Grady's arms. And then kicked Grady aside fiercely. Do you know what you did? Yisha roared. Grabbed Grady's head. And lifted his body up. I will crush you. Ha ha ha. Grady laughed. You can kill me. But you are still the loser. And I win. Crack. Yisha grabbed Grady's shoulders. And then exerted force, forcibly pulling the guy's head off. Countless cables were stretched straight. And then one after another broke. The green liquid and blood splashed around, making the ground all over. Yisha threw Grady's head aside, rolling, and the metal parts hit the ground, making a constant clanging sound. Yisha seemed to be still unsatisfied, and suddenly raised his fist and punched the wall. With a loud bang, the wall was smashed to pieces. Yisha returned to the server, unplugged the hard drive, and tried to restart the server. But there was no response at all. The power supply of the entire Shingshan building was cut off, and the power generation equipment should also be written off. Moreover, Yisha believed that even if a new power supply could be connected, it would probably be useless. The server system must have been formatted. Which means, Dr. Sarah is dead. Asshole. Bang. Yisha smashed the hard drive to pieces with one punch, and cursed fiercely. The little fat man covered his wound and sat up with difficulty. That means we are finished. Right? Yisha bit his lip, but did not speak. The little fat man, well, think about it in a positive way. We are strong. Even if we don't return to the Doomsday train, we can deal with zombies. Find food. Find water. And we can survive. I don't think you can survive at all. Yi Yu's voice sounded with a hint of coldness. Let's not talk about the one at the door who is dead. With your injuries, you won't live long. The little fat man was angry. Can't people have some dreams? Yi Yu, you are delusional. Shut up. Yisha said in a low voice. Take Nyepa and notify Wang Likuan. Let's go. Yi Yu curled her lips. Where else can we go? Back to the Doomsday train? How to go back? Yisha stood up and walked past Yi Yu, looking down at her. Do you know? After experiencing the taste of death once, I swore that no one can let me die. No one can. Yisha dragged the biomechanical machine, smashed the outer wall and threw it out, then jumped down. Boom! The corpse flower sprang out from the ground, and its vines circled around, catching Yisha. Fighting in the high-rise building, the corpse flower could not help. It could not enter the building with half of its body, so it was waiting outside. The little fat man looked at Yi Yu, shrugged his shoulders, ran outside to drag Nyepa back, and threw him downstairs. The little fat man, are you sure you don't want to leave? Whether you can return to the Doomsday train or not. He is always the strongest one among us. If you don't follow him, are you going to rely on yourself? After the little fat man finished speaking, he jumped directly towards the corpse flower. Yi Yu gritted her teeth and took out the communicator. The Eye of God system is destroyed. There should be nothing to bother you. Climb the elevator passage and gather outside the building. After Yi Yu finished speaking, she also jumped outside the building. The corpse flower caught people one by one, and after waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Wang Likuan hurriedly ran out of the entrance, and then was surprised. What happened to you? So miserable? Shut up. Yi Yu roared impatiently. I don't want to talk now. The atmosphere was quite depressing. No matter how dumb Wang Likuan was, he knew it was not the right time to speak. So he climbed up the corpse flower vines. The corpse flower temporarily served as a means of transportation, using the vines to carry several people and move forward along the street. Yisha leaned on the corpse flower vines and closed his eyes. But everyone knew that he was not asleep, and no one could sleep at this time. The little fat man hesitated, although I think it's not good to say this at this time. Is there really any way? Wang Likuan roughly understood what was going on, and felt guilty. I am too useless and can't help at all. Yisha opened his eyes. I said, I won't die. Since I won't die, how did you die? Yisha didn't explain too much, and he was too lazy to explain. Then, Yisha and others suddenly found that their route was heading towards the Doomsday train platform. Want to go back? Yi Yu looked grim. If you force your way into the Doomsday train, you will definitely die. It's better to think of other ways. Yisha still didn't answer, just lying there quietly, until he reached the Doomsday train platform. Then he opened his eyes, and took the lead in stepping onto the platform. The little fat man and Yi Yu looked at each other, and could only follow. The Doomsday train still looked the same, but it was different from the past, making people feel a little palpitation. Yisha walked forward and tried to cross the door, but was stopped. The proprietress stood at the door with her arms folded, still looking lazy, with an indescribable charm. Yisha, get out of the way. The proprietress, although we have a good relationship. Rules are rules. And you failed. Yi Sha, on the Doomsday train. Breaking the rules means death. The boss lady looked up at Yi Sha. Yi Sha again. No one can stop the Doomsday train from killing people. Because you won't even know how you died. And your head will be cut off. Boss lady, what do you want to say? Yi Sha pushed the boss lady away and walked into the Doomsday train. I can't die. It won't kill me. The boss lady was silent for a while. Do you know what this means? Yi Sha sneered. Many people equate Doomsday train with the train conductor. Because the train conductor is the highest position and the strongest person. But Yi Sha knew that it was not the case. The train conductor could not represent Doomsday train at all. Especially when the boss lady told Yi Sha that the train conductor could not leave Doomsday train at will. Yi Sha was more convinced of his guess. The train conductor was also bound by the Doomsday train conductor. The mission to Sky City was not given by Doomsday train. Yi Sha looked at the boss lady. It was given by the train conductor. Chapter 737 Wolf and Dog. The boss lady fell silent again. Others stood at the door of the carriage, wanting to go in but not daring to, and could only watch Yi Sha confront the boss lady. After a long time, the boss lady spoke. Well, you really can't die. Yi Sha's mouth curved. Boss lady, but do you want to resist the conductor? Yi Sha, I respect the conductor. Because he is a strong man. At least stronger than me. But nothing is more important than being alive. And I will not fail. Never. The boss lady, you didn't get the location of the Wild Sand Temple from Dr. Sarah. Nor did you bring Dr. Sarah back. Yes. Yi Sha smiled. Fortunately, you still remember the content of the mission. The boss lady, what do you mean? The train conductor asked me to do it. Not to trouble Dr. Sarah, but to find the Wild Sand Temple. Yi Sha, send me to the ancient river city. The boss lady frowned. You want to take advantage of the situation? Yi Sha, I am stating the facts. The proprietress raised her head and looked at Yi Sha. But Yi Sha had no intention of avoiding her. Then let him go. The two of them didn't know how long they had been confronting each other. Suddenly, a voice came from the carriage. Malfarion came out and smiled. Let him go to the ancient river city. Yi Sha nodded slightly. Thank you. Yi Sha turned and entered the carriage. The fat man hesitated for a moment and followed in first. After the proprietress and Malfarion didn't stop him, the others quickly filed in. Malfarion glanced at the carriage. I heard that Gauss was going to let him replace Li Xuanhe. The boss lady, I'm not sure. But the conductor does seem to have such an idea. Malfarion, I don't recommend doing this. He is much more dangerous than Li Xuanhe. Li Xuanhe is not as good as him. The boss lady, why? Malfarion smiled. Many small things can show a person's character and will. Let me ask you. If you see a stray dog lying on the side of the road injured and dying at any time, what do you think most people will do? The boss lady did not answer. And Malfarion gave the answer. Most people will choose to ignore it and think it has nothing to do with them. What characteristics do you think this behavior reflects? The boss lady, indifferent? No. It's not indifferent. Malfarion, stray dogs may have germs and may be aggressive. Ignoring them is not indifferent, but a social norm. Because most people don't care. If a human faints due to a sudden illness, but no one cares, that's indifferent. The boss lady, what do you want to express? Malfarion continued, if someone throws stones at stray dogs, it is a disrespect for life. And this person may even have violent tendencies. Treating them represents enthusiasm. So, what would a normal person do if they encountered such a thing? The landlady frowned. Malfarion, he would beg, admit his mistakes, and hope that the conductor would give him another chance. In fact, since it was a task given by the conductor, and was not bound by the rules of Doomsday train, he could indeed get a chance. Even twice or 3 times. As long as the conductor was willing. The landlady, but he didn't. Malfarion, yes. He saw through everything. And then he didn't choose to beg, but negotiate. This is an instinct formed by his character and will. And it also shows some of his thoughts and characteristics. He doesn't respect or fear the conductor. Nor does he care about resisting the conductor. He doesn't do this because it's unnecessary, and he's not strong enough. Malfarion was silent for a while. Then spoke again. So, he is very dangerous. Li Xuanhe is at best a dog that will steal food from his owner's refrigerator. He is always afraid of the train conductor in his heart. And he is a wolf. It is not good to let the wolf replace the dog. The boss lady, if so, why did you help him? Malfarion, even if I don't help him, can you stop him from getting on the train? He has already said that the Doomsday train will not kill him. And he can't die. Moreover, this is just my judgment. But in the final analysis, everything depends on the will of the train conductor. At this point, Malfarion suddenly laughed. Maybe, Malfarion, our conductor would prefer to keep a wolf? After all, wolves are more ferocious and more useful than dogs. The boss lady, then, everything will remain the same. Yes, Malfarion, what he said is actually right. What if he can really find the Temple of the Wild Sands? In this case, let him find it. As long as he can find it, there is nothing wrong. However, put some pressure on him. After Malfarion finished speaking, he turned and entered the carriage. We must make him understand. Malfarion's voice came faintly from the carriage. Failure is not allowed to happen again. Since he has shown his toughness, he must show his strength to match it. The proprietress did not respond, but entered the carriage and returned to the dining car. Yisha and the others sat quietly, and the proprietress took out the healing potion and placed it in front of everyone. Wait for my notice. The proprietress, the next stop is to take you to the ancient river city. Yisha nodded, thank you. After drinking the healing potion, Yisha knew that he had one. But this matter was still very bad. On the Doomsday train, only the strong have privileges. The conductor is undoubtedly the strongest and has the most privileges. So it is really not good to do this. Although Yisha knew very well that the conductor could not do anything directly to him. If he caused the conductor's dissatisfaction and anger, his life would definitely be difficult. This made Yisha more determined in his belief. If he wanted to not be controlled and bound by anyone, he could only become stronger and firmly grasp his own destiny. But the regret was that that was not what Yisha could do at the moment. All he could do now was to continue to climb up and climb higher. In fact, Yisha actually had a second plan in mind. He planned to take out the stone ball and the sarcophagus as conditions. However, things went more smoothly than Yisha imagined. He did not need to pay any price to get back on the Doomsday train. However, everything still depended on the will of the train conductor. It was not enough to get on the Doomsday train. Then, let's wait and see what happens. Yisha murmured in his heart, if the conductor really has any ideas, he should express them to me. While thinking, Yisha stood up and prepared to return to his personal compartment. At this time, the boss lady suddenly said, that girl is looking for you. Yisha stopped and wondered, who? The boss lady, looking for the one who came to take the train attendant assessment. Oh! Yisha suddenly realized. And then, did she pass the assessment? The boss lady, she passed. But it's a bit troublesome. You can talk to her yourself. I will inform her that you are back. Chapter 738 Evolution. Yisha nodded and left the dining car. When he returned to his personal compartment, Yisha was slightly stunned because he saw Du Lingling sitting at the door, with her knees hugged. Isn't this too efficient? She actually arrived before him. However, Yisha soon realized that this was not the case. Because Du Lingling fell asleep at the door of his compartment. Hey! Yisha pushed Du Lingling. Wake up! Du Lingling groaned and then opened her eyes in a daze. Ah! Du Lingling stood up. You're back? Yisha nodded. Why are you sitting here? Waiting for you to come back. Du Lingling hung her head like a child who had made a mistake. I'm in trouble. Yisha, didn't you pass the flight attendant assessment? Du Lingling nodded. Then looked embarrassed, but... that? Yisha, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't hesitate. Du Lingling, the arbitrator was broken and can't move at all. Yisha's pupil shrank suddenly, and he stared at Du Lingling, hoping that she would tell him that this was a joke. Unfortunately, Du Lingling lowered her head again, looking like she was wrong. Damn it! Yisha couldn't help but curse. Is today his unlucky day? First, he saw that the mission was about to succeed, but it was ruined by someone. And now Du Lingling told him that the arbitrator was useless. Yisha said in a deep voice, Where is the arbitrator? Du Lingling, in the personal compartment. He went in by himself, and was seriously injured. And then, he didn't move. I wanted to go in and take a look, but you were not in your personal compartment, so I couldn't go in. Yisha pushed the carriage open. How serious is the injury? Du Lingling followed Yisha into the carriage. Half of the head was knocked off. The chest was completely broken. The mechanical part inside was not broken. but the other side of the body was cut apart. Anyway, except for the lower body, there is no intact part of the upper body. Maybe it's like this? Du Lingling said, as she followed Yi Sha into the workshop. Then her face showed surprise, and became unsure. The arbitrator lay in the sarcophagus, his hands folded on his chest. Except for the tattered clothes on his upper body, there was no wound on his body. Yi Sha was puzzled. Is the injury serious? Du Lingling looked incredulous. It was not like this when he came back. He was really seriously injured, and couldn't walk at all. I dragged him back. After returning to the Doomsday train, he barely climbed into the carriage by himself. Yi Sha frowned and looked at the arbitrator. Du Lingling didn't need to lie to herself. After all, what good would such a lie do to her? There was no benefit at all. On the contrary, it might be exchanged for Yi Sha's complaints and anger. But the arbitrator does seem to be fine. As Yi Sha thought about it, he reached out to touch the arbitrator. From the touch, it seems that there is no problem. Yi Sha did not feel any wounds, and the chest was not soft, which means that the mechanical parts inside the body are also intact. Yi Sha then took out the PDA and tried to give the arbitrator a command. But there was no response. Or to be more direct, the prompt displayed on the PDA was that the program could not be connected, which means that it could not be connected to the arbitrator's program. Yi Sha pondered. Some problems did occur. Du Lingling was anxious. What should we do now? Yi Sha, it has nothing to do with you. I asked you to take the flight attendant assessment, and I lent you the arbitrator. This is my choice. In this case, I should bear any problems. Du Lingling, but... Yi Sha waved his hand to interrupt. You go back first. Go to the boss lady to ask about the flight attendants, and get familiar with the identity of the flight attendants as soon as possible. I will handle the next things myself. Du Lingling opened her mouth, finally nodded, then took out the void snake spear and the 6-flower shield and placed them on the sofa. I put your things here. No need. Just take them away. Yi Sha, anyway, you passed the crew assessment and did a good job. This is a reward. Du Lingling smacked her lips. Still didn't say much. Took the things and left the personal compartment. Yi Sha looked at the arbitrator quietly, then moved his eyes, and finally fixed on the sarcophagus. No matter what, Du Lingling had no reason to lie to him. The lady boss seemed to know about this. The arbitrator must have been seriously injured. But why did he suddenly get better? The only thing Yi Sha could think of was the sarcophagus. Could it be that the sarcophagus is actually used for treatment? Yi Sha couldn't help but murmured. And then his eyes lit up. It seems that not everything is unlucky on unlucky days. If his speculation is correct, maybe he can find a way to use the sarcophagus, which is undoubtedly a lucky thing. Yi Sha immediately brought the equipment and began to scan the data of the arbitrator. And then, Yi Sha was stunned. This is not a cure at all, but a mutation. No, or it should be said to be evolution. The arbitrator's physical fitness is ridiculous. How ridiculous? The arbitrator's physical fitness data is not much worse than Yi Sha's. And even the arbitrator's strength data is higher than Yi Sha's. This is completely different from before. Yi Sha vaguely remembered that the arbitrator's physical data was only about 2/3 of his own, and might be even weaker, because of the fusion of the zombie's body. The arbitrator is relatively outstanding in terms of strength, but compared with Yi Sha's physical fitness, it is also only 3/4 of the level. Therefore, the current data of these physical fitness can be said to be greatly improved. Yi Sha frowned, quickly scanned again, and observed the situation inside the arbitrator, and then became more shocked. Mechanical zombie? Yi Sha looked at the screen and kept muttering, impossible. This is impossible. The arbiter is definitely not a mechanical zombie. Strictly speaking, it should be a man-made biochemical weapon, the same type as a biological mecha. The biological part is biological, and the mechanical part is mechanical. The value of the mechanical part is to assist the biological part, and at the same time, through mechanical operation, it can move. But the body structure of the arbiter shown on the screen at the moment, the biological part is obviously completely integrated with the mechanical part. A layer of flesh and blood covers the mechanical part, and at the same time, the cables have changed. It is not just pure power transmission. The inside and outside are covered with a layer of flesh membrane, and there are signs of blood flow, and it does not affect the power supply. As for the mechanical core of the arbiter, it is completely buried and wrapped in flesh and blood, and connected into one. This is completely the characteristic of a mechanical zombie. Chapter 739 Mechanical Heart. So that's it. Yisha stood up excitedly, even bumping into the chair. Then ran to the side of the sarcophagus and carefully stroked it. This is the power of the sarcophagus. Looking at the current appearance of the arbitrator, and recalling the zombie king lying in the sarcophagus, Yisha felt that his speculation should be almost right. The power of the sarcophagus is biological evolution, which can help organisms choose or assist the evolutionary route and become more powerful. As an artificial biochemical weapon, the arbitrator has mutated and developed plant characteristics due to plant viruses. Since plants are also organisms, the arbitrator has evolved from a weapon to an alien organism. However, this evolution is relatively weak. The arbitrator has indeed undergone some changes, and has certain thinking abilities. But these changes cannot bring anything to the arbitrator. But in any case, the arbitrator is indeed an alien organism. Considering the arbitrator's situation, if evolution occurs, what direction will it evolve in? Mechanical zombies. Yes, this is the most reasonable and most suitable evolutionary route for the arbitrator that Yisha could think of. So, the arbitrator lay in the sarcophagus and evolved into a mechanical zombie. Yisha suddenly became curious. What would he evolve into if he lay in it? What is the most suitable evolutionary form and evolutionary route for humans? Of course, no matter what it is, Yisha does not intend to do it, because God knows what will happen in the end. Secondly, regarding the power of the sarcophagus as evolution, Yisha feels that it is almost certain. But if you think more deeply, what kind of category does the power of the sarcophagus act on? What are the conditions for evolution? Yisha still knows nothing about these. First of all, the evolution category is really hard to say, because the arbitrator and the zombie king who was lying inside before should be considered corpses? Or living dead? In short, the category should be the same. Yisha feels that unless he finds some other types of creatures to put into the sarcophagus for testing, this doubt will not be answered accurately. As for the evolution conditions, Yisha has some ideas, but there is no conclusive proof. First of all, since he got the sarcophagus, Yisha has been using it as the arbiter's residence. Anyway, after returning to the Doomsday train, the arbiter has been lying in it. So, is it accumulated over time? Slowly, the body mutates and eventually evolves? However, the coincidence is that the arbiter was seriously injured, and then lay in the sarcophagus and completed the evolution. So, is it the injury that triggered the evolution? What kind of injury? Or when the arbiter was seriously injured, did something touch the sarcophagus and cause the evolution? This is also unknown, and we can only slowly explore. But no matter what, from the test results, the arbiter was not destroyed, but became stronger, and it was a significant increase. The problem now is, Yisha frowned at the arbiter, how to make this guy move. The original operation of the arbiter relied on the black gold arbiter chip to drive the program, and the mechanical part drove the biochemical part to operate. Now the two are combined. So, what is the core of the arbiter? Is it the mechanical part? Or the biological part? Yisha suddenly felt confused. And then he thought of Dr. Sarah and cursed. It's good that the bastard is not dead. The mission is solved. And through his research on the purification of the TX zombie virus, it can obviously help me solve the problem of the arbiter. Wait a minute. Yisha was thinking, and suddenly leaned forward, staring at the screen. The body scanning instrument was still running. After the front scan, the instrument began to scan from the side, and then displayed the side perspective on the screen. At the same time, because both the front and side scans were performed, the instrument began to generate a 3D module of the arbiter's body. Then, Yisha found that the position of the arbiter's chest was empty. That position was originally connected to the chip compartment, and it should have been empty. There was a metal cover inside that could be opened. The place where the black gold arbiter chip was placed could be removed because it needed regular maintenance, such as cable repairs. Now, from the front scan, the mechanical part of that position has been connected and fused with flesh and blood. Just like the mechanical zombies seen in Sky City. The mechanical part is the skeleton, which is the support of the body. And then the flesh and blood are wrapped with meat. Blood will appear, but it will not affect the mechanical part. As for those cables, they will become something like meridians. Therefore, the place where the black gold arbitrator chip is placed should be buried. But according to the 3D picture, it can be seen that there is a hollow position there. Yisha quickly ran to the side of the sarcophagus, touched the metal plate on the arbitrator's chest, and then pried it open with force. Blood soon flowed out from both sides. But this was not a big problem. Just some hard injuries. As long as the metal plate was put back, it would heal soon. After pulling the metal plate apart, Yisha put on gloves and carefully opened the flesh of the arbitrator. At the position of the heart, the metal there had been integrated into the flesh, and the excess part was corroded away. However, Yisha soon touched a depression, which was indeed empty. Yisha quickly took a box from the cabinet on the side, opened it, and took out a mechanical heart from it. Sure enough, the size is about the same. Yisha looked at the mechanical heart. Did the train conductor foresee this? Yisha believed that the train conductor was strong, but he believed that there was no such thing as foreknowledge. The train conductor could not have known that he would lend the arbitrator to Du Lingling, and it was even more impossible for him to know that the arbitrator would be seriously injured. It can only be said that the train conductor had an outstanding vision and saw through the evolution path of the arbitrator in advance. So he gave the mechanical heart to Yisha in advance. Moreover, thinking this way, Yisha felt that the train conductor asked him to go to Sky City, which might not be without deep meaning. After all, if he could get the TX zombie virus purification potion, it would definitely help the arbiter evolve into a mechanical zombie. Then, of course, the mechanical heart would be needed, which could be said to be linked together. Unfortunately, Yisha was rarely so unpromising that he messed up the things in Sky City. As for the evolution of the arbiter, although he did not complete the evolution through the TX zombie virus purification potion, he did it through the sarcophagus. It was also a sudden turn of events, or a similar effect. While thinking, Yisha slowly stuffed the mechanical heart into the chest of the arbiter. The surrounding flesh and blood squeezed and pushed the mechanical heart into the hollow position. And then countless tiny red threads rose from the surrounding flesh and blood, slowly connecting to the mechanical heart. Chapter 740 Archon. The program is starting up. Please wait. A non-default program is detected, and a new program is being replaced. Progress 22%, 37%, 51%, 68%. The program failed to start, and the self-awareness replaced the program to run, and the synchronization rate test was performed. The synchronization rate is 99.99. In perfect condition. The program is running. The brain connection is normal, and the thinking program is running. Do you want to enter the authentication system for authentication? System authentication failed. A blood sample has already been authenticated. The authentication procedure cannot be run and cannot be replaced. The owner of the blood sample is assumed to be the commander. Suddenly, the arbitrator's eyes opened, flashing red light, and then slowly stood up from the sarcophagus, knelt on one knee in front of Yisha, and said in a low and awkward voice, "The Archon reports to you." Arbiter? Yisha was stunned, then opened his personal information and looked for the description of the arbitrator. But he could no longer find the information of the arbitrator in his personal information. Archon, cyborg, mutant, alienated plant gene and plant virus carrier, new evolved species, unknown. The name of the arbitrator has been changed to Archon. Cyborg, mutant, and alienated plant gene and plant virus carrier. These three descriptions are the same as before. But after the name of the arbitrator was changed to Archon, the label of new evolved species was added. Of course, this is understandable. According to Grady's description of the ultimate evolution of the mechanical zombies, he did use words such as evolution and new species. It can be seen that the mechanical zombies are indeed not pure zombie mutations, but the birth of a new species. But Yisha was puzzled by the last unknown label. What does it mean? Unknown means unknowable and cannot be defined. So, does unknown actually refer to the power obtained from the sarcophagus? Doomsday Train cannot explain this power, so it can only be labeled as unknown? Yisha thought for a while, but could not get an accurate answer. He simply stopped thinking about it. It was just a label anyway. The most important thing was that the arbitrator became stronger. No, it should be called the Archon for now. Yisha patted the Archon's shoulder, who bowed his head and did not respond. From the perspective of thinking and IQ, the Archon, as a new species, is obviously much smarter than the arbitrator. At least the arbitrator cannot speak. But the Archon speaks very stutteringly and mechanically. It is not because of IQ problems, but because he has just completed evolution and is not yet adapted to the changes brought about by this evolution. For example, even if there is no problem with IQ And he is not dumb. You can't expect a newborn baby to call dad right away. Anyway, Yi Sha was very relieved. Was this a blessing in disguise? Du Lingling was actually a lucky general? Should I lend her more things? Maybe the corpse flower has evolved. And the liquid monster has evolved. Yi Sha fantasized about a better life. Then shook his head. He felt much better because he didn't get the location of the Mad Sand Temple from Dr. Sarah. However, the experiment still had to continue. The evolution of the arbitrator allowed Yi Sha to see new possibilities from the sarcophagus. At least, he had made a breakthrough in the mysterious power hidden in the sarcophagus. So, after thinking about it, Yi Sha set his sights on the liquid monster. Actually, Yi Sha wanted to throw a piece of equipment in, such as the king's holy sword, to see if it could evolve. He didn't know whether it was effective against dead or living things. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was too fantastic. Although zombies are not considered living things, they can still move. Can throwing a sword and make it grow legs? So, the liquid monster is the best choice. Of course, because the liquid monster is durable. Anyway, the possibility of destroying the liquid monster is extremely low. So let the liquid monster try. Who knows? The liquid monster may evolve into the liquid monster's father. Although the slime is weak, at least his father is still alone. Besides, there is the precedent of the arbitrator. Even if the evolution is not considered, the arbitrator has been lying in the sarcophagus for so long, and there is no negative effect. Yi Sha took out the jar containing the liquid monster, and then wiped the sarcophagus to make sure there was no liquid, and then poured the liquid monster into the sarcophagus. There is nothing much to say next. It is nothing more than waiting for a while to see if the liquid monster can evolve like the arbiter. After finishing the sarcophagus, Yi Sha started to get busy with new things. That is the biological mecha. The next stop is to go to the Wild Sand Temple. Failure is not allowed a second time. By then, even if the conductor can be fooled, Yi Sha himself will not be able to pass his own level, because Yi Sha is upgrading the World Destroyer. The number of skull coins is not much. There is no way to upgrade himself by purchasing items directly from the dining car. So he will start from other aspects. Biomecha is a good choice. Yi Sha currently has 2 biomechas, although they are both broken. But he still thinks there is some hope if he can dismantle and patch them together to form one. However, repairing a biomecha is much more difficult than repairing the arbitrator. Both are a fusion of biology and machinery. But there is a ratio. The arbitrator has now evolved into an archon, which is of course a different matter. But at the beginning, the machinery was undoubtedly auxiliary, and the biological part was the focus. But in order to make the biological part stronger and rationalize the battle, therefore, there is a mechanical part and an arbitrator chip, which contains a large amount of information to assist in combat, and then converts it into a program to run. Biological mecha is the opposite, and the mechanical part is the focus. The legendary future technology of mecha has never been successfully developed. The main reason is not that the technology is not advanced enough, but that the simulation of biological morphology has never been broken through. Machinery is always machinery, and cannot be as flexible as biological organisms. After the end of the world, the emergence of large humanoid mutant zombies has provided possibilities for biological mecha. But in the final analysis, the mechanical part is the core part of the biological mecha, and the biological part is mainly used to assist the flexible operation of the mechanical part. Although Yi Sha is also proficient in this aspect, it is still a basic level, so this job is still quite challenging for Yi Sha. Fortunately, Yi Sha still has time. After about half a month of hard work, Yi Sha spent almost 16 hours a day in the workshop. Before the departure of the Doomsday train, Yi Sha finally assembled a usable biological mecha. The performance has not been tested, so it is hard to say, but it should be good. As for driving, this is even less of a problem. Although the arbitrator has become the archon, the data once stored in the chip has not been lost. So, is there anything in this world that the archon cannot drive?